Chapter 1220. Kwang. The moment the door of the primeval hall closed, it also signaled the end of Yuanshi Tianzuan's battle. At this moment, all the spectators were extremely shocked. This battle was not only world-shaking, but it was also close to destroying the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths were both heavily injured. The only difference was that the Immortal of Six Paths would fully recover after a year, but Yuanshi Tianzuan only had 10 days to live. Yuanshi Tianzuan was one step behind and lost in the end. You led the remaining Wansho Taoism disciples to the primeval hall. Although the Wansho Taoism was almost annihilated and there were only a few people left, no one dared to offend them at this moment. Wansho Taoism had become a forbidden area that made countless people tremble in fear. Hichu lay weakly on the square of the primeval hall. At this moment, he was crying and wailing, "It's over. This time, I have offended the Immortal of Six Paths. The Immortal of Six Paths will definitely kill me. Why am I so unlucky?" At the entrance of the primeval hall, Jiang Chun looked for a while and sighed softly. "True Lord, why are you sighing?" Long Outyen asked curiously. "Yuanshi Tianzuan is a good seedling. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. He doesn't have much time left." Jiang Chun sighed softly. "Born at the wrong time?" "That's right. The current Yuanshi Tianzuan is comparable to Little Six from 800,000 years ago. Unfortunately, he doesn't have more time to grow. Little Six is no longer the Little Six from 800,000 years ago. When Little Six opened his eyes, I could see that Little Six had become stronger, really stronger. After a year, even if Yuanshi Tianzuan woke up again, he would not be a match for Little Six." Jiang Chun said solemnly, "Is the Immortal of Six Paths that powerful?" Long Outyen was shocked. "Sigh." Jiang Chun sighed softly. He turned around and slowly walked back to the seizing shrine. Long Outyen was confused. He did not understand why Jinzhu sighed. Wasn't the strength of the Immortal of Six Paths exactly what Jinzhu wanted? At the entrance of Flame God Hall, "Sister, Yuanshi Tianzuan lost, but the Immortal of the Six Paths will wake up in a year. I still remember what he said. Can we resist the revenge of the Immortal of the Six Paths in a year?" Jingwei said worriedly. 1 year later, we'll talk about that 1 year later, you said with a gloomy face, because just now, when the Immortal of the Six Paths opened his eyes, he saw that if the Immortal of the Six Paths was at his peak, he would be able to crush Yuanshi Tianzuan. Would he be able to resist such strength after 1 year? "Sister, what can we do now?" Jingwei asked worriedly. "We can't do anything. Let's wake up the people of Great Yen first." "Oh, Infinite Celestial Capital." Gu Hai brought a group of officials to watch the entire process. At the same time, there were officials in charge of recording everything that happened. "His Holiness, this battle was too dangerous. Should we?" Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. "Wake up the people first, then announce everything about this battle to the public. I don't need to hide anything. If there is a heavenly tribulation in a year's time, I will welcome it," Gu Hai said in a deep voice. "Yes," Mo Yike answered. At this moment, people all over the world were waking up one after another. The moment they woke up, they started to wail. This was because the battle between the Immortal of Six Paths and the Heavenly Lord of the Origin was too intense. Even though all the cities had activated their formations, many of them were still damaged. Countless buildings collapsed, and many of the people who had fainted were crushed to death by the collapsing buildings while they were unconscious. Cries and shouts rang out incessantly as more and more people woke up. The moment they woke up, there was a chain reaction, and they started to wail. The officials of the Dahan took action. They kept sending messages everywhere to reassure the people. At the same time, They made countless copies of the battle record and sent them to all the cities so that the people would know what happened. Everyone was waking up, but the pain of this battle was just beginning to spread. The wailing had just begun. Yuanshi Tianzun was merciless, and so was the Immortal of the Six Paths. Everyone was like ants. Many people gritted their teeth when they saw the replay of this battle, but there was nothing they could do. The strength of the Immortals was not something that mortals could compare to. Gu Hai stepped into the immortal dome of the ancients. At this moment, countless people in the immortal dome of the ancients knelt down when they saw Gu Hai. Thank you for saving His Holiness of the Dahan. Almost everyone knelt down gratefully. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, everyone would have been killed by Yuanshi Tianzun. How could they kneel down now? This was a kind of heartfelt gratitude. There were so many feelings that even turned into merit and luck that surged toward Gu Hai. I'm relieved that you can live. I promise you that after Yuanshi Tianzun's battle against the heavens is over, I will send you back. I won't imprison anyone. 2 days later, when some of the officials of the Dahan recover, I will send you back one after another. Gu Hai solemnly promised. Gu Hai was a man of his word. He would release them if he said so. However, at this moment, countless people no longer had a trace of nostalgia for the previous city lord, because their own city lord had wronged their relatives and friends and almost killed them. Who would support the old city lord? His Holiness of the Dahan. We are willing to enter the Dahan celestial dynasty. Please allow us to enter the Dahan celestial dynasty. I also want to enter the Dahan celestial dynasty. His Holiness of the Dahan is benevolent and righteous. We are willing to be the people of the Dahan. Dahan, His Holiness of the Dahan, we are also willing. Immediately, one after another, the people shouted. They were willing to enter the Dahan celestial dynasty. A hint of joy flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Solemnly, he said, "Thank you for your trust. What I said before is not false. Those who are willing to enter the Dahan will be welcomed by the Dahan. Those who are unwilling, I won't force them. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness." Immediately, many people knelt down. Only a few city lords were still unwilling at this moment. But so what if they were unwilling? If the people were willing, they couldn't stop them. As for the cities and territories that they had previously occupied, Gu Hai naturally had no intention of returning them. Since the people had submitted, those cities naturally belonged to the Dahan celestial dynasty. Following that, cities and injuries were repaired all over the world. Under the full cooperation of the Dahan officials, the people who had been captured into the Immortal Vault were also sent out one after another. Flying boats quickly sent them back to their former territories. As for their cities, they were naturally dismantled and put into the flying boats and sent away in batches. Although the world was still grieving in the 9 days, vitality gradually recovered. All the people slowly pulled themselves together. In the infinite celestial capital's upper study, reporting to His Holiness, it's great that those who are not part of the major forces are willing to join the Dahan celestial dynasty. This way, the Dahan celestial dynasty will have 35,000 cities. The netherworld will have 45,000 cities. More than half of the world will belong to the Dahan celestial dynasty. Chun Tianshan said with a smile, Yuanshi Tianzun can borrow the power of the world. Now, the Dahan celestial dynasty can also borrow the power of the world. Moreover, the Dahan celestial dynasty is supported by the people. Together with the reputation, the people's trust has also reached the peak. Sima Changkong exclaimed, "Yes, the people who were captured are now deeply grateful to His Holiness. The other people of the Dahan celestial dynasty admire His Holiness' benevolence even more. Yuanshi Tianzuan's heaven-defying battle has helped us win the hearts of the people. Mo Yike also exclaimed, "People's hearts are always made of flesh. If you treat them well, they will eventually repay you." Gu Hai said, solemnly, "Yes." The ministers nodded. "His Holiness, in a year's time, when the Sage of the Six Paths wakes up, will—" Kong Xian said worriedly, "A lot of things can happen in a year's time. Don't worry." Gu Hai comforted the ministers. "Yes." The ministers replied. The ministers who could enter the upper study room were all Gu Hai's confidants. These confidants had long been tied to Gu Hai. None of them had the slightest intention of backing down. It's a pity that this time, if there was no informant, Yuanshi Tianzuan might have won. But we don't know who that informant is. Mosquito Darin said with a frown, "It must be one of the leaders of the major forces. It must be whoever is hiding now." Gu Hai said with a smile, "The Heavenly Devil Holy Land and the ancient temple have been closed recently. Is it Bai Zizai?" Dragon Shenying's eyes lit up. "Looks like it's him." Gu Hai said with a smile, "Bai Zizai? He, such a coward. In the ancient war of witches and demons, when the demon clan was defeated, he was so scared that he hid. He hid for millions of years. Now, Yuanshi Tianzuan is so powerful that he is afraid of being implicated, so he secretly informants. At this moment, if Yuanshi Tianzuan's ferocious qi had not dissipated, the first one to be killed would be him." Chun Tianshan said with a look of disdain. Chun Tianshan was loyal to the emperor and valued integrity the most. He despised people like Bai Zizai the most. So he hid in the void. He's really smart. He knows where to hide temporarily. After 10 days, Yuanshi Tianzuan will completely fall and he can come back. Mo Yike said with a cold smile, "One more day. Yuanshi Tianzuan can still hold on for one more day. I don't know. Sigh, what a pity." Gu Hai sighed slightly. "Report." Suddenly, a shout came from outside the upper study room. "Huh." Everyone in the upper study room was puzzled. "Report to His Holiness. The primeval hall has opened again. Yuanshi Tianzuan has come out of seclusion." The guard outside the upper study room shouted, "He's out of seclusion?" Gu Hai's expression changed. Whoosh! Gu Hai led the officials out of the upper study room and arrived at the entrance of the towering hall in an instant. They all looked in the direction of the primeval hall in the south. At this moment, not only Gu Hai, but also Bai and Jiang Chen stepped out of the Flame God Hall and the Seizing God Hall respectively. They all looked curiously at the primeval hall in the distance. Quam. The door of the primeval hall opened with a bang. Bai led the disciples of the Wansho Taoism and waited outside the primeval hall. During these 9 days, the disciples of the Wansho Taoism did not go anywhere. They just waited quietly here. The world slowly regained its essence. However, the entrance of the primeval hall remained immersed in sorrow. Sect Master, all the disciples greeted respectfully when the doors opened. However, they saw Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly walking out of the primeval hall. The vertical cut on his face was still there, but he no longer looked discouraged. Instead, there was a ferocious fighting spirit. Yuanshi Tianzuan, that ferocious aura is back. Jiang Chen, who was at the entrance of the towering God Hall, said in shock, "There is only 1 day left. Why is Yuanshi Tianzuan so ferocious? What is he doing?" Bai, who was at the entrance of the Flame God Hall, goggled. Gu Hai, who was at the entrance of the towering hall, was also stunned. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not look discouraged. He was completely different from 9 days ago. Instead, he looked like he was before he defied heaven. He still wants to defy heaven Chapter 1221. At the entrance of the primeval hall, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. He walked out of the primeval hall step by step, surrounded by a murderous aura. Sect leader. You looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in surprise. Yuanshi Tianzuan took a deep breath and looked around. He looked at Jiangchen, Gu Hai, and you. Yuanshi Tianzuan flipped his hand and waved his sleeve. Thump, thump. 2 huge crystal coffins suddenly fell on the square. 2 corpses could be vaguely seen lying in the crystal coffins. One was the Taishang sect master, and the other was the Tongtian sect master. Yuanshi Tianzuan had been keeping the 2 corpses. When he suddenly took them out, many people were curious. Eldest senior brother, 3rd junior brother, eldest brother, 3rd junior brother, 2nd junior brother is useless. We couldn't kill the immortal of the 6 paths and save you now. You might really be dead now. Yuanshi Tianzuan said with red eyes. However, the immortal of the 6 paths should be severely injured now. If he can do it again, the immortal of the 6 paths will definitely die. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes narrowed. Do it again. Many people in the distance felt their hearts tighten. There's only 1 day left. There's not much I can do. Wait for death. Die like eldest brother and 3rd junior brother? No, I still want to fight for it. Even if I'm completely annihilated this time, I don't care. I'll fight for you one more time. As long as I can see you wake up, everything will be worth it. Even if I have to destroy the world, I won't hesitate. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes slowly flashed with a hint of viciousness. Yu's expression changed. Is the sect leader going crazy? Even if he has to destroy the world, he won't hesitate. Is he going to destroy the immortal dome? In the distance, Jiang Chun, Yu, and Gu Hai raised their eyebrows. What is Yuanshi Tianzuan going to do? What did it mean to destroy the heavens and earth? However, they saw Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly turn around and look at Jiang Chen, Gu Hai, and Zhao again. Yuanshi Tianzuan said grimly, "Everyone has awakened. I want to borrow their power again. This time, I won't be merciful. I want all of their power. I want Samsara to die. So, everyone, give me your sea of destiny again." Do it again. Gu Hai's expression darkened. From Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, Gu Hai could sense a hint of viciousness. Could it be that he hadn't completely stripped away the strength of all living beings? What else did he want? Hichu. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted, "I'm here, I'm here." Hichu didn't dare to resist and slowly wrapped around Yuanshi Tianzuan's left arm. Boom. In the sky above the God-seizing temple, Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma power suddenly appeared in the Sea of Destiny. Jiang Chen's Dharma power also sat in the sky above the God-seizing temple. The Sea of Providence churned as the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning wanted to seize the right to use the Sea of Providence again. However, this time, it didn't go so smoothly. Jiang Chen looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan and finally shook his head. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you've already lost. What can you do even if you try again? You'll just lose again. You could defeat Samsara 800,000 years ago, but this is 800,000 years later. You saw it. He only opened his eyes, and you lost. He only opened his eyes. No, I can definitely win. He has already lost his cultivation and won't dare to fight me anymore. Give me your Sea of Providence. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared at him and said coldly, "He lost his cultivation? It's just his eyes. If he fights to the death, he can still awaken the other parts of his body. Although it will hurt him more, you can't win. This is the last day. Enjoy your time with Taishang and Tongtian. Don't waste time." Jiang Chen said calmly, "Jiang Chen, give me the right to control the Sea of Destiny. Otherwise, I won't hold back anymore. Yuanshi Tianzuan said with a ferocious expression. A murderous aura rushed toward the entrance of the god-seizing temple and toward Jiangchen. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked ferocious. It seemed that if Jiangchen didn't agree, he would kill Jiangchen first. You're too domineering when you deprive people of their power. They've been hurt once, and it will take some time for them to recover. Do you want to do it again? This time, all 2,000 of my citizens will die at your hands. Jiangchen's voice was cold and resolute. Whoosh! Yuanshi Tianzuan arrived at the entrance of the god-seizing temple in an instant. Yuanshi Tianzuan even seemed to want to kill Jiangchen if he didn't agree to his request. Long Outyen and the others were shocked. After all, the battle 9 days ago was too fierce. They still had lingering fears. Now that Yuanshi Tianzuan was here, what should they do? Jiangchen flicked his sleeves and stepped forward fearlessly. He looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in front of him. It's a pity that you were born at the wrong time and don't have time. Otherwise, I could give you a chance and let you have the same experience as little Six back then. Unfortunately, if I help you, time will be disrupted and you will return at 30. Everything will be irreversible. Jiangchen sighed slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just giving you one more chance. Are you going to hand over the control of the Sea of Providence or not? Yuanshi Tianzuan said with a ferocious expression. Boom! While he was angry, rolling purple clouds appeared in the sky. As the purple clouds surged, it was as if a vast heavenly might was pressing down. Buzz! The purple clouds separated in the middle. The purple eye of heaven stared at the entire square of the god-seizing temple. A vast murderous aura swept out. Yuanshi Tianzuan had the intention to kill. As long as Jiangchen didn't agree, he would use force. Guhai and Yu used the statues to show the scene to their subjects. Many experts were shocked again. Yuanshi Tianzuan was angry again. Jiangchen wasn't nervous. Instead, he looked at the eye of heaven in the sky and smiled. Longevity, divine runic spirit, spiritual cultivation, eye of heaven? This is the ability left behind by 30. To be precise, it's 30's power. Don't you know? 30's power is useless to me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Jiangchen said indifferently. Humph, you don't know what you're talking about. Since you want to try, I'll fulfill your wish. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted coldly. Boom! The purple eye of heaven suddenly flashed with a fierce anger. A purple light of destruction instantly fell from the sky and rushed toward the god-seizing temple. One had to know that Zhu Erji, who was at the peak of the god Legion stage in the past, was instantly killed by this purple light. Jiangchen could still be indifferent to such an attack. Long Outyen and the others were frightened. Only Jiangchen smiled and gently stretched out his right hand. In the palm of his right hand, there seemed to be an eye, a white eye. Only in the center, there was a thin pupil, which was suffused with a trace of 7 colors. The eye in the palm faced the purple light of destruction and gently inhaled. Whoosh! The purple light of destruction that killed Zhu Erji, like slaughtering a pig, was instantly absorbed by the eye in the palm and disappeared in a flash. The sudden change stunned everyone. Could it be that I saw wrongly? That destructive attack was so easily neutralized. Impossible, Yuanshi Tianzuan said in disbelief. I don't believe it. My eye of heaven has already reached the 2nd stage. How could you possibly neutralize it? Swish, swish, swish. 8 beams of destruction descended in a row, and their destructive power caused many people to tremble in fear. However, Jiangchen remained calm and collected. Again and again, the eye in the palm of his right hand sucked in the 8 beams of God-exterminating light. Then they disappeared. What is that eye in the palm of your hand? Why is it like that? Yuanshi Tianzuan asked in shock. I told you, it's useless. As long as it's 30 points of power, I'm immune to it. Forget it. I won't use the eye in the palm. Try again, Jiangchen said with a smile. Humph. Whoosh. Another beam of destruction shot towards Jiangchen. This time, Jiangchen did not use the eye in the palm of his hand. That powerful attack tore through space and arrived above Jiangchen in an instant. It destroyed everything around it, as if it wanted to destroy Jiangchen as well. But as soon as it came into contact with Jiangchen, the beam of God-slaying light suddenly became docile. It really became docile, and its destructive power disappeared. Instead, it became like water vapor, circling around Jiangchen and leaning on him. Then, it slowly entered Jiangchen's body and disappeared. In the distance, Gu Hai and Ho opened their eyes wide. This was illogical. That was the violent and destructive god destroying light. How could it be so docile before Jiangchen? Gu Hai subconsciously looked at Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu was also at a loss. I don't know either. A spiritual cultivator has 30 points of power. Logically speaking, only 30 points of power can make a spiritual cultivator submit. How could Jiangchen? You're saying that even 30 points of power can do this? Gu Hai's expression changed. Of course, the God-destroying light, the eye of heaven, these are all spiritual cultivators' powers. Spiritual cultivators' powers are all cultivated by 30 points. How could they attack 30? But others can't do this. How could Jiangchen? Long Wanyu was puzzled. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Jiangchen had a grudge against 30, and 30's power had an extremely intimate effect on Jiangchen. Although the two of them were not from the same era, there was definitely a great connection between them. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan also looked at Jiangchen in shock. The fact that the eye in a palm could absorb the God-destroying light could be attributed to Jiangchen's extraordinary powers. But now what was going on? The God-destroying light that he had unleashed was closer to Jiangchen than to him. Yuanshi Tianzuan, I've already said that the God-destroying light is useless to me. Similarly, if you want to snatch the right to the Sea of Providence from me, I advise you to forget about it. You can't get it, and no one can either. Moreover, I don't have many Sea of Providence. Why are you so fixated on me? Jiangchen said calmly. Yuanshi Tianzuan had a ferocious expression as he stared at Jiangchen. Then he looked at the God-seizing temple force that only had 2,000 cities. Finally, he snorted with hatred. Humph! Just from the God-destroying light, Yuanshi Tianzuan could already see how powerful Jiangchen was. With such strength, he could easily be rebuffed again. Jiangchen was right. With only 2,000 cities worth of providence, rather than wasting time here, he might as well take over other places and come back after obtaining the power of all living beings. With a plan in mind, Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately turned his head and looked at Gu Hai and Zhao. Chapter 1222. Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his head and looked at Gu Hai and Yu. Gu Hai and Yu's faces darkened. Sister, this is bad. Yuanshi Tianzuan is looking over. Is he going to snatch your Sea of Fate? Didn't you just say that this time he might drain all the citizens and many people would die? The Jingwei cried out in shock. The battle 9 days ago was still vivid in their minds. Yuanshi Tianzuan's ferocity was still shocking. If he wanted to find trouble with the great Yan Sky dynasty, what should they do? Ho Yi and Xing Tian were also worried. Only Yu squinted his eyes and did not panic. He smiled coldly and said, The Yuanshi Tianzuan now is not the Yuanshi Tianzuan from 9 days ago. What? 9 days ago, the primeval celestial of primeval heaven was unstoppable, Yun said coolly. If God stood in his way, he would kill them. If immortals stood in his way, he would kill them. If God stood in his way, he would kill them. He would never stop. That was why he was able to fight Immortal 6 Daos to the bitter end. But now he's met Jiang Chen and he's retreating. But Jiang Chen is indeed powerful. The Jing Wei did not understand. No matter how powerful he is, he can't stop his murderous intent. If it was 9 days ago, so what if Jiang Chen was powerful? Yuanshi Tianzuan could still kill him. But now, Yu shook his head. Yu's eyes flashed with regret. He seemed to be regretting Yuanshi Tianzuan's heroic end. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai and Yu. His eyes were solemn. Against Jiang Chen, the primeval celestial lord of primeval, 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 celestial lord of primeval. However, should they go to the soaring sky hall first or the flame god hall first? He glanced at Gu Hai in the distance. Although Gu Hai controlled the most fate, Yuanshi Tianzuan still remembered that 9 days ago, only Gu Hai had offered to help him. The heavenly lord of the primordial beginning was deeply moved when he suffered such a crushing defeat. Although he still had to go to Gu Hai later, the primordial beginning heavenly venerate decided to go to the flame divine hall first to obtain the luck of lightning due to his gratitude. Who? In a flash, Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared in Dongfang of the Divine Continent above the Yenshin Hall in the Desolation City, overlooking the square. Sister, he's here, the elite guard exclaimed. In the west, at the entrance of the seizing shrine. That's great. Yuanshi Tianzuan was scared away by Allah, Long Outyen, and the rest said, excitedly. Only Jiang Chen sighed when he saw Yuanshi Tianzuan being forced away. Sigh. Allah, Yuanshi Tianzuan has already retreated. Why are you sighing? Long Outyen asked in confusion. I'd rather he didn't retreat. It's a pity. Jiang Chen sighed. Long Outyen and the rest were stunned. They did not understand Jiang Chen's thoughts. Soaring Sky Hall Square. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed. Why is His Holiness sighing? Mo Yike asked. I feel sorry for Yuanshi Tianzuan. Gu Hai sighed. Yuanshi Tianzuan actually retreated from the seizing divine hall. Does this mean that Yuanshi Tianzuan has already lost his indomitable spirit? Mo Yike asked curiously. Gu Hai shook his head. Isn't that so? Long Wanyu was also confused. Actually, I still admire Yuanshi Tianzuan. Or rather, I'm lamenting, Gu Hai said with a frown. Oh, the ministers looked at Gu Hai in confusion. He did lose, or rather, 9 days ago, he no longer had the ambition to fight. He should have just waited for death. He failed to defy the heavens, and all his efforts were for naught. However, he lost honorably, lost heroically. Lofty and unyielding, not inferior to others. He was worthy of being a hero of the world. Unfortunately, on the 9th day, he personally tore apart his own pride, trampled on his own dignity, and worked hard to arouse his ferocity. Like a stray dog, he ran around everywhere. It was all for the sake of his brotherly love for Taishang and Tong Tian. The spirit of the strong was not about blindly pestering others. It was a recognition of oneself. A loss was a loss. If there was a chance, one would stand up again and press forward. Even if there was no chance, one would still maintain that prideful attitude. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not want to be prideful. He wanted to pester others endlessly. Even if he lost, even if he was humiliated, he wanted to fight for his two brothers. Not for his own pride, not for his own dignity, but for the hope of reviving Taishang and Tongtian. He trampled on his own pride to go to the seizing god temple. 9 days ago, he could have fought Jiang Chun like a god, but today he did not. He wanted to protect himself. He wanted to preserve the hope of his 2 brothers. He endured the humiliation and admitted defeat, turned around and went to the flame god temple, trampling on his own pride, for the hope of reviving Tongtian and Taishang. Who said Yuanshi Tianzuan was heartless? Who could be like Yuanshi Tianzuan, disregarding his dignity and bearing for his brothers? One had to know that for people like Yuanshi Tianzuan, their dignity was more important than their lives. They would rather die in battle than live an ignoble life. Sigh, Gu Hai said regretfully. No one could read Yuanshi Tianzuan. Only Gu Hai could, because in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, Gu Hai saw a trace of Panga's memory. Wasn't Panga the same in the past? Back then, Panga's pride as the #1 in the world was not beaten down by 30, but by himself. That was because, compared to his pride, there were more people he cared about that he needed to protect and rescue. Today, Yuanshi Tianzuan was like that. The more fierce he was, the more he was trampling on himself. Yuanshi Tianzuan arrived at the entrance of the Flame God Temple. There is still one more chance. This is the last day, and this sovereign must not miss it. Ho, hand over your sea of providence, or this sovereign will wash your primeval desolation city with blood. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly with a ferocious expression. In the Sea of Providence, Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma idol had already walked up to Ho's divine statue and was fighting for the right to control the Sea of Providence. Your Majesty, all the officials panicked and didn't know what to do. Jingwei, Xing Tian, and Ho Yi all looked anxious. Only Ho did not panic. Instead, he looked at the sky coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you have already lost. Why are you still so stubborn? Lost? It's not time to lose yet. As long as I have enough power, this sovereign will be able to seize Sinuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly, 9 days ago, you had already gained the most power, but you still lost. Besides, even if you gain more power, can you find the Immortal of 6 Paths? This time, no one can find him. Ho said solemnly, this sovereign lost because this sovereign was not ruthless enough. This time, I will not be merciful. It's fine if he hides, but if this sovereign attracts him by destroying the entire Immortal Dome, do you think he will come out? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. What? Ho's expression changed. Destroy the entire Immortal Dome. Yuanshi Tianzuan really wants to destroy the world? Are you crazy? Jingwei exclaimed. In the distance, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and a murderous aura flashed. Gu Hai's expression also changed. This Yuanshi Tianzuan really went crazy for the 2 brothers? Destroy the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Destroy the 6 Paths Immortal Dome to force the Immortal of 6 Paths to come out? Hand over your Sea of Fate. Otherwise, this sovereign will massacre your eldritch city. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted coldly again. Boom. Behind Yuanshi Tianzuan, a monstrous chaotic sword chi suddenly appeared. The chaotic sword chi surrounded the eldritch city, as if it was waiting for Yuanshi Tianzuan's order to destroy the entire eldritch city. His Holiness! Many officials and commoners were terrified, not knowing what to do. Ho's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Whoosh! Ho appeared not far from Yuanshi Tianzuan in an instant. He stood in the void and looked coldly at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan, why didn't you continue to fight for Jiang Chen's fate at the entrance of the Divine Palace? Ho said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Ho. That's because you're no match for him. That's why you admit defeat, right? You think that this sovereign is easy to bully, that this sovereign is inferior to you, and that you can do whatever you want to me, right? Ho said coldly. Ho, are you trying to say that you are better than this sovereign? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Speaking of which, this sovereign admires your fighting spirit and ambition in the previous battle. However, this does not mean that this sovereign will let you do whatever you want. Ho said solemnly. Oh, Yuanshi Tianzuan's face darkened. Do you think that you are the strongest in the world? Do you think that other than the immortal of the six paths, no one is your opponent? Ha! Jiang Chun used his strength to make you admit defeat. Now, I will use the same method to show you. What do you think? Ho said coldly. What did you say? Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold, as if he could not believe that Ho said those words. Ho's strength was not bad. According to his understanding, he had spent a lot of effort to deal with Zhu Qiqi in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea not long ago. Zhu Qiqi was not worth mentioning in front of him. Ho should be aware of his own strength. How could he say that he wanted to learn from Jiang Chun? Jiang Chun is standing there. Your light of destruction has no effect. This sovereign does not want you to use your light of destruction. This sovereign is standing in the void. If you can hurt this sovereign will agree to your request. If you can't, then please leave. What do you think? Ho said with incomparable confidence. When Ho finished speaking, many people's jaws dropped. How strong was Yuanshi Tianzuan? You can just stand there, and not even the heavenly Lord Yuanshi can hurt you? How could this be possible? Jiang Chun, who was standing at the entrance of the temple, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Ho, where did this confidence come from? How could she? Gu Hai, who was at the entrance of the soaring temple, also narrowed his eyes. Ho disappeared for more than half a year in this 1.5 years. Could it be that Ho had a fortuitous encounter and made a big breakthrough in this half a year? Yuanshi Tianzuan did not believe it. What a joke! Even if his primordial qi was depleted, he was not someone a little girl could compare to. Go! Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted. Boom! The chaotic sword qi that filled the sky immediately formed a huge net that covered the sky. It was like thousands of arrows that were shot at the same time. The sword qi was ferocious, and it tore through the void with a great destructive force. It was as if it was going to cut the Hui into pieces in an instant. At this moment, Ho opened his arms. His wide dragon robe seemed to flutter in the wind. Suddenly, the blazing primordial fire of the sun appeared around him. Everyone's heart jumped. Boom! With a loud sound, the thousands of swords slashed down. A large part of the void around Ho was immediately torn apart. The primordial fire of the sun filled the void in an instant. In the center of the fire, Ho still opened his arms. His dragon robe was still fluttering in the fire. However, the boundless sword qi had all been shattered. Ho was unharmed. His expression was calm, as if the thousands of swords were not worth mentioning. Chaotic sword qi? Just SOSO. Continue. Ho said calmly. Chapter 12:23. The primordial fire of the sun surrounded Hui. Slowly, Hui's surroundings were like a huge fireball blooming with billions of flames. The chaotic sword qi that had slaughtered all living beings in the world in the past had returned empty-handed. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed with disbelief. Above his head, purple gas circled and condensed into the vast eye of heaven. Boom! Another beam of light of God slang shot down. Hui looked up at the sky, and his eyes widened. A vast aura burst out from his body and instantly turned into an even larger, raging fire. Boom! The beam of light of God slang crashed into the fire, but it was swallowed up by the fire. The beam of light of God slang had no effect again. Hui stepped into the fireball, and his entire body was like a dazzling sun, piercing the entire world. Even on the ground, there were waves of gray energy surging into the fireball formed by Hui. The power of the Earth's core? You can also absorb the power of the Earth's core? Yuanshi Tianzuan said in surprise. Not only the power of the Earth's core, but the blazing sun in the sky also suddenly descended, and endless sun heart flames surged into the fireball where Hui was. The rolling power gathered, and the fireball formed by Hui emitted an increasingly terrifying aura. The surrounding void trembled incessantly. At this moment, both Jiang Chun and Gu Hai were shocked. What had Hui encountered in the past 1.5 years? Why did it have such terrifying power? It was the power of the Earth's core. 9 days ago, Yuanshi Tianzuan had displayed it, and it was already shocking enough. But now we could also use it. Hui had not mobilized the power of the dynasty, but Yuanshi Tianzuan felt like he did not know where to start. Was this still the Hui in his mind that was easy to deal with? Why was it like this? Yuanshi Tianzuan showed a trace of despair. 9 days ago, when his vitality was not depleted, Yuanshi Tianzuan could still fight against Hui. But now, the origin sword was broken, and the Eye of Heaven was ineffective. Hui could also extract the power of the Earth's core? No, I still have the bloodline. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Rumble! Suddenly, great Daos appeared behind Ho like towering trees, rolling out. In the blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of them. Great Dao! You have it too? In the West, Jiang Chun was also surprised. This emperor doesn't have as many grand Daos as you do. This emperor only has 200 grand Daos left behind by Jiang Lianshan, and this emperor only grasped them a month ago. However, this emperor still has the momentum of a dynasty. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you found the wrong person. Bai said solemnly. Stepping into the fireball, Qi did have a feeling that he was unable to resist. The great Dao displayed by Ho flashed and disappeared. However, this also showed that Ho was not shooting without reason. Zhao did not make a move, perhaps out of respect for Yuanshi Tianzuan. 9 days ago, Yuanshi Tianzuan was completely unrestrained. However, the current Yuanshi Tianzuan was different. His vitality had been greatly depleted, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Furthermore, this was the last day of his life. The more he fought, the faster he would die. As for Jiang Chun, Yuanshi Tianzuan knew that he couldn't continue to argue. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes also flashed with a sense of helplessness. Ha 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 ha. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly burst out laughing. However, there was a sense of helplessness, unwillingness, and sadness in his laughter. What are you laughing at? You asked in a deep voice. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared fixedly at you. His eyes flashed with an unforgettable hatred that made Yu's heart tremble. He did not understand why Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at him with such hatred. It was as if he hated him more than the Immortal of 6 paths. Well, ha 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 ha. Yuanshi Tianzuan trembled as he looked at you. That gaze made you feel cold all over. You readied himself as if he was waiting for Yuanshi Tianzuan to make another move. However, at this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his head and did not make another move. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the infinite celestial capital in the north. Whoosh! With a flash, Yuanshi Tianzuan disappeared. In the next moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared at the entrance of the soaring palace hall. Gu Hai stood in the void and looked down at the entrance of the soaring palace hall. Only when Yuanshi Tianzuan was completely gone did you heave a sigh of relief. This was because just a moment ago, Yuanshi Tianzuan's threatening gaze made you feel as if he was facing a great enemy. You did not know why, but at this moment, you was confident that he could defeat Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, when faced with that gaze, his heart was filled with fear. This was something that you had never experienced before. Sister, you scared Yuanshi Tianzuan away, the elite guard exclaimed in surprise. You reached out and withdrew all the flames. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and he was angry at his heart for trembling just now. At the same time, Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze just now kept replaying in his mind, and he could not calm down for a long time. Why? Why did Yuanshi Tianzuan look at him with such hatred? Ignoring the cheers of the others, you looked at the entrance of the soaring palace hall. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped into the sky above the soaring palace hall and looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. The ministers of the Dahan were also facing a great enemy at this moment. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan was defeated by Jiang Chen, and Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength had already been demonstrated 9 days ago. Now that he had come to the Dahan celestial capital, his goal was definitely the Sea of Providence. Would the Dahan celestial capital be able to stop him? The ministers were anxious, but Gu Hai took a step forward. Gu Hai, are you going to learn from you and fight me to the end? Or are you like you and have the merit of defeating me? Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at Gu Hai. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan had been defeated 3 times in a row. Although he was still fierce, he was not as invincible as he was 9 days ago. Looking at Yuanshi Tianzuan, Gu Hai suddenly bowed slightly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes lit up, thinking that Gu Hai was going to give him the Sea of Providence. Yuanshi Tianzuan, this bow is to thank you for unifying the world. No matter what the purpose is, because of you, the Dahan celestial capital can be as strong as it is today. Of the 100,000 cities in the world, the Dahan celestial capital has 80,000. Gu Hai said, solemnly, 80,000? Although everyone already knew, they were still shocked when Gu Hai said it again. This meant that 80% of the world belonged to the Dahan celestial capital. Now, the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. The person with the most power in the immortal world was not Yuanshi Tianzuan, Jiang Chen, or you, but Gu Hai in front of them. Gu Hai was already the most powerful person in the world. At this moment, you also suddenly understood why Yuanshi Tianzuan was looking at him with such hatred. It was not that he was hiding his strength, but that the great Yen celestial capital now had 12,000 cities, of which 10,000 cities were given by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Perhaps in Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart, these cities were originally his. If he had not given them to the major factions, they would have been Yuanshi Tianzuan's. It was only right to take back what was his. However, Yu was holding on to what should have belonged to Yuanshi Tianzuan. He showed his strength again and again, adding insult to injury. Jiang Chun did not take a city. Therefore, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not hate him because Jiang Chun did not owe Yuanshi Tianzuan anything. But you owe Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yu's face darkened. At this moment, he felt depressed. However, it was not good for him to flare up. In the distance, Gu Hai had more benefits after obtaining Yuanshi Tianzuan. Would Gu Hai give it up? Since you know, then give the Sea of Providence to me. Yuanshi Tianzuan said in a low voice. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma power went above the Sea of Providence and wanted to fight for the right to the Sea of Providence. Brother-in-law, don't. If you give it to him, the people of Dahan might die. Long One, you said, anxiously. Little girl, who are you to speak? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared, and a murderous aura rushed over. Whoosh! Gu Hai immediately stood in front of Long Wanyu. The murderous aura in Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes made Gu Hai's dragon robe flutter. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, because of you, I can obtain 80% of the world's cities in a short time. Although you killed trillions of innocent people because of you, the world was saved from countless wars and unified. Gu Hai said in a low voice, "What are you trying to say? Why don't you give up the right to control the Sea of Providence?" Yuan Shi Tianzuan stared at Gu Hai. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, you want to force the deity of the six paths to fight again at the cost of the lives of all living beings or the destruction of the world. But even if you can kill the deity of the six paths, what can you do? Can you resurrect the Taishang sect master? Can you resurrect the Tongtian sect master? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. What does that have to do with you? At the very least, I'm fighting for them again. Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai coldly. I've seen the Taishang sect master before, and I know what he's like. Even if you can resurrect the Taishang sect master, do you think he'll be willing to do so? Gu Hai said in a low voice. What did you say? Yuan Shi Tianzuan glared. The Taishang sect master spent his life accumulating blessings for all living beings. That's why he died of exhaustion. He chose to die for the sake of Tsangsheng. But you want Tsangsheng to live for the sake of the Taishang. Even if the Taishang is resurrected, he won't be willing to accept it. Why are you so insistent? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai, do you think that you can educate this Empyrean? Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning said coldly, I don't mean to educate you, and it's not my place to educate you. I just feel bad for the Taishang sect master. How can he have a second brother like you? I feel bad for him. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What did you say? Yuan Shi Tianzuan glared. A murderous aura instantly filled the infinite celestial capital. How many commoners were trembling in fear? How many officials were terrified? Was His Holiness trying to provoke Yuan Shi Tianzuan? That was Yuan Shi Tianzuan we're talking about. Although Tsangsheng didn't give you any luck, she inherited the will of the Taishang sect master. You, on the other hand, keep saying that you want to resurrect the two brothers, but you're doing something against the will of the Taishang sect master. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Humph, I don't care what you think. I want to resurrect Big Brother and Third Brother. Even if they wake up and take a look, even if I turn into ashes, I won't refuse. Gu Hai, you're at my convenience. You've collected this sea of luck. This is my thing. Do you want to learn from Tsangsheng and not return it? Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression was malevolent. A murderous aura spread out. The entire infinite celestial capital trembled under this murderous aura. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, what right do you have to say that my brother-in-law is withholding and not returning it? If you really have the ability, why didn't you subdue the forces of the world yourself? You should have controlled the hearts of the people and collected the luck. You don't have this ability at all. You just helped my brother-in-law establish the image of a villain, and you want to take all the credit for yourself? What right do you have? What right do you have to say that this luck is yours? If you ask me, this luck is mine. You're snatching my things. Long Wanyu immediately glared and shouted. Wanyu! Gu Hai immediately became anxious. Little girl, are you courting death? Since when was it your turn to have luck? Yuan Shi Tianzuan said coldly. The luck of the world was all created by me. I created luck cultivation. So I have the power of luck cultivation. How is it not mine? I am Tsang, the Tsang of heaven. How is it not mine? Is it yours? Ha! You're really thick-skinned. Long Wanyu immediately rebuked angrily. Wanyu? Gu Hai exclaimed. However, it was already too late. Wanyu had already said it out loud for him. In the distance, Tsangsheng's expression changed. Heaven? Long Wanyu is the reincarnation of heaven. Countless officials of the Dahan also looked at Long Wanyu in horror at this moment. Is it true? Even Yuanshi Tianzuan's pupils shrank. He looked at Long Wanyu in disbelief. She's heaven? Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately looked at the little golden dragon on his left arm. The little golden dragon immediately quivered. She is indeed the reincarnation of heaven, Hichu said in fear. She's the reincarnation of heaven? Then what are you? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. I. Hichu was anxious. Speak. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared. I'm a fake. Hichu quivered and said bitterly. A fake? Yuanshi Tianzuan. Chapter 1224. In the world of the living, there was an inconspicuous star in the starry sky. On the star, there was a valley surrounded by black gas. At this moment, a black eye of heaven was exposed, staring at the palace of origin below. Yuanshi Tianzuan, this is the 9th day. You only have 10 days left. I'll see how you die. A cold voice came from the valley. Obviously, this was a trace of the immortal of the 6 paths divine thought. Although the immortal had gone into seclusion, the heavenly Lord Yuanshi had hurt him too much. How could he let it go so easily? The immortal of 6 paths would only be satisfied when he saw Yuanshi Tianzuan die with his own eyes. On the 9th day, there was only 1 day left. He thought that Yuanshi Tianzuan had accepted his fate, but on the last day, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly opened the door and put out 2 coffins. He even threatened to defy the heavens again. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you want to do it again? Do you think I'll come out? If it weren't for the fact that I haven't completed my cultivation, you would have died long ago. What? Wait, what are you doing? Destroying the world to force me to come out? Mad dog, you're a mad dog. The immortal of 6 paths glared at him. Below, Yuanshi Tianzuan went to seize the temple. I almost forgot. With Jiang Chun here, how could he destroy the world for you? He cherishes his life very much. Jiang Chun? In the past, I was just your chess piece. Now, I'm the one who controls the world. I've completely jumped out of your palm. When I complete my cultivation, it will be the day of your death. The immortal of 6 paths said coldly. Below, Jiang Chun easily dispelled Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye of heaven. You were like this in the past. Spiritual light. Spirit cultivator sect. It's as if you created it. You're immune to it. What use do I have for you? It's because you're immune that I didn't look for other talents. As expected, Yuanshi Tianzuan was still no match for Jiang Chun. Was he scared? Why didn't Jiang Chun stop Yuanshi Tianzuan when he went to find Qi? Immortal of 6 paths stared. In the eyes of the sage of 6 paths, no one could stop Yuanshi Tianzuan except for Jiang Chun. However, the battle below shocked the immortal of the 6 paths. How is this possible? Another ambitious and ruthless person appeared in the world. This drought demon can actually block Yuanshi Tianzuan? Immortal 6 paths' eyes flashed with disbelief. But that was the truth. Cheng had really forced Yuanshi Tianzuan to leave. All of you deserve to die. When I come out, none of you will live. Immortal 6 paths said coldly. Below, Yuanshi Tianzuan had forced his way to the infinite celestial capital. What is that Dahan celestial dynasty? Guhai? He's also a traitor. However, he got a great deal this time. He actually obtained 80% of the world. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the strength. No matter how big the world is, he can't protect it. Immortal 6 paths looked down disdainfully. Yuanshi Tianzuan wanted the Sea of Providence, relying on his help in the past to get what belonged to him. However, at this moment, Long Wanyu's sudden appearance disrupted Yuanshi Tianzuan's plan. If the Dahan's providence was given to him by Yuanshi Tianzuan, then it belonged to him. The heavens that created the providence were the true owners of the providence. If the heavens didn't create the providence, how could they provide it to him? Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately lost his temper. Immortal of 6 Paths' pupils suddenly shrank. Heavens, heavens, you're not dead. No, you're dead. You actually reincarnated. Ha ha ha, what an unexpected gain. Heavens, you've lost all your cultivation. When Yuanshi Tianzuan dies, I'll destroy you again. I can't come out of seclusion, so my eye of heaven is enough to destroy you completely. Let's see how you can escape then. Ha 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 ha. Immortal of 6 Paths laughed sinisterly. Infinite celestial capital. Hichu confirmed Long Wanyu's identity with his own mouth. At this moment, Long Wanyu's identity could no longer be hidden. Everyone believed it. However, believing was one thing, and accepting was another. She's the heavens? How is this possible? The Dahan's ministers looked at Long Wanyu as if they were mortals who had seen a ghost. I understand now. No wonder Long Zhanghua was so tolerant of Long Wanyu back then. She's the heavens? So the Dahan's celestial capital has the help of the heavens? The heavens are not dead. She's His Holiness's sister-in-law. The Dahan's ministers were shocked. However, some of the important ministers had already known about it, but now they were worried. Because although Long Wanyu was the heavens, her cultivation was not high enough. Although her cultivation was not high, it represented a terrifying meaning. From this moment on, Long Wanyu would no longer be safe. At the very least, Immortal of 6 Paths would do everything he could to kill Long Wanyu. Not only was he worried about Long Wanyu's revenge, but he also represented the rightful ruler. Without Long Wanyu, Immortal of 6 Paths would be the rightful ruler of heaven and earth. He was the immortal who ruled over heaven and earth. All the other heaven-defying people were rebels. However, with Long Wanyu, Immortal of 6 Paths became a rebel. In the hearts of all living beings, he was the villain. Although all living beings were weak and not worth mentioning, the heavens could still bind them together. Not long ago, Yuanshi Tianzuan used the power of all living beings to block the power of 3 great paths, which was equivalent to the power of nearly 1,000 great paths. Long Wanyu exposed her safety to eliminate Yuanshi Tianzuan's resentment. At this moment, Long Wanyu did not care about her safety at all for Gu Hai. Gu Hai once again protected Long Wanyu behind him and said with a bitter smile, "Wanyu, you don't have to expose yourself." "It's okay, brother-in-law. I just want to let Yuanshi Tianzuan know that what he did is nothing. The Dahan's celestial capital was not gathered by him at all." Long Wanyu said, "All right, all of you, protect Wanyu." Gu Hai ordered. "Yes," Kong Xian and the others answered. Gu Hai took another step forward and looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were also uncertain. The resentment from before had completely disappeared. "Yuanshi Tianzuan, you were able to fight against Immortal of 6 Paths. I and the entire world respect you. Your battle proved that you are brilliant. Among all the heroes in the world, you are not weaker than anyone. 9 days ago, it was you. Today, 9 days later, I also understand that you are doing this for Taishang and Tongtian. However, have you thought about it? Is the Taishang sect master really willing to awaken because of this?" Gu Hai asked solemnly. "So what if he is not willing? If I don't fight today, I will die tomorrow, and we 3 brothers will be completely gone. As for whether the immortal dome of 6 Paths is intact, how much does it have to do with us 3 brothers? Don't use your mercy to teach me what to do. I don't need it, and I can't be merciful. if I am merciful to all living beings, who will be merciful to me? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Although he no longer emphasized that fate was his, Yuanshi Tianzuan was still unwilling to wait for death. You 3 brothers will be gone, but your Wansho Taoism won't be the same, right? Taishang's Taoism has Lin Wan Er's legacy. Tongqian's Taoism has 33's legacy. As for you, Yuanshi Tianzuan, if you leave behind your legacy now, you can also pass on Wansho Taoism, right? Gu Hai said. Wansho Taoism? Yuanshi Tianzuan was stunned. Wansho Taoism has been passed down for many generations. How could it be that it will end with you? This is Taishang's sect master's blood, sweat, and tears. Can you bear to let it go to waste? Gu Hai persuaded. Yuanshi Tianzuan was silent for a while and finally shook his head. I don't care. Wansho Taoism might end, but if Big Brother and Third Brother don't wake up and I can't see, what's the use? Gu Hai, give your sea of fate to me. Gu Hai's face sank. Yuanshi Tianzuan's will was indeed tenacious. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, he was still unmoved. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you have already lost. Since you have lost, why not leave the opportunity for future generations? Gu Hai persuaded for the last time. Ha, 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 why should I leave it for future generations? Gu Hai, I don't care if the heavens are behind you. Today, I want your Dahan's fate. You have to hand it over whether you want to or not. I will never compromise on something I have decided on. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's body emitted waves of chaotic sword chi again, and waves of murderous aura surged toward the infinite celestial capital. I will never compromise, Gu Hai said with a cold look in his eyes. Gu Hai also lost his patience at this moment and changed the word I to I. The word I meant that Gu Hai was no longer persuading him and using violence to curb violence. You won't compromise? Fine, you won't compromise. Today, I will look for your Dahan, celestial capital. You have obtained 80% of the world, but so what? Can you defend it with your strength? The 9th level of the heavenly palace, even if you have the power of the Dahan, celestial capital, you won't be able to defend it. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The power of the Dahan, celestial capital. No, I don't plan to use it. If you want to see my power, I will accompany you at any time. Gu Hai said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes suddenly focused. What kind of tone is Gu Hai using? Not using the sea of fate clouds. Do you have the ability to Jiangchen, Bai, and even the Immortal of the 6 Paths were all surprised. The 4 of them never expected that Gu Hai would dare to challenge Yuanshi Tianzuan like this. Even if he used the power of the Dahan celestial capital, he wouldn't be a match for Yuanshi Tianzuan. But what did Gu Hai say? Can he deal with Yuanshi Tianzuan without using the power of the Dahan celestial capital? Is that true? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai cautiously again. You don't use the power of fate. You. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed with disbelief. Gu Hai is not talented, but I can try, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Whoosh! Suddenly, the chaotic sword chi in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan became violent and pointed at Gu Hai as if it was waiting for Yuanshi Tianzuan's order to attack. The chaotic sword chi that can slaughter the world? Unfortunately, your original sword has been broken, and only this sword chi is left. The sword chi can't hurt me. My body is invulnerable. How about this? I will stretch out my finger. Let's see if your primal chaos sword chi can cut through my body. Gu Hai pointed at the sky. One finger? Not only Yuanshi Tianzuan, but also Jiang Chen, the Immortal of the 6 Paths, and Bai were stunned by Gu Hai's arrogance. One finger? You want to use one finger to deal with Yuanshi Tianzun? Are you kidding me? The Immortal of the Six Paths was especially angry. Guhai was courting death. Yuanshi Tianzun, who had injured him, couldn't defeat one of his fingers? Chapter 1225. A finger? Guhai meant that he only needed to use one strand of chaotic sword qi to test it. After all, his body was already impenetrable. However, he couldn't test the chaotic sword qi all over his body. His body would be fine, but his clothes would be ruined. There were many officials and commoners watching. He had to maintain his image. However, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was not the same. He thought that Guhai was humiliating him. Humph, ha, good. Let me see how strong your finger is. Yuanshi Tianzun glared. Guhai glared, and the surging primal chaos sword qi immediately trembled. Then, the first strand of sword qi instantly arrived at his fingertip. It was too fast. It hit the finger in a flash. Boom! There was a loud sound. Guhai's finger was still there, but the sword qi was shattered. Really? Many of the Han Dynasty's officials exclaimed in shock as their expressions changed. That was chaotic sword qi, not to mention killing people. It had killed many great emperors in the past. However, it couldn't even break a finger in front of his holiness. The chaotic sword qi was indeed powerful, as expected of the sword qi that killed the great emperors. Although Guhai's finger was not injured, Guhai still felt a little pain. Ha, good. Let's see how much you can block my chaotic sword qi. Yuanshi Tianzun glared. Boom! The chaotic sword qi that covered the sky suddenly exploded and slashed towards Guhai. It went straight for Guhai's finger. The sword qi converged into a great river, a huge sword river that seemed to be capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The momentum of the sword river made even the cultivators of Heavenly Palace feel a chill in their hearts. Just one look at it made them feel suffocated, as if they were drowning. Guhai also felt apprehensive in his heart. After all, there were too many of them. Could he block such might? However, the sword river was too fast. In an instant, it arrived at the tip of Guhai's finger. Guhai did not have time to think. Guhai didn't dare to be careless. His eyes widened, and he immediately urged the Pangu axe in his body. In an instant, a heaven-splitting axe intent shot out from Guhai's fingertips. In the eyes of outsiders, Guhai's fingers seemed to have become incomparably dazzling in an instant. It was like an unstoppable axe light, so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. It gently pointed at the mouth of the sword river. Hung, in the sky above the boundless celestial capital, a super loud boom suddenly rang out. A huge impact instantly tore through the void and rushed towards the galaxy. The gigantic sword river exploded in an instant. The boundless sword qi instantly shattered. Not a single one was left behind. All of them exploded into nothingness. The entire limitless celestial capital shook. The commoners and officials were blown around by a huge gust of wind. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the soaring palace, in front of everyone, Guhai's action didn't change. He was still pointing with one finger. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this finger. Jiang Chen, Ho, and Immortal Six Paths narrowed their eyes. They knew that Guhai had the heaven-splitting axe intent, and that he had defeated Zhu Lulu. However, seeing this finger break the sword river today was still quite shocking. Yuanshi Tianzun even opened his eyes wide. Chaotic sword qi? It was ineffective against Ho, but it was also ineffective against Guhai? How was this possible? Chaotic sword qi is indeed powerful. Guhai praised sincerely. However, In the eyes of others, no matter how powerful it was not as powerful as your finger. Your finger is the powerful one. Yuanshi Tianzuan even thought that Gu Hai was mocking him. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai, I really underestimated you. I really underestimated you. Yuanshi Tianzuan said with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the life entrapment saber immediately activated the Go Dao array, enveloping the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai stepped forward and flew out of the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai understood that Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to go crazy. With the soaring palace as the battlefield, the limitless celestial capital would definitely suffer heavy losses. Many commoners and officials would die because of this. Gu Hai flew into the sky, slowly reaching the same height as Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, at this height, it felt like Gu Hai was not satisfied with Yuanshi Tianzuan's provocation and wanted to fight it out with him. You didn't underestimate me. You just overestimated yourself. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Humph! My primeval sword is destroyed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to be so impudent in front of me. It's just sword energy. Do you think that this is my strongest power? Lie. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared. At this moment, he was about to go crazy because of Gu Hai. Boom! Behind Lord of the Primordial Beginning, towering great paths suddenly appeared. The great paths soared into the sky, emitting a power that shook the heavens and the earth. The void around Lord of the Primordial Beginning began to tremble. This trembling caused a huge storm to sweep in all directions. Fortunately, Gu Hai had set up a formation for the limitless celestial capital in advance. This was why the limitless celestial capital was safe and sound in the storm. The moment the Lai Meridian and the 300 Great Tao appeared, the torrential might shook heaven and earth again. This was Yuanshi Tianzuan's power. What was the sword energy compared to it? Why don't you try using one finger? Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at Gu Hai with a sinister expression. The power of the 300 Great Tao was more than terrifying. It was earth-shattering. Could Gu Hai's finger withstand it? Everyone looked at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not extend his finger. Instead, he said, Yuanshi Tianzuan, I think you've heard what I said just now. It's just that you don't want to give up. Your obsession is too deep. What are you trying to say? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. I still stand by what I said before. Leave the chance for future generations. Your obsession is not leaving a way for life. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ha! So what if I don't leave a way for life? Leave a chance for future generations. Let the immortal of the 6 paths do whatever he wants. No, that's impossible. You said that my obsession is too deep. Then why don't you break my obsession? It's not that I don't want to give you a chance. If I give you a chance, can you do it? My Lai Meridian and the 300 Great Tao. Can you block it? Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted coldly. I don't know if I can, but I'll give it a try. Gu Hai said lightly. Give it a try. Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to make a move when his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Gu Hai suddenly open his arms. His black dragon robe swayed gently. Suddenly, with Gu Hai's back as the center, a great Tao tree appeared. Boom! A great Tao that connected the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared. Boom! 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 One after another, the great Tao lined up in a row and extended to both sides of Gu Hai in an orderly manner. It was as neat as an army, a huge wall that crossed the entire world. 300 Great Tao. It was also 300 Great Tao. Impossible! Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Lin Meridian? It's the Lin Meridian? Immortal of the 6 paths also exclaimed in shock. Lin Meridian? Jiang Chun and Feng Jin narrowed their eyes. When did Gu Hai have 300 great Tao? When could he mobilize 300 great Tao? Why didn't we know before? What else was he hiding? Wasn't the Lin Meridian, the great Tao of the immortal of the six paths, the officials of the Dahan, and the people immediately cheered, excitedly? His Holiness has won too. His Holiness also has a great Tao. His Holiness is so powerful. Many exclamations and cheers sounded. No one expected that Gu Hai could summon 300 great Tao with a flip of his hand. The Lin Meridian. Only Gu Hai was slightly surprised at this moment. It turned out that what Wan Yu said was true. The great Tao of the ancient immortal dome could trigger the great Tao of the outside world. It was just like how he could open the entrance of the 5 paths of reincarnation, because he had the patterns of the 5 paths of reincarnation. He did it. 300 great Tao. That terrifying power surged behind him. Gu Hai instinctively felt a surge in his heart. This was power. A monstrous power. Gu Hai didn't know if he could mobilize all of it, but he could still feel the terror of this power. One had to know that the perfection of the gods was the beginning of mobilizing a perfect, great Tao. At the beginning, the perfection of the gods could mobilize a great Tao. As the perfection of the gods became stronger, more and more great Tao could be mobilized. But he could summon 300 great Tao with a wave of his hand. This power was equivalent to 300 experts who had just entered the perfection of the gods. How terrifying was that? Lin Meridian? How do you have the immortal 6 paths, Lin Meridian? Yuanshi Tianzuan recognized it in anger. If you can have the Lin Meridian, why can't I have the Lin Meridian? The Lin Meridian isn't exclusive to the immortal 6 paths. Why can't I have it too? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face sank. How could the great Tao be so easy to grasp? The Wanshou Taoism had been passed down for countless generations to accumulate the Lin Meridian. The immortal 6 paths had also paid a great price to obtain the teachings from the firmament to grasp the Lin Meridian. How could a Gu Hai have the Lin Meridian so easily? This Gu Hai has a relationship with the immortal 6 paths. Thinking about Gu Hai's relationship with the immortal 6 paths, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes filled with hatred. Fine. You don't want to talk about your relationship with the immortal 6 paths, right? Fine, I'll see if your Lin Meridian or my Lai Meridian is stronger. 300 great Daos and boundless power isn't something a 9th-tier heavenly palace like you can handle. Let's see if your 3 souls can handle it. Yuanshi Tianzuan roared with a glare. Ha! I have grasped 300 great Daos, the same as the immortal 6 paths. Does that mean I have a relationship with the immortal 6 paths? Yuanshi Tianzuan, aren't you overthinking things? Gu Hai said coldly. Overthinking things? You think I don't understand? Without the immortal 6 paths teachings, how could you have obtained the Lin Meridian? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yuanshi Tianzuan mobilized the power of 300 great Daos as if he was about to form a great Tao palm. The immortal 6 paths has grasped the Lin Meridian, and so do I. What if I have grasped more great Daos than the immortal 6 paths? Gu Hai said coldly. Impossible. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. On both sides of Gu Hai's Lin Meridian, towering great Daos appeared one after another. They soared up into the sky and down into the ground. Their terrifying power caused the void to tremble. Another 100 great Daos suddenly appeared in front of everyone in a row. In an instant, he cut off all ties with the immortal 6 paths. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face froze. His right hand, which was about to exert force, stopped in midair. Gu Hai had another 100 great Daos. How was that possible? Unless he had an immortal source. But that was completely impossible. Am I still related to the immortal six paths? Guhai said solemnly, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Chapter 12:26. When the 400 great Tao appeared, the entire world fell silent. No one expected that Guhai had already grasped 400 great Tao without making a sound. In everyone's eyes, Guhai was only at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. He had not even reached the peak of the heavenly palace. How could he have mastered the great Tao? There were some things that people couldn't understand, but they were right in front of everyone. Guhai did indeed have the ability to fight heavenly venerate primordial beginning. However, the accumulation of this strength was horrifying. Guhai? Ha! Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Zhao looked at the 100 great Tao that Guhai had activated again and thought, it's Empress Ji's? I see. These 100 great Tao came from Empress Ji in the past. Immortal Six Paths, who was in the starry sky, let out a cold snort. Humph! Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to attack, but his attack stopped in midair. He was stunned when he saw the 100 great Tao that suddenly appeared. I misjudged again. Guhai, you actually hit it so well. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at Guhai and said ferociously, Yuanshi Tianzuan, I hope you will listen to my words. Guhai persuaded again. Yuanshi Tianzuan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. There was anger, unwillingness, sadness, and sighing on his face. In the end, his body trembled slightly, and the monstrous, murderous aura suddenly dissipated. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Leave the opportunity to you? Then what about my elder brother and third brother? Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his head and looked at the 2 coffins at the entrance of Yuanshi Palace with great sadness. Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian. Although they are dead, their names are eternal. So what if their bodies and souls are destroyed? As long as there is a sense of gratitude, there will be a chance to come back. The heavens are like this. So what if they were killed by immortal six paths? The sentiments of the common people meant that they could still live in the end. Solemnly, Guhai said, Amateus Buddha, when he fell into nothingness, millions of Buddhas recited his name for 1,000,000 years, and he can still be resurrected. What did you say? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared at him. Not only Guhai, but Jiang Chun, Bai, and the Immortal of Six Paths were also surprised. Who was Amateus Buddha? When did he revive? How come we didn't know? Guhai did not explain, but when he looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, the determination in his eyes seemed to have infected Yuanshi Tianzuan. Ka. The vertical slash on Yuanshi Tianzuan's face suddenly split into countless small branches, making Yuanshi Tianzuan's injury even more severe. Yuanshi Tianzuan used too much power and accelerated his death. The Immortal of Six Paths' eye of heaven suddenly lit up. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not care about his injury. Instead, he turned his head to look at the world, at Jiang Chun, at Bai, and then at the Wanshou Taoism disciples at the entrance of the primeval hall. Finally, he looked at Guhai. Huff! Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly let out a long breath, as if his entire body had softened in an instant. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's murderous aura suddenly dissipated. The soaring, murderous aura completely disappeared. Yuanshi Tianzuan's murderous aura was dispersed by Guhai. Previously, when Long Wanyu revealed her identity, most of Yuanshi Tianzuan's murderous aura had already dissipated. Then, after Guhai revealed his monstrous strength, another part of it dissipated. Or perhaps Yuanshi Tianzuan knew that his life was coming to an end, and it was useless to persist. Whether he accepted his fate or was persuaded, at this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's obsession completely dissipated. Thank you, Yuanshi Tianzuan, for remembering the suffering of all living beings. Solemnly, Gu Hai suddenly bowed to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Gu Hai understood that if Yuanshi Tianzuan really did not care about anything, even if he could stop him, he would definitely cause great destruction. Bai! Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly shouted, "Disciple is here!" Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted from the entrance of the primeval hall. Boom! In an instant, Bai rushed straight, and in just a moment, he was in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan and knelt down on one knee. There was a flash of sadness on his face. Looking at Bai, Yuanshi Tianzuan was a lot more amiable at this moment. Perhaps, after letting go of his obsession, Yuanshi Tianzuan was no longer so cold. You are the disciple of the third brother, and you have also received his inheritance. I know that you practice the way of the sword. The third brother took the wrong path back then, and that's why he stopped. You are on the right path. Your talent in the way of the sword is even better than the third brother's, and even better than mine. As the hierarch, I have never taught a disciple. 9 days ago, I opened the space of consciousness with the Immortal of the 6 realms, and we fought in it for 800 years. While speaking, Yuanshi Tianzuan stretched out his finger and gently tapped on Bai's forehead. Buzz! It was as if a ray of light shot from his finger into Bai's forehead, and Bai trembled. Suddenly, thousands of sword chi appeared around him. Suddenly, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' long hair fluttered. As it fluttered, the strands of black hair strangely turned whiter and whiter. Leader, your sword soul? No need. Bai's face suddenly changed. Sword soul? It's useless. It was cut in half by the Immortal of 6 paths. Instead of being destroyed, I will give you the 2 halves of the sword soul. From now on, you are the new leader of Wanshou Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan said. Buzz! Yuanshi Tianzuan's finger left Bai's forehead, and at this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's long hair completely turned white. Leader! Bai suddenly said with red eyes. The 800 years of sword battle was not something that could be understood in a short time, but Bai understood that Yuanshi Tianzuan was trying his best to teach him. At first, he only respected this leader, but now he was truly moved. Yuanshi Tianzuan's white hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at Gu Hai again, and then at Lin Wan, who was standing at the entrance of the soaring palace. Wanshou Taoism, Magnate Taishang? Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Lin Wan, and asked. Lin Wan, was slightly startled, and then respectfully bowed. Greetings, leader Yuanshi Tianzuan. Wanshou Taoism has 3 branches, and I have only myself to blame for not having a successor. However, the 3rd has Bai, and the 1st has you. Even though your cultivation is too weak, I will still give you a good fortune. After I leave, I can rest in peace. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Lin Wan, and said. Gu Hai stood to the side and did not say anything. He understood that Yuanshi Tianzuan was giving his last words. Seeing the arrogant Yuanshi Tianzuan peacefully giving his last words, Gu Hai did not know whether to be happy or sad. 10 days ago, Yuanshi Tianzuan was insufferably arrogant and destroyed the world. 10 days later, he gave his last words as he was dying. Yuanshi Tianzuan wanted to give Lin Wan a great gift. However, Lin Wan Er's expression changed. Sect leader, I wonder if you can give the gift to me, to my husband. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. As you said, my current cultivation is too weak, and my talent is also lacking. Even if you give me a great fortune, I will not be able to reach the peak. 1 year later, the Immortal of 6 paths will wake up, and the Dahan will definitely fight against the Immortals. If my husband is there, the Dahan is there. If my husband is not there, the Dahan is not there. I have a good fortune, but in the end, It will benefit the Immortal of 6 paths. Please give it to my husband. He will guard it for me. When things are calm, my husband will give it to me. Solemnly Lin Wan said. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Lin Wan and fell silent. In the end, he nodded and said, You're right. I didn't think it through enough. While speaking, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, please take care of it for me. Solemnly Yuanshi Tianzuan said Yuanshi Tianzuan. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Above the stars, the Immortal of 6 paths was depressed. Lin Wan, bastard, you still want to force Gu Hai? I don't have much time. How long do you need for the pulse of the series and the 300 great paths? Yuanshi Tianzuan said. Pulse of the series? Above the stars, the Immortal of 6 paths opened his eyes wide. This Yuanshi Tianzuan is crazy. Giving the pulse of the series to Gu Hai, not passing it to the Wanshou Taoism. I will do my best. Thank you. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded and reached out his hand. A bubble appeared in his palm. It was a minor celestial dome. This is the celestial dome. It can control the 300 great paths. It contains the accumulation of the Wanshou Taoism for generations. The 300 great paths, the pulse of the series. Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly handed it to Gu Hai. Once it entered Gu Hai's hand, there was a strong resistance. It was as if the pulse of the series was only subdued by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Don't worry about me. Use your strength to absorb it, Yuanshi Tianzuan said. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. He reached out his hand and used the celestial dome to absorb it into the celestial dome. Rumble. The celestial dome trembled. Clearly, it was refining the celestial dome, and the celestial dome was resisting the celestial dome. It was as if it was struggling to break through the celestial dome. Gu Hai's face sank. Boom. The 400 great paths of the celestial dome began to circulate and suppress the celestial dome. Inside, the book of life and death opened up and recorded everything. The celestial dome not only had the 400 great paths, but it also had the great path of chess. In an instant, the rolling power collided with the celestial dome. The celestial dome exploded, and the boundless power of the great paths wreaked havoc. Although outsiders couldn't see the inside of the celestial dome, Gu Hai's body kept emitting thunderous sounds. He naturally understood how much power was needed to refine the celestial dome. The surrounding great paths had all disappeared, but everyone knew that soon Gu Hai would be able to mobilize 700 great paths, the celestial dome of the ancient dome. It is indeed stronger than my celestial dome. Yuanshi Tianzuan exclaimed. Thank you, Chief Yuanshi Tianzuan, for your gift. Otherwise, Gu Hai smiled gratefully. No, this is not for you. This is for Taishang. Gu Hai, I hope that in the future, when the world is at peace, you can return the celestial dome to Taishang. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. Oh, the Wanshou Taoism. Us 3 brothers, in the beginning, were supported by first brother and Taishang. The Wanshou Taoism should belong to him, so the celestial dome is also controlled by Taishang. Lin Wan lend it to you. In the future, you must return it to her. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. Chief Yuanshi Tianzuan, don't worry. When the world is at peace, I will return the celestial dome to Taishang. Thank you. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded. Gu Hai also nodded. You were right. The Wanshou Taoism is divided into 3 branches, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Taishang has Lin Wan-er's inheritance, and Tongtian has the celestial dome's inheritance. However, my Yuanshi branch is all alone, and I am the only one. Yuanshi Tianzuan said, with a bitter smile. Gu Hai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan. My last inheritance, the celestial dome, and my cultivation experience can be considered the inheritance of my Yuanshi branch. Gu Hai, I will pass it on to you. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. Your inheritance? Gu Hai was stunned. Yes, I do not have enough time to find an inheritor. I hope that you can help me find an inheritor in the future to pass on this venerate's mantle. The primordial beginning, heavenly venerate requested as he looked at Gu Hai. There are many disciples of Wansho Taoism. Why don't you pass it on to them, but to me? Gu Hai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in surprise. Chapter 12:27. There are still many disciples of Wansho Taoism. Why don't you pass it to them? Why me? Gu Hai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in surprise. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked deeply at Gu Hai. Solemnly, he said, because I only believe in you. Me? Gu Hai was surprised. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded. Yuanshi Tianzuan's resentment had not dissipated. However, at this moment, among all the experts in the world, only Gu Hai did not have any resentment. First of all, his two most important brothers, the Taishang sect master, had admired Gu Hai greatly. The Tongtian sect master had caused trouble for Gu Hai several times. In the end, what did Yuanshi Tianzuan see? Gu Hai was still repaying evil with kindness. Before the Tongtian sect master died, Gu Hai tried his best to save him. Although he did not manage to save him, he was the only one who did it. Secondly, when he chased Matriarch Ji into the void, the Six Tao ambushed Wansho Taoism. In the entire world, only Gu Hai had come to help. This time, it was the same. When he was heavily injured, Gu Hai first thought of the Nirvana pill. Just now, he had been constantly persuading him. More importantly, even if Gu Hai had unlimited luck, he would not be angry. This was because the Long Wanyu had always stood by Gu Hai's side. She was the heavens. All the luck in the world belonged to her. What else could he say? Yuanshi Tianzuan was not good at expressing his emotions. However, he could still judge the good and bad of some people. Therefore, when Lin Wan said that she would pass the inheritance to Gu Hai, Yuanshi Tianzuan naturally agreed. As for Ho, he specialized in swordsmanship. It was useless for him. As for the other disciples of Wansho Taoism, none of them mattered. Yuanshi Tianzuan believed in Gu Hai's character. Naturally, he chose Gu Hai. Although he had already made up his mind, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not explain. All right, don't worry. When the world is peaceful, I will definitely choose a successor for you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Who? Yuanshi Tianzuan flipped his hand and took out a jade box. Inside this box, this is my innate skill, as well as my understanding of the Earth's core. Skill, you can cultivate it. Yuanshi Tianzuan sighed. Many thanks. Gu Hai nodded as he received it. Boom. The primeval Lord of Heaven looked up. The sky was once again surrounded by purple clouds. An eye of heaven was suddenly born. My eye of heaven is at the second level. The aura is different from yours, but it comes from the same source. In the end, I will help you subdue it. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the purple eye of heaven and was reluctant to part with it. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Wang. Gu Hai's eye of heaven suddenly appeared. Gu Hai's eye of heaven was only at the first level, but its power was much weaker. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand. The purple eye of heaven, surrounded by purple clouds, suddenly rushed into Gu Hai's eye of heaven. Boom! Crack! Crack! The purple clouds suddenly produced a resistance, as if they wanted to shatter the black clouds of Gu Hai's eye of heaven. Clearly, the purple eye of heaven was unwilling to be swallowed by the black eye of heaven. The purple one was at the second level, and the black one was at the first level. How could the purple eye of heaven tolerate this? Presumptuous! Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted angrily. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared. A huge aura rushed into the sky, suppressing the purple eye of heaven. A trace of blood flashed in the purple eye of heaven, although it was still resisting. Under Yuanshi Tianzuan's suppression, it had no choice but to be swallowed by the black eye of heaven. Wang, suddenly swallowing such a huge eye of heaven, Gu Hai's eye of heaven, was also unable to bear it. It felt like it was going to explode. Fortunately, Gu Hai knew that this was a good thing. He quickly activated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth and continuously refined the purple eye of heaven. Refining was not so easy, so he could only swallow it first. Gradually, the purple clouds were swallowed by the black clouds, and the purple eye of heaven was also forcibly sucked into the black eye of heaven. At the side, Yuanshi Tianzuan exerted a lot of strength, as if he was using the last of his life. A large amount of blood immediately flowed out from the sword gap between the eyebrows. Sect leader! At the side, Zhao immediately revealed an anxious expression. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at the sky. Only when all the purple eye of heaven had been completely sucked into the black eye of heaven did Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a long breath. Huff! After exhaling, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly seemed to have aged countless times, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Rumble! Gu Hai's eye of heaven swallowed Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye of heaven like a snake swallowing an elephant. However, refining it was not something that could be done overnight. Amidst the rumbling, it was constantly changing shape. Although the eye of heaven could not be used for the time being, Gu Hai understood that when it recovered, it would be time for him to break through. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Gu Hai's eye of heaven suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan was already old and waiting to die. After explaining everything and fulfilling all his wishes, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed with a look of peace. Turning his head, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the two coffins in the direction of the Palace of Origin. Eldest senior brother? Third junior brother? Second junior brother is useless. I can't resurrect you. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly said mournfully. At this moment, the whole world quieted down. Gu Hai retreated to one side while refining Yuanshi Tianzuan's gift. He allowed Yuanshi Tianzuan's final burst of consciousness. More and more blood flowed out of his body. Yuanshi Tianzuan already showed signs of the 5 decay of the heavens. It was obvious that the end of his life was imminent. Gu Hai did not disturb, nor did Zhao. Yuanshi Tianzuan's final burst of consciousness at this moment was recalling the experiences of his life. There was a tall mountain covered in green trees. There were countless steps leading from the foot of the mountain to the peak of the mountain. At this moment, halfway up the mountain, a young man in snow-white clothes was walking step by step towards the peak of the mountain. The young man's face was firm, but he did not lose his gentle look. Behind the white-clothed young man, there were 2 children of 3 or 4 years old, one in a black robe, the other in a white robe. Eldest senior brother, I'm so tired. I can't climb anymore. The white-clothed child sat on the steps with a childish voice. Soon, Yuanshi, did you forget what I told you? At the top of the mountain, I will make you glutinous rice paste. The white-clothed young man advised, with a smile. I don't want to carry me. I can't walk anymore. Eldest senior brother, carry me. The white-clothed child said coquettishly. No, this is the rule left by the ancestors. No one is allowed to rely on this longevity stairway. You can only walk by yourself. Little Yuanshi, our 10,000 years sect has suffered a calamity this time, and we still have to rely on the three of us to pass on the torch. Get up, walk slowly. We will wait for you. The white-clothed young man said, I don't want to. I don't want to walk. I can't walk anymore. There's still a long way to go. The white-clothed child cried, unwilling to walk. The white-clothed young man was anxious, not knowing how to persuade him. The 3 or 4-year-old black-clothed child next to him took out a small paper bag and peeled it off layer by layer, revealing a small white candy inside. The black-clothed child looked at the candy with a reluctant expression, but still handed it to the white-clothed child. Second senior brother, this candy is for you. Let's continue, okay? Eldest senior brother said that when we reach the top of the mountain, he will make glutinous rice paste for us. The black-clothed child advised, Tafiacito, third junior brother, why do you still have one? The white-clothed child stood up in surprise. When eldest senior brother bought it for us, I couldn't bear to eat it. You said it was delicious, so I was going to keep it to eat when we go back. I'll give it to you now. The black-clothed child said with a reluctant expression, Thank you, third junior brother. You are so nice. I will definitely buy a lot of candies to repay you in the future. The white-clothed child immediately put the candy into his mouth, happily. Seeing the white-clothed child eat it, the black-clothed child swallowed his saliva and stared at it with a reluctant expression. Is it delicious? The black-clothed child swallowed his saliva and asked expectantly, This Tafiacito is so sweet. The white-clothed child said, happily, Okay, since we have candy to eat, let's go. The white-clothed young man said, Okay. The 2 children continued to climb the stairs together. Second senior brother, is the Tafiacito sweet? The black-clothed child swallowed his saliva and asked, It's very sweet. Thank you. Third junior brother, it's really sweet. The white-clothed child said, happily, although the black-clothed child knew that it was very sweet. Every time he heard the white-clothed child say sweet, it was as if he was eating the Tafiacito himself. So he asked many times along the way, Is it sweet? It's really sweet. Is it sweet? It's really sweet. Is it still sweet? It's finished. Oh, we're finally here. The white-clothed young man sighed when he reached the top of the mountain. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I want to eat glutinous rice cake. The white-clothed child suddenly shouted, Let's go eat glutinous rice cake together. The white-clothed young man carried the black-clothed child on his back and strode towards the kitchen with the white-clothed child in his arms. In the final radiance of the setting sun, the scenes of the past flashed through Yuanshi Tianzuan's mind. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan's hair was white, his face was old, and blood was still seeping through the gaps of his sword. He suddenly laughed at this moment. His laughter was very pure and simple. In his eyes, it was as if he could see the incomparably sweet Tafiacito and the scalding but delicious glutinous rice cake. Third junior brother, your candy, I'll give you a lot of candy. Eldest senior brother, the glutinous rice cake is so delicious, so delicious. Yuanshi Tianzuan murmured to himself. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan had reached the end of his final radiance of the setting sun. His eyes were about to close as he reminisced about the happy memories. His vitality was slowly depleting and disappearing. The oil lamp had run out, and his life had finally come to an end. Sect leader! Not far away, Zhao knelt down with tears in his eyes. In the distance, in the sea of destiny, in the square of the premier palace, there was a loud bang, and the Dharma form of the premier collapsed with a loud bang. Sect leader! Countless Wansho Taoism disciples also knelt down with tears in their eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan's era had come to an end. At the last moment, with tears and a smile, he held Tafiacito in his left hand and the glutinous rice cake in his right hand. He had reached the end of his life. Zhao, Let's bury the three of them together. Gu Hai sighed at the side. Just as Gu Hai was persuading Zhao, a black light suddenly fell from the sky. The black light came so fast that no one could react. In an instant, the black light engulfed Yuanshi Tianzuan's body. Boom! With a loud bang, Yuanshi Tianzuan's body exploded with a loud bang. What? Many people's faces changed, revealing a look of surprise. Gu Hai looked up at the sky with a furious face. Who exploded Yuanshi Tianzuan's body? Rumble! Rolling dark clouds quickly gathered above Gu Hai's head. In the dark clouds, a huge black eye looked down at everything below. The eye of heaven was the source of the black light of destruction. It was the eye of heaven that destroyed the corpse of the primordial Lord of Heaven in an instant. Immortal of the Six Paths. Zhao was instantly furious. The Immortal of the Six Paths, Eye of Heaven, descended upon the limitless celestial capital again. The Immortal of the Six Paths is back again. Chapter 1228. Rumble. More and more dark clouds gathered above the infinite celestial capital. Back before Yuanshi Tianzuan defied the heavens, the Immortal of the Six Paths was about to destroy the infinite celestial capital under the suppression of the heavens. The moment Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to die, the Immortal of the Six Paths appeared again. A beam of God-vanquishing light blasted Yuanshi Tianzuan's corpse into ashes. The expressions of the infinite celestial capital's officials changed drastically. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Long Wanqing, and the others immediately protected Long Wanyu. The Immortal of the Six Paths came again. Although both sides were injured in the battle 9 days ago, the Immortals still won in the end. Now Yuanshi Tianzuan just died, and another Immortal came. The heavenly might rushed down, and the infinite celestial capital shook violently. Jiang Chun of the God-seizing temple and Qi of the flame god temple also narrowed their eyes. Again, this Immortal of the Six Paths is really persistent. Qi said with a gloomy expression. Jiang Chun was silent for a moment. Gu Hai's Immortal Dome of the Ancients is refining the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai's Eye of Heaven is refining Yuanshi Tianzuan's Eye of Heaven. Are the Eye of Heaven and Immortal Dome of the Ancients useless? What else does Gu Hai have to rely on? Immortal of the Six Paths, why you destroyed the sect leader's corpse? How despicable. When the sect leader was alive, you didn't dare to come out. Now that the sect leader is dead, you jump out to add insult to injury and destroy the evidence? Ha ha ha, Immortal? Immortals are nothing more than this. Qi roared with his bronze longsword in hand. The black eye of heaven looked down, and its aura was no weaker than 10 days ago. Little thing, this Immortal not only wants Yuanshi Tianzuan to die without a complete corpse, but also your Wanshou Taoism. The Immortal of the Six Paths roared. Qi wanted to speak again, but Gu Hai suddenly stood in front of him. Qi, this is the infinite celestial capital. Leave it to me. Qi frowned. Before he could speak, the Immortal of the Six Paths glared at Gu Hai with the Eye of Heaven. You, Gu, ha ha ha, your small Immortal Dome is now devouring the Immortal Dome of the Heavens. Can't be used. This Immortal of the Six Paths glared. I do not need the ancient Immortal Dome. Gu Hai said seriously. You don't, whether you need it or not. Yuanshi Tianzuan is dead. All of your power has been restrained. Now, hand over the Immortal Dome of the Heavens and the inheritance that Yuanshi Tianzuan gave you. The Immortal of the Six Paths glared and roared. Amidst the roar, the heavenly might rushed down, forming gusts of wind that blew Gu Hai's dragon robe. So, you came to take advantage of the situation? Gu Hai sneered. What did you say? The Eye of Heaven glared. Qi is right. When Yuanshi Tianzuan was alive, you didn't dare to come out. Now that Yuan Shi Tianzuan is dead. You jumped out, apart from your true body. This strand of divine sense of yours is simply bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It's not worth mentioning. No wonder Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked down on you, and so did the Long Zhanghua, Gu Hai said coldly. At this moment, Gu Hai spoke directly to the immortal of the six paths, showing no mercy. This was because Gu Hai knew that, from the moment Long Wanyu was exposed, he could no longer hide his strength. Some people will continue to violate you if you don't show them your fangs. Only by fighting back head-on would there be hope. Oh, Long Zhanghua? Oh, ha ha ha. Gu Hai, speaking of Long Zhanghua, I remember now. You're right, Long Zhanghua was powerful back in the day. But so what? Wasn't he still forced to his death by me? And you killed him. You're right, I'm just a strand of divine sense now, and I'm not a match for Yuan Shi Tianzuan or Long Zhanghua. But do you know how I forced Long Zhanghua to his death? The immortal said coldly, 9 days ago, you mobilized the world's providence and stole my power of sentient beings. But now, I can still mobilize the world's providence. What's the use of your sea of providence? I can mobilize the power of sentient beings. Back then, Long Zhanggua's power was no match for the power of sentient beings, which was why he was defeated and killed. Believe it or not, I can order whoever I want to control the power of sentient beings. If I want you to die, you will die, the immortal said coldly. Mobilize the power of sentient beings. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Back then, the immortal had mobilized the power of sentient beings for Eastern Emperor Tai, which was why he was able to fight Long Zhanghua to a standstill. Long Zhanghua was also fierce. The power of sentient beings back then was equivalent to nearly 1,000 great Tao powers. Long Zhanghua was able to block all the power of sentient beings without any great Tao powers. How powerful was he? If not for the betrayal, he would have been able to force the immortal's body out back then. Yuan Shi Tianzuan deserves to die. The disciples of Wanshou Taoism deserve to die. You, Gu Hai, deserve to die. Everyone in the infinite celestial capital deserves to die. Oh, right, and the firmament deserves to die. And that fake, you deserve to die too. The immortal of the six paths roared coldly. Fake, the little golden dragon, Hichu, who had been coiling around Yuan Shi Tianzuan's left arm all this time. The moment Yuan Shi Tianzuan's body exploded, the little golden dragon was also shot into the ground, heavily injured and without a trace of strength left. The immortal's murderous intent surged forth, causing Hichu to quiver. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu said despairingly. He was targeted by the immortal again. At this moment, the entire infinite celestial capital was on high alert. Everyone looked at the eye of heaven with hatred. The immortal was heartless and treated everyone as ants. At this moment, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital only respected his holiness, not the heavens. Not only because of the immortal's murderous intent, but also because Long Wanyu's identity had been exposed. The rightful ruler was Dahan, not the immortal of the six paths. He was just a traitor. Now that Yuan Shi Tianzuan was dead, the immortal of the six paths couldn't wait to jump out and seize all of Yuan Shi Tianzuan's inheritances. Would His Holiness give it to him? No, His Holiness definitely wouldn't give it to him. Although the immortal's pressure was great, hatred and righteousness made many people raise their heads and glare angrily at the eye of heaven. Gu Hai stood in the air and coldly looked at the eye of heaven. Immortal of the six paths, are you sure your body can only come out after a year? Gu Hai sneered. So what? You're not even worth mentioning now. Do you want to be as heaven-defying as Yuan Shi Tianzuan? Do you have the ability? Hand over the immortal firmament and Yuan Shi Tianzuan's inheritance. The immortal of the six paths said coldly, You're wrong. I don't want to be as heaven-defying as Yuan Shi Tianzuan. I just want to be as heaven-defying as Long Zhangguo. What do you think? Gu Hai looked at the immortal of the six paths with a ferocious expression. Long Zhangguo. When Gu Hai mentioned this name again, Jiang Chun and Eugene in the distance narrowed their eyes. It was because the two of them understood that Gu Hai would not speak without reason. Why did he mention the dragon-warring kingdom? Long Zhangguo was the eternal pain of the immortal of the six paths. In the past, Long Zhangguo forced the immortal of the six paths into a miserable state. Now, what was Gu Hai's intention? Ha ha! Long Zhangguo killed this immortal like that. At the very least, you have to have the sky-splitting axe, right? The sky-splitting axe was destroyed in the heaven realm and is completely broken. Do you have it? If you have the ability, why don't you take it out? The immortal of the six paths sneered disdainfully. However, when the immortal of the six paths was mocking Gu Hai, he saw Gu Hai wave his hand. Boom! With Gu Hai's right hand as the center, a void ripple spread in all directions. A strong aura even made you, who was standing at the side, instantly alert. The immortal of the six paths. The sky-splitting axe. In the distance, Jiang Chun suddenly narrowed his eyes. Impossible. The sky-splitting axe was destroyed in the heaven realm. Gu Hai, that's... You was also shocked. Gu Hai held the simple and unadorned father and son sword. A will of heaven and earth instantly rippled out, causing the void to tremble. Although the officials of the Dahan below felt the pressure, they were all pleasantly surprised. It's really the sky-splitting axe. No wonder brother-in-law's finger has the will of the sky-splitting axe. It turns out that brother-in-law has the sky-splitting axe. Long Wanyu below was pleasantly surprised. Kong Xian widened his eyes, and so did the dragon godding. Many old officials of the Deqian celestial empire also widened their eyes. Because they had all experienced the battle in the heaven realm, they naturally knew that the sky-splitting axe was destroyed by Long Zhangguo. What was in Gu Hai's hand? The sky-splitting axe. Impossible. Impossible. How can you have the sky-splitting axe? It was destroyed in the past. I saw it with my own eyes. The immortal of the six paths said in surprise. What you saw with your own eyes is not necessarily the truth. Gu Hai sneered. Humph, so what if you have the sky-splitting axe? Can you unleash the power of the sky-splitting axe? Since ancient times, only the Long Zhangguo can unleash the power of the sky-splitting axe. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are still the Long Zhangguo? The immortal of the six paths sneered. Then let's try. Gu Hai gently waved the Pangu axe. Yes, this was the Pangu axe of the 30 celestial firmament. Gu Hai's most powerful Dharma treasure. If the immortal of the six paths had not been so aggressive, Gu Hai would not have used the Pangu axe. When the Pangu axe was used, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Gu Hai widened his eyes, took a step forward, and slashed at the immortal of the six paths with the axe. The Pangu axe suddenly formed an invincible aura that surged into the sky. If he was at the 8th level of Heavenly Palace, Gu Hai would not have been able to use the Pangu axe. But now, at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace, Gu Hai could already use 1/10 of the Pangu axe's power. Although it was only 1/10, Gu Hai had a hard time swinging it, but the effect was obvious. The axe aura grew bigger and bigger as it rushed to the sky. The ferocious aura grew stronger and more violent. The surrounding void exploded, unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the axe aura. This aura? It's the same as before. No, it's the light of destruction. The immortal of the six paths suddenly shouted. Another black light of destruction rushed down. The light of destruction destroyed everything in its path as it collided with the axe aura. Boom! With a loud bang, a large area of the void exploded. The light of destruction shattered instantly. The Pangu axe continued to press forward, tearing through everything and reached the eye of heaven in an instant. Boom! Crack! Just like Long Zhanggua's sky-splitting axe, Gu Hai's Pangu axe also stabbed into the eye of heaven of the six paths. Ah! The immortal of the six paths screamed painfully in the sky. At this moment, everyone in the world of the living who could see this place widened their eyes. It was as if they were holding their breaths. They looked at the slowly mending void with anticipation and bewilderment. Above the void, the dark clouds were still there, and so was the eye of heaven. However, there was a huge hole in the pupil of the eye of heaven by a huge axe aura. The axe aura was still in the hole, and a large amount of blood-like liquid was dripping out of the hole. The eye of heaven of the six paths was broken by Gu Hai's Pangu axe. For a moment, the world was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Many experts were dumbfounded as they looked at Gu Hai's majestic figure in the sky. Decades ago, the scene of Long Zhanggua breaking the eye of heaven with the sky-splitting axe was happening again. And the person who was repeating it was His Holiness of the Dahan Celestial Empire. Gu Hai, Chapter 1229. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. 1 day ago, just 1 day ago, who would have thought that Gu Hai could destroy Immortal Sixpath's Eye of Heaven without using the power of the dynasty? Who would have thought? Even if someone said it, no one would believe it. Gu Hai hadn't even reached the peak of the heavenly palace, so how could he deal with Immortal Sixpath's Eye of Heaven? Even a peak of the heavenly palace would be instantly annihilated in front of the eye of heaven. In fact, even ordinary people in the great circle of the God Legion would be killed if they touched it. But Gu Hai did it, without using the immortal dome of heaven, without using his own eye of heaven. He destroyed it with an axe. 9 days ago, Immortal Sixpath came to the infinite celestial capital to denounce Gu Hai after being tipped off. Many people thought that Gu Hai was done for. Then Yuanshi Tianzuan came out of seclusion, which made people think that Gu Hai was lucky to have almost destroyed his country. But today, people found that they were overthinking. Gu Hai didn't need Yuanshi Tianzuan's help at all. He was also a freak. The emperors and sect leaders who submitted to the Dahan celestial dynasty were completely speechless. They looked at Gu Hai without any resentment. His holiness was so fierce. What else could they say? Wasn't the Long Zhanggua the same? Chung goggled at Gu Hai's axe strike. Chung had been able to block the god-destroying light in the past, but it had not reached this level. As Chung looked at Gu Hai, he felt like he did not recognize him. He remembered the first time he saw Gu Hai. How high was Gu Hai's cultivation at that time? His cultivation speed was fast enough, but he couldn't compare to Gu Hai's speed. How could an axe make a big hole in the eye of heaven? The outcome was clear. Gu Hai won. Open Sky Axe. Open Sky Axe. No. How can you use Open Sky Axe? Immortal of Sixpath's voice was filled with hatred. Gu Hai was indebted to Yuanshi Tianzuan's inheritance, so he was very grateful to Yuanshi. Now that Yuanshi Tianzuan was killed by the Immortal of Sixpaths, he was naturally very angry. Immortal of the Sixpaths? In the past, you slaughtered the heavens to become an immortal. Even though you were tyrannical, I still respected you as an ambitious and ruthless person. This time, you didn't even let go of Yuanshi Tianzuan's corpse. I really overestimated you. Is that all you have? Gu Hai glared at him and said coldly, Magnanimity? Ha ha, what's the use of magnanimity? Gu Hai, do you know what you've done? How dare you disobey me? How dare you hurt me? I'll make sure you die. Immortal Sixpath's ferocious voice suddenly sounded. Beyond redemption? Ha! I'm standing right here. Are you going to make sure I die? Gu Hai glared at him. Presumptuous. I'll be in seclusion for a year. When I come out, no one will be able to save you. Immortal of Sixpaths angrily shouted. A year later? You also know a year later? Since you only dared to come out after 1 year, what are you shouting for now? Guhai sneered. What did you say? Immortal of 6 paths, coldly said. I said, from now on, get the hell out of the Dahan. Every time you appear, I'll kill you. Guhai said coldly. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to me like this? Immortal of 6 paths, coldly said. Guhai suddenly grasped the axe. Remember my words. Every time you appear, I'll kill you. If your real body wakes up in a year and wants to die, come to me, the infinite celestial capital. I'll destroy you. As Guhai spoke, he suddenly chopped with his hand. Panga's axe burst out with a monstrous axe power. Instantly, the axe light illuminated the whole world. The axe astral suddenly enlarged by countless times, and the enormous eye of heaven was split into two with a loud bang. Ah, how dare you! Immortal of 6 paths screamed in pain. Kaboom! A loud sound reverberated through the world. With the exception of Bai and Jiangchen, everyone who saw this trembled in shock. They were shocked by Guhai's ferocious power. That was the eye of heaven. How could it be split into two? How could he destroy it like Yuanshi, Tianzuan did? Boom! Following that, there was another loud bang. The might of Panga's axe seemed to be stronger than primeval sword. Panga's axe brought with it a violent and explosive aura. After cleaving open the eye of heaven, the eye of heaven suddenly exploded. It exploded into countless black clouds, rolling and churning for a while. Guhai, you only have 1 year left. After 1 year, you can wait for your death. Immortal of 6 paths' unforgettable voice of hatred came from the black clouds. Kaboom! The rolling black clouds slowly dispersed. Holding the axe, Guhai said coldly, I'll wait for you in the infinite celestial capital. Boom! In an instant, all the black clouds dispersed. The sky above the infinite celestial capital was clear and boundless. The immortal had already left. Many people were still in a daze. Everything happened too fast. Immortal of 6 paths was scared away by an axe. How could this be? Many people didn't believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. Dahan, His Holiness, and Guhai already had the strength to scare off immortals. It wasn't up to you to not believe it, but it still felt like a dream. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Countless officials and people in the infinite celestial capital immediately cheered. Although the Dahan had boundless fortune, many people were still uneasy because immortals were extremely repulsed by Dahan. Sooner or later, the Dahan would face a calamity. But today, everyone's uneasiness dissipated. Because His Holiness was so powerful, even the Dahan celestial capital had immortal orthodoxies and the heavens. So what if he was immortal of 6 paths? He was just a heaven-defying fanatic. Many officials and people were excited. Meanwhile, Guhai put away Panga's axe and flew to the ground below with Shua. Hichu was still lying there on the verge of death. Guhai waved his hand, and a stream of heaven-mending energy entered Hichu's body. Hichu quivered and immediately felt much better. Thank you, His Holiness. Hichu also behaved himself at this moment. After all, Guhai's strength could definitely pinch him to death at any time. You go to Wanyu and Goddess Huda's side, Guhai said indifferently. Huh. Yes, okay. Hichu immediately nodded. He didn't resist. After being with Long Wanyu for decades, Hichu knew that Long Wanyu would definitely protect him. His safety was no longer a problem. Guhai looked around and finally found some pieces of clothing. He and Jua carefully packed them up. Yuanshi, Tianzuan's body was crushed, so they could only find these pieces to comfort themselves. The pieces of clothing were placed in a coffin. Looking at the coffin, Guhai felt a sense of pity. Yuanshi Tianzuan could be considered a formidable person, but in the end, he still turned into this coffin. Guhai, you don't have to sigh. Before the sect leader passed away, he could be considered to be at peace. He had already said what he should say. The body is just a shell. Cheng advised, Wansho Taoism, the three masters, Taishang, Yuan-Shi, and Tong Tian, were all outstanding figures of their generation. Cheng, bury them together. Guhai looked at Cheng and said, Don't worry, I will. Cheng nodded. What are your plans in the future? The Immortal of the Six Paths is so narrow-minded. Perhaps he will take revenge on Wansho Taoism. Why don't you come to the Han? Guhai persuaded. Cheng looked at Guhai with a flash of gratitude, but in the end, he shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but it's okay. Although the three sect leaders have fallen, their will is still there. Wansho Taoism will not be destroyed. I will pass it on well. Looking at Cheng's determination, Guhai nodded. Well, if there's anything, come to me at any time. The Immortal of the Six Paths will come out in a year. You have to be careful. I will. You take care too. Cheng nodded. As he spoke, Cheng waved his sleeve, and Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's coffin immediately flew to the Yuan-Shi Palace in the south. Whoosh! In an instant, Cheng disappeared to the horizon. Guhai watched Cheng leave, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. Guhai was not discouraged by the fall of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. From his eyes just now, Guhai actually saw a burning desire for battle. Wansho Taoism is indeed worthy. As long as the will is not destroyed, the legacy will not be destroyed. Guhai praised. He turned around and stepped into the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, Guhai arrived at the square of the soaring palace. At this moment, in the square, all the officials bowed to welcome His Holiness's triumphant return. Brother-in-law, you're so awesome. Long Wanyu was pleasantly surprised. The empresses and Bingheim were all smiling happily. The four crown princes were also very happy. Among them, the fourth crown prince, Gu Ming, was inexplicably happy. Turning his head, Gu Ming glanced at the unborn man not far away. The unborn man had absorbed the longevity souls of the 6 longevity masters. At this moment, his figure was not much different from a normal burly man. Seeing Guhai return safely, he took a deep breath and gently clenched his fists, as if his heart was fluctuating. Seeing the unborn man's hidden action, Gu Ming revealed a knowing smile. Seizing the divine palace, Jiang Chun looked deeply at Guhai. Sky-splitting axe? Not weaker than Long Zhanghua. Impossible besides Long Zhanghua. Who else can wield such a powerful sky-splitting axe? Long Zhanghua? No. True Lord, what's wrong? Something's wrong. When Bai Zizai raided the infinite celestial capital, he inexplicably retreated in a nameless hall. What did he see? Who did he see? Out Yen, help me investigate. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yes, Long Out Yen answered. At the entrance of the Flame God Hall. Sister, that Guhai is already so powerful? The Jingwei said in disbelief. You narrowed her eyes and was silent for a moment. It's indeed unexpected, but he's still not as good as me. Ah, really? The Jingwei said in surprise. Although a magic weapon is strong, it's still a magic weapon. His cultivation is still a little lacking. However, that was not the sky-splitting axe. You said in a low voice. What? Impossible. That was the sky-splitting axe? The Jingwei said in surprise. You shook her head and did not explain further. She looked deeply at Guhai in the distance, turned her head, and walked back to the Flame God Hall. Chapter 1230. In the square of Yuanshi Palace. As you gave the choice to the disciples of Wansho Taoism, a commotion broke out among the Wansho Taoism disciples. Sect leader, is what you said true? Someone's expression suddenly flickered. Senior brother, what do you mean? The selection process of Wancho Taoism was very strict. If you join Wancho Taoism, you have to swear to be a disciple of Wancho Taoism for the rest of your life. Do you want to break the oath and betray the patriarch? Another person glared at him. Betray the patriarch? Now that Wancho Taoism is in ruins. Following you is courting death. Bastard, it was sect leader who saved you. Humph, when sect leader Yuanshi Tianzuan was alive, I was willing to stay in Wancho Taoism. But now Wancho Taoism is in ruins. Following them will only lead to early death. Since sect leader is willing to let us leave, why should I not? A disciple of Wancho Taoism stood up. Not only that, but nearly half of the disciples of Wancho Taoism also stood up. The kneeling disciples of Wancho Taoism suddenly felt uncomfortable, but they did not know what to do, so they all looked at you. You did not speak, nor did he get angry. When most of the disciples stood up, he sighed slightly. If you don't want to be a disciple of Wancho Taoism, I won't make things difficult for you. Take care of yourselves. You said lightly. A group of disciples who had stood up looked at you in surprise. Some of the disciples who were kneeling on the ground were also surprised. Seeing that you didn't blame those who were about to leave, they immediately stood up. Soon, 70% of the disciples were willing to leave in fear. Sect leader, farewell. The disciples shouted. Huff, 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 huff. Suddenly, the group of people scattered and left. Only the last 30%, about 1,000 people, were still kneeling. All of you, rise. You looked at the 1,000 disciples with a cherishing gaze. These 1,000 disciples had experienced the tragedy of Wancho Taoism. Even though they no longer had Yuanshi Tianzuan as their backing, even though the disciples of Wancho Taoism were about to be hunted down, they still did not abandon them. This was the most precious asset of Wancho Taoism. Boom. In the sky, the remaining luck completely collapsed. The Wancho Taoism, which only had about 1,000 people, was no longer enough to support its providence. Let's go. Let's find a place to bury the 3 sect masters first. Bai put away the 3 coffins and said, Yes, the 1,000 people said respectfully. In the void, Bai Zizai stuck close to the edge of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome and wandered around. 10 days. Today is the 9th day. In 1 more day, Yuanshi Tianzuan will die, and I can go back. Bai Zizai's eyes flashed with expectation. While he was glad that he was smart, he smiled bitterly. I am the White Tiger Supreme. In ancient times, before the sorcerer tribe appeared, I was one of the 4 great deities of the monster tribe. I was the most powerful creature under the heavens. Now I am forced to stay in the Immortal Dome by Yuanshi Tianzuan? How ridiculous. Bai Zizai said bitterly. In the past, Bai Zizai was so awe-inspiring. Back then, the world was almost ruled by the 4 great deities, but now he was in such a sorry state that he did not even dare to fight. The 4 deities of the divine path, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, are blessed by nature and are invincible. The dragon has 10 sons. The 4 deities are the embodiment of the true dragon. But now, I am forced to do this? Bai Zizai felt terrible as he flew. When others see me, they always run away, but what can I do if I don't run? The Azure Dragon has fallen, the Vermilion Bird has been sealed, and Xuanwu has been beheaded. He can only linger on. What can I do if I don't run? Bai Zizai lamented. Just as Bai Zizai was lamenting, Bai Zizai suddenly shivered. No, why is the decomposing power of nothingness so strong in this place? Is it more than 10 times stronger than other places? Bai Zizai said in surprise. Nothingness had its own decomposing power, but Bai Zizai was strong. It would take a long time for the nothingness to completely decompose Bai Zizai, but here the decomposing power of nothingness was suddenly much stronger, which made Bai Zizai very curious. Bai Zizai followed his feeling and slowly flew into the depths of nothingness. The power of nothingness is even stronger, 20 times stronger than normal. Bai Zizai showed a curious expression as he flew. 30 times? 40 times? 50 times? 100 times? How is that possible? Even I can't stand this decomposing power of nothingness. How can this be? Bai Zizai was stunned. The deeper they went, the more concentrated the power of nothingness was, which made Bai Zizai curious. When they were close to 200 times stronger, Bai Zizai finally saw a difference. A black-robed figure was currently sitting cross-legged in the void. His eyes were closed as he cultivated. There seemed to be specks of light surrounding him. However, these specks of light were not broken down by the power of the void. Instead, they surrounded him in an extremely strange manner. Gu Hai. Bai Zizai suddenly widened his eyes. Gu Hai, who was shrouded in starlight, was naturally the skeleton Gu Hai, who had been cultivating in seclusion in the nothingness. The skeleton Gu Hai was immersed in seclusion and did not notice Bai Zizai's arrival. Bai Zizai carefully lurked for a while. When he was sure that Gu Hai really did not notice him, a murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Gu Hai is cultivating in seclusion. Isn't this the best time to make a move? As long as I make a move, he will definitely die. Bai Zizai's eyes flashed with anticipation, as if he was about to make a move. However, years of caution made Bai Zizai resist this impulse. Wait a little longer. Bai Zizai resisted the urge to make a move. This was because Gu Hai's current seclusion was too strange. Who would cultivate in seclusion in the nothingness? Cultivating in seclusion here was simply courting death. However, Gu Hai just sat there. Not only was he not disintegrated by the power of the nothingness, but he also seemed to be getting stronger. Big brother, it's over there. The power of the nothingness is getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Bai Zizai's expression changed. Zhu Sanson? In an instant, Bai Zizai guessed who it was. Supreme Vermilion Bird and the others. They must also be hiding from Yuanshi Tianzuan. Bai Zizai did not greet them. Instead, he quietly hid. Soon, Zhu Yi, Zhu Sanson, and Zhu Sili appeared. As soon as the three of them appeared, they immediately saw the skeleton Gu Hai in seclusion. Gu Hai. Zhu Sanson's eyes widened. It's him. That's right. Moreover, it's the skeleton Gu Hai. Gu Hai's clone. Old Fifth chased after him, but there's still no news. Zhu Sili said, he's cultivating in seclusion, cultivating in the nothingness. Hiss, Zhu Yi said in surprise. Even if he was here, he would be constantly consuming energy, but Gu Hai was actually cultivating peacefully at this moment. This completely subverted the three of them's understanding. Big brother, no matter what he's cultivating, he must be busy in seclusion. Let's attack with all our strength and kill him in one strike. Zhu Sanson said. That's right. Old Fifth might have died in his hands. Big brother, let's attack together. Zhu Sili said. Zhu Yi hesitated slightly. Big brother, Old Fifth must have died in his hands. What do we have to worry about when he's in seclusion? Let's end this quickly. It'll be bad when he wakes up. Zhu Sanson shouted. A cold light flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. All right. Phew. The three of them immediately stood in three directions and looked at Gu Hai with cold expressions. Gu Hai had really reached a breakthrough point in his seclusion. Perfection of the gods. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Gu Hai absorbed countless forces of nothingness and condensed them into his body, but he couldn't break through the last layer of paper. Just a little bit more. Gu Hai was also anxious. Just as Gu Hai was immersed in the breakthrough, suddenly 3 giant palms hit him. Phew! 3 waves of heavenly might struck Gu Hai and Zhou Che. This was the palm energy of a consummate deity legion expert. How strong was it when it struck Gu Hai? It could destroy heaven and earth. However, the white light spots floating around Gu Hai strangely scattered. They faced the 3 giant palms. Hee, the small starlight on the surface of the body? What's the use? Die, Zhu Silly said coldly. Boom. The 3 palms hit the starlight on the surface of Gu Hai's body almost simultaneously. The starlight trembled, and a powerful pressure rushed into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body gathered endless forces of nothingness, but just a little bit more, and it could condense. At this moment, it couldn't condense until suddenly 3 huge pressures came from the surface of his body. The pressure was so great that even Gu Hai's body trembled, as if he couldn't bear it. Gu Hai was about to wake up, but the moment he was about to open his eyes, he suddenly stopped, because the endless forces of nothingness in his body showed signs of condensing under these 3 huge forces. Gu Hai continued to cultivate in seclusion in surprise. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound in his body, and the endless forces of nothingness seemed to have condensed into a drop of liquid. The birth of this drop of liquid immediately drew out more than half of the forces of nothingness in his body. It's a success, Gu Hai said in surprise. Despite his shock, Xiao Chun did not want to stop. He continued to push the surrounding forces of nothingness into his body, supporting the unstable void liquid. Big brother, the starlight on Gu Hai's body has a strong defense. It actually blocked us, Zhu Sisi said in shock. That's not right. I just saw Gu Hai's body tremble. It seems like he was injured, Zhu Sanson said in shock. Since he did not wake up, then continue. Kill him, Zhu Yi said with a glare. Since they had already started, they should not stop. The 3 palms continued to hit Gu Hai's body. However, not only did these palms not injure Gu Hai, but they also helped to compress the nothingness in Gu Hai's body. The void liquid in Gu Hai's body finally stabilized. Furthermore, a second drop formed. Not bad. Continue, Gu Hai said with some excitement. Outside, Zhu Yi, Zhu Sanson, and Zhu Sisi had already sent out over 100 palms. When they saw Gu Hai still sitting peacefully in the void, they were shocked. How could this be? Why can't he die? Isn't he at the peak of the heavenly palace? Zhu Sanson said blankly. The surrounding void force is increasing. Big brother, this, Zhu Sisi said with some fear. Zhu Yi felt it. Sure enough, more and more void force surged toward Gu Hai. The 3 of them had already sent out 300 palms, but now it seemed like they were giving Gu Hai a massage. The 3 vermilion birds felt a chill. Big brother, should we continue? Zhu Sisi said with cold sweat on his forehead. Let's go. Zhu Yi shouted. Yes. Whoosh. The 3 vermilion birds did not hesitate. They immediately shot into the distance and disappeared. Bai Zizai, who was hiding in the dark, wiped his cold sweat. Recently, there seems to be a lot of abnormal experts. Gu Hai, I'd better go first, Bai Zizai said with a bitter tone. Whoosh! Bai Zizai also disappeared in an instant. When the 4 great experts had all left, Gu Hai's eyelids trembled slightly. Boom! Gu Hai's body suddenly emitted a loud sound, and his eyes suddenly opened. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, as if he was extremely excited. Peak of the God, realm? So this is what it feels like. It's all thanks to the 3 pressures. Just now, Gu Hai looked at his arms and said, happily. But where did the 3 pressures come from? Gu Hai looked around in puzzlement. But where was there anyone around? Gu Hai revealed a look of doubt. Puzzled, Chapter 1231. In the Void. Skeleton Gu-hai looked around for the three pressures just now, but he couldn't find them no matter how hard he tried. Could it be an illusion? Skeleton Gu-hai was at a loss. However, the surroundings were empty, so Gu-hai didn't look for it. The strength of a perfected god. Skeleton Gu-hai's cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. This strength of a perfected god was also based on his own comparison. This was because he had finally made a breakthrough just now. The power of nothingness had turned into the liquid of nothingness, and the power he could use would be more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger. Closing his eyes, Skeleton Gu-hai went into seclusion again for a while. However, the liquid of nothingness reached the size of a fist and couldn't increase anymore. Gu-hai understood that this was because of his physical body that had reached its limit. The body was a container. Not long ago, the container that had expanded by devouring the heart and bones of the torch dragon was now filled with energy again. It was no longer that easy to break through again. After staying for another day and feeling that he couldn't advance any further, Skeleton Gu-hai stepped back into the Six Paths Immortal Dome. As soon as he entered the Immortal Dome, he immediately resonated with his main body's consciousness. Oh! Skeleton Gu-hai's eyes lit up. So many things had happened in the world. However, the two Gu-hai were only one person after all. Their consciousnesses resonated, and their thoughts immediately became the same. They understood each other. Whoosh! Skeleton Gu-hai immediately returned to the Netherworld's eternal capital, Earth Suppression Hall. Greetings to His Holiness. A group of officials immediately bowed, excitedly. Inform the officials that the next state affairs will be handled in the Netherworld. Skeleton Gu-hai instructed. Yes. A group of officials answered. It was because Gu-hai's main body had just obtained Yuanshi Tianzuan's inheritance and needed to take a good look. Also, the ancient Immortal Dome devoured the Immortal Dome, and the Eye of Heaven devoured Yuanshi Tianzuan's Eye of Heaven. Gu-hai also needed to personally preside over it. In the world of the living, Gu-hai's main body accompanied the girls for a while before looking at Long Wanyu. The girls glanced at each other. Big Sister Chun, I recently cultivated a Styx lotus. Why don't you come over to my place to take a look? Long Wanqing suddenly smiled. Chun Xian looked at Gu-hai and Long Wanyu and nodded with a smile. All right, little sister Lin, let's go take a look together. All right. Lin Wan smiled and nodded. The three women had already approved of Long Wanyu. This time, Long Wanyu disregarded her own safety and helped Gu-hai resolve Yuanshi Tianzuan's resentment. All the women were grateful to Long Wanyu. At this moment, the women held hands and quickly left the main hall, leaving behind Gu-hai and Long Wanyu. Wanyu, this time, brother-in-law dragged you into the water. Gu-hai said with a bitter smile. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? If you say that again, I'll get angry. Long Wanyu glared at him and said angrily. Gu-hai gently took Long Wanyu's hand. Long Wanyu's body trembled slightly, and she looked at Gu-hai in surprise. In the past, although the women constantly helped her to be with Gu-hai, brother-in-law never took a step forward. But at this moment, Gu-hai actually took the initiative to take her hand. Thank you, Gu-hai said, solemnly. Long Wanyu suddenly pouted. Why is he still thanking me? I don't want to thank him. Wanyu, brother-in-law knows how you feel. Humans are not plants. How can they be emotionless? From the first time I saw you, I knew that you are a strange woman who dares to love and hate. Your straightforwardness, your kindness, and your clear distinction between love and hate are unsurpassed by anyone. Gu-hai said softly. Are you telling the truth? Long Wanyu's heart suddenly thumped. Of course, I also like you. Guhai said with a gentle smile. I. Long Wanyu immediately lowered her head with a red face. Wan Qing and the others have hinted and hinted many times. In fact, I know it all, but I don't dare. Guhai sighed slightly. Why? Long Wanyu suddenly raised her head. I promised Wan Qing to take care of you, and I also promised to protect you, but I have a scruple in my heart. Guhai said, solemnly. What's the scruple? Long Wanyu asked somewhat anxiously. 30, Guhai said, solemnly. 30, what does it have to do with him? Long Wanyu suddenly said uncomfortably, 30 will be back soon. I have a premonition that he will be back soon. When he comes back, he may destroy the world, and I will definitely fight with him to the death. Either he dies or I die. Guhai said, solemnly. Huh. If you are my wife, I can continue to protect you if he dies, but what if I die? He will definitely implicate you. Guhai said with a frown. Impossible, brother-in-law, you can't die. Long Wanyu immediately grabbed Guhai's hand. It's okay. I will always be prepared for the worst. Only by relying on the worst result can I walk to the best ending. The worst ending is that all living things are no match for 30's power and are completely slaughtered. Guhai said, solemnly. But 30 can't be that powerful, right? Long Wanyu said against her heart. No, 30 is very powerful now. Did you see how Jiang Qin was afraid of 30? Do you know another place like the Six Paths Immortal Dome? It is called 30 Immortal Dome. The original first spirit of the world was a person called Pangu. Pangu was killed by 30 in the end, and all his power was taken away by 30. All living things are prisoners, waiting to be executed at any time. 30 is very strong, so strong that no one in this world may be his opponent. Guhai said, solemnly. But I have heard that 30 will purify the world, and when he purifies the world, he will at most choose a small number of spirits to help him rebuild the new world. As for the small number of spirits, you have a chance. You are the former firmament, and you can be considered familiar with 30. If you and I go one step further, you may not have a chance. Guhai said, solemnly. You, brother-in-law, are you worried that you will lose? I won't lose, but I am worried about you losing. Guhai shook his head. But, moreover, 30 and I will fight to the death, because I have a grudge with 30. Guhai said, solemnly. Ah, that's impossible. Brother-in-law, you haven't even seen 30. Long Wanyu said in astonishment. I am from 30 Immortal Dome. Guhai explained. What? Long Wanyu's eyes widened in shock. Guhai nodded solemnly. 30 Immortal Dome? Brother-in-law, you really? Long Wanyu was shocked. The Taishang sect master knows about this, and so does Qi. But the others don't know, including Wan Qing and the others. Because I trust you, I don't want to hide it from you. Guhai said solemnly. Long Wanyu seemed to be digesting this information. Suddenly, Long Wanyu understood what was going on with the Tongtian, Mahavairakana, and Pangu acts of the Jia sect. Was there really another Immortal Dome? No matter what 30's attitude is, whether he comes back or not, I like brother-in-law, Long Wanyu said suddenly. My battle with 30 is still far away. As long as you remain neutral, there will be no problem. However, 1 year later, the first obstacle is the immortal of the Six Paths, Wanyu. Think about it carefully this year. Guhai advised solemnly. I don't want to think about it. Long Wanyu said stubbornly. Listen to me. Think about it carefully. 1 year later, if you insist, I will not give up. Guhai said solemnly. In a garden in the harem, Long Wanqing, Chen Xian, and Lin Wan quietly came out, but from time to time they looked at the palace not far away. Sister Chen, do you think Wanyu will succeed this time? Long Wanqing said with a smile. I think so. Chen Xian said with a smile. I think so too. Otherwise, the three of us together won't be able to stand husband. Husband's body is too strong now. Lin Wan said with a smile. You pervert, what are you talking about? Long Wanqing said with a smile. Isn't it? Every time, Sister Long is the first one to shout, No, no, go find them. Lin Wan suddenly joked. Say it again, say it again. Long Wanqing scratched Lin Wan. I won't say any more. I won't say any more. Next time, I'll call Bingji over too. Wan shouted as she dodged. Yes, Bingheim is so serious all day long. When I see her, how will she shout? Long Wanqing said with a smile. Quam. Not far away, the door to the main hall suddenly opened. Huh, so fast. Only 2 hours today. Chen Xian said blankly. The three women looked over and saw the door to the main hall suddenly close again. It was Long Wanyu who walked out alone. Long Wanyu walked out with red eyes, as if she was very sad. Wanyu is crying, Long Wanqing said with surprise. Husband, why did you make Wanyu cry? Chen Xian immediately walked over. The three women surrounded Long Wanyu. Wanyu, tell me, did husband scold you? Let's go find him. Really, he wasn't so fake before. Chen Xian said angrily. No, no. Long Wanyu shook her head. Then why did he? Long Wanqing stared. Brother-in-law went to the ancient Immortal Dome to cultivate in seclusion. Don't disturb him. Brother-in-law is also under a lot of pressure. Long Wanyu said with red eyes. Gu Hai gave Long Wanyu a year to think about it, for the sake of Long Wanyu, but Long Wanyu didn't want this kind of consideration for herself. However, Long Wanyu didn't force it because Long Wanyu could feel the pressure that Gu Hai was under. She could only suppress her grievances in her heart. So be it. I'll still have this attitude after a year. I'll see how you don't give up. Stinky brother-in-law, stinky brother-in-law. Long Wanyu pouted and complained in her heart. The ancient Immortal Dome. One day in the outside world was 10 years inside. Although the time inside was endless, the Immortal Dome still had 300 great das. It would take some time to slowly merge into the Immortal Dome. Gu Hai just protected the place where the people lived and let the world in the distance expand. The Book of Life and Death also recorded the 300 lines of the Great Tao. After perfect integration, more than 700 Great Tao. Just by relying on the ancient Immortal Dome, Gu Hai had extraordinary power in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. He looked around. Gu Hai found a palace and began to cultivate in seclusion. Long Wanyu guessed right. Gu Hai was indeed under a lot of pressure. After a year, the 6 Paths Immortal would come out of seclusion. Moreover, he would come back at any time. These people were all pressing for him to improve. Yuanshi, Tianzuan's inheritance, was the best thing. He carefully opened the jade box that Yuanshi, Tianzuan gave him. There were 2 scrolls inside. Gu Hai opened the first scroll and opened it gently. Immediately, the dense words came into view. Ode of heaven and earth. 5 big words came into view. Mine is the ode of heaven and earth. This is the ode of heaven and earth. Is this the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' innate skill? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed as he read it carefully. Chapter 1232. Outside the divine continent, on an extremely remote island in the southern sea. On the island, there was a small, nameless Taoist temple. In the temple, there was a hall of Tao with a plaque. It was called the 3 Sacred Hall. The 3 Sacred Hall was not big, and the north side was filled with 3 coffins. At this moment, half of the Hall of Tao could only fit 5 people. They were Tian and his 4 disciples, Dongfeng Bubi, Duge Qiubai, Shimen Chueshua, and Zhang Sanfeng. However, outside the Hall of Tao, There were close to 1,000 men and women, all wearing simple Taoist robes. At this moment, with Tian, everyone respectfully bowed 3 times to the 3 coffins. From now on, the 3 sacred hall will be closed and will never be opened again. Tian said solemnly, "Yes." All the disciples answered. The 10,000 Longevity Taoist sect has changed its name to the 10,000 Longevity sect. From this moment onwards, the 3 sect masters of the 3 Saints Hall will be our 10,000 Longevity sect's founding ancestors. The 10,000 Longevity sect will worship the 3 founding ancestors with no regrets until the 3 founding ancestors are reborn. Yun declared solemnly, "Yes." Everyone answered. Following Tian, everyone bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times again. At this time, Tian led his 4 disciples out of the 3 sacred hall. Quang. The doors of the 3 sacred hall slammed shut. Tian turned to look at the 1,000 disciples. From now on, the scripture pavilion of the 10,000 Longevity sect is open to all of you. I have also set up some arrays on this island to help you sever the 3 corpses and open your minds. I hope you can cultivate well. Thank you, sect master. The 1,000 people answered. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from the direction of the divine continent. Over there, a beam of light is shooting down. Zhang Sanfeng's expression changed. Tian looked over and saw another beam of light shoot into the divine continent. When it shot into the ground, a disciple who had just left the Wanshou Taoism was turned into ashes. The revenge of the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Now that he has recovered, he is taking revenge on the disciples of the Wanshou Taoism, Dongfang Bubi said with a gloomy expression. Swish, swish, swish. Beams of light descended from the sky, and all directions were instantly annihilated. Those disciples who had left the Wanshou Taoism didn't even have time to scream before they were all annihilated. They really killed them all. They didn't let a single one of them go. Shimin Chueshua sighed slightly. All dead. Serves them right. Who told them to betray Wanshou Taoism at this time? The disciples of the 10,000 years sect glared. Sigh. You can't blame them, but the samsara is too cruel. Yu sighed and shook his head. He no longer looked at the tragedy in the distance. Sect leader, no, sect leader, will the Immortal of the 6 Paths come here? A disciple asked worriedly. You frowned slightly, but at this moment, a furious roar came from the Premier Palace. Huh, brat, get the hell out here. You think you can hide? Immortal of 6 Paths' voice came from afar. He can't sense us? Zhang Sanfeng's eyes lit up. Maybe it's because I helped you kill the 3 corpses? Ho's expression changed. So, the Immortal of the 6 Paths can't find us? Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Well, you all can go into seclusion now. I'm going into seclusion too, Chung said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of disciples responded. Zhang Sanfeng, Duga Chobai, Shimin Chueshua, and Dongfang Bubi, follow me, Chung said in a deep voice. Yes, the 4 of them didn't understand and followed Chung into another hall of Tao. Quang. After the door was closed, Chung set up an array. Master, why did you call us? Zhang Sanfeng asked curiously. Here, I have the 800-year sword duel between Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of the 6 Paths. You all can comprehend it with me. Chung said solemnly. Ah, the 4 of them were delighted. Master, what about the others? Shimin Chueshua asked. Them? They can't understand it. If they force themselves to comprehend it, it will hurt their 3 souls. The 4 of you are just enough. Chung said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, Master. The 4 of them said, happily. Chung sat cross-legged on a futon, while the other four respectfully surrounded Chung in a circle. When Chung closed his eyes to comprehend, for rays of divine light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows and rushed towards the four of them. One. The five of them immediately closed their eyes and entered a meditative state. Boom! 2 rays of sword light suddenly rushed towards them. The duel between the number 1 sword cultivator from 800,000 years ago and the number 1 sword cultivator from a year ago was so exciting that the 5 of them were immersed in it and forgot about the time. Netherworld, Eternal Een Capital, Upper Study Room. Skeleton Guhai was reviewing memorials while Mo Yike and the others were reporting everything from the outside world. Reporting to His Holiness, Wansho Taoism's fate energy has collapsed. Chung and all his disciples have disappeared. The 1,000 cities under Wansho Taoism have become ownerless. Does the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty need to send troops to take them? Gao Xinji asked with a frown. Yes, His Holiness, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty is now famous in the world. Who doesn't know that this is the best time to take over the 1,000 cities under Wansho Taoism? Moreover, the great Yen Heavenly Dynasty has already sent troops. It would be a pity if we don't take over the 1,000 cities. Qin Tianshan sighed. Guhai was silent for a moment. His fingers lightly tapped on the table before he finally shook his head. His Holiness doesn't want to send troops to Wansho Taoism's territory. Mo Yike asked curiously. Guhai nodded. If the great Yen Heavenly Dynasty wants it, then let them do as they please. The Dahan Heavenly Dynasty has now taken over 80% of the world's territory. It is not good to cause any more trouble. Let's strengthen the consolidation of these 80,000 cities first. Yes, the officials replied. Since Guhai said that it was not good to send troops, the officials did not argue further. After all, the 80,000 cities under Dahan were still in the process of being stabilized. They had no time to spare. Moreover, even if the great Yen Heavenly Dynasty obtained 1,000 cities, it would only be 13,000 cities. Instead of splitting their attention to expand their territory, it was better to focus on consolidating their territory. His Holiness, not long ago, the process of Yuanshi Tianzuan's heaven-defying battle has been compiled into an article. It emphasizes that the heavens are in the Dahan, the orthodoxy is in the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty, and the power of His Holiness's heaven-breaking eye. His Holiness, please take a look. Sima Chongkong took out a memorial. Guhai read it carefully and smiled slightly. Mr. Sima's literary talent is still so sharp. It's just that you have praised me too much. However, His Holiness is not exaggerating at all. In the past year, I have arranged for countless people with great literary talent to continuously promote His Holiness. Not only announcements, but also operas, poems, songs, and novels. I have prepared countless copies. I am just waiting for His Holiness to give the order. These articles must be spread all over the world. We must let everyone understand the true face of the Sixth Tao, and let everyone support the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty and support His Holiness. Sima Chongkong solemnly said, Yes, His Holiness, you are now standing in front of all of us. No amount of praise is too much. Moreover, these are all facts. We are not strong enough, but we can only gather the people's hearts for His Holiness and gather the most power for His Holiness. Mo Yike solemnly said, All right, we'll do as you say. Guhai nodded in the end. In front of the Sixth Tao Immortal, he could not afford to be careless. Since he was going to write, he had to write in a good way. Bai Zizai was still worried after staying in the void for 10 days. He waited until the 15th day before returning to the Sixth Tao Immortal Dome. When he saw that the Sixth Tao Immortal Dome was calm, he carefully returned to the Heavenly Demon, Holy Land. In the ancient temple, with the fall of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Bai Wuchang's seal was also removed. At this moment, Bai Wuchang and Black Impermanence were reporting to Bai Zizai everything that had happened in the past 15 days. Bai Zizai's eyelids twitched as he listened to everything that had happened in the past few days. He thought that Yuanshi Tianzuan was just waiting for death. Who would have thought that so many things would happen? Jiang Chun and Bai were defeated by Yuanshi Tianzuan? Bai Zizai was shocked. Yes, it seems that Yuanshi Tianzuan is not even worth mentioning in front of them. Black Impermanence nodded. How could this be? Jiang Chun is so powerful, but wasn't Bai unable to deal with Zhu Qiqi in the past? How could he block Yuanshi Tianzuan's attack? Bai Zizai's eyes flashed with shock. The most terrifying one is Gu Hai. He actually hid such a powerful force. How could he use the heaven-splitting axe so easily? Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. No, the heaven-splitting axe must have been helped by Long Zhanghua. Bai Zizai said with a gloomy face. But what should we do now? My lord, are you still going to deal with Gu Hai? Black Impermanence asked Bai Zizai. In the void, Gu Hai's strange behavior had already made Bai Zizai sweat profusely. Now, do we still need to investigate the Dahan, Celestial Empire, and Long Zhanghua? Bai Wuchang frowned. After all, the Dahan Celestial Empire was no longer the same as before. Forget it. Sigh. Bai Zizai sighed softly. But that informant was really lucky. If not for Yuanshi Tianzuan's death, that informant would have been in trouble. I wonder who did it. Black Impermanence shook his head and sighed. Bai Zizai's face stiffened. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the ancient temple. The door of the temple suddenly closed. Who is it? Black Bai Wuchang glared and shouted angrily. Shut up. Bai Zizai screamed. The two of them were slightly startled. They saw Bai Zizai looking at the top of the hall with an ugly expression. Dark clouds gathered at the top, and a black eye in the dark clouds was staring at Bai Zizai. Immortal of the Six Paths, Black Impermanence's face changed, as if he was facing a great enemy. Was the Immortal of the Six Paths trying to settle scores? He had just received news that he had killed the remaining disciples of the Wanshou Taoism, and now he was looking for trouble with the heavenly demon, Holy Land. Only Bai Zizai heaved a sigh of relief. Immortal, I've made up for my mistake this time. Black Bai Wuchang was slightly stunned. That's right, Bai Zizai. You did tell on me, but you didn't tell me clearly. Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly, I couldn't contact you, so I could only use the sacrificial ritual. I've tried my best. Bai Zizai said solemnly, forget it. I won't blame you for this. There's still one more year. Keep an eye on Gu Hai, and the others for me. Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly, Okay. Bai Zizai heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, telling on them was not a bad thing. You mentioned Long Zhanghua just now. What do you mean? Immortal of the Six Paths asked curiously. The three of them looked at each other. Finally, Bai Zizai said, I saw Long Zhanghua. You saw him? Yes, I saw him not long ago. He's still alive, not dead. Bai Zizai said in a low voice. What? Say that again. Immortal of the Six Paths suddenly stared. Chapter 1233. Ancient Palace. The eye of heaven stared at Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai told him about his encounter with Long Zhanghua. Is what you said true? Immortal Six Paths was shocked. Yes, although Long Zhanghua did not reveal his power, I felt that it was him. Bai Zizai said with certainty, Why didn't you say so earlier? Immortal Six Paths looked at Bai Zizai coldly. Bai Zizai said bitterly, No one would believe me even if I told them. I mentioned it to Matriarch Ji. Although Matriarch Ji seemed to believe it on the surface, she did not, until the heaven-splitting axe appeared this time. No one believed me. Long Zhanghua. No wonder Gu Hai could use the heaven-splitting axe. Long Zhanghua was helping him in the dark. Humph! Immortal Six Paths snorted. Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang did not say anything. Compared to Yuanshi Tianzuan, Long Zhanghua was a bigger threat to Immortal Six Paths. This was because Long Zhanghua did not have the power of the Earth's core, or the Li Meridian. He only borrowed a little power. The Deqian did not have many civilians, and the Warring State's Immortal Dome was even smaller. How many civilians could it have? Just by relying on his personal strength, Zhan Long was already so fierce. Back then, Eastern Emperor Tai had obtained the power of all living beings. The power of all living beings was equivalent to the power of 1,000 great Daos. Long Zhanghua was so strong with his own strength. Now, Gu Hai had the power of the Li Meridian and the Face Meridian. If they were to help Long Zhanghua, that power... Gu Hai, you dared to lie to me. Back then, you said you wanted to kill Long Zhanghua. You actually wanted to save Long Zhanghua. Immortal Six Paths said hatefully. Bai Zizai and the other two did not speak. Bai Zizai, investigate everything about Gu Hai for me. Send someone to infiltrate the Dahan capital. I want to know everything about Gu Hai. The Immortal of Six Paths said with hatred. I'll do my best. Bai Zizai smiled bitterly. Although he had agreed, Bai Zizai would not be too aggressive. The Immortal of the Six Paths would not come out of seclusion for another year. If he attracted hatred from all sides at this time, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? In the mortal realm, inside the Temple of God seizing, Jiang Chun stared at the unfamiliar man in front of him. Long Outyen, who was at the side, affirmed, Xinshu, I spent a great deal of effort to find out that this person was a trusted aide of Matriarch Ji. Hall Master Duo Shun, everything I said is true. The man said respectfully, Long Zhanghua. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Yes, that's what Scorpio told me. The man said respectfully. Jiang Chun was silent for a moment. All right, you may leave. Yes. The man did not dare to say anything else, and was immediately led out by Long Outyen. Jiang Chun also slowly stepped out of the Hall Master Duo Shen and looked at the limitless celestial capital. Sky-splitting axe. Long Zhanghua. Gu Hai. Ha, this Dahan celestial capital is really full of secrets. No wonder even I could not see through it that day. Jiang Chun smiled. Xinshu, could it be that my grandfather is still alive? How is that possible? Long Outyen said in shock. Perhaps it's true, Jiang Chun said in a low voice. No wonder father would submit to Gu Hai. Father is the most filial. I could not understand why father would be loyal to his enemy. I did not expect that grandfather is still alive and father is only loyal to Grandpa Sheng. Long Outyen was pleasantly surprised. Long Zhanghua fell that year. I really regretted it for a long time. Ha, this is interesting. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with expectation. Limitless celestial capital. Celestial capital of the ancients. Gu Hai looked at the scroll in his hand. It was the ode to heaven and earth left behind by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Although they were both talents, the content was very different. However, to Gu Hai, it was a great reference. The proclamation of great joy of the heavens and earth embodies the word joy. However, since the sovereign sect's master perished, the primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning has been immersed in that oppressive feeling of sorrow. Sorrow and joy clash, so it's no wonder that he's becoming more and more emotionless. The primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning is an extraordinary genius as well. He was actually able to cultivate great joy amidst great sorrow and push the eye of heaven to the second stage. Wang. Suddenly, a cloud of black fog appeared in Gu Hai's palm. Within the black fog was the eye of heaven that had shrunk countless times. At this moment, the eye of heaven was constantly twisting and changing its shape. Sorrow and joy are opposite. It seems that it cannot be forcibly refined, otherwise it will backfire. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the shrunken eye of heaven in his palm. Mine is the eye of sorrow, and Yuanshi Tianzuan's is the eye of joy? Yuanshi Tianzuan's refinement of joy from sorrow can indeed be used as a reference. Gu Hai's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai said to the shrunken eye of heaven, "Eye of joy, I know that you are not willing to be refined. I can let you out, but from now on, you will be the same as the eye of sorrow. You can only recognize me as your master. How about it?" Wang, the constantly twisting eye of heaven, paused. Suddenly, Gu Hai felt a spiritual aura rushing towards his heavenly soul. A wave of power suddenly surged through his body, making Gu Hai feel comfortable. This was the recognition of the eye of joy. Gu Hai was overjoyed. The recognition of the eye of joy was much better than refining it himself. It was equivalent to Yuanshi Tianzuan's 800,000 years of refining suddenly falling into his body. "I will let you out immediately. However, you have to understand that the fu of heaven and earth great joy is in my hands. If I were to cultivate the fu of heaven and earth great joy again, I will extract the spiritual aura that I want from your body. You will also collapse. Follow me properly, and I will protect your original form." Gu Hai said in a low voice. Wang. Another wave of power surged into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai felt that his connection with the eye of joy had become even closer. Yuanshi Tianzuan, using sorrow to refine joy, these 800,000 years, you must have accumulated a boundless amount of sorrow. Leave the sorrow behind and come out, Gu Hai said. However, he saw the pupil of the eye of sorrow suddenly open. A wave of purple gas shot out. It was the purple eye of heaven. The eye of joy was spat out and immediately trembled. In an instant, a boundless amount of purple gas appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Gu Hai in all directions. It was in the midst of submitting to the eye of joy. "The aura of sorrow," Gu Hai urged. Boundless black gas shot out from the pupil of the eye of joy and rushed towards the eye of sorrow. Rumble! The eye of sorrow absorbed all of the black gas and made a series of rumbling sounds. On his two hands, one was surrounded by purple gas while the other was surrounded by black gas. The eye of sorrow and joy was in each of them. Gu Hai activated the fu of heaven and earth great joy and completely merged with the eye of joy. At the same time, he activated the fu of heaven and earth to quickly refine the boundless sorrow. Gu Hai was surrounded by these two auras. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 years here. 10 years later, the right hand that was surrounded by black gas suddenly made a loud noise, and the black gas suddenly floated up into the sky. Gu Hai suppressed its power, and only the black light shone in all directions. The black light shone on some places in the city. Why am I crying? Why am I suddenly so sad? Father, mother, I am so unfilial. I am so sad. I am so sad, senior brother. I am so sorry. Around Gu Hai, some of the natives suddenly burst into tears. Endless sorrow came inexplicably. Fu of heaven and earth great compassion. Sixth heaven. Eye of heaven. Second stage. All living beings grieve together. Gu Hai opened his eyes. Gu Hai felt the crying sounds from the outside world, and suddenly his expression changed. Phew! With a flip of his hand, the black eye of heaven disappeared. Outside the world, those crying people were suddenly stunned. What happened to me just now? Why did I suddenly cry? It's so strange. Why am I crying? This is so unlucky. I am a butcher. Why would I cry for the death of those pigs? Unlucky, unlucky. Many people revealed a strange expression. At this moment, on Gu Hai's left hand, the eye of joy, after expelling all the sadness, was still purple, but it was much clearer. Under Gu Hai's control, it suddenly floated up into the sky. Buzz. Without releasing its power, it only shone the city in all directions with the purple light. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. You were crying for the dead pigs just now? You are a butcher. This is so funny. Taiju, how old are you? Was it really funny to cry just now? I don't know why, but I just wanted to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Countless laughter came from all directions. Gu Hai could see it clearly. He turned his hand and kept the eye of joy. Buzz. The eye of joy disappeared. Everyone in the city who was laughing suddenly stopped. They all looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Gu Hai closed his eyes again. In the heavenly soul, the eye of sorrow and the eye of joy had been completely refined by Gu Hai. At this moment, they were all closed, standing in between Gu Hai's eyebrows. In the past, the eye of joy had accumulated a lot of sadness, so it didn't have this effect. Now that the sadness is gone, it naturally shows its strange power. The eye of sorrow can make people sad. The eye of joy can make people laugh. What a strange eye of sorrow and joy. It can actually affect people's emotions. Gu Hai said in shock. Talent techniques were all at the 9th heaven. Now that it was only at the 6th heaven, it already had such a strange power. Gu Hai didn't dare to imagine how abnormal it would be when it reached the 9th heaven. 30 points of strength. It is indeed powerful. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He slowly rolled up the Ode of Heaven, an earth scroll. Gu Hai took out another scroll from the jade box. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan's cultivation experience. Slowly opening it, Gu Hai read it carefully. When I sense the earth, I seem to hear a faint voice. I don't know if it is right or wrong. In the void, the celestial sky was born. There was no yin and yang. In the chaos, there was an initial spirit called the torch dragon. Its breath was summer, and its breath was winter. When it opened its eyes, it was day, and when it closed its eyes, it was night. After the ancient times, the torch dragon was lonely. Its body turned into all things. Its left eye was the sun, right eye was the moon. Its body turned into the earth. Its muscles turned into mountains and rivers. Its blood turned into lakes and seas, and its hair turned into stars. Its 3 souls turned into 3,000 great Daos. Its 6 souls turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 7th soul, the spirit, turned into demons and began to shape the divine Tao. With its body, it cut the chaos-divided yin and yang and settled the universe. Gu Hai read the scroll, his eyes shining. Torch dragon, Yuanshi Tianzuan, sensed the earth and heard a voice. Gu Hai said in shock. Chapter 1234. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan's inheritance scroll and was shocked. Long Wanyu knew that Torch Dragon had disappeared, but it wasn't as detailed as Yuanshi Tianzuan's letter. A voice from underground. A voice from underground. Gu Hai frowned slightly. He continued to read. Using the dragon vein as a medium, go down to the core of the earth and mobilize the power of the earth. When the power of the earth's core is guided into the body, no one can stop it. Gu Hai read everything in the letter. In the letter, there was also Yuanshi Tianzuan's special cultivation method. Gu Hai began to cultivate seriously. Yuanshi Tianzuan had cultivated for 800,000 years, so it was obvious that he couldn't master it in a short period of time. Gu Hai wasn't in a hurry. He kept trying this cultivation method in the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Netherworld, Eternal Yin Capital, upper study room. In the upper study room, there were only two people. Gu Hai sat behind the desk, while Chang Ming stood respectfully in front of the desk. Chang Ming, you've broken through? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes, thanks to His Holiness's help, I've finally reached the perfection stage of the gods. Chang Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. Chang Ming had completely refined the blood shaman Grand Elder's god. In fact, Gu Hai had even given Chang Ming the drop of blood from Torch Dragon's heart. Torch Dragon's heart blood is actually so powerful. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. It wasn't just powerful. There was a huge difference between the perfection stage of Heavenly Palace and the perfection stage of the gods. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and the others were all stuck at the perfection stage of Heavenly Palace, unable to advance. Chang Ming not only broke through to the perfection stage of Heavenly Palace a year and a half ago, but now he had even reached the perfection stage of the gods. A drop of blood, it was just a drop of Torch Dragon's heart blood. Yes, this drop of heart blood is very powerful. Until now, this subject has yet to fully absorb it. If this subject could fully absorb it, perhaps this subject's cultivation would be able to take another step forward. Chang Ming said gratefully. Gu Hai nodded. That's also your good fortune. You're a blood cultivator, so it's naturally more beneficial to you. Do you have something important to report? Yes, His Holiness. The blood-robed guards are not only scattered throughout the netherworld, but there are also many hidden blood-robed guards in the Yang realm. Just a moment ago, we received news. Chang Ming said, solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai was puzzled. Dong Zongshou found. Solemnly, Chang Ming announced. You found it. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yes, of the 8 great longevity masters in the world, only Dong Zongshou and the unborn man are left. This subject did not reveal it to anyone because Dong Zongshou's identity is extremely special. Chang Ming frowned. Oh, Gu Hai frowned. Dong Zongshou is a subject of Great Yan's His Holiness. He has always been hidden among Great Yan's secret subjects and has never been exposed. If not for this coincidence, it would have been very difficult to find him. Chang Ming respectfully handed over a small booklet. Dong Zongshou, Great Yan's subject. Gu Hai's expression darkened. In the past, Gu Hai had promised the unborn man that he would help him find the 8 great longevity masters. He did not feel any burden at all when he captured the first few, as they were all from opposing forces. Moreover, all of them were evil and had harmed countless people. Gu Hai did not feel any psychological burden when he captured them. However, this time it was Great Yan's subject. The Great Yan Celestial Dynasty and the Dahan Celestial Dynasty were considered to be on good terms. Gu Hai had even fought side by side with Great Yan. Although they did not have a deep friendship, at least they were not against each other. Great Yan's subject, Gu Hai flipped through the small booklet in his hand. There was not much information about Dong Zongshou. It only said that Dong Zongshou was highly regarded by Great Yan. Gu Hai closed his eyes and pondered. It was fine if Dong Zongshou did not appear. However, once he appeared, it meant that it was not as simple as capturing him. Gu Hai's heart was as clear as a mirror. He naturally understood that the unborn man must have some secret that he did not tell him. This secret even involved him. And the primer of this secret was the 8 meridians of the longevity cultivator. His Holiness, are you going to make a move? Chang Ming asked solemnly. Gu Hai was silent for a while. In the end, he shook his head and said, First, find out everything about Dong Zongshou. Yes, Chang Ming answered. Yang Realm, Primitive City, Upper Study Room. Great. Yin was also sitting in front of a desk. In front of him stood 4 people. Jing Wei, Ho Yi, Xing Tian, and a black-robed man. His Holiness, The Dahan celestial dynasty did not send troops to the 1,000 cities in the Wanshou Taoism. They did not conquer a single city. Hui said solemnly. Humph, the Dahan celestial dynasty is so arrogant now that they don't even care about 1,000 cities. 1.5 years ago, at the most crucial moment, if not for His Holiness leaving the court for more than half a year, how would the Dahan celestial dynasty be in charge of half a day now? Xing Tian said angrily. The Dahan celestial dynasty controlled 80,000 cities. Even if the Great Yan celestial dynasty went all out to conquer 1,000 cities in the Wanshou Taoism, they would only have 13,000 cities. Xing Tian was extremely jealous. All right, Xing Tian, take these 1,000 cities in peace. Don't be a busybody. Great Yan said lightly. Yes, Xing Tian nodded gloomily. This time, I summoned you here to tell you that I am preparing to leave the court for a while more. Great Yan said solemnly. Ah, sister, you are going out? Jingwei was shocked. Great Yan nodded. I am preparing to go to the Jiuyin sect. Jiuyin sect? Great Yan's sect. But His Holiness, we have searched countless places in the world. We have sent people to both the Yin and Yang realms to investigate, but there is no news of the Jiuyin sect. You know where it is? Hui asked in surprise. Great Yan nodded. I think I know where it is. Oh, everyone was shocked. The Jiuyin sect is not above ground, but underground. Great Yan said solemnly. Underground? In less than a year, the deity of the 6 paths will come out of seclusion. A year ago, although I did not conquer all the cities in the world, I obtained a power that surpassed that of Yuanshi Tianzuan from the sun. Although I lost a large number of cities, I obtained a power that was not weaker than that of these cities. However, a year later, the deity of the 6 paths will come out of seclusion. Perhaps there will be a fierce battle. I need to find more power. Great Yan said solemnly. His Holiness is right. Having a strong power is safer than relying on external forces. However, didn't the deity of the 6 paths have a feud with Gu Hai? It won't involve us, right? Hui asked curiously. Didn't we study the character of the deity of the 6 paths? Although he is powerful, he is narrow-minded and narrow-minded. Do you think he will let go of the people who helped Yuanshi Tianzuan a few days ago? At most, he will decide who will come first. Sooner or later, I will fight with him. Great Yan said solemnly. Yes, everyone nodded. His Holiness, the black-robed man suddenly said softly. Great Yan was puzzled. I have a presumptuous request, but the black-robed man said worriedly. Mister, you have followed me for so many years. You should know my character. Just say it. Great Yan said curiously. I want the unborn man, the black-robed man said softly. Great Yan raised his eyebrows. The 3 elite guards also looked at the black-robed man in surprise. Mr. Dongzong, what do you want the unborn man for? Hui asked in surprise. Not only do I want the unborn man, but the unborn man is also trying to catch me to practice that evil technique. The black-robed man sighed, slightly. Evil technique? Great Yan was puzzled. His Holiness should know that the unborn man and I are the only ones left in the 8 meridians of longevity cultivation. The unborn man must be the Dahan's idea to look for me. He wants to kill me and take my longevity soul. But he is not the only one who knows this evil technique. Dongzong Shou said solemnly. What kind of evil technique is it? Great Yan was puzzled. 8 lives life reversal corpse reversal technique to resurrect Fushi. Dongzong Shou said solemnly. Resurrect Fushi? Great Yan's eyes narrowed. Yes, this is a forbidden technique. When Fushi passed down the 8 meridians of longevity cultivation, he forced us to swear an oath not to use this forbidden technique. This forbidden technique can resurrect any longevity cultivator. With the unborn man's character, he will not waste it on an ordinary longevity cultivator. He will only resurrect Fushi. However, it is not the real Fushi, but Fushi's 7 mortal souls without the 3 souls. Dongzong Shou explained. Only the 7 mortal souls. Yes, the 7 mortal souls are controlled by the caster. Dongzong Shou explained. So what if they are controlled? The 7 mortal souls are still mortal souls, not the 3 souls. So what is the use? No, it is useful. His Holiness does not understand the wonders of longevity cultivators. So what if they do not have the 3 souls? The 7 mortal souls can transform the 3 souls. For example, if Fushi's 7 mortal souls were injected into Xingtian Sama's body, Xingtian Sama's 7 mortal souls would be devoured by Fushi's 7 mortal souls. Secondly, Fushi's 7 mortal souls is the crystallization of consciousness. Fushi's 7 mortal souls can directly invade Xingtian Sama's consciousness through the 7 mortal souls, and even erase the consciousness of Xingtian Sama, leaving only Fushi's 7 mortal souls. Dongzong Shou explained. Wait, you're saying that it can transform someone into Fushi, using the consciousness to seize the 3 souls? Great Yen was shocked. Yes, transforming a perfect person into Fushi. Not only will Fushi's 7 mortal souls enter that person's body, but it will also completely control that person's power. It will inherit everything. Dongzong Shou explained. How terrifying! This is even more terrifying than the curse technique. Great Yen exclaimed. Dongzong Shou nodded. This is the forbidden technique that Fushi left behind. The unborn man wants to revive Fushi. Fushi is still under the control of the unborn man. Who is he trying to transform? Great Yen frowned. I think it should be Guhai. Solemnly Dongzong Shou said. Oh, this is just my guess. As for who it is, it will be up to the unborn man to decide. I think it's Guhai because whoever Fushi revives in, he will control that person's power. The stronger that person is, the stronger Fushi will be, Dongzong Shou explained. So what if Fushi is strong? Great Yen asked curiously. Princess Jingwei, do you know what is the use of Shouxiu? Dongzong Shou smiled. Shouxiu? Is it to increase one's lifespan? Great Yen asked curiously. Yes, Shouxiu, but what is Shouxiu? To put it bluntly, it is to live longer, live more time. Shouxiu can touch time. Solemnly Dongzong Shou said. Time? The law of time? Great Yen narrowed his eyes. Yes, the law of time. Why does Fushi have the ability to predict the future? Haha, isn't it just time? Being able to see what will happen in the future is Shouxiu. At the same time, because it touches time. If Fushi uses all his power to guide the law of time, he may be able to revive those who have died in history. Our forbidden technique actually touches time and reverses time, reviving Fushi's 7 souls in the river of time. If Fushi uses all his power, he may be able to revive the person that the unborn man cares about the most. Dongzong Shou explained. Long Xiaoya? Long Wanqing? Long Wanyu's mother? Great Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Dongzong Shou nodded. Chapter 1235. You're saying that the unborn man captured you to transform Guhai into Fushi and use Fushi to revive Long Xiaoya? Ho narrowed his eyes. That's all I can guess. If the unborn man wanted to capture me, I can still deal with it. But he asked the Dahan for His Holiness to capture me. So, I can only ask His Holiness for help. Solemnly, Dongzong Shou bowed. But the unborn man is still Guhai's minister. The guard frowned. In the end, the elite guard was indebted to Guhai. In the past, he was not sensible. Now that he understood, he naturally felt troubled. His Holiness, can you tell Guhai that the unborn man captured Dongzong Shou to refine Guhai and exposed the unborn man's sinister face. Ho-E frowned. Yes, tell Gu-hai, and let him deal with the unborn man. The guard's eyes lit up. It's useless. Dongzong Shou smiled bitterly. Why is it useless? The guard frowned. I can guess the unborn man's purpose, but the unborn man hasn't done it yet. Why would Gu-hai trust us? Dongzong Shou smiled bitterly. Huh. Everyone's face fell. The unborn man is a follower of Gu-hai. Why would he follow Gu-hai? Isn't it because of Long Xiaoya? After planning for so long, how could he just give up? Previously, there was always someone watching me. I had a bad feeling that a disaster was coming. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, I wouldn't have made such a request. His Holiness, please save me. I've captured the unborn man to prevent future troubles. Dongzong Shou immediately knelt down. Dongzong Shou kowtowed. Everyone looked at Ho. After all, Dongzong Shou was an old official. He had asked for help from His Holiness, so how could His Holiness ignore him for Gu-hai's sake? Get up. This emperor will deal with it. Solemnly, Bai said, Thank His Holiness. Dongzong Shou said gratefully, All of you can leave. This emperor wants to be alone for a while. Bai said in a deep voice, Yes. Everyone slowly retreated. Everyone left, leaving only Zhao in the upper study room. Sitting on the dragon throne, Dusk gently tapped his fingers on the armrest. He closed his eyes slightly and pondered. Just like how Gu-hai didn't want to be enemies with Hui didn't want to be enemies with Gu-hai either. Before the unborn man truly dealt with Gu-hai couldn't touch him. Similarly, we also had some doubts about Dongzong Shou. What Dongzong Shou wanted was not as simple as capturing the unborn man. At the same time, he also hid something important, which was how to inject Fushi's 7 souls into Gu-hai's body. Why did the unborn man choose Gu-hai? The world was so big, and there were many experts besides Gu-hai. Why did it have to be Gu-hai? Or was there a limit to Fushi's resurrection? If the unborn man could use the forbidden technique after capturing Dongzong Shou, then wouldn't it be the same if Dongzong Shou captured the unborn man? Would Dongzong Shou resurrect Fushi? Who would he look for? What was the limit? Dongzong Shou also hid some information. After thinking quietly for a while, Hui suddenly opened his eyes. This matter must be resolved before I go to the Earth's core. Slowly getting up, Hui walked to the door of the upper study, and the guards outside bowed respectfully. Hui turned to the direction of the infinite celestial capital and narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he took a step. Whoosh! In an instant, he traveled billions of miles and arrived outside the infinite celestial capital. Although the infinite celestial capital was filled with experts, and even had the Dahan's Empress, Chen Xian, and poisonous gas defenses everywhere, it still depended on who the opponent was. If Hui didn't want to reveal himself, it would be hard for anyone to find him. Whoosh! In an instant, Hui appeared on a floating island in the infinite celestial capital, but no one noticed him. Looking down at the infinite celestial capital from the floating island, he took another step. Whoosh! In an instant, Hui arrived at the entrance of the Longevity Palace. Stop, who is it? The guards at the entrance of the Longevity Palace suddenly shouted angrily. Huey's eyes widened. He couldn't see any aura, but he saw a group of guards in the square of the Longevity Hall. All of a sudden, they stood there motionless, unable to move. How is this possible? I can't move, and I can't even speak. This is Dian's His Holiness, Hui, and she is Hui. Although the group of guards couldn't make a sound, it didn't affect their shock. Looking at Yu's stealthy appearance, they couldn't believe it. As Hui took a step, there seemed to be a fog in the square, preventing outsiders from seeing his figure. Slowly, Hui walked toward the Longevity Palace. It was as if a huge force had slammed into the Longevity Hall, without any sign of movement from the Ho. Boom. The door of the palace opened with a bang. Who is it? The unborn man's angry shout came from inside the palace. However, Hui stepped into the palace. The unborn man stood up from a futon and looked at Hui in surprise. Dian's His Holiness? The unborn man thought of many people who would break in, but he didn't expect it to be Dian's His Holiness. How could it be her? What was she trying to do by sneaking into the Longevity Palace? The unborn man suddenly had a bad feeling. Dian's His Holiness, what are you doing in my Longevity Palace? The unborn man was shocked and angry. Hui stared at the unborn man and said indifferently, "Don't pinch the talisman in your sleeve. It's useless." What? The unborn man was shocked. Although the unborn man questioned Hui, he knew how powerful she was, so he didn't want to force his way in. However, Hui's unannounced entry made the unborn man very nervous. He even crushed a talisman to inform the people outside, including His Holiness. However, when he crushed it, no signal was sent out. How is that possible? The unborn man took out the talisman and said in surprise, "This place has been sealed by me. No news can be sent out." Unborn man, don't even think about it. Hui took another step forward, and an aggressive aura rushed toward him. The unborn man's expression changed. Dian's His Holiness, what are you doing? I'm a minister of Dahan. Humph. Hui snorted coldly. She rushed forward and hit the unborn man with her palm. The palm seemed to carry a destructive aura. The unborn man's hair stood on end, and he knew something was wrong. He wanted to dodge, but his body seemed to be sealed by a force, and it was difficult for him to move. The palm was very strong, and the unborn man couldn't resist at all. This was the power of Dian's, His Holiness. The horrifying might smashed over. The unborn man wanted to shout. However, even if he wanted to shout, he could not make a sound. Horror filled his eyes. No, the unborn man screamed in despair. He couldn't resist at all. He thought that his Longevity Palace was strong enough, but he didn't expect Hui to be so strong. That palm strike was enough to take his life. The unborn man couldn't resist. He could only accept his fate in despair. Bang! The palm hit the unborn man's chest. The unborn man was in despair. He thought that this palm would take his life, but after the palm hit, the unborn man's clothes didn't break at all. The unborn man looked at Hui in shock. Without the suppression, he could make a sound. Yet, he was completely fine. Loud thunder, but small raindrops? That was too small. The aura that Zhang Xian exuded a moment ago had scared him so much that he thought that he was dead meat. But in the next moment, nothing happened at all. The unborn man looked at Hui with wide eyes, but he couldn't understand his intention. At this moment, Hui frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the main hall. "Since you're here, come out." The unborn man was puzzled. Then they saw skeleton Gu Hai slowly walking out of the Longevity Palace's entrance. "His Holiness!" The unborn man shouted in surprise. Hui looked coldly at Gu Hai, who suddenly appeared. The unborn man was frightened. Did Hui really want to kill me? Did he weaken in the end because His Holiness came? His Holiness! His Holiness wanted to assassinate Yu Chun. Fortunately, His Holiness came in time, or else. The unborn man shouted. Gu Hai shook his head. "His Holiness won't kill you. If he did, you won't be able to speak anymore." Huh. The unborn man was slightly confused. Gu Hai, how do you know that I don't want to kill him? Hui said calmly. Gu Hai smiled. If His Holiness starts a massacre, there won't be any survivors inside or outside the Longevity Palace. At this moment, the suppression on the imperial bodyguards outside the Longevity Palace disappeared. They were so shocked that they were sweating profusely. "Thank you, His Holiness." The imperial bodyguards bowed to Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at His Holiness and said, "His Holiness came from afar. Why don't you have a seat in my study room?" Hui frowned and looked at Gu Hai. In the end, he nodded and said, "Sure. Please." Gu Hai waved his hand. Hui followed Gu Hai and walked towards the upper study room. Outside the upper study room, the imperial bodyguards bowed respectfully. Gu Hai led Hui into the upper study room. The upper study room was divided into two areas. One was Gu Hai's office, and the other was a resting area with chairs. When Hui was brought to the resting area, an imperial bodyguard entered the upper study room and served them tea respectfully. "How did you know that I would go to the Longevity Palace?" Hui asked in a low voice. "Not long ago, I received news that Dong Zhongsho had accidentally exposed his whereabouts. However, he immediately became alert. Therefore, I guessed that he might know that he had been exposed. I didn't expect that he would be your man. That would be troublesome. Therefore, I guessed that if you wanted to stand up for Dong Zhongsho, you would come to the unborn man. Not to hurt him, but to tell me that you can kill the unborn man at any time. Therefore, I sent someone to keep an eye on the Longevity Palace. When the entrance of the Longevity Palace was covered by white fog, someone informed me." Gu Hai explained. "Oh, it seems that you have seen through my thoughts." Hui looked at Gu Hai coldly. "Not really. If you really want to kill, I won't be able to make it in time." Gu Hai shook his head. As he spoke, he raised his teacup and invited Hui to drink. Hui looked at Gu Hai and finally nodded. He took a sip. Hui gently put the teacup down. Gu Hai did not say anything. He knew that Hui must have something important to tell him. He waited for Hui's explanation. Sai, the unborn man, and Dong Zhongsho, these two longevity masters, may be harboring evil intentions. Hui frowned and sighed. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. Chapter 1236. Sai, both the unborn man and Dong Zhongsho might be harboring evil intentions. You frowned and sighed. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. The upper study room fell into silence. The unborn man and Dong Zhongsho were indeed scheming, but how could Gu Hai and you be so easily fooled? Both of them were His Holiness of the Celestial Empire, who knew how many people they had seen and analyzed every day. How could they not see the unborn man and Dong Zhongsho's schemes? As soon as you spoke, Gu Hai understood what he meant. The unborn man is my subject. He has not done anything wrong, so I will not convict him. He has always been a meritorious subject of the Dahan. Gu Hai said, solemnly. You looked at Gu Hai and sighed. Dong Zhongsho was the same. Dong Zhongsho told me about the forbidden technique. It might change you and revive Fushi. You looked at Gu Hai and told him what he just knew. Gu Hai's face darkened. Indeed, if this forbidden technique was true, even though he was Long Wanqing's husband, the unborn man should care more about Long Xiaoya. If there was a chance to revive Long Xiaoya, would the unborn man give it up? It's still the same. The unborn man has yet to make a mistake. Gu Hai shook his head. Obviously, Gu Hai would not convict someone based on a guess. Then what are you going to do? Dong Zhongsho has already begged me to help him catch the unborn man. I'm sure the unborn man has also begged you. You know where Dong Zhongsho is, but you don't want to help him? You looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned slightly. What's your plan? Gu Hai looked at you and asked, I will be away from the court for some time, so I won't be able to take care of this place. Dong Zhongsho is my official after all. If he doesn't do anything, he won't be able to convince the public. I have an idea. Zhao looked at Gu Hai and said, Oh, if the unborn man and Dong Zhongsho aren't willing to stop, then we won't be able to stop them for long. Why don't we let the two of them fight on their own? She said in a deep voice. Our two dynasties will not interfere. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly as he asked. That's right. None of the experts from your dynasty are allowed to interfere. None of the experts from my dynasty are allowed to interfere. Master Shou's problem will be solved by him. I can be considered to have stopped the Dahan for Dongzong Shou, and you can be considered to have stopped the unborn man from Great Yen. Whether they live or die is up to the heavens. Bai said solemnly. Gu Hai pondered for a moment. When Bai barged into the longevity hall earlier, it was to tell him that if she insisted on doing things her own way, he wouldn't be able to save the unborn man in time. Since Bai didn't kill him, Gu Hai believed in Bai's character. All right, Gu Hai replied. Bai left. The unborn man was also summoned to the upper study by Gu Hai. Unborn man, you know everything about Dongzong Shou. He is a subject of the great Yen dynasty. Later, I will give you a copy of the information. Now, it's up to you whether you are willing to give up on Dongzong Shou. If you are willing to give up on Dongzong Shou, I will do my best to protect you. If you are unwilling, I will only eliminate all the forces of the great Yen dynasty for you. I guarantee that no one else will interfere. I will only let you and Dongzong Shou fight on your own. Life and death is up to the heavens. Gu Hai solemnly looked at the unborn man. The unborn man was silent for a while. At this moment, the unborn man also knew why Bai wanted to assassinate him previously. Dongzong Shou had been found. Now, he had gathered all 7 branches of longevity cultivation. There was only one branch left. Should he give up? His Holiness, I don't want to let go of Dongzong Shou. I want to get his longevity soul. The unborn man solemnly said. Behind the desk, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and was silent for a while. His Holiness, please forgive me. The unborn man bowed and said. After a long silence, Gu Hai nodded. Since you have decided, I will not stop you. However, I will send an order immediately. All the subjects of the Dahan dynasty are not to participate in the fight between you and Dongzong Shou. Furthermore, I guarantee that the subjects of the great Yen dynasty will not interfere in your fight. Thank you, His Holiness. The unborn man bowed. You may leave. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Yes. The unborn man stepped out of the study. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man's back and was silent for a while. The unborn man was really persistent about Long Xiaoya. However, the next day, all the subjects of the great Yen dynasty and the Dahan dynasty received His Holiness's notice. His Holiness ordered that no one was allowed to participate in the fight between the 2 dynasties. Although many of the subjects were curious and did not understand the reason, His Holiness's order was everything. Everyone watched the fight with curiosity. In the longevity hall, the unborn man looked at all the information about Dongzong Shou. Oh, Dongzong Shou? You are really calculating. From the beginning, you followed the footsteps of the Dayan dynasty. Dongfang Shou was controlled by you before. However, you followed Zhao halfway through. Is your longevity soul so strong that you can predict the future and know that Zhao is going to prosper? If so, you are stronger than the other branches. The unborn man frowned as he analyzed. Pa, the unborn man closed the book in his hand. No matter what, I have to try. However, Dongzong Shou is not someone to be trifled with. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Chaotic City, Upper Study. Dongzong Shou, thank His Holiness. Dongzong Shou said gratefully. I will be leaving the court for some time. The subjects of the 2 dynasties are not allowed to interfere. Dongzong Shou, be careful of the unborn man. Zhao said in a deep voice. His Holiness, will Gu Hai keep his promise? Dongzong Shou asked worriedly. Don't worry. I have already visited him personally. He will not change his mind. Zhao nodded. That's good. Without Dehan's help, the unborn man is no match for me, Dong Zhongsho said with a smile. Zhao frowned at Dong Zhongsho and finally nodded. Endless celestial capital, fourth prince's residence. Guming was in a dark hall. 8 black-robed men stood in the hall and looked at Guming together. Father doesn't allow anyone to interfere? Guming's face darkened. Yes, we have also investigated Dong Zhongsho these days. He is really good at hiding his strength. He is at the peak of Heavenly Palace and has always kept a low profile. In the past, Dong Feng-shou provoked him, and he made Dong Feng-shou kneel down in front of him. One of the black-robed men said worriedly. Dong Zhongsho is also ambitious. Unfortunately, he can only choose Zhao. Zhao is strong, but his foundation is not as strong as father. So, Guming narrowed his eyes. So what? The 8 men looked at Guming. We will help the unborn man capture Dong Zhongsho, Guming said in a low voice. But didn't Dehan order His Holiness not to interfere? One of the black-robed men said worriedly. Ha! We will do it, and not let anyone know. Won't it be fine? Guming sneered. Yes, the 8 men answered. No matter how strong Dong Zhongsho is, he is only one of the 8 meridians. The 8 of you are copies of the 8 meridians of longevity cultivation. Is it not enough to deal with him? Guming said in a low voice. It is enough. It is good that it is enough. As for how to do it, just listen to my arrangements. Huh, Guming sneered. Longevity Hall. The unborn man was thinking about how to deal with Dong Zhongsho when the guard outside the hall suddenly shouted, Sir, there is someone outside who says he is Dong Zhongsho's messenger. We are not sure, so... Dong Zhongsho's messenger? The unborn man's expression suddenly changed. He had not gone to look for him, but he had come here himself. Bring him in, the unborn man said in a low voice. Yes, soon, a black-robed man was brought to the Longevity Hall. Oh, you have longevity qi fluctuations in your body? You are Dong Zhongsho's disciple? The unborn man said in a low voice. I am here to deliver a letter to Mr. Unborn Man under the orders of my master. The black-robed man handed the envelope respectfully. The unborn man took it in confusion. Since the letter is in your hands, I will take my leave. Solemnly, the black-robed man said. The unborn man did not stop him. After the black-robed man left, the unborn man gently opened the envelope. He read it carefully. Unborn man, since there is no one to rely on, you and I can compete. Life and death are up to fate. 10 days later, at noon, in the waters of Huashu Island in the East China Sea, I await your arrival. Looking at the letter, the unborn man frowned slightly. He did not expect that Dong Zhongsho, who was so patient, would want to fight head-on. Huashu Island in the East China Sea was the origin of longevity cultivation and Fushi's former residence. Carefully putting away the envelope, the unborn man was silent for a moment. Wilderness City, Dong Zhongsho's residence. A black-robed man handed a letter to Dong Zhongsho. I am here to deliver a letter to Mr. Dong Zhongsho under the orders of my master. The black-robed man respectfully handed over the letter. After handing over the letter, the black-robed man said goodbye and left. Dong Zhongsho opened the envelope and read it doubtfully. Dong Zhongsho, since there is no one to rely on, you and I can compete. Life and death are up to fate. 3 days later, at noon, in the waters of Huashu Island in the East China Sea, I await your arrival. Looking at the letter, Dong Zhongsho's expression suddenly froze. He thought that this was a letter of challenge from the unborn man, and was exceptionally dignified. The letter of challenge that the unborn man and Dong Zhongsho received was almost the same content. The only difference was that the unborn man's letter of challenge was 10 days later. Dong Zhongshu's letter was 3 days later. The two longevity masters were both bewildered. However, neither of them realized that the letter of challenge they received was not written by the other party. Chapter 1237. Limitless Celestial Capital. Gu Tang's residence. Shangguan Hen was standing in front of Gu Tang. "Your Highness." Shangguan Hen bowed, slightly. "Uncle Shangguan, you don't have to be so courteous with me. I can't accept it." Gu Tang immediately helped Shangguan Hen up. "Your Highness, may I know why you called me here?" Shangguan Hen asked curiously. "Uncle Shangguan, have you been very busy recently?" Gu Tang asked with a smile. "Fortunately, Lord Mo has already sorted everything out. The next year will be a rare peace. Kong Xian and the other Legion commanders will be busy, but I'm in charge of the Xuanwu clan. Naturally, there won't be many problems." Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Gu Tang pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, "Uncle Shangguan, I have a presumptuous request." "Oh, just say it, Your Highness." Shangguan Hen said doubtfully. Gu Tang was asking for his help. "Why? I have something to do immediately, and it might be dangerous. Uncle Shangguan is very strong, so I want to ask Uncle Shangguan to protect me for a few days." Gu Tang said solemnly, "Danger? What kind of danger is there? Are you going to the heavenly demon, Holy Land?" Shangguan Hen's face sank. Gu Tang shook his head. "Does His Holiness know?" Shangguan Hen asked curiously. Gu Tang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's precisely because no one knows that it's a presumptuous request. My Holy Father doesn't know, my brothers don't know, and even my Imperial Mother doesn't know. This matter is very important. So I thought of Uncle Shangguan." Shangguan Hen frowned slightly, not understanding why Gu Tang hid it from Gu Hai. However, looking at Gu Tang's sincere appearance, Shangguan Hen finally nodded. "Uncle Shangguan, you agree?" Gu Tang asked in surprise. "Yes, I can protect you, but you can't do anything to endanger the Dahan. Back then, I was a little too late and caused your death. This time, I will ensure your safety." Solemnly, Shangguan Hen said, "Thank you, Uncle Shangguan." Gu Tang smiled. "When are you leaving?" Shangguan Hen asked. "Let's go now," Gu Tang said solemnly. "Oh." Shangguan Hen was slightly puzzled. The two of them quietly left the third prince's mansion. Before long, they arrived at the East Sea. "Where is this?" Shangguan Hen looked at the vast sea in surprise. "Let's find a place to hide first," Gu Tang said. Shangguan Hen was slightly puzzled, but he nodded. The two of them found an island and stood in a secluded spot on the island. "Your Highness, what dangers are we facing this time?" Shangguan Hen asked curiously. "They're here." Gu Tang suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw a man in a black and white robe standing on the mirror-like surface of the sea, seemingly waiting quietly. "Unborn man." Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. There was no mistaking his attire. "Your Highness, His Holiness said that we can't interfere in the battle between the two longevity masters," Shangguan Hen said worriedly. "Let's continue watching Uncle Shangguan." Gu Tang shook his head. Shangguan Hen nodded. In the distance, the unborn man in the black and white robe stood quietly on the sea, as if waiting for something. Gu Tang looked at the unborn man in the distance, but his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. The unborn man stood on the sea and waited until 1:45 p.m. The sun was at its brightest. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flew over from the distance. Like the unborn man, his face could not be seen clearly. "Ha ha ha! Unborn man, you're early. Are you so confident that you dare to challenge me alone? The black-robed man let out a cold laugh. Dong Zhongsho, Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes in the dark. The battle between the unborn man and Dong Zhongsho, Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Tang in confusion. He did not understand how Gu Tang knew the location of their battle. This was the East Sea, a secret place. Dong Zhongsho, you're here. The unborn man said calmly. I'm here, unborn man. How do you want to fight? Dong Zhongsho sneered. The unborn man did not speak and only looked at Dong Zhongsho in the air. Dong Zhongsho looked around and then looked at the sea. After confirming that there was no ambush, he slowly landed on the sea and stood on the sea like the unborn man. However, the moment Dong Zhongsho stepped on the sea, buzz. With Dong Zhongsho's feet as the center, the 8 trigrams diagram suddenly spread in all directions. What? You set up a longevity array in the sea, and I didn't see it? Impossible. Even if your longevity array is stronger than mine, you only have 7 meridians. Without my 8th meridian, you can't be so perfect. Dong Zhongsho exclaimed. Buzz. Suddenly, a yellow energy appeared from the sea and flowed through Dong Zhongsho's legs and into his body. The 8 trigrams diagram energy? Do you know my level of cultivation? Unborn man. Dong Zhongsho said coldly. Dong Zhongsho sneered and stomped his foot. Boom! A huge force surged into the sea, and suddenly the entire sea was set off by a monstrous tsunami. The tsunami was so large that it seemed to have affected half of the East Sea. Shangguan Hen, who was hiding on an island, narrowed his eyes. Peak Heavenly Palace? This Dong Zhongsho's cultivation level is so high. Shangguan Hen exclaimed. His cultivation level is high, so he dared to come alone. But it's also because of his cultivation level that he fell. Gu Tang narrowed his eyes. What? Impossible. Both are longevity masters, but the unborn man hasn't reached peak Heavenly Palace. How can he deal with Dong Zhongsho? Shangguan Hen exclaimed. Gu Tang shook his head and did not say anything. At the center of the tsunami, Dong Zhongsho was still stuck to the sea. The yellow energy had reached his waist, and Dong Zhongsho could not get rid of it. At this moment, panic appeared on his face. The perfect Qianquan 8 trigrams power? Impossible. Without my Dong Zhongsho bloodline, there's no way you could have the perfect 8 trigrams power. How is this possible? You actually lured the entire East Sea into this longevity formation. The unborn man stood motionless on the sea. In his anger, Dong Zhongsho sent a palm strike at the unborn man. The void shattered as the giant palm fell on the unborn man's head. Boom! With a loud bang. A large part of the sea was torn apart, but it was instantly filled by seawater. As for the unborn man, it was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Void body art? Impossible. Only those with all 8 bloodlines can cultivate it. Without me, how could you do it? Dong Zhongsho exclaimed. The yellow energy rushed to Dong Zhongsho's chest like liquid. Dong Zhongsho was still at a loss. In the distance, the unborn man's figure flickered and reappeared not far from Dong Zhongsho. He lightly tapped the sea and stared at Dong Zhongsho. Dong Zhongsho, don't struggle. It's useless. Dong Zhongsho suddenly realized something and looked at the unborn man in horror. No, you're not the unborn man. You're not the unborn man. Who are you? The unborn man stood on the sea, but he did not explain. Dong Zhongsho made a hand seal and wanted to use more power, but at that moment, 8 transparent yellow water dragons rushed out from the sea under his feet. Roar! The 8 dragons roared and surrounded Dong Zhongsho, drowning him in the yellow energy liquid. No! Dong Zhongsho screamed one last time before he suddenly couldn't move. Dong Zhongsho was like a specimen in amber, and he had lost his consciousness. At the last moment, he lifted the brim of his hat, revealing the appearance of a skinny old man. His eyes were wide open, filled with blood vessels, and his face was full of disbelief. Dong Zhongsho lost his ability to move, and the turbulent sea around him slowly calmed down. Just now, the tsunamis were everywhere, but now it was as flat as a mirror. The unborn man stood in front of the sealed Dong Zhongsho and let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, on the island in the distance, Shangguan Hen's eyelids twitched. The unborn man is so powerful. Shangguan Hen was surprised. He's not the unborn man. Gu Tang narrowed his eyes. But that's the power of Shou Xiu. Shangguan Hen was confused. Gu Tang shook his head. Then he saw the unborn man waving his hand. Bang! Suddenly, 8 black-robed men jumped out from the sea and surrounded Dong Zhongsho. Begin, the unborn man said. Yes, the 8 black-robed men suddenly appeared in front of Dong Zhongsho, holding thin golden needles in their hands. There were thin golden threads on the needles. Hiss! The needles pierced into Dong Zhongsho's body. Even though Dong Zhongsho's body was sealed, he suddenly trembled as if he was controlled by the needles. Hiss, 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 hiss. Each of the black-robed men pierced nearly 100 golden needles and hundreds of thin threads. The unborn man waved his hand, and the yellow energy that sealed Dong Zhongsho disappeared. However, Dong Zhongsho was still unable to move. He could only stare at the unborn man in front of him in disbelief. At the same time, the seal was removed and the needles locked his body, allowing him to speak again. The Golden Needle Life Control Technique is a technique of Dong Zhongsho's lineage. How did you know it? How did you know it? Who are you? Dong Zhongsho stared at the unborn man in shock and anger. You don't need to know. The unborn man sneered. As he spoke, he stuck a golden needle into Dong Zhongsho's forehead. Dong Zhongsho trembled and his mouth stiffened. However, before his mouth stiffened, he violently exhaled a golden breath from his mouth and suddenly removed the unborn man's hood. You spit out your life? Humph! The unborn man snorted coldly. It's you, Dong Zhongsho said one last time, and then went silent. The 4th prince, Shangguan Hen, exclaimed from afar. The one wearing the unborn man's clothes was not the unborn man himself, but the 4th prince of Dahan, Gu Ming. Gu Hai and the 8 black-robed men had captured Dong Zhongsho. Shangguan Hen was in disbelief. Didn't His Holiness say that no one is allowed to interfere? Shangguan Hen could not understand. He turned to Gu Tang, but saw that Gu Tang was calm as if he had already guessed it. Chapter 1238. In the distance, Gu Ming and the 8 black-robed men quickly cleaned up the scene. Hundreds of golden needles were inserted into Dong Zhongsho's body, which gradually turned transparent. It was as if the needles and threads could no longer be seen. Gu Ming and the 8 black-robed men gently manipulated the invisible threads, but Dong Zhongsho was like a marionette, moving according to Gu Ming's will. 4th prince is controlling Dong Zhongsho. What is he doing? Shangguan Hen said in surprise. I'm not sure. Gu Tang said with a frown. Didn't His Holiness forbid anyone from interfering in the battle between the 2 masters of longevity? Why? This won't do. I have to report this to His Holiness. Shangguan Hen took out a Guqin figurine. It's no use, Uncle Shangguan. If my guess is correct, they have already set up a formation in this part of the East Sea. Nothing can be transmitted out. In fact, from the outside world, this part of the sea is incomparably calm, without a single ripple. As for the battle just now, no one on the outside could see it clearly. Gu Tang said solemnly, It can't be. Shangguan Hen said in shock, using the Guqin figurine to transmit a message. It was as if the Guqin figurine had suddenly become useless. How can it be? How can fourth prince control Dong Zhongsho? Shangguan Hen said solemnly, "All of you have underestimated Gu Ming. Gu Ming was an important subject of Empress Ji. Mr. Wu Xing obtained Empress Ji's trust in the shortest time possible. Even Empress Ji suffered a great loss in his hands." Gu Tang said in a deep voice, "But he is fourth prince. What does he want to do? He has clearly violated His Holiness's order. Since we can't transmit a message, we have to return immediately. We have to report everything to His Holiness." Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. "No," Gu Tang shouted. Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Tang in confusion. "Uncle Shangguan, this is the reason why I asked you to come. Actually, I already knew that there was something wrong with fourth prince. However, fourth prince is very smart, and I don't have any evidence. Old fourth definitely has a big scheme. If we go back and report now, we will definitely alert the enemy." Gu Tang said, "You're saying that this area is already filled with longevity arrays. As soon as we leave, the longevity arrays will be activated, and the fourth prince will know?" Shangguan Hen's expression changed slightly. "Yes, I don't know what old fourth's scheme is, but I have a feeling that he wants to harm father. He is extremely intelligent and has considered all aspects without any flaws. Now, this is a rare opportunity, so we must wait patiently. I want to know what his scheme is. Don't alert the enemy. Once that happens, all my years of observation will be for naught. He will hide even deeper and cause even more damage in the future." Gu Tang pleaded. Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Tang in surprise. "Third prince, when did you begin to suspect the fourth prince?" "When? When our family was still mortals, the Qing emperor killed mother and stole her soul. Old fourth and I endured the humiliation and followed the Qing emperor to leave father. At that time, I thought that old fourth was like me, wanting to find a way to save mother. Later, we followed the white emperor to protect mother and find a way to contact father. But who would have thought that old fourth left us midway? I guessed that old fourth might not have the same thoughts as me. He might have simply recognized the traitor as his father. Later on, in the netherworld, with the help of Sacred Father, my soul was taken away. Fourth brother had plenty of time to return it to Sacred Father, so that Sacred Father could rebuild my body. However, he held my soul captive. What did he want? All the way until Holy Father defeated Matriarch Ji with an overwhelming victory. Only then did Old Fourth release my soul. I guessed that he might have some other schemes, but Matriarch Ji was defeated too quickly, so he took the opportunity to switch sides to Holy Father." Gu Tang said solemnly. "What scheme is it?" Shangguan Hen asked solemnly. "I don't know. That's why I asked Uncle Shangguan to help me." Gu Tang looked at Shangguan Hen. "All right." Shangguan Hen also said solemnly. Gu Tang and Shangguan Hen stood quietly in a secret place on the island, waiting. At this moment, Gu Ming and the 8 black-robed men disappeared from the sea. Only the controlled Dong Zhongsho was left standing quietly on the sea. This wait lasted for 6 days. Whoosh! In the distance, another ray of light flashed. It was a man in a black and white robe who flew not far from Dong Zhongsho. "Is that the unborn man?" Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. "It's the real unborn man." Gu Tang nodded. "Should we remind him?" Shangguan Hen frowned. "No, wait first." Gu Tang shook his head. According to the letter, the unborn man had arrived at this sea area one day in advance and was ready to check the surroundings. However, he suddenly found that Dong Zhongsho was already standing on the sea, waiting for him. The unborn man suddenly became alert. "Dong Zhongsho, you're quite early. the unborn man said coldly. At this moment, Dong Zhongsho's eyes were bloodshot, but he could not make a sound. Looking at the person in front of him, he suddenly understood that this person was the real unborn man. Early? Didn't you set the time? You've gone too far. Don't pretend you don't know. Dong Zhongsho shouted in his heart. Dong Zhongsho's heart was full of resentment. In the distance, the unborn man thought that Dong Zhongsho had set up an ambush and carefully looked around. Sure enough, like Dong Zhongsho, he did not find anything unusual. Dong Zhongsho, you're really confident. You actually asked me to meet you alone, do you know? The unborn man said coldly. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Dong Zhongsho suddenly make a move. He waved his hand. Suddenly, white snow began to fall from the sky. Soul-dispelling winter snow, you're not going to say anything to me and just attack? Very well, I want to see how strong your shosho is. The unborn man snorted coldly. As he spoke, the unborn man waved his hand. Suddenly, rolling heat waves came out of nowhere and rushed toward the endless snow. Soul-scorching summer heat. Boom! The heat waves collided with the snow, and the void trembled violently. The unborn man and Dong Zhongsho began their Shou Dao duel. In the blink of an eye, gusts of black wind came out of nowhere and surrounded the two in the middle of the battlefield. The two immediately fought fiercely, and the people outside could not see what was happening inside. Dong Zhongsho is being controlled. Is it the fourth prince who made him attack? Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. However, Gu Tang's face was as cold as water. At this moment, Gu Ming had already made Gu Hai break his promise with Zhua. Ha ha ha, Dong Zhongsho, is this all you've got? Break. The unborn man suddenly laughed loudly. Boom. The surrounding seawater suddenly rolled up into a circular wave, and the black wind around them was swept away. Immediately, the two people fighting inside were revealed. The unborn man won. Large bloody holes appeared all over Dong Zhongsho's body, and the unborn man even poked a big hole between his eyebrows. You lost, Dong Zhongsho. The unborn man laughed excitedly. At this moment, Dong Zhongsho's whole body was destroyed by the unborn man. It seemed that he only had one last breath left, but his mouth opened and he could speak again. Liar, the Dahan celestial empire went back on its word. Liar, unborn man, you will all die a horrible death. Dong Zhongsho shouted resentfully. What? The unborn man was confused. Burn my 3 souls and sacrifice my Shou Dao. Spread my voice to Zhua's ears, Dong Zhongsho shouted resentfully. As he spoke, large amounts of green flames burned around Dong Zhongsho. Burn your 3 souls and sacrifice your Shou Dao. Are you crazy? Even if I take your Shou Dao, you won't die, and you still have a chance to reincarnate. You will be destroyed in both body and soul. The unborn man was shocked. However, Dong Zhongsho looked at the unborn man with great resentment. His Holiness, this old servant died unjustly. I beg His Holiness to avenge this old servant. This old servant was wronged. This old servant died unjustly. The Dahan Celestial Empire did not keep His Holiness's promise and ambushed this old servant, killing this old servant. This old servant was wronged. His Holiness, this old servant was wronged. Dong Zhongsho's cries were extremely shrill. Dong Zhongsho's 3 souls burned, and his cries seemed to reach the 9 serenities of the Tongtian Celestial Empire. You are crazy, Dong Zhongsho. You are not as strong as others, but you are still pestering us endlessly. The unborn man was shocked and angry. However, even though he was shocked and angry, the unborn man had no intention of stopping. He suddenly stretched out his finger and pulled out Dong Zhongsho's Shou Dao. A mass of white energy, like a snowball, was held at the tip of the unborn man's finger. As soon as this snowball-like energy appeared, it suddenly scattered like snowflakes. What? Your show Dao was damaged? Once it is taken out, it must be smelted, otherwise it will scatter. Are you crazy? You actually destroyed your show Dao. The unborn man exclaimed. I didn't destroy it, you destroyed it. Unborn man. His Holiness will avenge me. His Holiness will kill you all. Ah, if you want me to die, none of you will live. Dong Zhongsho screamed shrilly. Under the burning of his 3 souls, Dong Zhongsho's soul was in chaos. Boom! With a loud sound, the energy in his body actually blew Dong Zhongsho's body into pieces. The unborn man's expression changed. He didn't understand why Dong Zhongsho was so angry that he would rather destroy his show Dao and burn his 3 souls to die together. No, I must immediately refine Dong Zhongsho's show Dao. Otherwise, everything will be useless. The unborn man's expression sank. He stretched out his hand and put Dong Zhongsho's show Dao into his glabella. Wang! The unborn man's body suddenly emitted rings of light in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Ignoring Dong Zhongsho's shattered body, the unborn man immediately sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea and began to refine Dong Zhongsho's show Dao. In the distance, at the edge of a hidden island, Gu Ming watched the unborn man refine Dong Zhongsho's show Dao with a slight smile. Everything is going according to my plan. Later, the unborn man will be reborn as Fushi. The 8 of you immediately go and arrange it. Don't make any mistakes. Gu Ming said in a deep voice. Yes. The 8 black-robed men immediately dived into the sea. On another island, Gu Tang and Shangguan Hen looked at each other. Is Gu Ming helping the unborn man? Shangguan Hen frowned. I don't know, but I always feel that it's not that simple. That Dong Zhongsho's show Dao was probably destroyed by 4th brother. He was forcing the unborn man to quickly fuse with his show Dao without any time to think. What is 4th brother trying to do? Gu Tang said with a complicated expression. Chapter 1239. Boundless Celestial Capital. Upper Study. It had been quite some time since skeleton Gu Hai came to the mortal realm from the netherworld. At this moment, Mo Yike hurried in with Montez. There were 2 other women in the upper study. They were Long Wanqing, Long Wanyu, and Hichu, who had transformed into the little golden dragon, were sitting cross-legged on a side table. When Mo Yike entered the upper study, everyone frowned slightly. However, their expressions turned solemn as they looked at Gu Hai again. His Holiness, I have something to report. Mo Yike said anxiously. Oh, Mr. Mo, there's no harm in speaking. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike and Montez in confusion. Yes, just now, I asked Lord Meng to gather information. I also found a letter in the unborn man's longevity hall. Mo Yike said solemnly, You searched the longevity temple without reason? Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Although the Dragon Clan sisters did not recognize the unborn man had been constantly lowering himself to protect the 2 girls over the years. He wanted to obtain the 2 girls' forgiveness. In the end, the 2 girls finally acknowledged the unborn man. After all, blood was thicker than water. He was still their father. Please forgive me, Empress. This concerns His Holiness's safety. I had no choice but to do this. Mo Yike immediately bowed. My husband's safety? Long Wanqing's expression changed. She didn't blame Mo Yike anymore. What kind of danger is my brother-in-law in? Long Wanyu asked in surprise. I'm not sure, but I ask His Holiness to look at this letter. Mo Yike handed over a letter. It was the letter that the unborn man had received from Dong Zhongsho. Gu Hai took it and looked at it. His Holiness, I have always felt that there is something wrong with the unborn man. The 8 Meridians longevity cultivator seemed to be hiding a huge secret. However, the unborn man kept it a secret. Back then, when I captured Nangong Shou and the others, they said that the unborn man gathered the 8 meridians and wanted to harm His Holiness. That was why I kept an eye on him. This time, the final confrontation between the 2 longevity masters has reached the most critical moment. This subject has no choice but to offend them. Mo Yike said in a deep voice, "We know. They want to revive Fushi." Gu Hai nodded. "Revive Fushi?" The Long sisters were slightly stunned. The little golden dragon on the side table suddenly trembled and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. At that moment, Gu Hai's gaze inadvertently glanced at the little golden dragon. The little golden dragon immediately turned its head away, not daring to look into Gu Hai's eyes. "His Holiness, when I opened the path of Hungry Ghost's reincarnation, I realized that the unborn man could have opened it immediately, but he didn't care about His Holiness' safety and insisted that we capture 2 longevity masters for him. That was when I started to suspect the unborn man. He is not what he looks like on the surface." Mo Yike said solemnly. The Long sisters frowned and looked at Mo Yike. It was obvious that they wanted to defend the unborn man. However, when it came to Gu Hai's safety, the 2 women suppressed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. "Mr. Mo, you're very observant, but people don't always change. Perhaps the current unborn man is different from the past?" Gu Hai said with a smile. "Huh." Mo Yike frowned slightly. "Since Mr. Mo is here, let's listen together." Gu Hai said with a smile. "Listen?" Mo Yike looked puzzled. "Yes, brother-in-law. Why did you call my sister and me here?" Long Wanyu asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Hichu, who was sitting on the side table. "Hichu, what do you think I'll ask you?" Gu Hai said with a smile. I don't know. His Holiness, what are you asking me for?" Hichu said with a flattering smile. The Long sisters looked at Hichu with a puzzled expression. "Hichu, are you hiding something from me?" Long Wanyu stared at him. No, definitely not." Hichu shouted immediately. "Hichu, you were Fushi's servant in your past life. You know about the birth of the 8 meridians, right? You know about the process of reviving Fushi, right?" Gu Hai said with a smile. I don't know." Hichu wanted to defend himself. "You don't know? Are you going to know when my consciousness is erased and replaced by Fushi?" Gu Hai's expression suddenly turned cold. As soon as Gu Hai opened his mouth, everyone's expression changed. He was clearly trying to kill Gu Hai. As for Hichu, he knew the secret, but he refused to say it. "Hichu, what my brother-in-law said is true, right? You better tell me obediently. Otherwise, I will immediately take back your dragon body and separate your body and soul. Do you believe me?" Long Wanyu stared at him. At this moment, if anyone dared to harm Gu Hai, Long Wanyu would fight him to the death. I don't know." Hichu braced himself and said, "You still won't say it. You still won't say it. You want to die, right? Don't think that I won't dare. If you dare to harm my brother-in-law, I will make you pay with your life." Long Wanyu was so angry that she reached out and made a magic sign. Hichu's golden dragon body suddenly trembled as if it was no longer under Hichu's control. No, little ancestor, I am innocent." Hichu was so scared that his whole body went soft. "Then you still won't say it." Long Wanyu glared at him. Why am I so unlucky?" Hichu said bitterly. "Don't talk nonsense." Long Wanyu said angrily. Hichu looked at Gu Hai with a fearful expression. "His Holiness, how do you know?" "Don't worry about how I know. Tell me everything you need to say. Gather your 8 meridians and tell me how to inject Fushi's 7 souls into my body," Gu Hai said coldly. At this moment, Hichu couldn't resist at all, so he could only confess. Master Fushi had also studied providence back then. In fact, all the rulers and ministers of the Dahan have a faint connection to the Sea of Providence. They are protected by providence and can allow providence to surge into their bodies through this connection. His Holiness has a connection to the Sea of Providence, and the unborn man also has a connection to the Sea of Providence. In other words, the unborn man can connect to His Holiness through the node of the Sea of Providence. He can summon Master Fushi's 7 souls and inject them into His Holiness's body through this connection. Then Fushi's consciousness will possess His Holiness and transform His Holiness, finally turning His Holiness into Fushi. Hichu said softly, "What? Bastard, Hichu, are you courting death? Why didn't you say something so important earlier?" Long Wan Yu glared and roared, wanting to attack Hichu. "I am innocent. It has nothing to do with me." Hichu immediately shouted in horror. Long Wan Yu flew into a rage. It turned out that the 8 Meridians had actually buried a bomb here to deal with Gu Hai. No wonder the unborn man cared so much about gathering the 8 Meridians. He was completely using Gu Hai's trust in him to frame Gu Hai. Long Wanqing's expression also turned ugly. Her eyes were filled with anger. The good impression she had of her father instantly disappeared. No wonder the unborn man was so anxious about the 2 masters of life during the hungry ghost's reincarnation. He didn't even care about His Holiness's safety. Perhaps in his eyes, His Holiness's safety is not a problem at all. Mo Yike also glared. "His Holiness, I will immediately summon Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran to capture the unborn man." Montez was also anxious and angry. "Don't be anxious." Gu Hai shook his head, but everyone was incomparably anxious. This was because the unborn man was already fighting with Dong Zhongsho. The result would be out soon. When the time came, the unborn man could suddenly attack from hundreds of millions of miles away. It was impossible to guard against. One had to know that this was Fushi's 7 souls. Fushi was an expert on the same level as Jiang Chun. Like you said, if Dong Zhongsho wins, he can instantly seize the body of the Qi. Gu Hai asked, "Yes, yes." Hichu nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and stop the unborn man." Long Wan Yu said anxiously, "Don't worry, it's actually not that big of a deal." Gu Hai said with a smile, "But don't worry. The unborn man was able to inject Fushi's 7 souls into my body because of this line. Now, he hasn't done it yet, so naturally, I can't force him to do it. Besides, Dahan's fate is mine. If I want to cut off the line of the unborn man, I can do it at any time, right?" Gu Hai said with a smile. "Huh." Everyone was slightly stunned. Hichu didn't tell me the method, so I was still a little worried. Now, the thing that I was most worried about has been solved. Next, let's wait patiently for the show. Gu Hai looked through the door in the direction of the East Sea. His Holiness had already arranged it. I was too meddlesome. Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Mo Yike looked at the Long Sisters and suddenly understood everything. Empress Chun was not here, Empress Lin was not here, and Bingheim was also not here. Why did His Holiness only call for the Long Sisters? It was obvious that the unborn man was related to the Long Sisters. It turned out that His Holiness had known everything from the beginning. The East Sea, Shangguan Hen and Gu Tang were hiding on a secret island, watching the unborn man sitting cross-legged in the distance. On another island, Gu Ming was also waiting with narrowed eyes. When the unborn man was refining the longevity soul of Dong Zhongsho, countless golden lights were emitted from his body. The golden lights were in the shape of the 8 trigrams and spread in all directions. They seemed to carry an inexplicable heavy aura. After refining for a while, the unborn man's body suddenly trembled, and he opened his eyes. 8 meridians gather. The longevity Tao is revealed. Main Tao, come out! The unborn man shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a golden great Tao appeared, rushing up to the sky and down to the earth. The unborn man stepped forward and slowly merged into the main Tao. Buzz! The great Tao seemed to merge with the unborn man's body, and a terrifying power gushed out. That's the longevity Tao. 8 meridians gather, merging the body with the Tao. What a great ability! Gu Ming's eyes flashed with expectation in the distance. However, he saw the unborn man go silent and wave his hand. Rumble! The longevity Tao suddenly trembled and swayed rapidly. As it swayed, the sky suddenly darkened, and the scorching sun in the sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Gusts of chilly wind came out of nowhere, and countless colorful lights flowed along the longevity Tao. It was as if there were countless heavenly demons flying around, which made the hearts of the people palpitate. 8 meridians gather to accelerate the longevity Tao. Longevity Tao flows to connect to the ancient times. Ancient meridian, long river of time, longevity inheritance. Ancestor Fuxi, come out! The unborn man suddenly shouted as he pinched a spell. Boom! The entire longevity Tao suddenly trembled, and then suddenly quieted down. Then it suddenly dimmed. The colorful lights, chilly wind, and heavenly demons all disappeared, leaving only the great Tao standing quietly in the East Sea. A blue light ball strangely appeared in the unborn man's palm. There seemed to be 7 small dragons of different colors swimming in the light ball. Fuxi's 7 spirits. In the distance, Gu Ming's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt excited. On the other side, Shangguan Hen and Gu Tang seemed to have guessed something when they heard the unborn man's spell. Fuxi, the 7 small dragons in the light ball in the unborn man's palm are Fuxi. Shangguan Hen looked on in disbelief. On the other side, Gu Ming's eyes were full of anticipation. He seemed to be praying in a low voice. Quick, quick, follow your luck and throw it out. Quickly throw it out. Chapter 1240. The unborn man merged with the great Tao of longevity. He held a ball of light in his hand. The 7 little dragons swimming inside were Fuxi's 7 souls. At this moment, the unborn man's body was almost perfect after merging with the 8 souls of longevity. He was tall and sturdy, overflowing with rolling power. Grabbing Fuxi's 7 souls, a thin golden line appeared on the surface of the unborn man's body again. The thin line led to the limitless celestial capital's Sea of Providence. Ha ha, Fuxi, oh Fuxi, why is your 8 lifespan fate reversing corpse technique like this? Through the Sea of Providence, only your 7 souls can enter the Emperor's body. Why can't the other subjects do it? If possible, I would rather enter Kong Xian, Mosquito Daran, or Shangguan Hen. Why can it only be Gu Hai? Ha! Why is it only Gu Hai? The unborn man fell into a state of bitterness. The line is connected. As long as I throw out Fuxi's 7 souls, I can instantly possess and transform Gu Hai. When Fuxi is revived, I can control Fuxi through the great Tao of longevity in my body. Fuxi's ability is much stronger than mine. He is also involved in the law of time. I can save Long Xiaoya without asking for help. Xiaoya has suffered so much for me. I should save her. Only Gu Hai's strength can make the transformed Fuxi the strongest. Only then can I save Xiaoya. I want to save Xiaoya. The unborn man suddenly trembled all over. The unborn man raised his head and looked to the north again. His whole body emitted a vicious aura. However, as he looked, the The vicious aura around him suddenly dissipated. Ha! A month ago, Wanqing called me father. Wan Yu's attitude has also improved. Although they don't say it, the way they look at me has already recognized me as their father. They recognize me. They're going to recognize me. My daughter has acknowledged me. The unborn man suddenly paused. After the death of Long Xiaoya, the two daughters were all that the unborn man had. Back then, he had accidentally killed his daughter, Long Wanqing. The unborn man had lived in guilt for a long time. He had apologized countless times in his heart. All these years, he had accompanied his two daughters. He had finally obtained the forgiveness of his two daughters and the approval of his two daughters. At this time, would he kill his son-in-law? Ha 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 ha. The unborn man suddenly let out a burst of shrill laughter. Why? Why did Gu Hai become his son-in-law? Why? Why did he have to be her husband? If he killed Wanqing's husband, he would definitely kill her. Can Wanqing forgive me? If Gu Hai died, how is he going to answer to Long Wanqing? In the future, when Long Xiaoya was resurrected, how were they going to face each other? The resurrection of her mother was exchanged with her husband's death. Xiao Yu would definitely hate him. The unborn man fell into a very awkward and desperate situation. On one side was his beloved Long Xiaoya, and on the other side were his relatives Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu. The choice was in front of him. Who should he choose? No, Fushi's 7 souls can't stay for too long. I have to let him take over my body. I have to do it quickly. The unborn man was anxious. In the distance, Gu Ming was anxious. What's wrong with the unborn man? At this time, you still can't bear it? What a joke. At this moment, it was not that the unborn man could not bear to do this to Gu Hai. Instead, it was because he could not bear to part with his kinship. The unborn man understood that as long as he did this today, his two daughters would never forgive him. Forever. What should he do? No, I let Xiao Yu down back then. I must let Xiao Yu come back to life, even if I have to bear all the blame. The unborn man slowly became determined. But in the next moment, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. Before Long Wanqing was beaten to death by herself, she was resolute. Even as she died, she stupidly said, "My father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a faraway place. However, one day my father will come back. If anyone bullies us, my father will avenge us. No matter who that person is, my father will protect us. He will not let us suffer the slightest grievance." Ha, 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 ha. The unborn man laughed bitterly again. He killed Long Wanqing with his own hands, and in the end, it was Gu Hai who saved her. When Long Wanqing was resurrected, the unborn man swore that he would never let Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu suffer any grievances again. He didn't want them to suffer any grievances, but he killed their true love. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. They are my daughters. I have let them down once. I can't let them down again. The unborn man whispered bitterly, "But what about Long Xiaoya? Didn't he save her?" Thinking of Long Xiaoya, the pride of Long Wanqing kept echoing in the unborn man's mind. My father is the hero of the world. No one can stop him. One day, my father will come back. If anyone bullies us, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. My father is the hero of the world. No one can stop him. All the memories finally stopped at the words Long Wanqing said a month ago. Father! Father? Ha 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 ha. Under the hood of the unborn man's robe, 2 lines of tears slid down his face. My good daughters, I won't let you suffer any grievances. I said, even if I die, I won't let you suffer any more grievances. Not even a little bit. The unborn man trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the 7 fragments of Fushi in his hand. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Xiaoya, I tried my best this time. Don't blame me. I was the one who let you and your mother down. Today, let me atone for my sins. As long as you are fine, nothing else matters. Right? I want you to be fine. The unborn man's voice was choked with sobs. The unborn man talked to himself for a while. In the distance, Gu Ming was anxious, but he could only wait patiently. Then he saw the unborn man gently waving the 7 fragments of Fushi in his hand. After you are reborn, your consciousness will replace mine. No one can control you. I only have one request. Please do your best to revive Long Xiaoya so that they can be reunited. As long as they are safe and sound, my life and death are no longer important. I am willing to atone for my sins with my own body. Please grant my wish. The unborn man knelt down. Then he gently threw the 7 fragments of Fushi in his hand. Buzz! The 7 fragments of Fushi disappeared in an instant and entered the unborn man's body. However, to Gu Ming, who was in the distance, it looked like he had given the 7 fragments of Fushi to Gu Hai. This was because the 8 lifespan fate-reversing corpse reversing technique only had 2 choices for the 7 fragments of Fushi. If it were not for Gu Hai, if it were not for him, how could the unborn man commit suicide? It's done. Gu Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. Do it! Gu Ming suddenly yelled. Boom! Above the East Sea, monstrous waves suddenly surged. In an instant, it seemed like 8 chains rushed out from the bottom of the sea and headed straight for the unborn man in the sky. The unborn man chose to sacrifice himself and put the 7 fragments of Fushi into his body. As soon as it entered his body, the unborn man suddenly trembled and felt the invasion of Fushi's consciousness. His 7 fragments merged with Fushi's 7 fragments almost instantly. So fast, the unborn man exclaimed. It was a fusion. It was as if Fushi's 7 souls were his own power. Strangely, it was like 2 drops of water coming into contact and fusing together. It should be known that every cultivator's physical body had its own characteristics. It would take a long time to refine other physical bodies. Even if one's own physical body were to refine other physical bodies, it would not be so easy. However, the 7 fragments of Fushi and the unborn man's 7 fragments merged in such a strange instant. It was as if they were originally of the same origin. At the same time, the 7 fragments between his eyebrows instantly surged into his 3 souls, as if it was baptizing the consciousness of his 3 souls. Ah! The unborn man's head was stimulated and painful, as if a large amount of memories were surging in. However, at this moment, 8 chains suddenly rushed into the sky and tied up the unborn man, whose head was in pain. These chains, they contain the power of the 8 meridians of longevity path. How is this possible? There's a longevity array at the bottom of the sea, the perfect 8 paths, the unborn man exclaimed. However, after just one exclamation, the unborn man held his head in pain. This was because Fushi's consciousness was forcibly invading his body and forcibly transforming him. Ah! The unborn man screamed in pain. Gu Ming flew into the sky and immediately arrived near the unborn man. When he saw the unborn man screaming in pain, he thought that he was struggling against the 8 chains. Ha 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 ha, unborn man, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now, under the 8 trigrams chaos lock, you can't move. Gu Ming laughed. You, 4th prince? Gu Ming? Why are you here? The unborn man stared at Gu Ming in pain with his eyes wide open. Why am I here? I'm here because I want your great path of longevity. Gu Ming said in a low voice. What? The unborn man exclaimed in pain. When the 8 veins of longevity cultivators gather, they can activate the great path of longevity and merge it with their bodies. Through this great path, you can control Gu Hai, right? Gu Ming sneered. How do you know? The unborn man screamed in pain. Back then, I followed Empress Ji because I wanted to use my 8 veins to control her. Unfortunately, the 8 veins I mastered were imitations, just like the longevity cultivators Tsang Jie learned. They are not orthodox. Only your 8 veins are orthodox. Our 8 veins are unable to gather the great path of longevity and control Fuxi. However, if you can, then I can. Gu Ming said coldly. You want to steal my great path of longevity? Ha ha, that's impossible. The great path is merged with me. You can't take it away. The unborn man screamed in pain. No, I have the divine path deprivation of the 5 main veins of the sorcerer tribe. Did you forget that I exchanged for the divine path deprivation from Empress Ji? I can take your great path of longevity. Gu Ming said confidently. So you knew? Why didn't you tell Gu Hai? He is your father. He treats you like his own son. You knew that he was in danger, but you didn't tell him. You even wanted to use him to control the Dahan Celestial Empire and Fuxi, the unborn man said in shock as he held his head. Humph, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Look at my divine ability, deprivation, Gu Ming shouted. Wang. Gu Ming's glabella shone with a dazzling golden light. When the golden light appeared, it rushed toward the unborn man like a tsunami. Rumble! When the golden light entered the unborn man's body, the Tongtian's great path of longevity shook. Then it slowly left the unborn man's body and was forcefully pulled out by Gu Ming. Through this great path of longevity, Fuxi and the Dahan Celestial Empire would be under his control. Gu Ming immediately revealed a ferocious expression. Chapter 1241. Divine Path Deprivation. This was one of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe. It was the most bizarre branch that could directly deprive the other party of their powerful abilities. The great path of longevity trembled slightly and was forcefully stripped from the unborn man's body. Ah! The unborn man let out a cry of extreme pain. It was not the pain of the great path of longevity being stripped from his body, but the pain of Fuxi's consciousness entering his 3 souls. Ka 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 ka. The unborn man's robe suddenly made a crisp sound and strangely cracked open. Slowly, the unborn man's skin was exposed. Not only his robe, but the unborn man's skin was also cracking. His body was densely covered with cracks. It was even more so on the unborn man's face. Dense spiderweb-like cracks made it impossible to see what his face originally looked like. Not only that, but there seemed to be traces of golden light in the cracks under his skin. Ah, ah, ah. The unborn man cried out in pain. His entire body cracked like an eggshell cracking open, as if a new life was about to be born from the inside of his body. Not far away, Gu Ming frowned slightly. The stripping of the great path caused such damage to your body? If you're in pain, then go ahead. Gu Ming ignored the unborn man who was in pain and slowly pulled the great path of longevity closer to him. Looking at the great path in front of him, Gu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Through this great path, he was about to be able to control Fuxi and the Dahan Celestial Empire. Just as Gu Ming was about to explore the great path, suddenly a golden light rushed up from the sea not far away. Who is it? Gu Ming's face darkened. It was Gu Tang and Shangguan Hen, who were on the island in the distance. The 2 of them had been hiding in the dark and quietly watching everything. They even heard the conversation between the unborn man and Gu Ming, bastard fourth brother, so he already knew that the unborn man wanted to kill father. Gu Tang's face suddenly changed, revealing a ferocious expression. Third prince, hold on to it. If you're in danger, just smash it and wake it up earlier. I'll stop Gu Ming. Shangguan Hen placed a dragon egg in Gu Tang's hand. 8 cracks had already appeared on the dragon egg. With a single step, Shangguan Hen transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky. Shangguan Hen's speed was extremely fast. He appeared in front of Gu Ming in an instant and threw a punch at him. Shangguan Hen. Gu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Boom. The punch landed 1,000 feet away from Gu Ming. 1,000 feet away from Gu Ming, an 8 trigrams barrier suddenly appeared. However, the power of Shangguan Hen's fist was too great. With one punch, the barrier suddenly cracked. Gu Ming, are you trying to rebel? Shangguan Hen glared at him and shouted. 8th Shoutsung, stop him. Gu Ming shouted, yes. Suddenly, 8 black-robed men rushed out from the bottom of the sea and appeared in front of Gu Ming in an instant. Almost at the same time, they formed a spell. The shadow of a golden lotus appeared in the void. The golden lotus appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Shangguan Hen in an instant. Humph! Shangguan Hen snorted coldly and threw another punch. Under the 8-9 mysterious arts, Shangguan Hen's entire body was like a divine weapon. The power of this punch was too great. With a boom, more than half of the golden lotus shadow was destroyed. Continue. Gu Ming shouted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, more golden lotuses appeared in the void and trapped Shangguan Hen. Boom, boom, boom. Shangguan Hen's strength was extremely strong. With each punch, the golden lotuses around him exploded. The void was also torn into countless pieces. However, the 8th Shoutsung continued to use the life path spell and finally stopped Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen? Ha! You are powerful, but unfortunately, we have already set up a life path spell array around this area. My 8th Shoutsung can continuously draw power from heaven and earth. Their strength is not as strong as yours, but in the life path spell array, even if you are invulnerable, you can escape. Gu Ming sneered. Traitor, you are the 4th Prince of Dahan, second only to His Holiness. You are above everyone. What do you have to fight for? You want to plot against us? What did His Holiness do to you? Shangguan Hen shouted, glaring. Ha! You don't understand. There are many things that you don't know. Gu Ming sneered. Let me see. Gu Hai should have been transformed by Fuxi now, right? Gu Ming slowly activated the life path. 4th brother. A loud shout suddenly rang through the East Sea. Gu Ming suddenly turned to look at Gu Tang, who was flying not far away. Gu Tang? I was wondering how a reckless man like Shangguan Hen could be hiding here. It turns out that you have been keeping an eye on him all along. I have long found out that you are suspicious of me, so I have been guarding against you. But you still want to go against me in the end? Ha! After today, I can order the Dahan to convict you of treason. Gu Ming said coldly. Why? 4th brother, tell me, why did you betray father? Father and mother used to be so good to you. Has your heart been eaten by a dog? Gu Tang said angrily, holding the dragon egg with 8 cracks. Why? Ha! Do you think I am really Gu Ming? Gu Ming sneered. What did you say? Gu Tang was shocked. That's right. I used to be Gu Ming. I was Gu Ming until I was taken away by the Azure Emperor with you. However, it wasn't until I came to the Great Yen Celestial Dynasty that I realized that I wasn't just Gu Ming. The moment 8th longevity appeared, I realized that I was the chosen messenger of the heavens. I should be the ruler of this world. What father? What mother? They are all fake. My real identity is the master of the world. Gu Ming sneered ferociously. Master of the world? You are crazy. Gu Tang said blankly. Gu Ming was delusional enough to say that he was the master of the world. You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. I am just following the will of the heavens today. I will destroy whoever goes against the will of the heavens, no matter who it is. I will create the biggest situation and control the vast world. I will burn the world's fate and sacrifice it to the heavens to open a way back. When the heavens regain control of the immortal world, I will be the master of the world. From then on, I will have the sky above my head and step on the heads of all living things. Gu Ming said with great excitement, The messenger chosen by the heavens? You are the dog of the Immortal of Six Paths? Gu Tang stared at him. The Immortal of Six Paths? The Immortal of Six Paths is nothing. Gu Ming sneered. What? Gu Tang did not understand. None of you can stop me. The Dahan, celestial dynasty. I will show you what it feels like to be a traitor of the Dahan, celestial dynasty. Watch as I use the longevity great Dao to get Gu Hai to order the Dahan officials to kill Shangguan Hen and Gu Tang. What do you think? Gu Ming guffawed with the joy of victory. As Gu Ming laughed, he slowly drove the longevity great Dao. The longevity great Dao is indeed strange. I can't drive it immediately. It looks like it will take some time. Gu Ming frowned slightly. How dare you be disrespectful to father? You and I are brothers. From now on, all ties are severed. Gu Tang shouted angrily. Gu Tang took out his saber and hacked at the barrier 300 meters away from Gu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Although Gu Ming's attacks were not strong, they slowly broke the barrier, immediately enraging him. Humph! Gu Tang, you really overestimate yourself. Did you forget my strength? In the past, I was Mr. Starless. It was not the sun, the moon, or the stars. Instead, it was the power bestowed to me by heaven. I grasped the power of 10,000 stars. If I am the stars, there will be no stars in the world. Gu Ming snorted coldly. As Gu Ming shouted coldly, he waved his other hand. Buzz. In the distant starry heavens, hundreds of millions of stars immediately gave off dazzling starlight. Then, they gathered into a gigantic starry heavens palm and smashed towards Gu Tang, instantly arriving above him. The starry heavens palm contained vast might. Under its horrifying might, space shattered. It looked like this palm would crush Gu Tang. Third Crown Prince. Shangguan Hen, who was trapped by 8 Shou Tsung, exclaimed. However, at this moment, a 9th crack suddenly appeared on the dragon egg in Gu Tang's hand. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the dragon egg. Then a suction force appeared, and the shell of the dragon egg immediately shattered, sucked into the azure light inside. The azure light gave off a vast dragon, might that soared into the sky. A 30-kilometer-long azure dragon seemed to appear out of nowhere and immediately charged at the starry heavens palm. Boom! Crack! Crack! The vast dragon might instantly tore apart that gigantic starry heavens palm. What? Ao Sheng? Didn't you turn into an egg? You woke up at this time? Gu Ming's expression changed. When Gu Tang saw Ao Sheng, he was immediately overjoyed. Supreme Ao Sheng, quick, catch this traitor and save my father. Gu Tang shouted. Roar! The 30-kilometer-long azure dragon suddenly turned its head. Its eyes were filled with a murderous aura as it slammed into the barrier protecting Gu Ming. Boom! The cracks on the barrier suddenly burst out again. How can this be? This is so troublesome. Ao Sheng woke up at this time. It looks like only by merging with the great path of longevity can I control Gu Hai quickly. Gu Ming's expression darkened. As he spoke, Gu Ming stepped into the great path of longevity. Buzz. He used the divine path deprivation and merged with the great path of longevity in an instant. Ha 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 ha, it's too late. Ao Sheng, Shangguan Hen, Gu Tang. From now on, you are all traitors of the Dahan Celestial Empire. Look at me. Huh. What? What's wrong with this great path? I can't sense anything? No, I can't get out. Bastard, I can't get out. This great path of longevity is a trap, Gu Ming suddenly exclaimed. Trap? Gu Tang, Ao Sheng, and Shangguan Hen didn't understand. Lord Angel, what's wrong with you? The eighth great path of longevity also didn't understand. I can't get out. What great path of longevity is this? Heavenly Master, save me, Gu Ming exclaimed. At this moment, another strange voice suddenly came from Gu Ming's body. You locked this immortal's soul guide. Fushi, you actually found this immortal's soul guide. This great path of longevity is fake. Gu Tang and Shangguan Hen's faces darkened. The strange voice in Gu Ming's body called itself this immortal, the immortal of six paths? No, that's not the voice of the immortal of six paths. Shangguan Hen said blankly. However, when everyone was confused, the unborn man, who was not far away and was shrouded in golden light, made a strange voice. Of course, the great path of longevity is fake. There is no great path of longevity at all. It's just a cage that I specially built for you. After 800,000 years, I finally found your soul guide. Once you enter this cage, your soul guide will have no chance to escape, even if it wants to. Ha, 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 ha. Chapter 1242. Of course, the great Tao of longevity is fake. There is no great Tao of longevity at all. It's just a cage I made for you. After 800,000 years, I finally found your soul. Once you enter this cage, your soul won't even have a chance to escape. Ha, 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 ha. The sudden burst of laughter made everyone's heart tremble. Almost at the same time, they all looked in the direction of the unborn man. The unborn man's skin cracked, and countless rays of golden light shot out from the cracks. The golden light was so dense that it seemed to have formed a large cocoon. At this moment, it was slowly cracking open. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The large cocoon slowly cracked open, and a new hand slowly stretched out from within. The unborn man's skin immediately scattered, falling to the ground with a rustling sound. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Like a bird breaking out of its shell and breaking out of its cocoon to become a butterfly, a new person was slowly born in the unborn man's body. A new person who tore open the unborn man's shell and slowly crawled out of his body. The golden light slowly dissipated, and the fragments of the unborn man's body were slowly torn apart. The 8 chains that bound the unborn man immediately collapsed when the person in the unborn man's body waved his hand. How can this be? The 8 longevity lock has collapsed. The 8 longevity followers said in surprise. Without hesitation, the 8 lifespan servants drove the lifespan ritual array. The many golden lotuses that surrounded Shangguan Hen immediately surrounded the unborn man. However, when these strong lifespan Taodermic lotuses touched the unborn man, they strangely scattered. They couldn't trap him at all. All longevity arrays were suddenly immune to him. Useless? Why is the longevity array useless against you? The 8 longevity follower exclaimed with wide eyes. Boom. However, at this moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky. It was the skeleton Gu Hai, the Long sisters, Hichu, Mo Yike, and Montez. Father, are you all right? Gu Tang immediately asked in surprise. I'm fine. Lil Tang, you were in too much danger this time. Gu Hai looked at Gu Tang with relief. Father, you knew all about it? Gu Tang asked in surprise. Guhai nodded. Just now, we saw everything clearly with the help of the statue. I didn't expect you to come here and risk your lives. Fortunately, you're fine. From beginning to end, the unborn man never chose to betray the Dahan celestial empire. Dahan is fortunate. I am very gratified. If the unborn man didn't put Fushi's 7 souls into his father's body, then where did he put them? Gu Tang's expression suddenly darkened. Suddenly, everyone looked at the person who walked out of the unborn man's body. Fushi, have you become Fushi? Unborn man, you chose to commit suicide? You lunatic! Gu Ming, who was trapped by the longevity great Tao, was shocked and enraged. Shut up! Another voice of 30 came from within Gu Ming's body. Heavenly Master, I didn't expect him to. He actually... Gu Ming was shocked and enraged. Fushi, you're really patient. You set up a trap for so long just to lure me into your trap. 30's voice came again. The person who climbed out of the unborn man's body put on a golden robe with a wave of his hand. Yes, if I didn't do that, how could I lure you into my trap? Your soul guide can follow the path of the great Tao and escape. No one can catch it. Jiangchen tried once, but he couldn't. You can imagine why. That's why I passed down the longevity great Tao and turned it into the 8 meridians, Fushi suddenly said with a smile. You purposely spread the 8 meridians? So, you knew that I was secretly studying your longevity great Tao. You knew that I would comprehend the longevity great Tao. No wonder the 8 longevity followers couldn't condense the longevity great Tao after 800,000 years. It was all fake. It was a trap set by you, 30 said coldly. That's right, Fushi said. The reason I passed down the 8 meridians of the longevity cultivation to you was so that you could secretly learn it. You seem to have learned it quite well. Unfortunately, I was the one who created it, and only I know its essence. The great Tao of longevity is not a single great Tao, but 64, corresponding to 64 hexagrams. Although 30's face could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel his anger. Gu Ming could not struggle or escape. He could only stare at Fushi's trap. Whoosh! Suddenly, another stream of light rushed in, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Jiang Chun! Shang Wanhen said with a sullen expression. Jiang Chun suddenly arrived. He also looked around in shock. Seeing that Gu Ming was trapped, Jiang Chun suddenly narrowed his eyes. 30? Has your soul seed been found? Ha! Ha ha ha! Back then, I thought that you and Fushi perished together. It turns out that you were tricked by Fushi. Jiang Chen's sudden arrival made Gu Hai's face fall. Is he really Fushi? Master! Hichu shouted in surprise. Hichu immediately flew over excitedly. Fushi smiled and twisted his body. Unfortunately, my current cultivation is not at the peak of the heavenly palace. I can only wait for some time to improve it. That's because your cultivation is my father's. Fushi, you took over my father's body. My father's consciousness was destroyed by you? Long Wanqing said with tears in her eyes. You killed my father? Long Wanyu's eyes were red as she spoke with hatred. When Gu Hai showed them the scene in the infinite celestial capital just now, the Long sisters were still angry with the unborn man. However, when they saw the unborn man choose to sacrifice himself, the Long sisters completely accepted this father of theirs. They still remembered their mother's words. Your father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a faraway place. But one day, your father will come back. If anyone bullies us 3, your father will avenge us. No matter who he is, your father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. Their mother's words were vivid in their minds. All these years, in order to not let them suffer any grievances, and to please them. Father worked hard without complaint. However, just now, Father died. His consciousness was completely destroyed. Although Father did it willingly, it was Fuxi in front of them who killed Father. Long Wanqing immediately burst into tears. Long Wanyu's eyes also reddened. Fuxi looked at the Long sisters and saw the hatred in their eyes. Instead of feeling guilty, he gradually smiled. Wanqing, Wanyu, you are finally willing to call me father. Huh. The Long sisters quivered. What did Fuxi say? I am the unborn man, and I am also Fuxi. The unborn man is the unborn. His birth, his rebirth, is me. From the beginning, he was for me today. Fuxi said with a smile. What is born? What is unborn? I don't understand. Long Wanyu said with reddened eyes. Ha! Wanyu, you are the reincarnation of heaven. Do you really think that I have the means to possess someone without a soul body? Do you really believe it? Fuxi said with a smile. Ah, Long Wanyu's expression immediately froze. Fuxi is the unborn man, and the unborn man is Fuxi. Back then, I sealed all my memories in the 7 souls, erasing the memories of the 3 souls. The unborn man's 3 souls are the reincarnations of my 3 souls. I didn't possess the unborn man, but the unborn man had an additional memory of Fuxi. He is me, and I am him. Fuxi said with a smile. Jiang Chen's expression changed. I understand. No wonder back then, when you and 30's strand of consciousness perished together, I couldn't find your soul fragments at all. I wanted to understand the situation of your battle, but I couldn't find them. Unborn man. Guhai looked at Fuxi in surprise. Fuxi nodded. I am the unborn man. It's just that I have an additional memory of Fuxi. I am also Fuxi. You can see it as my 3 souls reuniting after many years of reincarnation. You are my father. Long Wanqing said blankly. Before I cultivated my life, Xiaoya painted a portrait of me. Fuxi said with a smile. Long Wanqing hurriedly took out a scroll. Back then, Mother stared at the portrait every day. When the scroll opened, the appearance of the unborn man in front of his life cultivation was immediately revealed. After careful comparison, the Fuxi in front of her was exactly the same as the one in the portrait. Really? Long Wanqing said in surprise. How can you be sure that he is the 30th soul seed? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Fuxi. Of course, it was my deduction. Otherwise, do you think I would easily perish together with a wisp of divine sense? I calculated until today. I calculated that the 30th soul seed, I calculated that the day when the 8 meridians of life cultivation reunites is when the 30th soul seed is trapped. Therefore, I created the great Tao of life and set up an 800,000-year trap. Today's scene, as early as 800,000 years ago, I have deduced it, Fuxi said in a deep voice. You also touched the law of time. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. I am different from you. The law of time you touched is the past, and the law of time I touched is the future. That's why I can see today. That's why I set up this trap, using more than half of my cultivation in exchange for the 30th soul seed being trapped. It's worth it. Fuxi sighed. Fuxi, you bastard. You took advantage of me. Long Wanyu wiped her tears and shouted. Fuxi looked at Long Wanyu and felt slightly bitter. After all, Long Wanyu was his daughter in this life. Back then, I just disagreed with you. You turned me into your daughter. Why? Long Wanyu wiped her tears. Fuxi smiled bitterly and said, It's not my fault. It's a coincidence. A coincidence. Humph, coincidence can't be changed now. Then what about my mother? Long Wanyu shouted. Fuxi took a deep breath and solemnly said, Xiaoya is my true love. I will think of a way to save her. It's good that you remember. When Mother comes back, see if I don't let Mother pull your ear. Long One, you shouted. Fushi smiled bitterly and nodded. Clearly, after reincarnating once, the unborn man's emotions could be considered to have all been taken over. Long One, you also looked at Fushi with an extremely complicated expression. Mother said back, then, that Father was an unparalleled hero. No one in the world could stop him. Did it count now? Father was the unborn man, but also Fushi? Was he an unparalleled hero? No one in the world could stop him? Gu Hai looked at Fushi at this moment and did not know how to straighten out his relationship with him for a moment. Taiwo was Fushi's sister. Long Wanyu was Fushi's daughter. This relationship seemed to be getting more and more chaotic. Chapter 1243. The unborn man was Fushi. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were all unborn man, and his consciousness was also that of the unborn man. It was just that he had an additional memory of Fushi. Naturally, everyone was relieved. However, for Gu Hai, he could not bring himself to call Fushi by that name. Gu Hai, I have to thank you this time. Fushi looked at Gu Hai. Me. Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, although I can predict the future is ultimately changeable. I have been predicting for a long time, but I could not deduce a perfect path until I saw you 800,000 years ago. With you as the coordinate, I carried out a retrograde deduction, and finally found this opportunity. Fushi said solemnly, with me as the coordinate, you carried out a retrograde deduction? Then you chose this time in the lineage of longevity cultivators to arrive at the unborn man's generation, and let everything go according to your deduction? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Long Wanyu could also predict the future. The Long Wanyu's prediction technique was like this. However, the time that the Long Wanyu saw was very short and could not be compared with Fushi's prediction that spanned 800,000 years. Fushi nodded. Then, what should I call you in the future? Unborn man. Fushi? Gu Hai frowned. Just call me Fushi. The unborn man was just a process. Now that I have returned, I will naturally be Fushi. Fushi said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Okay, now let's talk about how to deal with the 30 soul seeds. Jiang Chun suddenly looked at Gu Ming, who was trapped by the great path of longevity. Fushi flipped his hand. Whoosh! The 8 chains that had previously bound Fushi instantly bound the 8 great longevity warriors, who could control the longevity array better than Fushi. Heavenly Master, save me! The 8 longevity followers cried out in alarm. There's no need to beg him. 30 years old soul is in another immortal dome. This is just a soul guide. If it was before, you could still use the great Tao to escape. However, in my cage, there is nowhere to run. Fushi said coldly. Gu Hai, Fushi, Jiang Chun, Long Wanyu, and the others all looked at the trapped Gu Ming. F.A. Father, I know I was wrong. Gu Ming looked at Gu Hai with fear in his eyes. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gu Tang glared at him and said, Gu Ming, what's the use of knowing you were wrong? You just wanted to kill Father. No, you planned to kill Father for a long time. Dongzong Shou's death was the first step. You want us to forgive you. Dream on. I won't forgive you. Neither will Big Brother, Second Brother, or Mother. Although Gu Tang was Gu Hai's adopted son, he cherished this family very much and would not allow anyone to destroy it. Gu Hai was the pillar of the family. At this moment, anyone who wanted to destroy this pillar would be everyone's enemy. Gu Tang did not compromise at all. Gu Hai's expression was slightly complicated. After all, Gu Ming was once his adopted son. Back then, he called him father in a childish voice. Gu Hai, you don't have to feel sorry for him. The soul seed is planted in a person's body. It starts from birth. He probably knew his mission when he was a child. He was just playing with you guys. Fushi explained. Gu Hai's expression was slightly complicated. Can you remove the soul seed from his body? Yes. Not only can you remove the soul seed, but you also have to remove the seventh soul between his eyebrows. That soul that has the divine Tao deprivation. Fuxi said. While speaking, Fuxi touched the longevity great path. The longevity great path shook violently and a surge of energy entered Gu Ming's body. Ah! Gu Ming screamed in pain. Gu Tang, Mo Yike, Montez, and the Long sisters were expressionless. Only Gu Hai's face flashed with a trace of pity. Boom! After 2 hours, Gu Ming was forced out of the longevity great path in pain. Pa! Jiang Chen immediately grabbed it. Don't worry. 30 years soul seed is still in this cage. Right now, he's just a pure Gu Ming. Fuxi said with a smile. Jiang Chen checked carefully. All of his abilities are gone. All of his cultivation was destroyed by you, Jiang Chen said with narrowed eyes. Fuxi nodded. He belongs to Gu Hai. Let Gu Hai deal with him. Jiang Chen nodded, and through Gu Ming to Gu Hai. Gu Tang immediately caught it. Gu Ming, I'm going to take you back and tell Mother, Big Brother, and Second Brother that you've been hiding in the Gu family since you were young. Your mother was killed, but you remained indifferent and even recognized the enemy as your father. Only when your father was strong and prosperous did you turn back, but it was to kill your father, to take everything from him. We will put you to death by 1,000 cuts. Gu Tang gnashed his teeth as he shouted. At this moment, Gu Ming was paralyzed. All of his cultivation was destroyed. He had nothing left. Now that he knew his fate, he didn't struggle. His eyes were empty, and his heart was dead. Little Tang, Gu Hai said after a moment of silence. Father? Gu Tang looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Forget it. Gu Hai shook his head. Father, he wants to kill you, Gu Tang said anxiously. At the side, Gu Ming also looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai said, forget it. After all, we're father and son. Although you have bad intentions, I don't want to kill you. However, from now on, our relationship as father and son is over. From now on, you're demoted to a commoner. Little Tang will send you to a place where no one knows you. You can live on your own. From now on, we'll never see each other again. Gu Hai sighed. Ah, Gu Tang looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Letting Gu Ming go so easily, he was the one who wanted to kill his father. Gu Tang was still angry, but since Gu Hai had given the order, he could only nod in anger. Gu Ming looked at Gu Hai in surprise. He didn't expect Gu Hai to let him live. Suddenly, Gu Ming felt a lump in his throat. At this moment, Gu Ming felt that when Gu Hai said those words, he lost the most precious thing in his life. This thing was more precious than controlling the Dahan celestial empire. This thing was more precious than controlling the world. This thing was more precious than being the #1 expert in the world. At this moment, he was gone. However, he had only himself to blame for this. Gu Ming was too ashamed to call Gu Hai father. He could only kneel down in front of Gu Hai with red eyes and kowtow 3 times. Solemnly, he kowtowed 3 times. Everyone thought that Gu Ming was thanking Gu Hai for not killing him. Only Gu Ming knew that this was the only time in his life that he sincerely kowtowed to his father. However, this was also the last time. He was no longer qualified to call Gu Hai father. Gu Hai didn't look at Gu Ming anymore. On the other side, everyone looked at 8th longevity and the great path of longevity again. In the great path of longevity, there was a colorful light ball that kept changing shape. It was number 30's soul guide. Song, are you going to go against me now? Back then, this world was given to you by me. Number 30's soul guide said in a low voice. Long Wanyu said with a complicated expression, Number 30, Are you back to purify the world? Purify the world? Don't worry. As long as you are obedient, I will let you live. Number 30 said, lightly. You really want to purify the world and destroy all living things? Why? Long One, you glared at him. Purify the world. It is to gather power and achieve eternity. Number 30 said in a low voice. Eternity? Everyone frowned. That's right. The immortal dome lives in nothingness. When it is born, it will be destroyed. 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, or hundreds of millions of years. There will be a moment of destruction. That is not eternity. Do you think that I left the immortal dome because I felt bored here? No, I saw through the immortal dome. The immortal dome is weak, facing the nothingness. It will be destroyed one day. Rather than being destroyed by the nothingness, why not be destroyed by me? I want to create an eternal era of the immortal dome, an eternal existence, an ancient immortal dome higher than the nothingness can exist for eternity. And I will exist for eternity. Number 30 said coldly, if you kill all living things, you can make the immortal dome eternal? Long One, you asked in disbelief. No, I found another immortal dome and controlled it. There are 2 immortal domes, one yin and one yang. I want to fuse the 2 immortal domes together. As long as the 2 immortal domes fuse, they will produce a mysterious power, similar to how humans reproduce and multiply endlessly. They will be able to produce more immortal domes, not those small immortal domes with flaws, but true grand immortal domes. At that time, they will use the nothingness as nourishment and multiply endlessly. At that time, when one immortal dome is destroyed, I will still have other immortal domes, and the other immortal domes will multiply endlessly, creating eternity. Number 30 said, your idea is good, but why do you want to purify the world? Long One, you didn't understand. Do you think it is easy to fuse 2 immortal domes? No, it is not easy at all. Between the 2 immortal domes, there is not only distance, but also time, dimension, and countless other things. Otherwise, I would have returned long ago. Number 30 said coldly, you want to kill all life when you return? That's right. All life has a mysterious power, and that is the 3 souls. Only by using the 3 souls of life in the 2 immortal domes can I fuse the 2 immortal domes together. Hence, all life in this immortal dome must die. At most, I will leave a few people alive for you. The same goes for the other immortal dome. I have ordered a group of subordinates to monitor the lives there, shattering the heavens and earth so that they can't interact with each other. I have imprisoned them on various planets. When the time comes, as long as I want to purify the world, I can instantly wipe them all out. You are crazy. Long One, you glared. I am crazy? All life will be destroyed sooner or later. Rather than dying in the nothingness, why not be killed by me? When the 2 immortal domes fuse, I will create a new batch of life and rebuild the world from the ashes. Number 30 said coldly, after that, you will become the ruler of the eternal immortal dome. Guhai said coldly. MHM? Number 30 said coldly, rather than dying in the nothingness, why not be killed by you? Do you think all life is just your toy? No. Everyone has an equal personality and the right to decide their own life and death. You do not have the right to decide the life and death of others. Their personality is the same as yours. There is no difference between high and low. That is the recognition of the heavens and earth. You are only strong, but you are not the heavens and earth that nurtures all life. You cannot represent anyone, and you cannot decide anyone. You want to purify the world. As long as we listen to you, we will be able to live on. No, Guhai, refuse to cooperate with you. Moreover, from this moment on, I will stand on the side of all life. Although they are not strong enough and their status is not high enough, their personality is the same as mine. They are my brothers and sisters. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with them and do my best to resist your atrocities. Guhai, declare war on you, Guhai said coldly. Good, Guhai, I did not misjudge you. Jiangchen suddenly laughed loudly. Guhai ignored Jiangchen and continued to look at number 30's soul guide on the great Tao of longevity. Ah, you are Guhai? You speak of righteousness, but what is the use? When I come back, can you escape from me? Humph, I hate people like you the most. Oh, right, in the other Immortal Dome, I also met someone called Pangu. Do you know how I killed him? Ha ha ha. Number 30's voice was cold. Chapter 1244. 30's soul seed was controlled. He also stated the reason for purifying the world, but how could they let him do as he wished? Long One Yu glared at him. Guhai declared war. Jiangchen was happy, but Fushi's expression was gloomy. It's useless even if you object. In this world, strength is everything. You set up a scheme to trap my soul seed, but do you think this is the end? I will return when I have to. At that time, you won't even have a ticket to board the ship. 30's tone was cold. Long One Yu glared at him. Ticket? Ha! Forget it, we can't talk to him. Let's see how we should deal with this soul seed. Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Give it to me. Jiangchen said. Guhai and Long One Yu frowned. Give it to Jiangchen. Fushi said. Why? Jiangchen didn't do anything when he caught 30. Why should we give it to him? What if he can't resist 30's temptation and is persuaded? What if he releases 30's soul seed? Long One Yu frowned. In this world, anyone can be persuaded by 30. Jiangchen won't. Jiangchen and 30 will fight to the death. Fushi said with certainty. What's the reason? Long One Yu was puzzled. I promised Jiangchen not to reveal it. Now is not the time. Fushi smiled bitterly. What's so hard to say? Long One Yu said gloomily. One Yu listened to Fushi. Guhai nodded. Fushi exhaled softly. Jiangchen stepped forward. He looked coldly at the trapped 30. Jiangchen, have you forgotten your name? As a general, as a subject, you dare to go against your emperor? 30 suddenly said coldly. Jiangchen laughed coldly. Rebel against the emperor? You think too much. I am me. It has nothing to do with you. I used the name Jiangchen just to remind myself that I can't relax my hostility toward you for even a moment. As he spoke, Jiangchen stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. Boom! The towering great Tao of longevity was instantly crushed into a ball, and Jiangchen grabbed it in his hand. Heavenly Master! The 8th longevity follower cried out in alarm. The 8 of you will also die. Jiangchen's eyes flashed coldly as he clapped his other hand. Boom! Kaka! The 8 show followers were instantly annihilated by Jiangchen's slap. That strange annihilation caused Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng's eyelids to twitch wildly. This method, if it fell on me, would I be able to block it? I will go back first. 30's soul seed. If I extract any useful information, I will give you a copy. Jiangchen turned his head and looked at everyone. Okay. Fushi nodded. Whoosh. In an instant, Jiangchen disappeared into the horizon. Fushi looked at the sea below and waved his hand. Rumble! From the bottom of the sea, a huge island suddenly floated up. Huashu Island? Master, Huashu Island. Woo. I see Huashu Island again. Hichu, who was beside Fushi, suddenly cried. Hichu, why are you crying? Fushi smiled and comforted him. Master, You don't know, in the 800,000 years you were not here, I was so unlucky, 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 and never stopped. Hichu said with a hint of lingering fear. Unlucky? Being unlucky is not necessarily a bad thing. At least you are still alive now, right? Fushi said with a smile. Alive? Even if I am alive, I can't be so unlucky. I will follow you from now on. I will never leave you again. Master! Hichu immediately shouted. Follow me? Is your life not good now? Fushi said with a smile. Not good, not good. Following them, I have had enough of those unlucky days. Hichu shouted. Hichu, what did you say? Long Wanyu glared. Hichu looked at Long Wanyu and was a little scared. However, when he looked at Fushi, he immediately became brave. Heavens! In any case, I'll follow Master from now on. Following you has never stopped. Only by following Master can I live a peaceful life. I won't be unlucky anymore. I won't be unlucky anymore. Following Master, let's see who can do anything to me. Who dares to hurt me? Hichu immediately shouted. Just as Hichu shouted, boom! All of a sudden, a hand appeared out of thin air, instantly grabbing the river diagram in its hand. The palm was so powerful that even with Hichu's physical body, he was in so much pain that his eyes were about to pop out. Ah, what's going on? It hurts. It's so hot. I'm going to be burned to death. Master, save me, Hichu instinctively shouted. Don't shout. I am beside you, Fushi said with a wry smile. He too turned his head, only to see that Fushi was also stuck by the flame-like palm just like him. Master is also trapped. Hichu, what are you doing? Guhai raised his eyebrows in surprise. At some point in time, he suddenly appeared in front of everyone. A flaming energy palm instantly grabbed Fushi, and Tuesday. At this moment, he glared at Guhai with eyes full of anger. Guhai, what about the promise you made to me? He said angrily. Promise? What did I promise you? Guhai asked in confusion. He waved his other hand, and Dongzong Shou's voice sounded from the void. His Holiness, this old subject died unjustly. I beg His Holiness to avenge this subject. This old subject was wronged. This old subject died unjustly. The Dahan Heavenly Court did not keep His Holiness's promise and ambushed this subject, causing this old subject's death. This old subject was wronged. His Holiness, this old subject was wronged. Dongzong Shou's final scream was a plea for help from Guhai, you and I agreed that only Dongzong Shou and the unborn man were allowed to fight, and no one else was allowed to participate. I left the capital because I trusted you, but you went back on your word. You killed my subject and caused his resentment to skyrocket. He would rather burn his 3 souls to avenge me. What did you promise me? He stared at Guhai. Wait, there are some things you don't understand. This is Fushi, an 8-meridian longevity cultivator. He was born for Fushi. Guhai suddenly shouted. At the same time, he quickly described everything that happened before. That's right, don't be impulsive. Let go of my father. Long Wanyu shouted. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd. Boom! Suddenly, the sky was filled with red clouds, and Yi's eye of heaven shone down. Everything that happened before quickly replayed in the form of an illusion. Guhai's words were all true. 1. He put away the eye of heaven. He coldly looked at the crowd and was slightly silent. Dongzong Shou didn't have good intentions. He wanted to manipulate you. Fushi was held in Yi's hand, and he endured the pain and explained. Fushi's cultivation was gone, and he was only left with the strength of an unborn man naturally. He was no match for That's right, I will give you an explanation. Let go of Fushi first. Guhai also persuaded. He stared at Guhai for a while, and finally revealed a cold smile. No. What? I don't care what Dongzong Shou's motive is, but he did not betray me. Why should I convict him? On the contrary, Gu Hai was previously a member of the Dahan, but he interfered in the Battle of Shou Shishir. You already knew about it, but you did not stop him. Haha, this is Gu Hai going back on your word. You went back on your word. He said coldly. Went back on my word. Gu Hai's face darkened. Isn't that right? What did you say? You broke the promise. No matter what the excuse is, no matter what the reason is, a monarch will not go back on his word. But you did not do it. You could have stopped me, but for your own selfish reasons, you went back on your word. How can I trust you? He glared at him. If you think so, then you can look for me. Let go of Fushi first, Gu Hai said in a low voice. No, Fushi, he is the one who committed this sin. Of course, I will look for him. He is Fushi? Fushi is good too. He killed Dongzong Shou and killed one of my officials. We will settle this score slowly. It just so happens that the place I am going to needs him. Yi's voice was filled with murderous intent. Wait, Gu Hai shouted. However, Yi did not trust Gu Hai anymore. He reached out and pulled the void. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the void, and he stepped into it. The gate to the netherworld can only be opened by Shou Shishir and those who have reached the peak of the gods. He wants to go to the netherworld. Long Wanyu's face darkened. Humph! He snorted coldly. He grabbed Fushi and Hichu with his flaming palm and stepped in. Hichu's whole body was burning. At this moment, he was in extreme pain. His face was uglier than crying. Why am I so unlucky? He had just found a big backer, but now he found that his bad luck was still the same. He was innocent, but because he relied on his master, he was involved and his life was in danger. He disappeared in an instant. Stop, let go of my father. The Long sisters were anxious. Gu Hai stopped the two girls. Husband, Long Wanqing said anxiously. Brother-in-law, why are you stopping me? Long Wanyu also said anxiously. You two go back first. I'll go after. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yi's attitude made Gu Hai very worried. This time, it was indeed his fault, and he was right to blame him. Gu Hai was worried that he would blame others because of him. After all, Yi's strength was too terrifying now. His Holiness will go with you. Shang Guanhen shouted. No, you and Ao Sheng protect everyone and return to the court immediately, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, the two answered. His Holiness, be careful. Mo Yike sighed slightly. Gu Hai looked at Gu Ming and said to Gu Tang, just do as I said. Gu Tang looked at Gu Ming and nodded. He got off easy. Father, don't worry. I'll send him to a safe place first, and then tell mother, big brother, and second brother. You go, be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Not far away, Yi's open door to the netherworld was shrinking rapidly. Now, it was only half the height of a person. Gu Hai stepped forward. Whoosh! Gu Hai entered the netherworld. He chased after Yi's footsteps in an instant. The entrance also disappeared in an instant. Everyone's eyes flashed with worry. They prayed for Gu Hai, hoping that Gu Hai would return soon. Gu Ming kept his head down, his eyes red. Although he knew that he had nothing to do with Gu Hai, there was a trace of worry and blessing in his eyes as he looked in the direction Gu Hai left. This unfilial son is unworthy of a son. I wish father a long life. Gu Ming lamented in his heart. Chapter 1245. At the entrance of the shrine, Jiang Chen grabbed 30's soul and stepped back. There was a large light screen at the entrance of the shrine. It was the image of the East Sea that Jiang Chen had previously cast. Although Jiang Chen had gone to the East Sea long outyen, and the others were still watching the image at the entrance of the shrine. In the image, Hui suddenly appeared and grabbed Fushi and Hichu. God, is that really Fushi? Fushi was caught. Long Outyin was surprised. He is Fushi, but it's not that easy to catch him. Even I may not be able to catch him. Jiang Chen shook his head, but there was a voice in the light screen, just now. Isn't Fushi's cultivation level the unborn man's cultivation level? His current strength is too weak, right? Long Outyin said blankly. Have you forgotten Fushi's deduction ability? Jiang Chen shook his head. Huh. The most powerful thing about longevity cultivation is not to increase one's lifespan, but to deduce the future. In order to catch 30 soul, Fushi could deduce as long as 800,000 years. Do you think he can't deduce the appearance of Hui? Jiang Chen said affirmatively. Huh. Then why was he caught by Hui? Long Outyin was surprised. He has his own plans. Jiang Chen looked slightly puzzled. As he spoke, Jiang Chen stepped into the seizing shrine. I have something important to do in seclusion. No one is to disturb me. Jiang Chen's voice came from the shrine. Quam. The door of the shrine closed with a bang. In the underworld, Gu Hai chased in the direction where Hui left. This time there was a conflict with Hui. Gu Hai didn't want to drag others into it. After all, Hui's destructive power was too great. As soon as he entered the underworld, Gu Hai immediately saw a flash of light in the distance. Gu Hai instantly chased over and arrived at the South Sea in the blink of an eye. When they arrived at this place, Bai was nowhere to be seen. At this place, Gu Hai was slightly stunned. This place is so familiar. Wasn't this where the underground Blood City used to be? The sea region where the Torch Dragon's heart was located? The auras of Bai, Fushi, and Hichu have disappeared here. Have they entered the sea? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Stepping forward, Gu Hai entered the seabed. However, the speed of the hoe was too fast. He could not find any trace of the three for a while. Gu Hai immediately entered the depths of the sea, the underground space where the Torch Dragon's heart used to be. The underground space was still huge, but now it was as empty as a field. Only the rolling lava was left. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a golden dragon scale near the earth flame magma. These are Hichu's dragon scales. It seems that Meng really came here. What are you looking for? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Last time, he did not check carefully and thought that it was just the Torch Dragon's heart absorbing the earth fire. But now, it seemed that it was not that simple. Gu Hai stepped into the depths of the earth fire. The earth fire burned the earth and rocks, forming magma. The earth fire did not stop, and the magma area was huge. Soon, Gu Hai caught up to the center of the earth fire. He thought that the underground was getting hotter, but the closer he got to the bottom, the colder it became. Gradually, the magma disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange blood sea. It was a huge blood sea. The previous earth fire was formed by the energy evaporated from the blood sea. How could there be a blood sea underground? Gu Hai looked around. However, the Scarlet Sea was too vast. Furthermore, the Scarlet Sea was surrounded by earth and stone. Occasionally, there would be some caves leading to other places. Although they were only occasional, the Scarlet Sea was so vast that there were countless caves. There were too many forks, and Gu Hai did not know where to go. Blood, blood. Gu Hai's face sank. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Gu Hai stepped forward and quickly retraced his steps, returning to the sea outside. Chang Ming, quickly come to us. Gu Hai said. With Gu Hai's current strength, it was easy for him to send his voice anywhere. He arrived at the Eternaline capital in an instant. Chang Ming was at the blood-robed guard headquarters, listening to the reports of his subordinates. Suddenly, Gu Hai's voice rang out, and Chang Ming shivered. My lord, the situation is as such. My blood-robed guard needs to continue. A subordinate said respectfully. Chang Ming waved his hand. stopping the subordinate from speaking. This official is going out. You all continue to discuss. Chang Ming stepped out of the hall. "Milord, we need you to decide on these documents." Whoosh! Chang Ming ignored him and rushed out, following Gu Hai's voice. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the South Sea. Paying respects to His Holiness, Chang Ming respectfully said, "Follow us." Gu Hai stepped into the South Sea. Chang Ming did not ask any questions and quickly reached the bottom of the sea. Surprised by the underground space he had come to last time, he was quickly brought to the magma layer and then to the blood sea. "This is," Chang Ming said in shock. Chang Ming immediately closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. A look of shock appeared on his face. "His Holiness, this is the heart blood of the torch dragon. No, it should be the blood of the torch dragon that has been diluted countless times." Chang Ming cried out in excitement. "She just captured Fushi and Hichu and brought them here. Can you cultivate the blood to find their whereabouts?" Gu Hai explained. "Fushi?" Chang Ming said in shock. "Unborn man is Fushi, and Fushi is unborn man." Gu Hai said. "Ah." Chang Ming was flabbergasted. Although surprised, he did not ask any questions. "This subject will try." Chang Ming immediately nodded. Closing his eyes, Chang Ming sensed the blood sea, and the divine mark on his brow trembled. Chang Ming immediately opened his eyes. "How is it?" Gu Hai asked. "I don't know why, but I suddenly have a very familiar feeling." Chang Ming frowned. "Familiar? You?" Gu Hai said in shock. "His Holiness, wait a moment. The blood sea is everywhere, and there are countless passages. This subject should be able to find it. Wait a moment." Chang Ming solemnly said. Gu Hai nodded. "You captured Hichu and Fushi and headed directly to the underworld. They arrived at the South Sea, passed through the Earth Fire area, and directly arrived at the Blood Sea." Where is this?" "The Blood Sea, what a huge blood sea." Although Hichu was afraid of you, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. "Fushi, you don't seem to be afraid of me?" You narrowed his eyes at Fushi. Fushi's expression was calm, and he was not nervous. "It's already like this. What's the use of being afraid?" Fushi smiled slightly. You narrowed his eyes and stared at Fushi. "Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? That's why I'm not afraid." Fushi shook his head. "I didn't say that you don't dare to kill me. You should have something to ask of me, but you don't want Gu Hai to know your purpose, so you deliberately fell out with Gu Hai, right?" "Something to ask of you?" He, as expected of Fushi, you can predict things like a god. "You also predicted this? Since you've deduced it, you should know what I'm going to do." You looked coldly at Fushi. "I won't know until you tell me." Fushi shook his head. "I want to find the Earth's core divine fire, but the blood sea runs through the Tongtian and is endless. I've been looking for it for days and nights, but there's no end. You know the art of divination. You can predict whether it's good or bad. Help me find it. Earth core divine fire." Fushi frowned slightly. "What? Is there a problem?" Ho asked coldly. "You're the one begging me, not the other way around." Fushi smiled. "Humph, you think I don't dare to kill you?" Bai glared at him. "I can predict whether it's good or bad, and help you find the Earth's core divine fire. Other than me, no one else in the world can do that. Since you're begging me, you should at least have a begging attitude. Let me go first." Fushi smiled. "Fushi, do you really think I don't dare to touch you?" Bai looked coldly at Fushi. Fushi smiled. "The primordial chaos around me corresponds to the 64 hexagrams. Only when my whole body is in good condition can I perform the divination. If one part of my body is damaged, the divination won't work. I can't help you with the divination, even if I want to." Fushi was threatening Bai. He was sure that Bai would not be able to find the Earth's core divine fire. Bai stared at Fushi and finally smiled coldly. Fine, fine, fine. I won't touch you now. It's fine. I'll touch him, okay? Bai suddenly looked at Hichu. Hichu? I'm innocent, Hichu said pitifully. Bai let go of Fushi. He grabbed Hichu with one hand and tore with the other. Ah! Hichu screamed. In the midst of his screams, Bai tore off a large piece of dragon scales and scattered them in all directions. The immense pain of having his dragon scales torn off caused Hichu to tear up. Great, Yen His Holiness, I'm innocent. It hurts. Master, save me. Hichu looked at Fushi and cried. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed by Long Wanyu's side. Why was he so unlucky? Fushi saw Hichu's pain and smiled bitterly. Fushi, I'm not begging you. You have to help me find the Earth's core divine fire. Now, start the divination. Bai said. As he spoke, he tore off the dragon scales again. Ah! Hichu screamed again as another large piece of dragon scales was torn off. Master, I'm going to have my scales removed. Save me. Hichu cried bitterly. An unexpected calamity was also brought upon by one's own actions. He too was grief-stricken. Why was he so unlucky? Once the dragon scales are gone, I'll tear off his claws and horns. I'll pull out his tendons and bones. Bai threatened. Hichu's eyes widened, revealing a terrified expression. This woman was a psychopath. He was finished. Master, Master, I beg you. He's not begging you. I beg you, please hurry up and perform the divination. I can't take it any more. Master! Hichu cried in despair. Fushi looked at Hichu, then at Bai. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, Forget it. You don't have to tear off his dragon scales. I'll take you away. Bai looked at Fushi and finally nodded. At Fushi's request, Bai also released Fushi's seal. After all, in Bai's eyes, Fushi could not escape from the palm of his hand. Fushi waved his hand gently, and a 64 hexagrams pattern seemed to appear in his palm. The 64 hexagrams slowly rotated. It was very mysterious, and there was nothing on it. Fushi pointed in a direction, and Bai led the two of them into the Blood Sea. They entered a passage at the bottom of the Blood Sea and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Gu Hai also found a dragon scale that Bai threw out from the outside world. He chased after it into the Blood Sea. Unfortunately, when Gu Hai arrived, Bai and the other two had already left. Deep underground, in an area filled with black fog, there was only a faint light in the black fog. In the light, a hunchbacked old man with messy hair walked slowly with a snake-headed walking stick in his hand. There was a lantern hanging on the snake, head of the walking stick. If Black Impermanence was here, he would definitely recognize him. When he went to the Blood Underground City to curse Gu Hai, it was this hunchbacked old man who led the way. This old man was the divine envoy who led the way in the Blood Underground City. Everyone thought that he had died in the Blood Underground City. Who would have thought that he would appear here? The hunchbacked old man slowly walked to the entrance of a dark main hall. He looked up. He saw the words 9 in Hall written on the plaque of the main hall. Master! The hunchbacked old man respectfully knelt at the entrance of the 9 in Hall. Come in. A voice came from the main hall. Yes. The hunchbacked old man got up and slowly stepped into the main hall. There was a throne in the main hall. A man was sitting on the throne with his eyes closed. The man was not an outsider. He was the sect leader of the Join sect, who was on the same level as Jiang Chen Bai. Bai was sitting on the throne. He seemed to be cultivating with his eyes closed. The hunchbacked old man knelt down respectfully. Master, just a moment ago, Bai entered the underground again. And this time, he seems to have found 2 helpers. Bai did not open his eyes. Instead, he smiled. It's good that she's here. Now, we're just waiting for her. Master, she wants to find the earth core divine fire. The underground passageways are complicated. Do you need me to guide her? The hunchbacked old man asked respectfully. There's no need for that. With Bai's strength, the helper he found must be extraordinary. She'll find the earth core divine flame. Besides, when I gave her the skill, I told her everything. Come, let her do it herself, said Bai with a smile. Yes, the hunchbacked old man said respectfully. Chapter 1246. In the world of the living Dahan celestial dynasty, in an extremely remote city, outside the city, in a remote town, in a small courtyard in the small town. The small courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the doorframe was broken. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants occasionally gathered here. Obviously, no one had lived here for a long time. Gu Tang stood at the entrance of the small courtyard with Gu Ming. Just now, you saw that I've completed the household registration for you. The owner of this house has been missing for decades. He probably won't come back in this lifetime. From now on, you can live here. No one can find you. Gu Tang said in a low voice. Gu Ming looked at Gu Tang. He did not care about the surrounding ruins and nodded lightly. Now that your cultivation has been destroyed, we won't stop you if you want to recultivate. Because of Father's benevolence, we let you live. I hope you know what you're doing. Don't use Father's name to swindle people again. Gu Tang said in a low voice. Gu Ming nodded in silence. Gu Tang's eyes flashed with discomfort, but he still turned and walked away. Beside Gu Ming were some identification documents. Everything else was empty. Gu Tang did not leave anything for him. However, Gu Ming did not resent him. Instead, a sense of guilt grew in his heart. In the side room of the small courtyard, he found some rusty tools and cleaned up the grass in the courtyard bit by bit. This work lasted for a day and a night. The dilapidated courtyard was slowly being cleaned up, and everything was now in good order. After everything was tidied up, Gu Ming faced the north. Solemnly, he knelt down and bowed 3 times and 9 times in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. After the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, Gu Ming began to carefully pack his things. Suddenly, Gu Ming's whole body trembled, as if he had been electrocuted, and he stopped moving. Heavenly Master, it's you? You're fine? Gu Ming was surprised and immediately knelt down. A ray of 7-colored light flowed slightly in Gu Ming's body. It's me. They thought they caught my soul seed, but after a mistake, how can I not have a backup plan? 30's voice sounded again in Gu Ming's body. Yes, Gu Ming said, trembling all over. There is now a spare strand of this Immortal's soul guide in your body. Unfortunately, it is much weaker than the previous strand. It doesn't matter that your cultivation was crippled. This Immortal will help you recover soon. From now on, help this Immortal monitor the world. Wait for this Immortal's return. Jiang Chen, Fushi, Song Guhai, don't even think about escaping. Humph! A cold snort exploded throughout the small courtyard. Yes, Gu Ming replied with a shudder. The infinite celestial capital. In a large hall in the imperial palace, Chen Xiener, Lin Wanner, Bingheim, the Long sisters Guqin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang gathered once again. He described everything that had happened in the East Sea. Bang! Guqin slammed his palm on the coffee table. Bastard Gu Ming! How dare he kill his own father? Gu Han was also instantly shocked and furious. What a close call. If not for his father guarding against the unborn man, he would have overlooked Gu Ming. It turned out that Gu Ming was not of one mind with his family from the very beginning. 4th brother? So that's how it is. I was only suspicious back then, but I didn't think too deeply about it. Siding with the Qing emperor was like acknowledging a traitor as his father. Siding with the White Emperor was for power. Siding with Empress Ji, and even returning to the Dahan, was all for the sake of killing the emperor? Ha! We really underestimated Fourth Brother's bottom line. Guhan was also shocked and furious. Little Tang, where did you hide that evil creature? Tell me, I want him to regret being born into this world. Guqin glared. At this moment, Guqin seemed to have lost his mind. Among his 4 sons, Guqin's talent and intelligence were not as good as his 3 younger brothers. However, Gu Hai valued Guqin the most because he was calm and steady. Guqin was also most grateful to his father. Not only did his father raise him, but he also taught him everything. It was just that he was slow. However, his father had never despised him. He had always placed him first and even risked his life to save him. He could never bear to scold him when he made a mistake. However, Gu Ming wanted to kill his father. How could Guqin take it? With such good self-control, he instantly flew into a rage. Guhan was also eager to try. Like Gu Tang, after learning the truth, the first thing he did was to teach Gu Ming a lesson. The group of empresses was naturally furious. It was hard to guard against a thief in the family. He had almost killed Gu Hai. Who wouldn't be angry? That's enough. Chen Xian opened her mouth. When Chen Xian spoke, everyone immediately quieted down. Chen Xian was also very sad. She did not expect that the son she had watched grow up would do such a disgraceful thing. Mother! Guqin and Guhan frowned. Forget it. Our husband has already forgiven him. Don't worry about it anymore. Little Tang, you don't have to say anything about Little Ming's position. He is not benevolent, but our family cannot be unrighteous. After all, he was once your younger brother. Chen Xian sighed. Guqin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang's expressions froze. Although they were still angry, they could only sigh in the end. Our husband said that the fate of father and son with Little Ming is over. Let it be. Don't disturb him in the future. After all, he was with you during your childhood. After all, he was once your younger brother. Chen Xian sighed. Chen Xian was naturally very angry, but after all, that was her adopted son. How could he do such a disgraceful thing? Chen Xian was also very disappointed. At this moment, Gu Hai had already made his decision. Chen Xian also felt that this was the best. Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, and Bingheim looked at each other. In the end, they did not say anything. However, this unborn man has made me look at him in a new light. In the past, our husband had already seen through his disloyal heart. However, at the last moment, he actually stopped it. Wanqing, this father of yours really cares about you 2 sisters. Chen Xian looked at Long Wanqing and said, Yes, my mother said that my father is an unparalleled hero. No one in the world can stop him. So it was all true. Long Wanqing nodded and sighed. Since Fuxi can grasp a trace of the law of time, then he can definitely revive your mother. Lin Wan thought for a moment and said, Yes, according to reason, but now our husband is worried about our safety and won't let us follow him. I don't know. Long Wanqing said worriedly, Sister, don't worry. Since father is Fuxi's reincarnation, then there is nothing to worry about. Long Wanyu shook her head. Huh. He is a person who can calculate 10 steps before taking 1 step. He can calculate from 800,000 years ago to today. How can there be danger? I have the ability to foresee good and bad luck. Do you think he doesn't? How can he not feel that we are going to catch him? He must have felt it. However, he jumped in himself, which means he is sure. Long Wanyu shook her head. Are you confident? Long Wanqing asked doubtfully. Don't worry, he will definitely be fine. His ability is not just strength. Long Wanyu said affirmatively. Okay. Long Wanqing nodded and suppressed the worry in her heart. Underworld, at the bottom of the South Sea, deep underground, in the Blood Sea, under Fushi's guidance. The three of them passed through a tunnel in an instant. Passing through a tunnel was nothing to Ming. The key was that the tunnel was very long. Along the way, there were countless forks in the road. If not for Fushi's guidance, it would have taken Ming a long time to find this road. In the depths of the tunnel, the speed was naturally not as fast as the outside world. Ming shuttled for 3 full days before stopping. He stopped in another underground space. The underground space was extremely large, and it was extremely hot inside. It was as if a huge sun was buried here. The terrifying heat hit them in the face, and even Fushi could not stand it. Ming waved his hand, and a light circle surrounded Fushi and Hichu to protect them. This is the divine fire of the Earth's core? What a terrifying heat. It is like the sun, Hichu said in surprise. That's right, the divine fire of the sun was recorded correctly. There is indeed a divine fire in the Earth's core. However, it is a pity that the Jiuyin sect is not here. Ming's eyes flashed with expectation as he looked at the sun-like fireball in front of him. Fushi squinted his eyes and said, There are 12 of these fireballs. It seems that we have found the wrong place. That's right, I need this fireball. Yu immediately shook his head. Fushi smiled bitterly. He did not explain. Wait, you said there are 12? You calculated that there are 12 similar places? Ming's eyes lit up. That's right. Do you have a way to collect them? Let's go to other places as soon as possible. Fushi said, solemnly. All right, wait here. Ming nodded. Ming stepped into the sun-like fireball as he spoke. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble. Rolling flames rushed into Ming's mouth. Hichu was shocked by the terrifying inhalation and exhalation force. Crazy. She is really a monster. Hichu was shocked. Ming turned his head and looked at them. Hichu's expression changed, and he immediately corrected himself. Diyen, His Holiness is really powerful. I was praising you. You are awesome. Ming turned his head away in satisfaction. Fushi looked at Hichu beside him and said, Hichu, I found that you seem to have dropped something after not seeing you for so many years. What did I drop? Hichu looked at Fushi blankly. Integrity, Fushi said solemnly. Hichu, Master, Hichu is bitter. You don't know. I can't help it. I have had enough all these years. What's the use of integrity? I am so unlucky because I have integrity. Hichu was so sad that he was about to cry. Maybe. Fushi shook his head. Underworld, in the underground Blood Sea. Chong Ming sensed for a while before he opened his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. His Holiness, I did not find any trace of Ming, Fushi, or Hichu. However, I sensed a strange place. There seems to be something calling me. Chong Ming frowned. Calling you? Gu Hai was surprised. He was counting on Chong Ming to find Ming. Why did something call Chong Ming? Did Chong Ming have anything special? I am not sure what it is. It seems to be something that belongs to me, but it has a feeling of sadness. Chong Ming said strangely. Gu Hai frowned, and finally said, All right, let's go take a look. Okay. Chong Ming nodded and led the way. Gu Hai and Chong Ming did not follow Ming's path. They entered another tunnel and quickly traveled underground. Chapter 1247. Yang Realm. Great Yen Dynasty, primitive city. Because of Ming's order, all the officials were not allowed to participate in the Battle of Shosher. Therefore, they were not very clear about the Battle of East Sea. Ho Yi and Xing Tian were in charge of taking over the 1,000 cities of Wancho Taoism. Everything was in order. In the imperial court, there was a group of loyal officials handling the matters. Only very important matters would come to the Jingwei. In front of the window, the Jingwei was combing his hair in front of the mirror. Suddenly, the Jingwei's pupils constricted, and he turned his head. "Who is it? Come out." The Jingwei stared and said, "Buzz." Not far from the Jingwei, there seemed to be a bunch of water vapor that suddenly appeared. The water vapor slowly condensed and turned into the appearance of a little girl. "Ingo." The Jingwei's eyes suddenly widened. It was Ingo who had taken over his body. Back then, Jiang Lianshan could not bear to see you suffer, so he separated your soul from your body and made me. I thought that because of Jiang Lianshan's pampering, you became a useless person. Who would have thought that you obtained the body of the vermilion bird? Your cultivation has reached the complete deity stage. Ingo walked over. The Jingwei looked at Ingo coldly. "You almost killed me when you tricked me last time. Why are you here again?" "Nothing. I just want to tell you that Dong Zong Shou was killed by Gu Hai." Ingo laughed. "Whether he dies or not, my sister will deal with it." "Ingo, why are you looking for me again when my sister is not here? Don't tell me you have some secrets to tell me?" The Jingwei said coldly. "Can I look for you if I don't have any secrets? You should know that you and I are one." Ingo's smile hid a trace of conspiracy. "One? Who do you think you are? You are just a new spirit formed by my body. You are just a vassal of my body. Do you think you are worthy to be one with me?" The Jingwei sneered. "But I am the new commander of the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe is reborn, and we need you." Ingo slowly became serious. "Sorcerer tribe? The sorcerer tribe is already extinct. You are talking about the sorcerer tribe?" "Ingo, stop dreaming. With my flesh body, you can live freely for a while. My sister will take back my flesh body for me." Jingwei glared at Ingo. "Take back the body? No, you're wrong. It's not that she wants to take back my body, but that I want to take back what belongs to my shaman tribe from her body." Ingo laughed. "Something from the witch tribe?" The Jingwei stared at him in confusion. "The shaman tribe has the 4 great zombie ancestors: earth, fire, wind, and water. However, you don't know that the seeds of the 4 great zombie ancestors can grow separately. When they reach their peak, they can fuse together. When the 4 great zombie ancestors fuse into one, even Jiang Chen won't be a match for them. I have the water zombie ancestor seed, and Wu has the fire element. Therefore, I came looking for you." Ingo said with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha, you want to steal my sister's zombie progenitor seed. Ingo, aren't you too naive? Even Yuan Shi Tianzuan is not a match for my sister. And you?" The elite guard sneered. "That's right, Hui's strength is beyond my expectations. However, Hui is not without weakness. At the very least, you are her weakness." Ingo sneered. "You want to take me down and threaten my sister?" The Jingwei glared at him. "Why not?" Ingo stretched out his hand to grab the elite guard. The elite guard also glared at him and struck out with his palm. Boom! The power of the great perfection deity stage was incomparably vast. The collision of water and fire instantly caused a huge explosion. In an instant, the elite guard's palace exploded. "Princess!" Immediately, a large number of guards cried out in alarm. However, they saw that the elite guard and Ingo were already high up in the sky. The 2 of them brazenly attacked again. Rumble! The 2 of them struck out with their palms, shaking the heavens and the earth. The rumbling shockwaves tore the void apart. The surroundings of the Antiquities city suddenly shook. "Humph! I have waited for a long time. I finally confirmed that Hui is not in the imperial court before I came. Jingwei, you have nowhere to run today. Ingo laughed loudly. Ingo, do you think you can take me down? The elite guard glared at him. Don't expect Gu Hai. A few days ago, on the Eastern Sea, Gu Hai had a falling out with Hui. I saw it with my own eyes. Otherwise, do you think I would come to you at this time? Ingo sneered. Screech. The elite guard let out a loud cry and soared into the sky. Boom. Immediately, the elite guard slammed into a strong barrier and couldn't escape. I have already set up a water zombie barrier around the entire Antiquity City. You can't escape. Surrender obediently and avoid physical pain. Ingo said coldly, Don't even think about it. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a huge battle broke out in the sky above the Antiquity City. The huge battle naturally attracted the attention of all directions. Ho Yi and Xing Tian, who were conquering the cities in the south, immediately heard the news and turned their heads. It's Ingo. How dare you? Ho Yi and Xing Tian rushed over. In an instant, the two of them arrived outside the barrier. Boom, boom. The two of them heavily attacked the water zombie barrier but couldn't break it. Ingo, you are courting death. His Holiness will definitely destroy your divine soul when he returns. Ho Yi glared and said angrily. However, within the water zombie barrier, Ingo didn't care at all, because Ingo knew that since he was here today, he must take down the elite guard. Once he took down the elite guard, he would win. Even if we returned, he wouldn't dare to attack. This was his only chance. Infinite celestial capital. The ministers of the Dahan also received the news instantly. They all went to the square of the Soaring Palace Hall and looked at the distant Dongfang. Hui left the imperial capital, and Ingo is causing chaos in the Antiquity City. Long Wanyu frowned. Mother, should we do something? Guhan frowned. Chun Xian was silent for a while and finally nodded. The Dahan and the great Yen have always been friends. There was a misunderstanding during the Longevity Master Battle, and the Dahan has let the great Yen down. This is a good opportunity to make up for it. Han, you represent the Dahan Celestial Empire and take Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Dragon God Ing, Shangwan Hen, Ao Sheng, and Divine Scorpion to provide support immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. The group of ministers replied. Mao Tianyun, Hutu, you two go and help too. After all, this trouble is caused by my father. Long Wanyu said. Yes. Mao Tianyun and Hutu answered. Boom. In an instant, the 9 great perfection celestial palaces of the Dahan Celestial Empire rushed out and headed for the Antiquity City. In an instant, the 9 experts arrived at the Antiquity City and emitted a fearful aura. Guhan, Ho Yi, and Xing Tian were alarmed. Under the orders of the Divine Empress, we are here to provide support to the Antiquity City. Generals, how should we cooperate? Guhan asked. Ho Yi and Xing Tian's eyes lit up when they heard that the 9 experts were here to provide support. Break this water zombie enchantment first. Ho Yi said. Okay. Hung. The 11 experts attacked almost at the same time. Their power was so great that even the water zombie enchantment shook violently. Inside the enchantment, Ingo had already suppressed the elite guards. When he saw the experts outside, his expression changed. People from the Dahan Celestial Empire? Didn't Gu Hai fall out with Hui? Humph, what do you know? Continue. Guhan shouted. Hung. There was another loud sound. Suddenly, the water zombie enchantment shook and twisted strangely. Continue. The 11 peerless experts shouted again. Ingo, who had been full of confidence, suddenly showed a sullen expression. In the underworld, in the Blood Sea underground, Gu Hai followed Changming through a tunnel. Although there were many forks in the tunnel, Chongming's feeling grew increasingly stronger. However, they did not take many detours. 3 days later, the two arrived at the entrance of a pitch-black cave. The Scarlet Sea actually feared the black hole, not daring to get close. "It's in there, His Holiness," Chongming said excitedly. "Be careful," Guhai said gravely. Yes. The moment Xiao Qin stepped into the cave, a horrifying dragon might rushed at the two. The two's hair stood on end at nearly the same time. Under this dragon might, the two felt like the heavenly might had descended. No, this was even more horrifying than the 6 paths, Immortal. From the outside, the interior was pitch black. However, at this moment, there was some light inside. There were 3,000 tree images of various colors in the surroundings, leading in all directions. 3,000 great Tao. How is that possible? Gu Hai's expression changed as he said in disbelief. This was a miniature version of the 3,000 great Tao. Furthermore, the strange thing was that they were upside down. The tree heads were down, and the roots were up. There was a huge space around them. The roots of the 3,000 great Tao were inserted into the ground in all directions, while the heads surged towards a huge object in the center. It was a huge dragon, a golden dragon that was 5,000 kilometers long. The dragon might that made the two's hair stand on end earlier was emitted by this golden dragon. The top of the 3,000 great Tao was connected to the golden dragon, but the roots led to the earth and stones in all directions. At the same time, streams of light surged into the golden dragon's body from all directions. This golden dragon is extracting the power of the 3,000 great Tao, extracting the power of the world, Guhai said in surprise. The golden dragon closed its eyes as if it was sleeping. That's it, His Holiness. I have a familiar feeling, Chongming said as he pointed at the golden dragon. Let's go and hide first. Gu Hai pulled Chongming and instantly hid in a corner. Just as the two of them left, a large number of moths flew past from all directions. They seemed to be patrolling the entire huge space. A familiar feeling? Do you know what this is? Gu Hai asked. I'm not sure. Chongming shook his head. Gu Hai flew to the bottom and took a closer look. He found that the golden dragon was sleeping, but its mouth was slightly open, leaving a thin gap. He could vaguely see the scene inside its mouth. A ball of green flames was slowly burning. In that slightly closed mouth, there seemed to be a candle flame. Gu Hai immediately had a guess in his heart. That's impossible. Didn't it die a long time ago? Gu Hai said with a solemn expression. However, if it wasn't for it, where would such a powerful aura come from? The 3,000 great Tao continuously supplied it with power. His Holiness, you recognize it? Who is this golden dragon? Chongming asked curiously. Torch Dragon. Gu Hai said solemnly. Torch Dragon? That's impossible. Didn't the Torch Dragon die a long time ago? Moreover, the former underground blood city was formed from the Torch Dragon's heart. Although this golden dragon is sleeping, it seems to be intact. Chongming said with a hint of confusion. I'm not sure, but this time you did bring me to a very mysterious place. Torch Dragon? Is someone trying to revive the Torch Dragon? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Underground, Nining Temple. Sitting on the throne, Qi suddenly opened his eyes. Oh, 2 rats sneaked in ahead of time. Qi's face darkened. Chapter 1248. Under the ground. Hui was sucking in the sun-like earth core divine fire. Hichu stared at it from the side. The 64 hexagrams floated in Fushi's palm and changed rapidly. It seemed to be calculating the future. Looking at the 64 hexagrams in his palm, Fushi's expression changed slightly. Great peace? Gu Hai's appearance really helped me a lot. Rumble. After a loud noise, the sun-like earth core, divine fire, was swallowed by Hui. At this moment, Hui's body was surrounded by golden light. The surface of his body seemed to have formed a spherical barrier. On the spherical barrier, there was a pattern similar to an eye. Fushi, this is the third one. You said there were 12. Where are the others? Hui stepped forward. Hui, the spherical barrier around your body seems to have an outline, Hichu asked curiously. Like the sun? Hui smiled confidently. No, it looks like an eyeball, Hichu asked curiously. Eyeball? Hui raised his eyebrows. Puzzled, Hui looked at Fushi. Solemnly, Fushi nodded his head. Fushi, you know something? Hui frowned. Did your cultivation technique come from Hui? Fushi asked curiously. Yes, Hui gave me the divine fire-sun transformation technique. When cultivated to the peak, I can transform into the sun. Hui did not hide it. Do you think I would give you such a big gift on the first time I met you? I'm not your relative. Why? Solemnly, Fushi asked Fushi. Hui narrowed his eyes. Hui was not stupid to be able to establish a great empire. After thinking for a while, he understood a lot. This divine technique is indeed wonderful. The more I cultivate, the stronger I become. I feel like I am immersed in it. However, when you mentioned it, I felt that Hui might not be a good person. Hui nodded. Hui has been waiting for you, Fushi said. Oh, Hui narrowed his eyes at Fushi. This is what I deduced based on known reasons. Fushi explained. Yu's expression changed. He looked at Fushi in confusion and asked, Did you let me catch you on purpose? Huh. Hichu looked at Fushi in confusion. Fushi nodded. He didn't hide anything. Why? Bai said coldly. I can predict that being captured by you will allow me to quickly return to my peak, returning to my past strength, or even stronger. Fushi didn't hide anything. You recovered because of me? Bai asked in a deep voice. That's right. However, I still can't figure out how to recover. Everything depends on that qi. Solemnly, Fushi said Fushi. If you can predict the future, then tell me, who is Zhua? What is the Join sect? Zhua asked curiously. Qi is closely related to Torch Dragon. As for the specific situation, I can only deduce in detail when I see qi. After all, this qi is too mysterious. Fushi frowned. How is it mysterious? His understanding of Torch Dragon is unparalleled. Even 30 and Song don't know it as well as he does. However, Torch Dragon is the first spirit in the world, 30 is the second, and Song is the third. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Qi to know more about Torch Dragon than Song. However, there are many secrets that Song doesn't know, but Qi does. He can even control the remaining power of Torch Dragon to curse all gods. Fushi frowned. Is Torch Dragon the reincarnation? Bai asked curiously. Not really. If we're talking about the reincarnation of Torch Dragon, there is someone in the world who is more similar, but it's definitely not Qi. Fushi shook his head. Oh, is there really a reincarnation of Torch Dragon? Bai's eyes lit up. Song Tian, he fell in the void in the past. Isn't there a chance for him to be resurrected in the end? This kind of initial spirit has its own mark of the world. If Song Tian can be resurrected, what's so strange about Torch Dragon being resurrected? Fushi shook his head. Then who do you think is the reincarnation of Torch Dragon? Bai asked curiously. The one favored by the heavens, Changming. Fushi did not hide it. Changming? A subject of Guhai? How is that possible? Bai's face darkened. Who was Changming? Bai had never taken him seriously. Was this person who suddenly appeared the reincarnation of Torch Dragon? He shouldn't be the reincarnation of Torch Dragon. There should be something missing, but only he has this possibility. Fushi explained. Why? Because you haven't heard of the one favored by the heavens? Fushi said. Changming, now that you mention it, I remember. This person is extremely lucky, which is why he is called the one favored by the heavens. He can pick up a Dharma treasure when he falls, and a numinous treasure when he is injured. However, this is just good luck, right? But in Guhai's hands, isn't he still defeated time and time again? It's not the same. Guhai's strength is not because of luck, but because of his calculating ability. As for Changming, it's all because of luck. It was as if the 3,000 great Daos were protecting him. The 3,000 great Daos did not recognize anyone. Only the Immortal of the Six Paths, who controlled the immortal origin, could mobilize it. The Immortal of the Six Paths used the immortal origin to mobilize it. But Changming, although the 3,000 great Daos did not provide much protection, it was passive. Other than those who comprehended the great Daos and the immortal origin of the Six Paths, who else could have the same benefits as him? Even the reincarnation of the heavens can't do that. Fushi shook his head. Bai raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Since Bai has chosen you, he will find you sooner or later. And there shouldn't be much time left. If you want to resist, you'd better hurry. I'll take you to absorb all the divine fire of Earth's core. Fushi said, solemnly, Bai deliberately, let me absorb the divine fire of Earth's core. Do I have to do what he wants? Bai frowned. You have to absorb the divine fire to resist. Otherwise. Fushi shook his head. Bai's expression changed. He suddenly understood that no matter what Bai's purpose was, the most important thing was to be strong. Bai looked at Fushi and suddenly bowed to him solemnly. Mr. Fushi, I've offended you before. I hope you don't take offense. His Holiness of Great Yen is too polite. I also need to borrow your strength in order to return to my peak. Fushi smiled faintly. Ah, you two have reconciled. He too was at a loss, and there was a hint of depression in his voice. If you had made up earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Let's go to the next place. Fushi said. Whoosh. The three of them quickly passed through the underground tunnel. In another space underground, skeletons, Guhai, and Changming stood under the feet of the 10,000 miles golden dragon and carefully examined it. The golden dragon is sleeping with its eyes closed? No, this golden dragon's eyes are sunken. Although its eyes are closed, it doesn't seem to have any eyeballs. Is it a blind giant dragon? Guhai frowned slightly. Changming, on the other hand, placed his hand on the golden dragon's body. Buzz. Changming's body trembled. Changming, what's wrong with you? Guhai was puzzled. I feel that it's sad. Changming said with a blank expression. Sad. Guhai was curious. Yes, it seems to be in pain, but it's very close to me. It's talking to me, but I don't understand. Changming said blankly. Guhai imitated Changming and placed his hand on the golden dragon's body. However, there was no feedback like Changming. Guhai pondered for a moment, then looked at Changming in surprise. Was Changming related to the torch dragon? Changming, you used to be blessed by the heavens, right? Guhai recalled. That's all in the past. This official's luck is good, but good luck is not necessarily a good thing. This official has suffered many losses in the past. Changming said with a bitter smile. But no one can be lucky for no reason. Perhaps there's a reason for your good luck. Guhai pondered. How is that possible? No, His Holiness. I understand the Golden Dragon's confession. Changming's eyes lit up. Oh, what's the confession? Guhai asked curiously. In the void, the immortal sky was born. There was no yin and yang. In the chaos, there was an initial spirit called the torch dragon. Its breath was summer, and its breath was winter. When it opened its eyes, it was day, and when it closed its eyes, it was night. After the ancient times, the torch dragon was lonely. Its body transformed into all things. Its left eye was the sun, and its right eye was the moon. Its body became the earth. Its muscles became the mountains and rivers. Its blood became the lakes and seas, and its hair became the stars. Its 3 souls became the 3,000 great Tao. Its 6 souls became the 6 paths of reincarnation, and its 7th soul, the divine spirit, became the demons and began to shape the divine Tao. With its body, it cut the chaos, divided yin and yang, and set the universe. Changming closed his eyes and recited carefully. Gu Hai's face suddenly sank because Gu Hai knew this sentence. These words were recorded in the Heavenly Lord Yuansher's Handbook of Inheritance. It was the sound that Yuansher Tianzuan heard from underground. The sound that Yuansher Tianzuan heard from underground in the past was made by this golden dragon. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. At the same time, in the world of the living, Gu Hai's original body, who was cultivating in the immortal dome of the ancients, suddenly opened his eyes. So the power that Yuansher borrowed from the Earth's core came from that golden dragon? Gu Hai's original body's eyes suddenly lit up. Flipping the scroll in his hand, Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a look of anticipation, and he immediately stood up. Whoosh! Gu Hai's original body stepped out of the immortal dome of the ancients. In the underground, Changming recited the words that the golden dragon told him. Gu Hai was surprised. Rumble! It was the huge golden dragon head that suddenly turned its head, as if it was looking down at Gu Hai and Changming from above. The sleeping golden dragon moved. Gu Hai's face darkened. The golden dragon looked down, but its eyes were sunken, and it still had its eyes closed. Rolling dragon power swooped down. Changming suddenly trembled, as if he was repelled by a strong force. Along with Gu Hai, they looked at the huge golden dragon together. The golden dragon's eyes were closed, as if it was still sleeping. However, on its head, in front of the dragon horn, stood a man in a blue robe at this moment. The man was none other than Qi, whom Gu Hai had seen in the past. Qi stood on the dragon head, looking down at Gu Hai and Changming. It was as if this huge dragon head was under his command. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Gu Hai? Qi saw Gu Hai, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Dahan Celestial Empire, Gu Hai, greets the sect leader of the Juin sect. Gu Hai said, solemnly. The skeleton Gu Hai now had the strength of a complete deity. Even so, when he saw Qi, he felt extremely dangerous. How did you find the candle dragon? Qi looked at Gu Hai, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. One had to know that this place was not that easy to enter. Gu Hai's inexplicable arrival made you exceptionally solemn. You're saying that this huge golden dragon is called the candle dragon? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. That's right. It is the divine beast of the Juin sect, the candle dragon. Now that you know about it, can you tell me how you came in? She said coldly. Chapter 1249. That's right. He's the guardian of the Juin sect, the candle dragon. Now that you know who he is, can you tell me how you came in? You said coldly. Changming looked at you worriedly. Although Changming had reached the peak of the gods, he still felt that you was dangerous. There are many forks in the underground. We were just lucky to have come here. Since this is the territory of the Juin sect, we won't disturb you. We'll leave immediately. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Luck? You found this place with luck? No one has come in for tens of thousands of years. You're just too lucky. You want to leave? Do you think the Juin sect is a place where you can come and go as you please? You said coldly. Boom. All of a sudden, a swarm of moths rushed over, blotting out the sky and filling up the entire void in an instant. The moths surrounded Gu Hai and Yu Zhenghai as if they would attack at any time. Master, please forgive me. I've failed in my duty. I didn't notice them coming in. At this time, a hunchbacked old man suddenly knelt down under the dragon's head. The divine guide of the underground blood city. It's you? Chong Ming's eyes widened in surprise. The hunchbacked old man knelt down as if he was waiting for you to punish him. These two people came to the Join sect, but your moths didn't notice them. You failed in your duty, you said calmly. Yes, the hunchbacked old man said with fear. You made a mistake, so you have to solve it yourself. Yu Zhenghai said, solemnly. Yes, the hunchbacked old man immediately turned his head and looked at Gu Hai and Yu Zhenghai. Gu Hai looked at Yu Zhenghai and asked, Yu Zhenghai, you want to keep us here? My Join sect is not a place you can just barge in. The secrets here shouldn't be known to the outside world. Since you're here, you can't leave. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said no more. The hunchbacked old man commanded a large number of moths to attack Gu Hai and Yu Zhenghai. Blood sea. Chong Ming snorted coldly. Boom. A roiling sea of blood appeared out of nowhere, protecting Gu Hai and Chong Ming. The moths, on the other hand, continued to charge into the blood sea. They kept sucking in the blood sea's water, consuming a huge amount of the blood sea. Rumble! The blood sea was visibly shallower. Guide Oracle, why are you here? Didn't you die in the underground blood city? What do you have to do with the Join sect? Chong Ming said angrily. Why can't I be here? I was originally a member of the Join sect. As for the underground blood city, you don't know that my master lent the torch dragon's heart to the Magi back then. I've been guarding the torch dragon's heart in the underground blood city. I didn't expect that the torch dragon's heart would be destroyed by you not long after I left. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. The hunchbacked old man sneered. You lent it to the shamans? Why? Chong Ming was puzzled. The Join sect doesn't need to explain anything to you. Humph, you barged in yourself, so you can't blame anyone. The moths at night sleep in the world, the hunchbacked old man shouted. Wung! All the moths' wings flashed with a silver light. The light penetrated the blood sea and charged at Gu Hai and Chong Ming. When the silver light came into contact with Gu Hai, it suddenly disappeared. After all, Gu Hai's body was filled with the power of nothingness. Any spell could be nullified. Chong Ming wasn't so lucky. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and he swayed from side to side, as though he was drunk. Chong Ming. Gu Hai patted Chong Ming's shoulder, and a gush of nothingness energy gushed out. Boom. Chong Ming suddenly jolted awake. Illusion? Chong Ming was surprised. Huh, you didn't fall asleep under my sleeping moths? The hunchbacked old man was shocked. On the dragon's head, by Ye's eyes narrowed. He hadn't been able to tell what the black energy Gu Hai had released was. Humph, just a moth? What are you? Come out. Chong Ming shouted, his embarrassment turning into anger. Boom. With Chong Ming as the center, billowing black energy appeared out of thin air and condensed into millions of bats. As soon as the blood-colored bat appeared, it charged towards the moths. Screech, screech, screech. The bats were ferocious and savage. Now that Chong Ming's cultivation base was in the great circle of the god Legion, the bats' power was boundless. The bats pounced on the moths, and in the blink of an eye, all the moths in the crypt were caught and devoured. Screech, screech, screech. Eating my babies? Can you even finish them? The hunchbacked old man waved his hand. Bang! Millions of moths flew out again. However, more and more vampiric bats appeared, and they began to slaughter the moths even more ferociously. Although some of the bats' wings were bitten off by the moths and fell to the ground, most of the moths ended up as food for the bats. In an instant, The moths were forced to retreat. The bats had the upper hand. You want to stop us, old hunchback? You're still far from it. Chongming laughed loudly. Impossible. My sleeping moths have illusory forms. Ordinary people can't touch them. They're dream moths, illusionary moths. How could these bats kill them? Master? The hunchbacked old man looked at Bai Yi in shock. That's right. Sleeping moths? They don't have a physical form, but they were eaten by these bats. It's strange. It seems the bats are the problem. Bai Yi nodded. We just arrived, and you won't suffer any losses. I hope the two of you can take a step back. We'll take our leave. Gu Hai said. With that, he prepared to leave with Chongming. Where do you think you're going? The hunchbacked old man anxiously controlled the moths. However, the moths were completely restrained by the bats. They had no effect at all. Master, I'm useless. The hunchbacked old man said bitterly. You are useless, but no one is leaving today. Bai Yi said coldly. As they spoke, strange sounds came from all around them. Caw, 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 caw. For a moment, the entire underground space seemed to be filled with the sounds of countless toads. Rolling toads seemed to have emerged from the ground. They were densely packed. There were even toads hanging from the walls of the cave. Toads! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He saw all the toads suddenly open their mouths and stick out their tongues. Rip! The hundreds of millions of bats in the underground space were instantly caught by the long tongues of the toads. With a pull, they were all swallowed into the toads' mouths. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single bat left. What? Chongming's expression changed. Master is amazing. The hunchbacked old man knelt and flattered. The surrounding moths also disappeared under the hunchbacked old man's control. Gu Hai and Chongming's expressions darkened as they looked at the surrounding toads. There seemed to be some silver liquid in the lumps on the toads' bodies, shining with silver light. Lunar poison ice toad? Chongming's expression changed. You know it? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes, legend has it that a type of poisonous toad was born on the moon. Its poison is so strong that anyone who comes in contact with it will die. Even those who go to the heavenly palace can't stand it. However, every time the lunar poison ice toad appears, it is just a flash in the pan. How can there be so many of them here? Chongming said worriedly. Lunar poison ice toad. Maybe they are illusions like your bats. Gu Hai said, Then I'll try again. His Holiness, I'll lead the way. Chongming shouted. Boom! The rolling bats appeared again. This time, they suddenly pounced on the group of toads. Caw, caw, caw. This time, the toads didn't stick out their tongues. Instead, silver liquid shot out from the lumps on their bodies like arrows. Piss, 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 pissed. Instantly, all the bats that came in contact with it were annihilated. Moreover, the silver venom flew toward Gu Hai and Chongming as if it was going to drown them in the venom. Blood Sea, come out. Chongming's expression changed, and he waved his hand again. Rumble! The rolling blood sea appeared out of thin air again, blocking the silver venom. However, the silver venom was too powerful. In just an instant, it contaminated the blood sea and turned it silver. Whoosh! The void was instantly corroded, tearing apart areas of black holes. The blood sea turned into a silver sea. Like the collapse of the heavenly river, it poured down toward Gu Hai and Chongming. Chongming's expression changed. He immediately turned into a giant bat and protected Gu Hai under his bat wings. Ah! Chongming screamed. His bat wings were being corroded rapidly. The venom was terrifying and powerful. His Holiness, leave now. Chongming shouted in pain. I don't want to leave now. Humph! Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Gu Hai waved his hand. Suddenly, a black gas shrouded Chongming and blocked all the silver venom. Oh, you squinted his eyes. What kind of black gas is this? It has the power to decompose. Join sect leader, since you are so overbearing, then I'll offend you. Guhai's expression turned cold. Guhai stomped his foot. With Guhai's foot as the center, the ground suddenly turned white. Whoosh! In an instant, the ground of the cave was transformed by Guhai's strange power. Psst! Suddenly, a bone spike emerged from the ground and pierced through the head of the lunar poison ice toad. What? Yu's face darkened. Psst, 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 psst. In the cave, up and down, left and right, all the soil and stones were turned into bones. The ground was transformed into a sea of bones. Billions of bone spikes emerged from the sea of bones and pierced through all the lunar poison ice toads. In an instant, boom! With a loud bang, the entire cave turned into a cave of bones. All the lunar poison ice toads in the cave of bone spikes were killed instantly. Guhai was really angry. He turned his bones into the ground. Ah! The hunchbacked elder screamed and tried to dodge, but his legs were still pierced. He managed to escape to Yu's back. Other than the candle dragon, the entire cave was filled with bone spikes. Even Yu's surroundings were filled with bone spikes. However, when the bone spikes reached Yu, they strangely avoided him. It was as if there was a mysterious power protecting Yu, and no one could get close to him. The lunar poison ice toads, who were arrogant just a moment ago, were completely silent. Bone spikes. Guhai's bone spikes now had a mysterious power and were extremely powerful. Chapter 1250. The bone spikes stopped 10 feet away from Chi. Each of them was filled with killing intent as they approached Chi's face. However, they missed each other and could not go any further. Not far away, Changming was being corroded by the poison, and he looked like he was in pain. Guhai was really angry. He glared at Chi and the hunchbacked old man behind him. As he took a step forward, the bone world descended, and its power was unstoppable. All the lunar poison ice toads were stabbed to death in an instant. They were not stabbed through their bodies, but directly killed. The power of the void crushed their souls. Chi was shocked and furious when he saw the death of the lunar poison ice toads. This was the first time Chi was so angry. The hunchbacked old man beside him trembled and did not dare to say a word. Good move, good move. Guhai, you killed all the disciples of the Juin sect. Chi said coldly. Juin sect disciples? These toads? Guhai said coldly. Toads? That's right, it's them. You killed all my disciples. Good, good. Let's see how you can walk out of my Juin sect today. Chi said coldly. Originally, I came to your Juin sect by mistake because I was looking for someone. I have already said many times that I will leave immediately. However, you are so aggressive and want to kill me again and again. Now, I don't want to leave anymore. Chi, I want this candle dragon. Guhai said coldly. As he said that, the bones under Guhai's feet suddenly rose and formed a huge bone mountain. It slowly lifted Guhai up to Chi's height, and they looked at each other at eye level. You want to take my candle dragon? Do you know that your hands will be ruined? Chi sneered. Ruined? Guhai frowned. However, at this moment, there seemed to be an invisible power that was eroding his hands. However, Guhai's hands contained a power of nothingness. When that invisible power came into contact with the power of nothingness, it immediately dissipated. It was the same for Changming. An invisible force suddenly corroded his hands, causing them to fester. However, this festering was not serious. It was just that some of the skin had been broken. Curse! Guhai's expression darkened as he looked at you. In the past, at the entrance of Yuanshi Palace, Ho had established his absolute position with just a curse. Even the vermilion bird supremacy was no match for him. Now, Bai was cursing both of them. Gu Hai looked at them with a gloomy expression, but Yu's expression changed. Impossible, how can you be fine? Gu Hai's hands were fine. Although Chang Ming was also injured, the effect was not great. Did the curse fail? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Disbelief flashed through Yu's eyes as he turned to look at the hunchbacked elder. Your hands are rotting. You said in a low voice. Ah. The hunchbacked old man immediately let out a miserable cry. As he screamed, his hands rotted at a visible speed. In just an instant, they had rotted down to the bones. Master, please spare me, please spare me. The hunchbacked elder kowtowed in pain. Your hands have recovered. You said again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rotting hands recovered in the blink of an eye. Thank you, master, thank you. The hunchbacked elder said in horror. The speed of the curse caused Chang Ming to feel a chill in his heart. Gu Hai's expression was solemn, and Yu's expression was even more solemn. The fact that the hunchbacked elder was cursed meant that there was no problem with his curse. The problem was with Gu Hai and Chang Ming. Ha! The two of you are indeed different. No wonder you dare to intrude into my Juin sect. You narrowed his eyes. It seems that your curse is useless. Gu Hai sneered. I will find the problem. Rotting hands, rotting whole body. You said again. Boom. Once again, an unknown force surged into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai had the power of nothingness in his body, so he naturally blocked it all. Chang Ming's body started to itch rapidly, and his skin was slowly breaking. His Holiness! Chang Ming was anxious. The curse is useless against Gu Hai. It's only effective against Chang Ming. Impossible. Curse again. You said again. Rumble. That invisible power surged towards Chang Ming once again. However, at this moment, perhaps because the power of the curse was too strong, it caused the void to tremble. Faintly, traces of light appeared around Chang Ming. The light was in the shape of a big tree, but it was the 3,000 great Tao's surrounding Chang Ming, emitting power and corroding Chang Ming. You can actually manipulate the power of the 3,000 great Tao like the Immortals. Gu Hai's face darkened. His Holiness! Chang Ming shouted in pain. Huff! Gu Hai waved his hand, and a ball of nothingness wrapped around Chang Ming instantly, cutting off the strange curse. Gu Hai saved Chang Ming with a wave of his hand, but you suddenly became very serious. The curse that had always worked was ineffective today. All the living beings in the Immortal Dome have been nourished by the 3,000 great Tao, so no one can escape. No one can escape, but you can escape from the restriction of the 3,000 great Tao. You narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Is that all you can do? If that's all you can do, then get lost. I want this candle dragon. Gu Hai said coldly. As he said that, the surrounding bone spikes moved aside. The bone mountain that Gu Hai was standing on slowly moved towards the dragon's head, towards you. The power of the curse. It was ineffective. You opened his eyes wide and stared at Gu Hai, who surprised him. Back at the primeval hall, you didn't care so much about Gu Hai, but now you felt like he was facing a great enemy. You controlled the Juin sect. What was the Juin sect? Maybe others didn't know, but you knew that his Juin sect was incomparable to all the other forces in the world. His Holiness of Great Yen, he was just a chess piece. You didn't care about Jiangchen, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, or the Immortal of the Six Paths. What were Immortals? Manipulating the power of the 3,000 great Tao. His control was much more advanced than theirs. Because of his high standards, you didn't care about anyone's provocation. That was why he could calmly watch everyone in the primeval hall. As long as his plan succeeded, even the 30 great Tao was nothing. But today, Gu Hai's ability made you feel threatened. The curse was ineffective. How could this be? As long as it was a living creature within the 3,000 Great Tao, it would be impossible to escape. You watched as Guhai approached. Although he was cautious, he wasn't afraid. After all, the things that he had mastered were incomparable to others. Guhai only had some special abilities at most. Haha, you want my candle dragon? You're dreaming. Do you think that's all I can do? Guhai, you trespassed into the Join sect today and killed all the Join sect disciples. You asked for it. You said coldly. While speaking, you waved his sleeve gently. Roar. Although the candle dragon was sleeping with its eyes closed, it suddenly let out a dragon roar. As it roared, the 3,000 Great Tao on its back suddenly extended a branch and pointed vertically in a certain direction. A strange power suddenly emerged from the 3,000 branches. The power slowly condensed into a ray of white light, and a figure slowly condensed in the white light. It was a long-haired man in a white robe. Yuan Shi Tianzuan? Chongming exclaimed. The figure that the 3,000 Great Tao condensed was actually Yuan Shi Tianzuan's appearance. Guhai's face fell. That's right. That day at the Primeval Hall, I recorded the traces of the primeval Lord of Heaven's aura. With the 3,000 great paths, I condensed an identical one. I wonder if you can take it. Ho sneered. Guhai looked at Yuan Shi Tianzuan in the distance with a gloomy face. Yuan Shi Tianzuan twisted his head and strangely came to life. This wasn't the real Yuan Shi Tianzuan. It was the condensation of the 3,000 Great Tao. However, the aura was exactly the same as Yuan Shi Tianzuan's. Yu's strength seemed to be a little too strange. Kill him. You pointed at Guhai and said, yes. Yuan Shi Tianzuan replied. Hiss. Yuan Shi Tianzuan immediately pulled out the premier sword. The moment the premier sword appeared, countless chaotic sword chi followed and shot in all directions, sweeping through the entire underground space. Rumble! Wherever the sword chi passed, all the bone spikes were instantly cut off. The space where the bone spikes were densely packed suddenly became empty. This is Yuan Shi Tianzuan's power. Just the sword chi alone. Chongming's face fell. Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked at Guhai. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes were emotionless, only a murderous intent. The instant the primeval beginning sword appeared, the heavenly lord of primeval beginning rushed towards Guhai. He slashed with the primeval beginning sword in his hand, instantly slicing through the void. A sword edge slashed towards Guhai like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Guhai didn't dare hesitate and pulled out the Life Slayer saber. It collided with the premier sword's blade. Boom! With a loud bang, endless sword chi and saber chi collided. Under the huge force, the underground space shook. Yuan Shi Tianzuan was extremely fast. He pulled out the sword edge and slashed again. Hiss! The sword was so fast that Guhai didn't have time to swing his saber. It was about to cut Guhai in half. And the hunchbacked old man sneered. Oh no! Chongming's expression changed. He wanted to use his body to block Guhai. However, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's sword was too fast. The moment Chongming moved, the sword edge was already in front of Guhai's face and was about to pierce it. His Holiness! Chongming shouted in shock. At this moment, Guhai's expression was cold. He stretched out his right palm and suddenly shook it. A surge of black chi seemed to appear in Guhai's palm and rushed into the sky. Whoosh! The premier sword disappeared. Not only did the premier sword disappear, but so did Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Even Bai and the hunchbacked old man disappeared in an instant. Where's Yuan Shi Tianzuan? Where's Bai? Chongming was shocked. Here. Guhai looked at the center of his right palm coldly. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Bai, and the hunchbacked old man were sucked into Gu Hai's void zone. The world of nothingness was boundless and boundless. The three of them were trapped in the black chi in Gu Hai's palm. Just a while ago, Bai was waiting for Yuanshi Tianzuan to kill Gu Hai with one strike. Suddenly, a strong force appeared. Bai was dazed for a moment and realized that he had left the candle dragon's head and arrived at an unknown place. The black chi around him seemed to be tearing his body apart. The power of nothingness? This is impossible. No one can control the power of nothingness. Bai opened his eyes wide and looked at the power of nothingness around him in shock. Chapter 1251. The void zone in a palm was a world of void power that Gu Hai had comprehended through the Buddha land in a palm. In the past, Zhu Wu chased Gu Hai into the void and was completely killed by Gu Hai's void zone in a palm. At that time, the void zone in a palm was not perfect. Now, it was much stronger than before. His Holiness, they were captured by you. That's Yuanshi Tianzuan. That's Qi. Chongming looked at Gu Hai's right palm in shock. Gu Hai kept his life slayer saber and looked at the huge candle dragon in front of him. A look of pity flashed across his eyes. When he executed the move just now, he was going to capture the candle dragon together with him. However, the candle dragon did not move at all and was not affected at all. Perhaps the candle dragon is really powerful. Gu Hai's expression flickered. He lowered his head and looked at the black gas in his palm. The power of void. That's impossible. No one can control the power of void. Qi widened his eyes and looked at the power of void around him in shock. As Qi was about to charge out with the hunchbacked elder, Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately slashed down with the primordial sword. Humph! Gu Hai snorted, and the power of void in his palm started to spin rapidly. As it spun, the black gas seemed to condense rapidly, and the power of void increased exponentially. The chaotic sword aura that leaked out from the primordial sword was instantly decomposed into nothingness. The terrifying decomposing power of void surged towards the three people inside. "Master, save me!" The hunchbacked elder shouted in horror. Countless moths appeared around the hunchbacked old man to resist the power of decomposition. However, even so, it was too late. The hunchbacked old man's skin was quickly melting away. It was the same for Yuanshi Tianzuan. The surging power of nothingness surged into his body and multiplied. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hair and clothes began to rapidly disappear. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan was also extremely ferocious. The primeval sword in his hand suddenly slashed out a monstrous force. The sword soared into the sky as if it wanted to tear apart the void zone. Humph! 200 times the power of the void isn't enough. Fine, I'll shrink it even more. 500 times. Gu Hai's eyes widened as he clenched his fist. Rumble! He clenched his fist and felt a sharp pain. It was the premier sword. However, Gu Hai could sense that the origin sword was quickly disintegrated into nothingness. Ah! Yuanshi Tianzuan screamed from the inside. However, under 500 times the power of nothingness, he was unable to withstand it. He was about to be buried in the void zone. Gu Hai was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to loosen his grip. He continued to hold on for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He kept stirring the power of nothingness in his palm. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was no more movement in his hand. Gu Hai then quietly opened his right hand. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a loud bang and a huge hole suddenly appeared in the void zone. A ray of blue light shot out instantly. The moment Gu Hai opened his palm, Zheng escaped. At this moment, Zheng's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. There were several wounds on his body, and he looked extremely pathetic. Under Zheng's big sleeve was the hunchbacked elder, who was on the verge of death. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. It had been an incense stick's time, and he was still alive? Zhu Wu was finished in an instant. How could Zheng hold on for so long? Did he escape? There would be endless trouble if he escaped. Gu Hai stretched out his right hand and prepared to use the void zone again. Candle Dragon, 3,000 Great Tao. Zheng suddenly shouted, "Roar!" The Candle Dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide. As soon as he opened his mouth, a terrifying suction force rushed towards Gu Hai and Changming. Gu Hai's void zone also produced a suction force. However, the suction force of the void zone could not be compared to the Candle Dragon's mouth. As soon as the mouth opened, the suction force was so strong that Gu Hai and Changming could not withstand it at all. Whoosh! In one mouthful, Gu Hai and Changming were sucked into the Candle Dragon's mouth. Buzz! The entire cave suddenly became quiet. Zheng's hair was disheveled, and he stood on the Candle Dragon's head in a pathetic state. He panted in shock. That was close. That was really close. If not for the Candle Dragon, I would have been defeated by Gu Hai today. Master, that power of nothingness was so terrifying. If you didn't use the Yuanshi Tianzuan to block in front of us, perhaps we would have. Fortunately, Master was there. Master used the Yuanshi Tianzuan to block the power that disintegrated us. That was why we could escape. What a terrifying power of nothingness. That was the Yuanshi Tianzuan, and it was completely disintegrated. If we had waited any longer, we would have been in danger. The hunchbacked old man said in shock, "Phew, that was really close. I underestimated the people of the world." A look of relief flashed across Zheng's eyes. They were eaten by the Candle Dragon. Will they escape too? The hunchbacked old man asked worriedly. The heaven and earth furnace is in the Candle Dragon's stomach. They can only wait for death, and will be refined soon. A cold look flashed across Zheng's eyes. That's good, that's good. The hunchbacked old man exclaimed, 3,000 Great Tao, enter the Candle Dragon's body. Heaven and earth furnace, burn the demon. Zheng shouted. Boom. A rumbling sound came from the Candle Dragon's stomach. It was burning Gu Hai and Changming. Gu Hai and Changming were swallowed by the Candle Dragon and naturally attracted the most powerful attack. It was unknown if it was a flame or a liquid. The two of them immediately felt as if they were being corroded and burned. It was extremely powerful. However, that was not a problem for Gu Hai. Gu Hai waved his hand, and a rolling power of nothingness was released, blocking the strange power around him. Although he managed to block it, it consumed a terrifying amount of nothingness power. Buzz. 3,000 beams of light seemed to light up around Gu Hai and Changming. It was as if the 3,000 Great Tao had formed a furnace that was burning the two of them and consuming the power of nothingness. Using the 3,000 Great Tao to create the heaven and earth furnace? What a Candle Dragon! Gu Hai's face darkened. At that moment, Gu Hai found it difficult to move under the immense power of the Candle Dragon. However, Gu Hai could not sit still and wait for his death. He held the Life Slayer saber in his hand and wanted to move it bit by bit. His Holiness, I heard the Candle Dragon's voice again. Changming suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai looked at Changming in confusion. However, he saw that Changming had extended his hand out of the range of the power of nothingness and touched the power of the heaven and earth furnace. Be careful! Gu Hai shouted. However, when Changming extended his arm did not get corroded and burned by the power of the heaven and earth furnace. Instead, it seemed to have become transparent. This is Guhai asked in surprise. His Holiness, I feel that I can form a connection with the candle dragon. It seems like it has something to say to me. Changming said with a hint of anticipation. What did you say? The candle dragon seems to have some spirituality. I can form a connection with it. It needs my help. Changming said. Guhai looked at Changming in surprise. Could it be that the candle dragon was related to Changming? Guhai pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. She must think that we have died in the candle dragon's stomach. Continue to sense it. I will wait for you. Yes. Changming was delighted. However, in the next moment, Changming's expression changed. His Holiness, the power in the candle dragon's body, will not harm me. However, to you, I can still hold on. Continue to sense it. The candle dragon seems to have immense power. If possible, it would be best if you could take it for yourself. Guhai said with anticipation. Yes. Changming immediately stepped out of Guhai's protective circle and immersed himself in the power of the heaven and earth furnace. He closed his eyes and sensed the connection between him and the candle dragon. Guhai sat down with his legs crossed and waited patiently. Guhai was happy for Changming to have such a great opportunity. Although the power of the void would be greatly depleted, he would be able to replenish it when he returned to the void in the future. Guhai was not in a hurry. Moreover, Guhai's actual body was on the way here at the moment. He would deal with Qi slowly. In the cave, the candle dragon slowly fell into a deep sleep again. Qi looked at the candle dragon's abdomen and heaved a sigh of relief. It was so close just now. As long as I can't refine the candle dragon, there will be a day when something unexpected happens. Right now, keep a close eye on Huey's location. If necessary, lead the way for her and find the group of Earth Core divine flames. Hui ordered solemnly. Yes, Master. My moth has been keeping watch. The hunchbacked old man said respectfully. Qi nodded and looked at the countless moon poison ice toad corpses around him. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble! All the moon poison ice toad corpses were swallowed by Qi. The Join sect disciples became Qi's food. The hunchbacked old man stood at the side and did not dare to say anything. The disciples of the Ninth Shade faction are all from my clan. Since they are all dead, there is no need to waste them. However, you bunch of slaves are really lucky. None of you actually died. Yin said coldly. It's all thanks to Master's luck. The hunchbacked old man said respectfully. Inform all the slaves in the other underground palaces to come back. Qi said. Yes, I will inform them right away. The hunchbacked old man said respectfully. Qi nodded. Qi swung his robe gently, and the tattered robe was quickly repaired. The wounds on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His long hair was also slowly becoming soft and elegant. Just in case, I will wait here. With the candle dragon around, I will be invincible at any time. I will only wait for Qi to come. Qi sat on the candle dragon's head with his legs crossed. Yes, the hunchbacked old man bowed respectfully and quickly retreated. Underground, at a place where the Earth Core divine fire was, Qi swallowed another Earth Core divine fire that was like a sun. At that moment, the spherical flame barrier around his body became thicker, and its outline became clearer. It looked more and more like an eyeball. Mr. Fushi, let's go to the next place. Qi looked at Fushi. Fushi looked at the 64 hexagrams on his palm and frowned. Master, what's wrong? Hichu asked curiously. I just did a divination and realized that Guhai has arrived at the Join sect ahead of time, Fushi said with a frown. How could he have found it? She was surprised. I'm not sure. The hexagrams are very vague. Forget it, let's not think about it. If Guhai can go, he will be a great help to us. At the very least, Qi is very difficult for me to divine. He is very dangerous, Fushi said in a low voice. Didn't you say that you can recover to your peak by following me? Since you have already divined the future, what's there to worry about? Qi smiled. No, the future is changeable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to set up such a big plan to capture the 30-year-old soul. It's the same for us this time. There is a possibility of winning, but there is also a possibility of failure. We can't be careless. Fushi shook his head. Qi frowned slightly. Solemnly, he nodded and said, "Thank you for your advice. Let's go to the next place." Fushi pointed in a direction. Swoosh. The three of them immediately went through the tunnel. Chapter 1252. The world was very big in the eyes of ordinary people. However, it was very small in the eyes of some powerful experts. He was no longer in the imperial court, and Ingo was causing chaos in great desolate city. The commotion was not small in the first place. After the 9-to-hand experts joined the battle, it naturally attracted more attention. At the very least, the powerful experts quickly received the news. At the entrance of the seizing God Hall, Long Outyen and the others frowned slightly as they looked at the seizing God Hall. Jiang Qin was currently refining 30's soul seed. Naturally, he could not come out of closed-door cultivation. Since 30 could not come out, the others did not dare to casually make a move. The heavenly demon, Holy Land in the Netherworld, also quickly received the news. Bai Zizai brought Black Bai Wuchang into the world of the living. He stood in a remote mountain forest and watched the great battle in Dongfang. Hong! A loud sound rang out. The 11 experts finally broke through the water zombie barrier. Ingo, you are seeking death. He glared, and an arrow instantly shot out. The arrow was like a rainbow, instantly arriving where Ingo was. Boom! A water shield appeared in front of Ingo, blocking the arrow. However, Ingo also lost the opportunity to suppress the Jingwei, allowing the Jingwei to escape. Ingo, you cannot capture me. You want to use me to threaten elder sister? Dream on. The Jingwei shouted angrily. Whoosh! The 11 experts protected the Jingwei in the center as they looked at Ingo. Ingo's expression turned sullen. Guhai and Ho have already fallen out. You are still helping her? The matters of the Dahan and Great Yen are not up to you to decide, Guhan said sullenly. Ingo's expression turned sullen. However, Guhan looked at the Jingwei and said, Princess Jingwei, we are here on Imperial Mother's orders to provide assistance. You will be in charge of what to do next. Guhan gave the decision to the Jingwei. This was the biggest concession he could make. This was also an absolute show of goodwill to the Great Yen dynasty. The Jingwei naturally understood this and felt extremely grateful. All right, since that is the case, we will leave her behind. Although this Ingo used my physical body, there is no need to care. If we can kill her, we will kill her now. Leaving her in the dark will be a disaster sooner or later. The Jingwei shouted. All right, one of the experts answered. Boom. Mosquito Darren immediately released countless black mosquitoes in all directions. Kong Xian's green light shone in all directions, illuminating the heaven and earth. Scorpio's poisonous fog filled the sky, blocking Ingo's path. Ho Yi's divine arrow was on the bow, and Mao Tianyun was connected to the heavenly fire. Each and every one of them looked ferocious. Ingo's expression changed. He seemed to be quite worried. He stretched out his hand and waved it. A huge gourd suddenly appeared in his palm. Soul-dispersing gourd. Everyone, be careful, Mao Tianyun shouted. Humph, a bunch of clowns who aren't even in the great circle of the god Legion want to fight me? When the divine sand comes out, The divine soul will scatter. Ingo sneered. Boom. Within the soul-dispersing gourd, countless golden divine sand suddenly emerged, forming a storm that surged in all directions. The black mosquitoes and poisonous fog were all torn apart. I'll go first. The elite guard glared and pounced forward. Jingwei punched out, bringing with him endless flames. Under the flames, Shunsha retreated and smashed into Ingo's fist. Boom. The void was torn apart. After all, Ingo was much stronger than Jingwei. Jingwei didn't achieve much, but Ho Yi's arrows interfered with Ingo time and time again. Although the group of Heavenly Palace Great Perfection was extremely troublesome because of the divine sand, they still surged forward wave after wave. Boom, boom, boom. The great circle of heroes besieged Ingo. For a moment, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. Boundless destruction. If Antiquity City didn't have a defensive formation, it would be in ruins at this moment. Ingo fought as he fled toward the East Sea. Under the great battle, sand and stones flew everywhere, making it impossible to see the battle clearly. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. They fought from Antiquity City to the East Sea entrance. Ingo's advantage was gone. Even with the soul-dispersing gourd, he was crazily suppressed at this moment. Zhu Yi, what did you promise me? Why don't you come out? Ingo suddenly shouted anxiously. Obviously, Ingo couldn't take it anymore. Shriek. However, at this moment, above the East Sea, 3 huge vermilion birds suddenly flew out. The vermilion birds flew out of the sea like 3 blazing suns, instantly surging toward Ingo's battlefield. 3 vermilion bird supremes, 3 of them in the great circle of the gods. Qinxian, Er's expression suddenly changed. Sister Chun, let's go help. The 3 vermilion bird supremes are here. This is dangerous. Long Wanqing was also extremely anxious. While the empresses were anxious, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Don't worry, I'm here. Everyone turned their heads. They saw Gu Hai's main body, wearing a dragon robe, walking out. Husband, the women were pleasantly surprised. Brother-in-law, you're out of seclusion? So fast. Long Wanyu was also surprised. Gu Hai nodded, looked into the distance, and stomped his foot. Boom. Gu Hai instantly rushed to the battlefield at Dongfang. On the East Sea battlefield, a sandstorm soared into the sky. Ingo was suppressed by a group of powerhouses. At this moment, he was already injured all over. There was a divine arrow on his legs and shoulders. Although the soul-scattering gourd was strong, it couldn't stop the sea of powerhouses. He was about to be captured by a group of powerhouses. But at this moment, 3 fierce roars sounded. 3 vermilion birds, like the sun, suddenly flapped their wings in front of Ingo. Another 3 in the great circle of the gods. In an instant, the group of people in the great circle of the heavenly palace was blown away. Gu Han and the others' faces immediately sank. These 3 were not in the great circle of the heavenly palace. How were they supposed to defend against it? Are you so afraid of Gu Hai? You're only here now. Ingo looked at the 3 vermilion birds with a gloomy face. We came early, and you easily got us. Can we still fulfill what we agreed on? Zhu Yi said coldly. Humph, don't worry. I have no use for the elite guard. In the end, her body and Zhu Qiqi's body will be yours. Ingo shouted. On the opposite side, the elite guard's expression changed. Originally, they had a chance to suppress Ingo, but now there were 3 vermilion birds. What should they do? Retreat. The elite guard said without hesitation. Screech. Zhu Cixi immediately stood behind the crowd. Isn't it too late to leave now? Ingo sneered. 3 vermilion birds. Do you want to be enemies with Dahan? Gu Han took a step forward and said coldly. The 3 vermilion birds' faces sank, and they seemed to be a little worried. Don't listen to him. Gu Hai and Zhao are not in the court. I saw it with my own eyes. Ingo immediately shouted. Before Zhu Yi could speak, Zhu Sanson immediately nodded and said, "Big brother, this is indeed an opportunity. So what if we kill them? When we go back and hide, can Gu Hai find us?" "That's right, big brother. Cultivation is everything. This group of brats, their cultivation is weak. Kill them all, and we can collect some interest first." Zhu Sisi also shouted. "Yes, Zhu Yi, Gu Hai is not here. Are you afraid of them?" Ingo immediately shouted. Zhu Yi frowned slightly. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed into the battlefield, and in an instant, a figure stopped beside Gu Han. His Holiness, Kong Xian, and the others immediately looked happy. "Greetings to His Holiness. Greetings to Han, His Holiness." Everyone immediately bowed, respectfully. It was Gu Hai's body, who instantly arrived at the center of the battlefield. In the battlefield, the 3 vermilion birds and Ingo's expressions suddenly changed. "Oh, the new commander of the witch clan? One of the commanders of the monster clan? I really didn't expect that the liches and monsters would be united against a common enemy." Gu Hai suddenly sneered. "Ingo, didn't you say that Gu Hai is not in the court?" Zhu Sisi glared. "You lied to us." Zhu Sanson also glared. Ingo also looked at Gu Hai blankly. Did they really lure him here? Didn't Gu Hai and Zhao become enemies? The 3 vermilion birds and Ingo all looked at Gu Hai warily. Gu Hai was no longer a pushover. He didn't even put Immortal 6 paths in his eyes. When he used the sky-splitting axe, even Immortal 6 paths heavens, I was instantly shattered. The 3 vermilion birds couldn't do that. At this moment, Gu Hai's murderous aura surged, and the 3 vermilion birds' expressions changed. Gu Hai looked at the 4 of them and said coldly, "Vermilion birds, this is none of your business. Get lost." "What did you say?" Zhu Sisi glared. Gu Hai turned his head, and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Zhu Sisi immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Let's go," Zhu Yi suddenly said. Zhu Sanson and Zhu Sisi's eyes flashed with resentment, but they still nodded. "Don't go," Ingo said. "Gu Hai is only one person. He's only forcing you to leave because he's afraid we'll work together. If you leave now, Gu Hai will come looking for you again. Can you stop him?" Ingo's expression flickered. "Let's go," Zhu Yi shouted. Ingo's words made sense. Gu Hai had planned to deal with 4 Peak God Legion experts at the same time. If they decided to take him down with them, it would be very troublesome. It was even more likely that a few of the officials would be defeated here. That was why he had forced the 3 vermilion birds to leave. However, the 3 vermilion birds had seen Gu Hai in the void not long ago. Not even the 3 of them had been able to wake Gu Hai. How were they supposed to fight? If it weren't for Ingo's incessant pleas, and if it weren't for Zhu Qiqi's corpse, the 3 vermilion birds wouldn't have bothered. Even so, they had watched for 3 days and 3 nights to make sure Gu Hai wasn't around. Now that Gu Hai was here, what else could they say? They left immediately without hesitation. Whoosh! The 3 vermilion birds flapped their wings and charged into the distant sea, disappearing in an instant. How could Ingo have ever imagined that the 3 vermilion birds would be so cowardly as to flee after being scared by Gu Hai? That didn't make sense. Ingo's expression changed drastically. Now that he was surrounded by Gu Hai's group, he was surrounded by danger. Soul-dispersing gourd. "Ha ha, I'll take that. Jingwei, it's time to take back your fleshly body," Gu Hai said. With that, Gu Hai waved his hand. A Vine World gourd appeared in his hand. Back in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, the Vine World gourd was restricted, but not anymore. "Vine World, descend," Gu Hai said. "Rumble." With the Vine World gourd as the center, countless vines shot out. soul-dispersing divine sand. Ingo's expression flickered as he activated the soul-dispersing gourd. Rolling divine sand rushed out. The divine sand rushed toward Gu Hai like a sandstorm. However, as soon as the vine world appeared, it sucked in all the divine sand like a green lung and digested it. Would restrains earth. Ingo, your soul-dispersing gourd is an earth gourd, but you're a water zombie ancestor. You can't use its full strength. It's mine. Gu Hai stepped forward and grabbed the soul-dispersing gourd. How dare you? Ingo glared and punched at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he flicked his finger. As soon as Panga's axe intent appeared, a ferocious force tore through the void and collided with Ingo's fist. Rumble! Without any suspense, Ingo was sent flying by Panga's axe intent. His original injuries were even worse. Many parts of his body were torn open, and blood splattered everywhere. Smack! Gu Hai grabbed the soul-dispersing gourd. Take it, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, the group of experts immediately pounced on the severely injured Ingo. Chapter 1253. Take him down, Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The group of experts immediately pounced on the severely injured Ingo again. Rumble! Without the soul-dispersing gourd and severely injured, how could Ingo be a match for them? Fortunately, this was the East Sea. The East Sea had boundless water, and Ingo was the water zombie ancestor. He could barely resist the tsunami. Gu Hai's main body held the soul-dispersing gourd and activated it slightly. Although Gu Hai's main body was only at the 9th tier of the Heavenly Palace, the power he controlled was enormous. Not to mention the power of Panga's axe. The ancient immortal firmament had been completely refined. The power of more than 700 great Tao was enormous. He activated it gently. A powerful force suddenly hit the mark of Ingo in the soul-dispersing gourd. Boom! With a loud sound, the mark of Ingo on the soul-dispersing gourd exploded, turning into a cloud of smoke and dissipating. Puff! In the distance, Ingo, who was fighting in the middle of the battle, suffered a backlash and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai, give me back the soul-dispersing gourd. Ingo roared in grief and anger. Humph! The soul-dispersing gourd is not yours. In the East Spirit Flames, see, I defeated Jiang Lianshan, the fire god. The soul-dispersing gourd should be mine. You took advantage of it. Now I'll return it to you. Gu Hai's eyes darkened. Whoosh! Gu Hai's earth god immediately sent surging power into the soul-dispersing gourd. At the same time, he burned the earth god's living soil, forming surging earth divine power to help Gu Hai quickly refine the gourd. With the help of the 700 great Tao and the earth divine power of the living soil, in just a short while, the soul-dispersing gourd was branded with Gu Hai's mark. It was completely refined. Buzz. However, at this moment, the soul-dispersing gourd suddenly trembled. It seemed to have formed a resonance with something. Buzz. The vine world gourd at the side also trembled. Huh. Gu Hai's expression changed. Not only the soul-dispersing gourd and the vine world gourd, but the immortal slaying gourd, the Arctic gourd, and the true fire gourd in his body also trembled. The 5 gourds had actually formed a resonance inside Gu Hai's body. The 5 gods activated the 5 gourds at the same time and arranged them in front of Gu Hai. Under the influence of Gu Hai's divine power, the 5 gourds resonated and emitted different colors of light. The golden light immortal slaying gourd, the green light vine realm gourd, the black light extreme chill gourd, the red light true fire gourd, and the brown light soul dispersing gourd. The light emitted from the 5 gourds actually intertwined with each other, as if they were fusing with each other. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to metal, forming a mutual cycle. In the distance, by Zazai, Long Aoqian, Chen Long Wanyu, and the others were all curious. Wanyu, are these 5 gourds related? Long Wanqing asked curiously. Yes, they are actually 5 gourds on a vine. Long Wanyu explained. They grew on a vine? The girls were shocked. Yes, after the 5 gourds grew, they each had their own wonders. However, they were not very powerful, so they were not ranked in the top 16 Dharma treasures of history. Long Wanyu said, Not very powerful. I don't think so. Long Wanqing said curiously, They are really not very powerful. They are only powerful because the user is powerful. However, speaking of which, they were extremely powerful Dharma treasures in their previous lives. Long Wanyu said, Previous lives? Yes, the 5 gourds grew on a vine, and this vine grew from a broken gourd. That gourd is the real treasure. I heard from 30 that the gourd was once Torch Dragon's treasure, but it was broken for some reason. 30 found the broken gourd and buried it. As a result, a gourd vine grew out of it. After many years, 5 gourds grew. The 5 gourds were also broken along the way, just like the true fire gourd. It was broken in the past and turned into the 8 trigrams furnace of Wanshou Taoism. Anyway, when the gourd is broken, the gourd's qi is gone. However, when a gourd is broken, it will grow a new gourd. Brother-in-law's fire gourd is like that, Long Wanyu explained. In other words, these 5 gourds have all been broken before. After they are broken, they will be reborn. No, they will grow new ones that are exactly the same. Qinxian frowned. Yes, the 5 gourds have always existed, but their power is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. I can't say for sure, so they haven't been ranked among the 16 great magic treasures of history. Long Wanyu explained. Wait, you said that the previous life of the 5 gourds was Torch Dragon's treasure. It's a gourd? It's one of the 16 great magic treasures of history? Chen Xianer's expression changed. Of course. Even though the gourd was broken, it was still ranked among the 16 great magic treasures because it was too strong. It's a pity that it was broken, so it only ranked 15th. Long Wanyu explained. The 15th of the 16 great magic treasures of history. The sky-storing gourd? Long Wanyu's expression changed. Yes, the sky-storing gourd. It's a pity that it was broken millions of years ago. Sister, why do you have such an expression? What's so surprising? Long Wanyu was puzzled. No, look, the sky-storing gourd. Long Wanyu pointed in the direction of Guhai. Long Wanyu turned her head to look. She happened to see the 5 gourds in front of Guhai in the distance. After emitting 5 different lights, they suddenly fused together. Then, the 5 gourds approached each other like water droplets and fused together. That strange fusion not only shocked Long Wanyu, but everyone who saw that scene also revealed astonished expressions. That's impossible, right? Long Wanyu rubbed her eyes. She saw that the 5 gourds had really fused into a huge gourd, a purple gourd as tall as a person. At the mouth of the purple gourd, there were 5 vine-like thin threads that twined around the gourd. It was extremely beautiful. The 5-colored light disappeared, leaving only the dark purple gourd that emitted a hint of introverted color. The sky-storing gourd? That's impossible. Back then, 30, and I thought of many ways to repair it, but we couldn't. Did the fusion of these 5 gourds succeed? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Perhaps the gourd gathered enough power, or perhaps it was refined by husband. With husband as the node, the gourd was refined again. The heaven-storing gourd. Wanyu, is the heaven-storing gourd very powerful? Qinxian asked out of curiosity. I'm not sure. After all, when I saw it back then, it was already broken. However, 30 said that it was very powerful, no weaker than the heaven-splitting axe. Long Wanyu said in surprise. no weaker than the heaven-splitting axe. Qinxian, Er's eyes lit up. In the distance, Guhai gently grasped the heaven-storing gourd. This heaven-storing gourd required his 5 spiritual deities to activate at the same time. However, when Guhai activated it slightly, he discovered that the heaven-storing gourd was empty. It was empty as if there was nothing left. That's impossible. Guhai tried to sense it again in shock. There was really nothing left. There was nothing at all. The flying daggers were gone. The vines were gone. The divine sand was gone. The true flame was gone. And the ice was gone. Everything was gone. An empty gourd. It was an empty gourd with an incredibly huge internal space. Am I going to use it to store wine? Guhai felt depressed. He thought that the fusion of the 5 gourds would become more and more powerful, but at this moment there was no power at all. Did it have to be so strange? Just as Guhai was feeling conflicted and depressed. On the other side, Ingo had been forced into a dead end. He had been hit by 10 divine arrows in a row and was even stabbed by Scorpio's poisonous hitching post. His whole body turned green, and he was already defeated. He would be captured in the next moment. Ha, Guhai, you lied to me. Ingo looked at Guhai in the distance and suddenly let out a hateful cry. Guhai turned his head to look. You fell out with Bai on purpose, didn't you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. You actually conspired with Bai to put on a show for me. If you didn't fall out with Bai, how could I have been exposed? Guhai, I will make you pay the price. Ingo said with a ferocious expression. Price? Ingo, you're already at the end of your road. What other tricks do you have? The Jingwei shouted in disbelief. Now that Ingo was about to be captured, the Jingwei was naturally overjoyed. Last time, Ingo had almost killed him, and this time she wanted to capture him to threaten his sister. How could the Jingwei let her go? Humph, I am at the end of my road, but don't forget, I am the water zombie ancestor. All water in the world, listen to my command. This is the Eastern Sea. Even if I have to use all my strength, I will make you pay the price. I will make Guhai regret. Ingo roared. So what if you're a water zombie ancestor? Dragon Godding said coldly. All water in the world, listen to my command. Water rises to the sky and drowns the divine continent. Water great Tao, become a raging tsunami with me. Ingo roared. As he roared, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on Ingo's face. There seemed to be a black seed on his head, emitting endless black light. Under the black light, hundreds of great Daos appeared behind him. The great Daos shook, and the water of the entire Eastern Sea suddenly rushed to the sky. Boom! The water of the Eastern Sea rushed to the sky, straight into the starry sky. This was the entire Eastern Sea. This was not the inland sea of the divine continent, but the Eastern Sea, a vast and boundless sea. As the water rushed to the sky, large areas of the star systems were submerged, and countless stars were washed away. Above the Eastern Sea, everyone stared with wide eyes. All the water of the Eastern Sea was moving in full force. The water of the Southern Sea, Northern Sea, and Western Sea quickly poured into the Eastern Sea, filling up the gap. Although the water that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was not very powerful, the scene was too spectacular. It covered the sky and the earth, and it rushed toward the sun. The vast sea water was unable to harm them. However, once it poured down, it would definitely drown more than 1/5 of the divine continent. If this water washed down, at least 1/10 of the world's cities would suffer a great disaster. Oh no, quickly stop him. Countless people will be washed away by the water. Guhan's expression changed. All the experts around the divine continent tensed up. Unexpectedly, this Ingo could not defeat Guhai and wanted to vent his anger on the people of the Dahan. Right now, The divine continent was practically filled with the people of the Dahan and Great Yen. When the water of the Eastern Sea poured down, who knew how many people would be washed away? The group of powerful experts immediately charged at Ingo in a panic. Ha ha ha! Guhai, you and Ho tricked me. I will bury trillions of your people with me. Ha 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 ha! Ingo laughed maniacally. Guhai also felt anxious. Guhai could instantly destroy Ingo, but he could not block all the water that covered the sky. The world was too big. Who would have thought that Ingo would be so crazy? What should they do when the water poured down? There was nowhere to put it. Suddenly, Long Wanyu's voice came from afar with Chinxian Er's help. Brother-in-law, you're gourd. 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 When Gu Hai heard Long Wanyu's words, he trusted her and activated the sky-storing gourd without thinking. The sky-storing gourd seemed to emit endless purple light that illuminated half the sky. It completely enveloped the water curtain that covered the sky and the earth before withdrawing. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water of the Eastern Sea that covered the sky was pulled over and sucked into the sky-storing gourd. It was too fast and too spectacular. The vast Eastern Sea water rushed toward the gourd in Guhai's hand. After that, there was no more after that. Gone. The entire sea of Eastern Sea water disappeared inexplicably just like that. The sky above the Eastern Sea instantly turned clear. Everyone suddenly quieted down, no longer speaking. Ingo maintained a ferocious expression as he froze in midair. Some people could not turn their heads and looked at Gu Hai. Chapter 1254. Cracks appeared on Ingo's face as the water zombie ancestor seed appeared on his head. Using all his might, Ingo summoned the water of the East Ocean to pour down from the skies, preparing to drown close to 10,000 cities. The water that could drown countless galaxies was an ocean of water that left everyone in despair. Instantly, it was sucked into one of Gu Hai's gourds. The East Ocean was emptied instantly, leaving only a few fishes struggling at the bottom of the ocean. The water of the North and South Seas poured down to fill up the gap. Gourd. In a forest, Master, I've said it before. This Gu Hai is not someone we can fight against. We had better not provoke him anymore. He's even scarier than Yuanshi Tianzuan. Black Impermanence said with a hint of fear. Water of the East Ocean? That's the water of the East Ocean. How can that gourd have such capabilities? Bai Wuchang asked with widened eyes. Bai Zizai was silent for a long time. His heart was wavering. On one side was an immortal, and on the other side was the invincible Gu Hai. And now, infinite celestial capital, heaven-storing gourd. No wonder it's called the heaven-storing gourd. There's so much water in the East Ocean. If it were to spread out, it could cover the entire divine land. To think that it would all be stored in the gourd. Long Wanqing exclaimed, "Just how big is the space within the gourd?" Chen Xian exclaimed as well. Land of the East Ocean, looking at the countless islands that were like mountains, the Jingwei, and the others were stunned as well. Just a moment ago, everyone was in despair. Even though the water did not affect them, once it washed over the divine continent, many civilians would drown. It covered the skies and covered the earth. It was like a cataclysmic water that could destroy the world. Just a single look at it would make one feel helpless. But this water was absorbed by Gu Hai in an instant. While everyone was stunned, they were so excited that they wanted to cheer. Only Ingo, looking at his suicidal move being neutralized by Gu Hai, there was only despair left in his eyes. How could this be? How could this be? Ingo trembled in fear. The first time Ingo faced Gu Hai was in the Yellow Springs Sea. At that time, Ingo looked down on Gu Hai. At that time, Ingo thought that a blood shaman first elder could destroy him. The second time he faced Gu Hai head-on was at the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. Surprisingly, Gu Hai was able to clash head-on with Jiang Lianshan's Vulcan. The strength he displayed made Ingo wary. The third time, which was now, Ingo saw a deep sense of powerlessness in Gu Hai. Even though he had perished together with Gu Hai managed to resolve it so easily. Could it be that the heavens want the sorcerer tribe to perish? Is the sorcerer tribe destined to be destroyed? Ingo asked in despair. What are you looking at? What are you waiting for? Gu Hai shouted as he dragged the sky-ceiling gourd. Yes, Gu Hai shouted. Everyone trembled and immediately pounced on Ingo. At this moment, even the Jingwei, Xing Tian, and Ho Yi trembled and shouted. In an instant, everyone pounced on Ingo. Ingo exhausted all her strength to control the entire East Sea water. How much strength did she have left? Boom! The Jingwei slapped down, and Ingo crashed into a mountain peak on the island. She can't hold on anymore. The Jingwei's face lit up as he pounced on Ingo. In an instant, Ingo was caught by the Jingwei. The Jingwei quickly sealed her strength and wrapped her in fire to prevent her from healing. Caught. Thank you, Dahan, for his holiness. The Jingwei caught Ingo and immediately came forward to express his gratitude. Thank you, Dahan, for his holiness. Ho Yi and Xing Tian also said. Gu Hai looked at the three and nodded. No need to thank me. Just take it as my apology to you. Huh. Everyone was confused. The three of you should return to the court first and calm the people. We will discuss again when you return. Gu Hai said to the three of them. The three of them looked at Gu Hai and finally nodded. From Gu Hai's words, they could tell that there must be some misunderstanding between Gu Hai and Zhao. When Zhao was not around, Gu Hai was not willing to talk too much with the Great Yan's court officials. He was waiting for Zhao to return before making a decision. The three of them left immediately. Gu Han and the others quickly arrived in front of Gu Hai. Father, the water of the East Sea has been stored in this gourd. Gu Han exclaimed. The group of experts was naturally surprised by this gourd. That was the water of the East Sea. How could it be stored in this small gourd? Even an ordinary small celestial dome would not be able to do it. Not only could it not do it, but Gu Hai's celestial dome of the ancient could not store the water of the East Sea. However, this small gourd had done it. I will release it now. You guys protect the surroundings. Gu Hai said, Yes. Everyone answered, Release. Gu Hai activated the sky-sealing gourd. Rumble! In an instant, the water of the East Sea poured down and fell into the sunken East Sea. As it fell, a large amount of water suddenly overflowed. However, this overflow was within the range of the expert's abilities. Kong Xian flapped his wings and created gusts of wind to blow the overflowing water back. Mosquito Doran's black mosquitoes, Scorpio's scorpion tail, Goddess Huda's water-controlling ability, and Dragon God Ing stepped on the ground to build a wall and quickly threw the water into the East Sea. After busying for half a day, the East Sea finally recovered. However, there were countless waves, and it would not calm down in a short time. Return to the court. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Hum. Everyone stepped forward and rushed towards the infinite celestial capital. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the soaring palace. Brother-in-law, let me take a look at your sky-sealing gourd. I haven't seen it before. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. Gu Hai placed the huge sky-sealing gourd in Long Wanyu's hand. Thank you for reminding me just now. This gourd is called the sky-sealing gourd. Isn't it the 15th of the 16 great artifacts of history? Long Wanyu sensed it softly. What a huge space. My consciousness can't see the bottom, as expected of the Torch Dragon's artifact. The sky-sealing gourd. The Torch Dragon's artifact? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes, brother-in-law, you're so lucky. I thought the sky-sealing gourd was completely broken. Long Wanyu sighed and returned the gourd. All right. Since you said it's powerful, I won't split it into 5 pieces. Guhai reached out and kept it. Whoosh! The sky-sealing gourd entered Guhai's body and was carried on the fire god's back. Husband, should we leave and go to Great Yen? She still has the water zombie ancestor's seed in her body. Chen Xian frowned. Guhai was silent for a while. This time, Fushi was resurrected. I didn't do it properly. This and go can be considered as an apology. All right. The women nodded. There's a situation in the underground. I have to go and help. Guhai looked at everyone. A situation? Husband, isn't it enough that your avatar is there? Don't you still have Zhao? And my father? Long Wanyu was surprised. This Zhao is not simple. I have to go personally. Guhai said, Father, I'll go with you. His Holiness, I'm willing to go with you. His Holiness, I'm willing to go with you. A group of Heavenly Palace elites asked to go with them. There's no need. Stay in the imperial court to prevent any sudden changes. Guhai ordered. Yes, everyone was helpless. Dragon Shennying. Guhai looked at Dragon Shennying. Yes, Dragon Shennying's eyes lit up, thinking that His Holiness was going to bring him along. I left a treasure in your residence. When I'm not around, help me guard it. Guhai ordered. Yes. Dragon Shennying nodded blankly. Treasure? What treasure? Although the others were curious, Guhai did not say anything else, so it was not good to ask. I'll be back as soon as possible, Guhai said to everyone again. Everyone nodded worriedly. Guhai stepped into the Yinyang Valley and entered the netherworld with a single step. Then, he quickly made his way to the southern seas of the netherworld. Everyone watched Guhai leave. Their eyes flashed with worry and blessings. After all, it was something that even Guhai was not sure about. How troublesome would it be? Dragon Shennying bid farewell to everyone and immediately returned to his residence. Master? The housekeeper looked at Dragon Shennying curiously. His Holiness came here before. Dragon Shennying asked. No. The housekeeper said blankly. Dragon Shennying frowned slightly. The housekeeper was at a loss, which meant that His Holiness had never been here before. But since His Holiness emphasized it, the situation at home must be different. Okay, it's fine. You can leave, Dragon Shennying said indifferently. Yes, the housekeeper nodded doubtfully. Dragon Shennying stepped into the residence. Looking around carefully, he suddenly saw a large hall in the center. Qian Hall. This was the biggest palace in Dragon Shennying's residence. Dragon Shennying never used this palace, and no one was allowed to approach it. It was prepared for his father, Long Zhanggua, although he knew that his father would not come back so easily. As a filial son, Dragon Shennying had always been meticulously preparing the Qian Hall. At this moment, the door of the Qian Hall was actually closed. Dragon Shennying remembered that the door of the Qian Hall was always open, and no one was allowed to approach it. Why was it closed? Dragon Shennying suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart immediately burned with passion. He quickly rushed to the Qian Hall. At the entrance of the Qian Hall, Dragon Shennying pushed the door. He was a little nervous and did not dare to use force, afraid that his wish would be disappointed. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you coming in? A voice came from the Qian Hall. The voice was not loud, but Dragon Shennying's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. Quam. Dragon Shennying pushed open the door. He saw a figure sitting on a sofa in the main hall, flipping through a scroll of books. Father, Father! Dragon Shennying immediately shouted excitedly. Dragon Shennying stepped into the hall and closed the door with a bang. He was afraid that everything in the hall would be exposed. The one holding the book in his hand was Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua was wearing a suit, and his leather shoes were extremely shiny. Beside him was a business windbreaker, looking extremely casual. "Father, when did you come back?" I will kowtow to you." Dragon Shenning excitedly walked forward and was about to immediately kneel down. Long Zhanghua smiled slightly, and a force-lifted Dragon Shenning up. "Forget it. No need to kneel, and no need to be so nervous. Since Gu Hai and the Immortal of Six Paths have fallen out, I don't need to help him hide it anymore. It doesn't matter if outsiders know that I am still alive." Long Zhanghua smiled slightly. "Yes, Father," Dragon Shenning said excitedly. "Heavenly Palace, great perfection. Not bad. Following Gu Hai for so many years is not a waste of time." Long Zhanghua said with a smile, "It is all thanks to His Holiness that I am slow-witted." Dragon Shenning said with a smile, "Of course, don't be too complacent. Gu Hai's son recently improved by leaps and bounds. I think it won't take long for him to catch up with you. You have to work hard. Don't disgrace your father." Long Zhanghua said with a smile, Father, which crown prince are you talking about?" Dragon Shenning asked blankly. "Not any crown prince, but Gu Hai's son, Gu Taiji. After training in the god space for some time, his cultivation is not bad now. Some time ago, Shenwu even fought with him. Although Shenwu won, Gu Taiji took the opportunity to break through." Long Zhanghua explained, Gu Taiji is almost the same as third brother?" Dragon Shenning said in surprise. Long Zhanghua nodded. 30 will be back soon. There is still time. Gu Taiji will be back too. You may have to fight side by side." "Yes, I just saw the information that Gu Hai gave me. The whole world is now divided between the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty, Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty, and Heavenly Demon Holy Land. What is going on? Tell me." Long Zhanghua asked curiously. "Yes." Chapter 1255. Gu Hai's main body headed to the South Sea. He instantly entered the underwater cave. However, he didn't notice that the moment he entered the South Sea, a small eye suddenly appeared above him. It was a black eye the size of a finger. It was the Immortal of Six Paths, Eye of Heaven. However, the current Eye of Heaven was a shrunken version, only the size of a finger. It was easy to overlook. Both Gu Hais entered here? What's here? The Eye of Heaven narrowed slightly. Whoosh! The Eye of Heaven instantly entered the bottom of the sea and chased after Gu Hai's footsteps. Soon, it arrived at the space where the underground Blood City used to be. The Eye of Heaven trembled slightly. "No, there's a force under the fire that's rejecting me. There must be something under the ground." The Eye of Heaven stopped outside the fire. It circled the underground cave. The Eye of Heaven flashed out of the cave and returned to the South Sea. Both Gu Hais went down. Then the limitless celestial capital and eternaline capital are empty. The Eye of Heaven narrowed slightly. The Eye of Heaven stared at the bottom of the South Sea. It didn't dare to take the risk. Now, the biggest power in the world is the Dahan Celestial Empire. The Dahan's destiny covers 80% of the world. There's still half a year before the main body wakes up. This Gu Hai's biggest enemy is Gu Hai's strength? Good. You dare to leave the court, then don't blame me. The Eye of Heaven said coldly. Whoosh! The next moment, the Eye of Heaven suddenly disappeared. Ancient Temple by Zazai and Black by Wu Chang returned disappointed. Master, that Gu Hai's first move was strange. Now, he's become a major force. Bai Wu Chang said with an ugly expression. Bai Zazai nodded. In just a few decades, he actually grew so strong. If If I knew a few decades ago, I definitely wouldn't have given him the chance to grow. My lord, that Gu-hai, we shouldn't think about fighting against him anymore. Black Impermanence said bitterly. The two of them looked at Black Impermanence. I know that my heavenly demon Holy Land's peak masters have suffered heavy casualties, but that was because they provoked Gu-hai first. In the past, we were too arrogant. That was the price we had to pay for our arrogance. Black Impermanence sighed. Black Impermanence, are you that afraid of Gu-hai now? Bai Wuchang frowned. This is the general trend. Gu-hai reminds me of the samsara before he defied the heavens. The greater the resistance, the stronger he will become. Black Impermanence sighed. I can't forget the humiliation of the heavenly demon Holy Land. Bai Wuchang said with a gloomy expression. So what if I can't forget? Do you dare to mess with Gu-hai now? Black Impermanence retorted. Bai Wuchang's expression darkened. We still have the Immortal of the Six Paths. We still have the Immortal of the Six Paths. Do you think the Immortal of the Six Paths is your subordinate or your subject? Or is he your father or your mother? Listen to your every word. Obey your every command. Killing your enemies? Eliminating disasters for you? Black Impermanence sneered. Bai Wuchang's expression darkened. The Immortal of the Six Paths isn't related to us. He's on our side now. He's not our ally, nor is he your chess piece. He's our creditor. He has his eyes on us and wants to use us. He wants to use us as his chess pieces and cannon fodder. Boss, you can't be complacent because of this, right? You think the Immortal of the Six Paths will take care of you? Bai Wuchang's expression darkened. At the very least, we have a common enemy. Gu-hai? Bai Zizai did not say anything. Black Impermanence was scared out of his wits by Gu-hai, but what he said just now made sense. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. One should never entrust one's hopes to others. Bai Zizai believed in this, which was why he was still alive today. My lord, have we forgotten about our enmity? Bai Wuchang said unwillingly. Bai Zizai frowned slightly. The Immortal of the Six Paths will come out in a year, and everything will change. Bai Wuchang said anxiously, but that will be a year later. No one knows what will happen in a year. Back then, before the Immortal of the Six Paths defied the heavens, who would have thought that the Immortal of the Six Paths would be killed? There is still half a year left. Do you think the Immortal of the Six Paths isn't plotting against you? Black Impermanence shook his head. I firmly believe that the Immortal of the Six Paths will not plot against me. At the very least, he will protect the heavenly demon, Holy Land. That is because the heavenly demon, Holy Land, still has 5,000 cities to protect, some lives for the Immortal of the Six Paths. Bai Wuchang said confidently, boom. Just as Bai Wuchang finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the ancient temple, and a dark cloud appeared out of nowhere. In the dark cloud, a black eye of heaven looked at the three people in the temple. Greetings, Immortal. The three of them said in surprise, Bai Zizai, you guys attack the limitless celestial capital immediately. Destroy the limitless celestial capital for me. The eye of heaven stared at the three of them. Bai Wuchang. Bai Zizai. Black Impermanence, on the other hand, had a look of understanding. The three of them had indeed become the Immortal of the Six Paths chess pieces and cannon fodder. Attack the limitless celestial capital at this time? What a joke! The Immortal still had more than half a year before he came out of seclusion. The Immortal was asking the heavenly demon, Holy Land, to declare war on the Dahan, Celestial Empire, immediately. If they weren't cannon fodder, then what were? Bai Zizai's face darkened. Immortal, we are willing to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean we are willing to die. The eye of heaven stared at Bai Zizai. Immortal, You still have more than half a year before you come out of seclusion. Although we have a grudge against the Dahan, celestial capital, we are at peace now. After all, we haven't declared war on all fronts. But once I attack the limitless celestial capital, it will be a fight to the death, Baizazai said worriedly. Gu Hai is not in the court now, so this is a good opportunity. Moreover, just now, when he was fighting, he had the will of the heaven-splitting axe, which means that the heaven-splitting axe is with him. Now that Gu Hai has gone to the Earth's core, this immortal saw it with my own eyes. Without Gu Hai, the limitless celestial capital is nothing. What are you worried about? Baizazai, you are the white tiger sovereign. The Eye of Heaven said coldly, but Gu Hai will come back in the end. It's easy to destroy the limitless celestial capital, but if Gu Hai comes back, what will we do? He will definitely have his eyes on the heavenly demon Holy Land. Baizazai said unwillingly, why don't you capture Gu Hai's wife and son and make Gu Hai hesitate? This immortal wants you to immediately destroy the central system of the Dahan Celestial Empire, destroy Gu Hai's officials, destroy the Dahan Celestial Empire's management of the people under the heavens, and make the Dahan Celestial Empire fall into chaos. The people will quickly lose their hearts. Even if Gu Hai comes back, it will be too late. Half a year later, when this immortal comes out of seclusion, Gu Hai will undoubtedly die. The immortal said coldly, destroy the limitless celestial capital, kill the Dahan's officials, and hold Gu Hai's wife and son hostage? Baizazai's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. That's right. The Eye of Heaven said coldly. Baizazai glanced at Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang's face was ashen. Just as Black Impermanence said, the immortal was only using him as cannon fodder. Immortal, no matter where Gu Hai went, his Dahan's fate is still there, which means he's still in the immortal vault. If we go to his nest, and he comes back halfway, won't we? Black Impermanence said with a complicated expression. He won't be back for a while. They went to the Earth's core, so something big must have happened. So, I want you to be quick. Move in full force and finish everything quickly. The Eye of Heaven said gravely. However, Baizazai and the other two were not stupid. They were naturally unwilling to declare war on Gu Hai. The immortal had not come out of seclusion yet. Wouldn't this be asking for trouble? Immortal, have you forgotten about the Long Zhanghua? Haven't we always guessed that there was a Long Zhanghua in the Dahan celestial dynasty? Baizazai asked carefully. Just now, you saw Gu Hai's sky-splitting axe. The sky-splitting axe is in Gu Hai's hands. Gu Hai went to the Earth's core, which means that there is no Long Zhanghua. The Eye of Heaven said gravely. But what if? Baizazai said with a complicated expression. There is no what if. You must go. Otherwise, you will be my enemy. The Eye of Heaven said coldly. Baizazai? In his heart, Baizazai had thousands of words to curse the immortal of the six paths. Do you really think we are your slaves? When I, Baizazai, was ruling the world, you were still in some unknown place. What? You want to resist me? The Eye of Heaven said coldly. Baizazai was unwilling, and Bai Wuchang was also very regretful. Only Black Impermanence said, Immortal, why don't you think this will work? Everyone looked at Black Impermanence. The Dahan Celestial Dynasty is our common enemy, but its internal structure is not clear. How about we find some people to test it first? If there is nothing, we will all attack. Black Impermanence said carefully. Oh, who will test it? The Eye of Heaven said coldly. The three Supremes of Vermilion Bird. They also hate Gu Hai to death. If we go, we will be alone. Do you think you can persuade them? Black Impermanence said. The Eye of Heaven was silent for a moment. Finally it said, okay, then we will have to trouble you. Immortal, Black Impermanence said with a smile. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on the entrance to the Earth's core. This time, nothing will go wrong. The Eye of Heaven said. Okay. Black Impermanence nodded. Rumble. The Eye of Heaven disappeared. Only Zazai and the other two were left in the hall. They heaved a sigh of relief. Black Impermanence, thank you for your quick thinking. Wu Chang exclaimed. I said before that cooperating with an immortal is like asking a tiger for its skin. Who knows when we will be eaten by him? Black Impermanence sighed. Zazai narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction where the immortal of the six paths left. Finally, he nodded. My lord, although second brother has delayed for a while, we still need you to decide what to do next. Wu Chang looked at Zazai. Zazai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai and the immortal of the six paths. Half a year later, we still don't know who will win the battle. However, if the Vermilion Bird Supreme takes the lead, maybe we can give it a try. But my lord, have you forgotten about Long Zhanghua? Black Impermanence said anxiously. Zazai was silent for a while. Finally, he shook his head. Maybe I was wrong. Gu Hai deliberately lied to us. Why? Long Zhanghua is such a proud person. Why would he be willing to be Gu Hai's subordinate? Who is he afraid of? Or if it is really him, why doesn't he dare to come out? Zazai said in a low voice. But, all right, let's not talk about anything else. We will see later. Zazai shook his head. Chapter 12:56. 2 hours later, on a mountain peak in the south of the limitless celestial capital, Zazai, Black Wu Chang, the 3 Vermilion Bird Supremes, and the Eye of Heaven were gathered in one place. Zazai, why aren't you running away this time? Zhu Cece said with a trace of contempt. Humph. Zazai snorted coldly and ignored him. Immortal, is what you said true? Zhu Yi looked coldly at the Eye of Heaven. That's right. 6 great perfection gods gathered and destroyed the limitless celestial capital in an instant. The 2 Gu Hais have already gone to the Earth's core with the heaven-splitting axe and won't be back for a while. I'll help you watch the entrance to the Earth's core. The Eye of Heaven said indifferently. Since the limitless celestial capital has already become an empty city, why don't you take action yourself? Your Eye of Heaven can destroy the limitless celestial capital in an instant. Zhu Yi said with a frown. The Eye of Heaven stared at Zhu Yi. Am I wrong? Zhu Yi frowned. You're right. This immortal's Eye of Heaven was greatly damaged after being shattered by Gu Hai last time. Moreover, all of its recovery power has been transferred to my main body. At this moment, the Eye of Heaven isn't enough to destroy the limitless celestial capital. The Eye of Heaven said indifferently. Oh, everyone said in surprise. That's why this immortal invited you. This Eye of Heaven's power isn't enough, but this immortal's main body is immediately restored. When I kill Gu Hai in the future, this immortal will grant you generations of prosperity and eternal protection. The Eye of Heaven said solemnly. Zazai's eyes flashed with anger. It turned out that this Eye of Heaven was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. During this time, he was so scared that he didn't dare to resist. Humph! The 3 Vermilion birds snorted coldly. Since you've all come, it means that you all have the same idea. The limitless celestial capital is right in front of you. The Dahan celestial capital is about to be destroyed. Don't you want revenge? Don't want to vent your anger? The Eye said coldly. But what's coming next is a complete break with Gu Hai. Black Impermanence said with a frown. Are you still afraid of breaking ties with Gu Hai? The Eye of Heaven said coldly. Everyone fell silent. Don't worry, said the Eye of Heaven. By doing this, you'll be destroying Gu Hai's living being's power. I'll remember this. In the future, when I kill Gu Hai, all of you will be my greatest heroes. The 3 vermilion birds were still hesitating when a voice suddenly sounded in their minds. Let's test out this Gu Hai's background. The 3 vermilion birds felt as if they had heard a clap of thunder, and their eyes narrowed. It was the voice of 30, who ordered the 3 vermilion birds to attack. All right, the 3 vermilion birds replied. The Eye of Heaven looked at Baizazai and the others. Master, the vermilion bird supreme is enough. Let's not steal the vermilion bird's glory, right? Black Impermanence immediately said. Baizazai ignored Black Impermanence, and his expression changed. He looked at the Eye of Heaven and said, all right, but you have to keep an eye on the Earth's core. Don't worry. Although this Eye of Heaven has lost a lot of vitality, it can still easily monitor the world. Once Gu Hai and the others come out, I'll inform you immediately. This Immortal is counting on you to help this Immortal. The Eye of Heaven nodded. Master, Black Impermanence said anxiously. Black Impermanence didn't want to stand out, but Baizazai was very confident. He was also sure that Gu Hai had lied to him about the Long Zhangua. Since they were on the Immortal of 6 Paths ship, there was no reason to back out. Let's go. Boom. The group immediately rushed toward the infinite celestial capital. The 6 great experts rushed over, and before their fearsome might had even arrived, their vast killing intent had already filled the entire boundless celestial capital. Roar! As if the Sea of Providence was warning them, a large number of small golden dragons of Providence roared. Infinite celestial capital, destroy! Zhu Sisi shouted. A huge, flaming palm fell from the sky, as if it was going to shatter the infinite celestial capital. Hum! Suddenly, a defensive barrier was formed. Boom! Suddenly, the barrier was shattered with a loud bang. At the same time, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Long Wanqing, and the others' expressions changed at the same time, and they rushed into the sky. Hung! Immediately, the Dahan experts hit the flaming palm. Under Chen Xian, Er's control, billowing poisonous gas rushed into the sky. The great Tao can defend against the poisonous gas, the Eye of Heaven shouted. At this time, another flaming palm came down. Who? Kong Xian shouted in shock and anger, standing at the front. Rumble! The perfection stage, Heavenly Palace experts couldn't resist the power of a perfection stage God Legion expert. They barely blocked the giant palm before they were smashed down one by one, making loud noises. Zhu Sisi, Zhu Sanson, you guys seem to be too weak. Watch me. Baizazai shouted. Roar! A tiger's roar reverberated through heaven and earth. A huge tiger claw, accompanied by a majestic gale, struck toward the infinite celestial capital. The fierce gale instantly blew away Chen Xian, Er's sea of poisonous gas. The tiger claw was unstoppable. It crushed the void and was about to crush the infinite celestial capital. Bastard! Baizazai, how dare you! Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng roared and rushed into the sky. Roar! Roar! A huge Xuanwu and a huge azure dragon rushed toward Baizazai's tiger claw with ferocious expressions. Boom! The 2 divine beasts barely stopped the tiger claw, but the tiger claw was still pressing down. Under the collision of the 3 divine beasts, the void had been torn into pieces. Shangguan Hen, I'll help you. Kong Xian slapped Shangguan Hen's back. Mosquito Daoren slapped Ao Sheng's back. Mao Tianyun, Gu Han, and Goddess Hutu added their power to Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng. The Azure Dragon and Xuanwu's power was increasing. Haha, Azure Dragon, Xuanwu? Baizazai, it seems that you're not strong enough. Zhu Sisi sneered. Screech! A vermilion bird's cry rang out as Zhu Sisi transformed into a huge vermilion bird. Flaming divine claws slammed down along with by Zazai's tiger claw. Rumble! In an instant, the void was crushed by the power of the four divine beasts. Bai Zazai and Zhu Sisi were both in the great circle of the God Legion. Even though the infinite celestial capital's experts were fighting with all their might, they could only be suppressed. Soon, the infinite celestial capital would be crushed into pieces. In Dragon Shening's residence, inside the Qian Hall, Long Zhonghua and Dragon Shening had to stop talking. Long Zhonghua slapped Dragon Shening's shoulder and sent a stream of golden energy into his body. Go, Long Zhonghua said. After receiving Long Zhonghua's energy, Dragon Shening rushed out of the Qian Hall and slammed his palm into the sky. Boom! The power of Dragon Shening's palm was too great. In an instant, the tiger claw and vermilion bird claw were pushed back. Black impermanence held back by Wu Chang, but the two didn't make a move. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson were about to make a move when they were shocked by Dragon Shening's golden light. Bai Zazai and Zhu Sisi's figures suddenly staggered. Bai Zazai's expression sank. Zhu Sisi also widened his eyes and looked at the powerhouse dragon god, Ing, who had just appeared halfway. Long Zhonghua's son? Since when did he have the strength of a great circle god? Bai Zazai's expression sank. Half of the golden light around Dragon Shening dissipated, but the other half remained. Dragon Shening quickly arrived at the Soaring Sky Hall's plaza. Together with Kong Xian and Shang Wenhen, he protected the Empress and the others behind him. Vermilion Bird Supreme, White Tiger Supreme. Hee, the two of you are very brave. Ambushing women and children while my husband is away? Chen Xian sneered. Everyone's gaze turned towards Chen Xian the moment she spoke. Gu Hai was the master of the limitless celestial capital. So Chen Xian was the mistress of the limitless celestial capital. Without Gu Hai, Chen Xian could represent everything. At this moment, Chen Xian felt very nervous. However, she had to hold on at this moment. Chen Xian needed to buy time to contact Gu Hai and buy more time. Mo Yike, Sima Chongkong, and the others had already used the Qin figurines to contact Gu Hai. At this moment, 6 great circle gods had arrived in person. It could be said that they came with great momentum. The 2 Gu Hais were not present, but the Dahan celestial capital had reached the most critical moment. But at this moment, whether it was the officials or the citizens, they were all on Chen Xian's side against a common enemy. Chen Xian became everyone's pillar of support the moment she spoke. Chen Xian glared at the experts in the sky. Women and children, ambush? You are Gu Hai's woman, right? When Gu Hai killed my brothers, why didn't he think of today? Zhu Sisi glared and said, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Chen Xian showed a trace of disdain. What did you say? Zhu Sisi glared. Are you worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my husband? If my husband wants to kill Zhu Wuwu and Zhu Qiqi, he dares to do it in front of you. He never needs to avoid anyone. What does it matter if you are here or not? Do you dare to stop him? As for you all, you simply do not dare to do anything overstepping your boundaries in front of my husband. All you can do is hide from my husband and do those vile things. If you all are not cowards, then who is? Chen Xian sneered. Presumptuous. Chen Xian, you are courting death. Zhu Sisi was immediately angry and wanted to attack again. If you dare to move again, my husband will immediately tear you to shreds. Chen Xian glared and reprimanded. Chen Xian shout strangely frightened Zhu Sisi. Zhu Sisi instinctively turned his head to see if Gu Hai had returned. Ha, Vermilion Bird Supreme? White Tiger Supreme. That's all there is to it. A frightened bird dares to come to the Dahan, celestial capital, and act presumptuously. My husband will be back soon. You can continue to attack. Try again. You don't want to leave today? Chen Xian took a step forward and shouted again. Her unbridled shout made the hearts of the 6 perfect stage gods tremble. Chen Xian was also excited. She had indeed intimidated them. 6 perfect stage gods. Because of Gu Hai's name, they were stuck outside the infinite celestial capital and were in a dilemma. Don't be fooled by her. I am watching Gu Hai. He hasn't returned. Moreover, I have sealed the surrounding void. They can't send a message to Gu Hai. Do it quickly. Suddenly, a huge eye of heaven appeared above his head. The eye of heaven suddenly opened its mouth, which immediately gave them enough courage. Humph, little girl, you want to scare us? Bai Zizai's face darkened. Without Gu Hai, the infinite celestial capital is a no-man's land. If I want you to die, you must die. Bitch, you dare to scare me? Let's see how I'll make you beg for death. Zhu Cixi glared at Chen Xian and rushed straight at her. Boom. Zhu Cixi swooped down at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to tear Chen Xian, who had just frightened him, to shreds. Protect the divine empress. The expressions of the ministers changed drastically. Zhu Cixi came with great momentum and was too fast. The group of experts stepped forward one after another, but it was too late. They saw Zhu Cixi arrive in front of Chen Xian, in an instant. His vermilion bird claw tore through the void and grabbed at Chen Xian. Crack! But at this moment, Zhu Cixi's huge claw seemed to have hit something extremely hard. The sound of bones dislocating instantly rang out. Ah! Zhu Cixi screamed miserably. He saw a man in strange clothes appear in front of Chen Xian, at an unknown time. The man stretched out his left hand and formed a palm aura. He firmly grasped Zhu Cixi's vermilion bird claw and squeezed his fingers. The huge vermilion bird claw was crushed. He broke it with his bare hands. Zhu Cixi's screams resounded through the world. The expressions of the experts all changed as they looked at the man in strange clothes who suddenly appeared. Long Zhanghua! The eye of heaven cried out in alarm. Long Zhanggua's right hand was stretched out towards the sky. An afterimage streaked across the sky. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky. Boom! The enormous eye of heaven was gripped in Long Zhan's right hand, and cracking sounds could be heard as if it were about to be crushed. Long Zhanghua, it's really you, you're still alive? Bai Zizai was shocked. Long Zhanghua ignored Bai Zizai and looked at Zhu Cixi, whose vermilion bird claw was crushed. Did you know? I didn't intend to kill you, but your mouth is too smelly. How dare you insult Madame Chen? If I leave you alive, how am I going to explain to Gu Hai when he returns? Long Zhanghua said indifferently. Long Zhanghua released his left hand, and an axe aura appeared in his palm. The heaven-splitting axe's aura slashed towards Zhu Cixi. What? No, don't. Zhu Cixi screamed in horror. Wait! Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson exclaimed. However, everything was too late. Zhu Cixi screamed miserably and was instantly split into 2 halves, turning into 2 bloody corpses that were sent flying. Fourth brother, Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson rushed over in horror. Each of them hugged half of Zhu Cixi's body, trying to save him. No one can save the people I kill. You have to pay the price for your foul mouth. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Chapter 1257. No one can revive the people I killed. You have to pay the price for your foul mouth. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson each grabbed half of Zhu Cixi's body and pieced it together. They used nirvana pills, but Zhu Cixi's body seemed to have a repulsive force that could not be repaired. No, Cixi. Zhu Sanson screamed in horror. Zhu Yi hugged Zhu Cixi's body and looked at Long Zhanghua with eyes full of resentment. Zhu Cixi is really dead and can't be revived. We are the vermilion birds that can be reborn. How can we not be revived? Long Zhanghua looked at the eye of heaven in his right hand. Immortal of 6 paths, I heard that you have been defeated many times over the years. Long Zhanghua sneered. Ka. Long Zhan exerted force in his palm, and the sound of the eye of heaven being crushed came from his palm. Long Zhanghua, you are really not dead. I will come out of seclusion soon. Prepare to die. No, I will not let you die. I will make you beg for death. Immortal of 6 paths' hateful voice came from his palm. Your eye of heaven is much weaker than it was back then. Just now, I heard my son mention that Gu Hai said that he will kill you every time you appear in the Dahan Celestial Empire. Gu Hai went out and asked me to help him protect the limitless celestial capital. He couldn't fulfill his promise, so I will fulfill it for him. Immortal of 6 paths? Ha, you're just SOS. Long Zhan was sneered and exerted force in his palm. Long Zhan! The eye of heaven in his palm roared. Boom! In an instant, a burst came from Long Zhangua's palm. A large number of fragments of the eye of heaven splashed out from Long Zhangua's fingers. The fragments shot out and turned into black fog, dissipating into the air. Long Zhanghua opened his right hand and made sure that there was nothing left in his palm. Then he slowly put his hand down. At this moment, Long Zhanghua looked at the others. He Bai Wuchang trembled and didn't dare to move. That was Zhu Cixi and the eye of heaven. He didn't have the means to resist Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua did not look at them. Instead, he looked at Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai also looked at Long Zhanghua in shock. His eyes flashed with disbelief and regret. Are you really Long Zhanghua? Bai Zizai asked with a hint of fear. Although he was certain, Bai Zizai could not help but ask. Bai Zizai, I remember talking to you last time. Why are you still in the limitless celestial capital? Long Zhanghua stared at Bai Zizai and asked. Long Zhanghua looked at Bai Zizai with a scrutinizing gaze. In an instant, his eyes looked straight at Bai Zizai's heart. Bai Zizai was silent for a while. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, I thought that you were made up by Gu Hai. You thought that I was fake. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Bai Zizai nodded. You are indeed the White Tiger Sovereign. Long Zhanghua smiled, faintly. This smile made Bai Zizai very depressed. What did he mean by indeed? Could it be that Bai Zizai, do not always understand the situation? However, Long Zhanghua's killing intent towards everyone had disappeared. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson each held half of Zhu Cixi's body and looked at Long Zhanghua resentfully. Let's go, Zhu Yi shouted. Whoosh! The 2 vermilion birds disappeared into the horizon. Only Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang were left. The 3 of them looked at each other. Madam Chun, sorry for offending you. Bai Zizai said to Chen Xian, awkwardly. Let's go. Without waiting for Chen Xian, to reply, Bai Zizai took Black Bai Wuchang and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Continue to fight. Fight my ass. Their group was not enough to be annihilated by Long Zhanghua. The group of people came with great momentum, but left with great despair. They originally thought that even if they were not the best in the world, they would at least have a certain status. However, in this place, it all depended on the mood of the other party. Kill as they please. Long Zhanghua looked at the officials of the Dahan. At this moment, the officials of the Dahan were also shocked. Was this really Long Zhanghua? In particular, many of the officials of the Dahan Celestial Dynasty were old officials of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. At this moment, when they saw Long Zhanghua, their eyes were brimming with tears. At this moment, these old officials finally understood why the crown prince of the Deqian, Dragon Godding, was willing to become an official of the Dahan, and why Long Zhanghua had left a letter to assist Gu Hai. It turned out that His Holiness was still alive. His Holiness, His Holiness. Some of the old officials suddenly knelt down with tears in their eyes. Although they were officials of the Dahan, they still had feelings for Long Zhanghua. Now that you are all officials of the Dahan, don't call me His Holiness. Rise, all of you, Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Yes, yes. The old officials wiped their tears and stood up excitedly. Old man, you're still alive. Long Wanyu suddenly said in surprise. Greetings to His Holiness. Long Wanqing also said excitedly. No matter what, Long Zhanghua was still the Long sisters' grandfather. Long Zhanghua looked at the two girls and smiled slightly. Then Long Zhanghua looked at Chen Xian. Madam Chen, you are indeed a heroine. Just now, if it weren't for the interference of the Immortal of the Six Paths, the six perfect gods wouldn't have dared to take a step forward under your scolding. Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Daiqianqing is too kind. This time, I thank Daiqianqing. Chen Xian bowed slightly. Madam Chen, you are too polite. I promise Gu Hai, so it is naturally my duty. Moreover, Gu Hai saved my life back in the heavenly realm, so there is no need to be courteous. Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Chen Xian nodded. At this moment, in the infinite celestial capital, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Shangguan Hen, Ao Sheng, and Gu Han were all staring at Long Zhanghua. After all, this Long Zhanghua's appearance was too strange. Was it really him? Why was he dressed so strangely? It wasn't just the officials of the Dahan. Just now, the Flame God Temple and the Seizing God Temple received the news. However, everything happened so quickly that it was already over by the time they saw it clearly. At the entrance of the Flame God Temple, the guard rubbed his eyes. This is impossible. Didn't Long Zhanghua die a long time ago? Ho Yi and Xing Tian stared from afar, also at a loss. It is indeed Long Zhanghua. Xing Tian said solemnly. No wonder Gu Hai has the sky-splitting axe. He didn't get the sky-splitting axe, but Long Zhanghua is still alive? Ho Yi exclaimed. At the entrance of the Seizing God Temple, Long Outyen kept rubbing his eyes. Long Outyen, did I see you wrongly? Who is that? Is it really him? A Seizing God Temple guard beside him asked curiously. My grandpa Sheng? It's true. Long Outyen said with excitement. Whoosh! Long Outyen stepped forward and rushed toward the infinite celestial capital without hesitation. His eyes were filled with boundless shock. Bang! Soon, Long Outyen landed on the square of the Soaring God Temple. This time, when Long Shenying waved his hand, none of the guards of the Dahan stopped him. Although he was sure, Long Outyen still didn't dare to admit it. Father, is this Grandpa Sheng? Father, is he Grandpa Sheng? Long Outyen looked at Long Shenying in disbelief. Long Zhanghua turned his head and smiled at Long Outyen. Impudent, quickly greet your grandpa. Long Shenying rebuked angrily. Long Shenying's rebuke confirmed Long Outyen's guess. Looking at Long Zhanghua, Long Outyen suddenly knelt down. Grandson greets Grandpa Sheng. Long Outyen immediately bowed emotionally. Even though Long Outyen's actions were a bit shameful at times, he was just like Dragon Godding. He was extremely respectful to Long Zhanzhan. Otherwise, Dragon Godding wouldn't have fallen out with his father when he joined the imperial court that killed his father. But now, Grandpa Sheng was still alive, so his father's acknowledging the enemy as his father was no longer valid. His falling out in the past was also a joke. Good. Outyen has also grown up, Long Zhanghua said with a smile. As he spoke, Long Zhangguo raised his head and looked in the direction of the seizing divine palace. The door of the seizing divine palace had opened unknowingly. Just then, Jiangchen stepped out of the god-seizing temple. Across the vast distance between them, he and Long Zhangguo looked at each other. Jiangchen looked at Long Zhangguo and was slightly surprised. Long Zhangguo looked at Jiangchen and nodded with a smile. Jiangchen was silent for a while and finally nodded. In the Dahan Celestial Empire, the emperors and sect masters of the various imperial dynasties and sects were shocked when they saw Long Zhangguo. At the same time, they also felt lucky because of Long Zhangguo's existence. Everyone understood the strength of the Dahan Celestial Empire. It was so strong that even the Immortal of the Six Paths had doubled their strength in an instant. How many more trump cards did His Holiness have? The news that Long Zhangguo was still alive and that Long Zhangguo was in the Dahan Celestial Empire also began to spread from this moment on. Those who received the news were not willing to believe it at first. When the news was confirmed, there was an uproar. In the Earth's core, after the Hui swallowed the last sun-like Earth core divine flame, the fire enchantment formed around the Hui now looked like the outline of an eyeball. It emitted a dazzling golden light. Some of the mountains around it melted in an instant when they touched the flames. Mr. Fushi, I feel that I have completely turned into the sun. There is a fire in my heart. As long as I get out of the ground, I can compete with the sun. She said in a deep voice. Compete with the sun? Ha! This is just an illusion. You must restrain the arrogance in your heart. Later, we still have a tough battle to fight. Fushi said solemnly. Arrogance in my heart? She frowned slightly. You're right, mister. I've already cultivated the divine flame, sun, transformation divine, art to the great success stage. There's a feeling of bloating that I can't control. It's as if I'm the #1 expert in the world. If it weren't for Mister's constant guidance, I would have been dizzy from this bloating sensation. As the saying goes, solitary yin does not grow and solitary yang does not grow. Your skill has too much yang qi, and it is disrupting your thinking. If you want to solve it, you can only go to the Jiuyin sect. Follow me. When you get there, be careful. Qi is waiting for you. Fushi said solemnly. Thank you for your guidance. Qi nodded. Fushi nodded and led the way. Soon, they arrived at a cave that was shining with black light. Fushi stopped. It is here. Be careful. Fushi said solemnly. Qi nodded and stepped into the underground space where the candle dragon was hidden. In the underground space, Qi sat on the candle dragon's head with his eyes closed. Master, it is here. Qi is here. The hunchbacked old man shouted in surprise. Wang. Qi opened his eyes. It is here. This day has finally come. Qi's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 1258. Qi's body shone with golden light, and a spherical barrier that looked like an eyeball surrounded him. He stepped into the space at the center of the earth. Wang. As soon as he stepped in, the golden light around him was enough to illuminate the entire space. A golden dragon that was thousands of miles long was sleeping in the space at the center of the earth. On its back, there were 3,000 great Tao that rushed to the surrounding rock walls. A group of underground monsters stood around it. There were pangolin monsters, centaurs, and all kinds of strange experts. They held weapons and guarded the golden dragon. Under the golden dragon's head was a hunchbacked old man. He was surrounded by moths, and his eyes were filled with excitement. However, Qi's eyes were fixed on only one person. It was Qi at the top of the dragon's head. Qi was still standing there. When he saw Qi step in and the golden light around him, he smiled. Great Yan's His Holiness, welcome to the Jiuyin sect, Qi said with a smile. Qi, you were waiting for me? Chi narrowed his eyes and stared at Chi even though Chi knew that Chi was up to no good and wanted to deal with him. Chi was not afraid. On one hand, he had obtained a huge amount of power and was much stronger than before. On the other hand, there was too much yang Qi in his body, and he was a little arrogant. That's right. I've been waiting for you, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I was going to wait for you to arrive and then help you find the Earth Core Divine Fire. I didn't expect you to find the Earth Core Divine Fire on your own. You saved me a lot of effort, she said with a smile. Oh, Earth Core Divine Fire? What's going on? Why is there such a huge fire at the center of the Earth? She asked curiously. It's okay to tell you. The Earth Core Divine Fire is the tear of the Torch Dragon. The Torch Dragon's left eye shines like the sun and illuminates the Earth. The tear in its left eye naturally has unlimited firepower. How do you feel now? Chi smiled confidently. Chi narrowed his eyes. Torch Dragon? Tear in the left eye. What about the right eye? The tear in the right eye, it was absorbed by me. Now, the Torch Dragon is about to be born. You're the only one left, she said with a smile. Torch Dragon? That blind dragon? She narrowed his eyes. The golden dragon's entire body exuded a boundless aura. Only its eyes were sunken as if it had no eyeballs. The candle dragon sends a pair of eyes. The left eye is the sun, and the right eye is the moon. I am the right eye, and you are the left eye, Ho said with a smile. Left eye as the sun? Am I left-eyed? Is this candle dragon very powerful? You stepped onto the candle dragon's head. The faces of the Join sect's servants changed, but you didn't care and allowed you to step on the dragon's head. Wait until you become its eyes. Then you will know. Bai smiled. Humph, I don't care about the golden dragon. Bai said coldly. With a cold voice, you stomped on the ground. Boom. Ho's stomp contained a monstrous power. With a stomp of his foot, even a giant star would be crushed instantly. However, when the foot landed on the candle dragon's head, it only made the dragon's head tremble slightly. There was no other harm. What a powerful dragon body. Bai's face sank. Of course. Moreover, you can't hurt it. You are a part of it, Bai said with a cold smile. I am a part of it. What a joke, Bai said with a cold smile. Now, do you want to enter the candle dragon's left eye yourself, or do you want me to help you? Bai said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, you want to help me? Your art of cursing? Bai said with a cold smile. Art of cursing? I can use it on others, but not you. The power of the curse comes from the candle dragon. When I recite the curse, the candle dragon will connect the 3,000 great paths to cast a curse on you. However, the curse won't affect you. You are a part of the candle dragon, so the candle dragon's curse won't affect you. However, if you don't want to enter yourself, I can help you, Bai said with a smile. You? Bai's face turned cold. When you open your eyes, it is day, and when you close them, it is night. This is the candle dragon. You are the left eye, so you are the sun. I am the right eye, so I am the moon. Just like now, Bai said with a smile. As he spoke, Bai waved his sleeves. Suddenly, endless silver light shone out. Bai's body suddenly emitted a gust of chilly air, causing a large amount of frost and snow to appear in the void. A silver enchantment immediately formed on the surface of Bai's body. Just like the golden enchantment on Bai's body, they were both in the shape of eyeballs. The two eyeballs were extremely symmetrical, as if they were the same size as the candle dragon's eyes. Moonlight? Bai's face turned dark. Let me help you. Bai reached out his hand and grabbed at Bai quickly. Bai's eyes widened. He took a step forward and attacked with his palm. A divine flame palm and a divine ice palm collided with each other. Before the collision, Bai said, "Candle Dragon, stabilize the void with the 3,000 great paths. Don't collapse the cave." Buzz. The great paths on the Candle Dragon's back suddenly emitted countless rays of light that shrouded the entire cave. The two palms collided with each other. Hung. As expected, when the 3,000 great paths stabilized the void, the entire cave did not collapse. When the two palms collided, it formed a gust of air that blew Bai's servants around them. Bai was extremely confident at that moment. Not only was he confident, but his power had also increased to an extremely high level. At that moment, Bai was confident that even if Yuanshi Tianzun was at his peak, he would be able to suppress him. However, such a powerful power was slowly being restrained by Bai. Your power is specially used to restrain me? Bai's face suddenly turned dark. That was because when he used the divine fire-sun transformation technique, in terms of power, he was not as strong as Bai's. "It's not that my power is specially used to restrain you. It's just that your original form is Hitorigami." Bai sneered. "What's wrong with Hitorigami?" Bai asked coldly. The divine fire-sun transformation technique was specially created for the living beings born in the sun. Originally, the vermilion bird was the most suitable person to cultivate it. However, I didn't look for them. I looked for you. You are the only living being who can withstand this level of flame other than the vermilion bird. Although you can cultivate it to the extreme, you can't use it as you wish like the vermilion bird because this power doesn't belong to you. Because you can't use your power as you wish, I was willing to give you this technique so that I can easily restrain you." Bai sneered. As he laughed coldly, he took one step after another forward. The terrifying power actually pushed Zhao back step by step toward the Candle Dragon's left eye socket. Outside the cave, in the tunnel, Fuxi did not follow Bai into the tunnel. Perhaps Fuxi could predict everything that was going on inside. Fuxi continued to draw the 8 trigrams. In the blink of an eye, 640 trigrams appeared in front of him. "Master, what are you doing? Why aren't you going in?" Hichu asked curiously. "If you want to die, you can go in and try." Fuxi said calmly. Then I won't go in. However, what is going on inside? Why do I feel like my heart is trembling?" Hichu asked worriedly. Fuxi waved his hand, and a screen appeared beside him. The screen showed what was going on inside the cave. "What? Bai and Bai are fighting? Bai doesn't seem to be as good as Bai. Master, what should we do now?" Hichu asked anxiously. "Do you want to help?" Fuxi smiled. "I don't have that ability. If I go in, I will definitely die." Hichu shook his head. "Don't worry. Wait patiently. You will be able to help later." Fuxi shook his head. While shaking his head, Fuxi continued to draw the 8 trigrams. "Master, are you setting up a formation? A longevity formation?" Hichu asked curiously. "That's right." Fuxi nodded. "All right. I will listen to you and wait patiently. However, what is the origin of this Bai? Is he so powerful? Is he really not the reincarnation of the Torch Dragon?" Hichu asked blankly. "The reincarnation of the Torch Dragon? He is not worthy. At most, he is just a toad." Fuxi said coldly. In his hand, Fuxi continued to draw the 8 trigrams and set up the formation. Inside the cave, the strength displayed by Bai was extremely fierce. He actually forced Bai to retreat. Bai revealed a trace of excitement. He had waited for tens of thousands of years just for this day. At this moment, Bai were inside the Torch Dragon's body. 3,000 great Tao revolved in his abdomen, forming a heaven and earth furnace that burned the skeleton Gu Hai. Gu Hai was barely able to resist because of the power of nothingness. Chong Ming, on the other hand, was walking in the heaven and earth furnace as if he was walking on flat ground. After closing his eyes and sensing for a few days, there seemed to be an emerald green thread in the torch dragon's body that suddenly wrapped around Changming. Changming immediately shuddered. Gu Hai, who was at the side, occasionally opened his eyes. At this moment, he opened his eyes and was slightly stunned when he saw Changming wrapped around by the green thread. This was because Changming's expression was very strange at this moment. There was a sense of vicissitudes of life. This vicissitudes of life also had a sense of compassion and sadness. Gu Hai waited curiously. After a while, Changming suddenly trembled and seemed to have woken up. His Holiness, Changming suddenly said, "What's wrong? You understood the voice in the torch dragon's body?" Gu Hai asked curiously. "Yes, just now. I understood." Two streams of tears flowed down Changming's eyes. "Why are you crying?" "It's not my fault. The sadness in the torch dragon's body infected me, and I couldn't control my emotions." Changming said sadly, "You know everything about the torch dragon and the Join sect?" Gu Hai asked curiously. "Yes, the torch dragon told me everything." Changming nodded. "Is the torch dragon the torch dragon?" "No, it's a creature that Qi pieced together. She wanted to revive the torch dragon, but the torch dragon is no longer around." Changming explained. "Pieced together? Is Qi the reincarnation of the torch dragon?" Gu Hai asked curiously. "He's not. In the past, the torch dragon's body turned into heaven and earth. His left eye turned into the sun. His right eye turned into the moon. His 3 souls turned into the 3,000 great Daos. His 6 souls turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation. And his 7th soul turned into the god of thousands of monsters. He created thousands of monsters. The torch dragon's right eye turned into the moon, and the first moon poison ice toad that was born in the moon was Qi. He's just a creature that was born in the moon, just like the vermilion bird that was born in the sun. It's just that Qi was born the earliest and inherited a part of the torch dragon's memory." Changming explained. "Qi is the moon poison ice toad that was born in the moon. What about the Join sect? What about the torch dragon?" Gu Hai asked curiously. "Although Qi isn't the reincarnation of the torch dragon, he inherited a part of the torch dragon's memory. After he was born, he traveled all over the world to look for the fragments of the torch dragon." Changming said, "Fragments of the torch dragon?" Gu Hai asked curiously. "Yes, although most of the torch dragon's body turned into everything in heaven and earth, there were still some parts that had not completely transformed. For example, the heart, some broken bones that were buried underground and had not turned into mineral veins, and some pieces of flesh that had not turned into mountains and rivers. Qi collected them and used the scraps of the torch dragon to piece and smelt this torch dragon." Changming explained. "Torch dragon? The scraps of the torch dragon's body?" Gu Hai frowned slightly. "Yes, some of these scraps were actually quite large. They did not turn into mountains and rivers, not because they were unwilling, but because they did not have the time. They carried the will of the torch dragon and turned into everything in heaven and earth, nourishing heaven and earth and creating the immortal dome. The torch dragon was willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for the immortality of the immortal dome and create a longer life for the living beings that were born after that. He did not want to be like the torch dragon, who could only wait for death after he was born and only had the company of loneliness. When he woke up, he would be alive, and when he slept, he would die." Changming explained. "The torch dragon turned into everything in heaven and earth to create a happy environment for the living beings that were born after that, nourishing and stabilizing the immortal dome." Gu Hai frowned. "Yes, His Holiness, the torch dragon's body, also had the mark of the torch dragon. These marks contacted me and revealed their sadness. They did not want to turn into the torch dragon because Qi's goal was to turn the torch dragon into a baby torch dragon and then be controlled by Qi's will. In the future, Qi would devour heaven and earth and all living beings so that he could completely turn into a torch dragon. However, that went against the original intention of the torch dragon. Therefore, the torch dragon's will in the torch dragon's body had been crying sadly, but could not escape from Qi's control. In its sadness, it passed on its pain, and I think it passed on to Yuanshi Tianzun. Changming recalled. That's right. Yuanshi Tianzun heard the sound underground. So it was from the torch dragon. He wanted Yuanshi Tianzun to save him, but unfortunately, Guhai frowned slightly. Your Majesty, we have to stop. Qi is up to no good. Once he makes the candle dragon perfect into an infant candle dragon, no one will be able to stop him. He will devour everything, including the sun and the moon. He will devour heaven and earth. Changming said anxiously. I understand. However, Changming, why can you sense the torch dragon's heart? Are you the reincarnation of the torch dragon? Guhai looked at Changming curiously. No, I'm not. Oh, the seventh soul of the torch dragon, which is the god of the torch dragon. This god can turn into thousands of gods. Each god corresponds to a demon. And the first god of torch dragon gods' myriad gods is Chun. Changming explained. You are the first god of the torch dragon god. Yes, I am the head of the gods, and I also have the ability to merge with the gods. When I was born in my previous life, I was a bat demon, and my strength was not bad. However, I was muddle-headed and caused trouble everywhere. In the end, I was killed by 30. 30 took away my power, and I should have been destroyed. However, I never expected that I would become a member of the Blood Clan in this life. Although I was extremely weak in the beginning because I was the head of the gods, the 3,000 great Tao protected me, and I was favored by the heavens. Because I followed his holiness, I became stronger and stronger. My god became stronger and stronger, especially after I obtained the torch dragon's heart blood not long ago. That was why I could communicate with the torch dragon. Changming explained. You are the head of the gods, and you have the ability to merge with the gods. The seventh soul of a god. Isn't the seventh soul the condensation of consciousness? In other words, although you are not the reincarnation of the torch dragon, you can be said to be the reincarnation of the torch dragon's consciousness. Therefore, compared to Qi, you are the most orthodox. The physical body of the torch dragon is speaking to you. In that case, can you enter the glabella of the torch dragon and control it? Guhai asked. His holiness is communicating with the physical body of the torch dragon. Only with the mark of the torch dragon in the physical body can we communicate. However, the seventh soul of the torch dragon in the glabella is currently controlled by Qi. Changming said with a bitter smile. So what if the seventh soul of the torch dragon is controlled? As long as you have a chance to seize control, you must seize it. I will help you, Guhai said. Changming narrowed his eyes and nodded. Chapter 1259. Geocentric Space. Under the powerful force, by slowly pushed by toward the candle dragon's left eye. The torch dragon was the first spirit born in the Immortal Dome, and it was also the most powerful spirit. We had the torch dragon's memory, so he was not an ordinary person. Perhaps he did not have the great opportunity when the torch dragon was born, but with the torch dragon's memory, his strength had already reached the peak. Hui was very powerful, but Hui was not weak at all. Moreover, the divine fire-sun transformation technique that Hui cultivated was created by Hui. This technique was most suitable for the vermilion bird, and Hui looked for Hui because of this flaw. Because of this flaw, Hui was pushed toward the candle dragon's left eye by Hui. Hui had great strength, but he was not as strong as Hui, and he felt depressed. Hui, you waited for so many years for me to find someone who can withstand such a flame. Hui was unwilling to accept this. That's right. I have been looking for you for so many years. I did not think highly of you at first, but when you were sealed by Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji, I saw you through the earth fire. Your will is at the peak of the fire element cultivation technique, and you are cultivating the drought demon. You are the most suitable. Go in. Hui laughed. Humph, I was very grateful to you when you gave me the cultivation technique in the past. You said that you would not allow outsiders to know about this cultivation technique, but it turns out that you were worried that I would teach it to the elite guards. Hui, you are really scheming. However, we do not know who will win today. Hui said coldly, as he said that 200 great Tao shadows appeared behind him. The appearance of the 200 great Tao shadows immediately provided Hui with a strong force. Boom! Hui stopped in his tracks. The power of the great Tao that Jiang Lianshan collected, 200 great Tao. Hui said coldly, that's right. There were 300, but unfortunately, Matriarch Ji stole 100. Hui said coldly, that's right. With these 200 great Tao, your strength is on par with mine. However, you know that this is my Juin sect. Hui sneered. Juin sect? What's wrong? Hui frowned. Croak, croak, croak. She suddenly let out a toad's cry. After that sound, rumble. The servants of the ninth shade faction around the candle dragon suddenly knelt on the ground. All the demons had fearful expressions on their faces. I've raised you for so many years. It's time for you to repay me. Come. She coldly snorted. Roar. He opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. Rumble. All the spirit monsters immediately flew into Chi's mouth. You narrowed his eyes. In the tunnel outside the cave, Hichu looked at the image condensed by Fushi and revealed a look of surprise. Is it useful to eat these monsters? Didn't you see clearly? These servants of the Join sect all have pure Yin bodies. They are nourished by the power of the moon. To others, it is extremely cold, but to the Join sect, it is extremely nutritious. Fushi explained. Great tonic? To what extent? Hichu asked curiously. Fushi didn't say anything. Hichu could only look at the image. He saw that in the entire underground space, except for the hunchbacked old man surrounded by moths, Hui had swallowed all the demons. Rumble. The moment it swallowed them, it was as if it had eaten a great tonic. Billions of silver lights suddenly appeared around Huey's body. Under the billions of silver lights, Huey's power suddenly increased by a lot. In an instant, Hui was about to be pushed into the candle dragon's left eye. What? Huey's face darkened. Rumble. A red cloud suddenly appeared above its head. It was Huey's eye of heaven slowly emerging. Rise of the moths. The hunchbacked old man shouted. Rumble. The moths flew to the top and instantly covered Huey's eye of heaven. No. Hui screamed. Rumble. Under the great power, Hui pushed it into the candle dragon's left eye socket. The golden eye barrier around Hui seemed to be very compatible with the eye socket and instantly merged with the candle dragon's left eye. Rumble. Waves of energy suddenly appeared in the candle dragon's body and locked onto its left eye as if it was imprisoning Hui. Bastard! Hui was furious. Hui wanted to struggle out, but the eye had already merged with the candle dragon. The candle dragon's locking power was extremely strong, and a thin green line immediately wrapped around Huey's head. Buzz. Hui trembled slightly and suddenly stopped moving. Since you've entered the candle dragon's left eye, don't think about getting out. Your consciousness will merge with mine. No, not my consciousness now, but the candle dragon's consciousness. Hui said with a smile. Roar. The candle dragon suddenly roared. I can control the candle dragon. Huey's face suddenly changed, and he was surprised. It's only temporary. Once I enter, you won't have a chance. Hui sneered. The green thread was connected to Huey's will, and it immediately allowed Hui to feel the candle dragon. Furthermore, it seemed like he could really control it slightly. Hui wanted to control the candle dragon and kill Hui. Hui seemed to have known about it and immediately entered the candle dragon's right eye. Buzz. All of a sudden, Hui successfully transformed into the candle dragon's right eye. Instead of one green line connecting Hui, hundreds of green lines suddenly connected to the candle dragon. Boom! The candle dragon's body shook, and it seemed to have come back to life. One of its eyes was the sun, while the other was the moon. It released a vast power. What? I can't control the candle dragon again? Huey's face darkened. Of course you can't control it. The candle dragon is already under my control. It's mine. Hui laughed. Yours? No, you're talking in my head. Huey's face suddenly changed. Not in your head, but from the moment you merged with the candle dragon, your consciousness merged with the candle dragon, because you have the left eye. Your will can slightly control the candle dragon's actions, but the candle dragon has its own will. It has a seventh fragment, and I have already refined this seventh fragment for several million years. My consciousness is about to enter the seventh fragment of the candle dragon. After that, I will use the candle dragon's will to destroy your will. From then on, I will no longer have to worry about anything. We laughed loudly. However, the candle dragon suddenly trembled. We slowly turned into the shape of a toad, and then merged with the right eye. Buzz! The candle dragon shuddered, and his eyes immediately became bright and lively. The candle dragon moved its body and roared. Roar! The candle dragon let out a long roar. Its roar penetrated the ground and spread to countless places on the ground. Roar, roar, roar. All over the world, countless dragon veins surged. The entire Yin-Yang realm and Yang realm trembled violently. Jiangchun, Longzhanghua, Jingwei, Zhu Yi by Zizai, and the others were shocked. The ground shook. What happened? In the core of the earth, the hunchbacked old man suddenly knelt down. Congratulations, Master. You've become the candle dragon and become invincible. The candle dragon came back to life and had a new consciousness. He twisted his body and looked at the hunchbacked old man kneeling on the ground. It's not over yet. Everything will be perfect after I destroy the weak will of the Hua. Huey's consciousness entered the candle dragon's body. The candle dragon's seventh soul was invincible, and even Huey's consciousness was not as strong as it. One candle dragon had two consciousnesses. 99% of Huey's consciousnesses were Huey's, and only a little of Huey's was left. Huey's face was extremely pale because he felt the candle dragon's consciousness surging towards him like a flood. Boom! No! Hui shouted furiously and used his consciousness to resist the candle dragon's ocean-like consciousness. The battle between their seventh souls was also a battle between consciousnesses and consciousnesses. However, Hui was strengthened by the candle dragon and was naturally many times stronger. Huey's consciousness was like the ocean. Huey's consciousness was like a lonely boat that could be capsized by the ocean at any time. Stop struggling, Hui. Go in peace. Once your consciousness is destroyed, your 3 souls and 7 souls will become a part of the candle dragon. Be destroyed. Hui said coldly. Boom. Huey's consciousness was strong, but no matter how strong it was not as strong as the candle dragon's. How could he resist? He was about to be destroyed. Once his consciousness was destroyed, he would be completely refined like a walking corpse. Hui was confident of victory, and Hui was about to die. Buzz. However, at this moment, an 8 trigrams light ball appeared in Huey's hand. Hui, can you still hold on? Fushi's voice was heard through the 8 trigrams. I can't. The candle dragon's consciousness is like the heavenly path's consciousness. It has the power of 3,000 great das. I'm about to be destroyed in just 2 waves. Hui said bitterly. Hold on for a while more. I'll be done soon. Fushi shouted. Hold on. I can't hold on anymore. I can't resist the heavenly path's consciousness. That's the power of 3,000 great das. Hui said bitterly. No, I have a way to hold on. This 8 trigrams that I gave you earlier is for this moment. Later, I will send you a consciousness to help you. Hold on and lead the consciousness that I sent over to try to destroy the candle dragon's consciousness. Fushi shouted, Impossible. This is the heavenly path's consciousness. Who can resist it? Unless the candle dragon is resurrected, no one can. Hui said in despair. No, you have 10 breaths. If you can hold on for 10 breaths, we will be able to turn the tide. At the same time, you will obtain endless power. Fushi shouted. 10 breaths. All right, I'll hold on for a while more. Hui gritted his teeth. Boom. A wave of the candle dragon's consciousness swept over, and Hui immediately spat out blood. He almost had his consciousness shattered. Ha ha. Hui, your consciousness is about to shatter. You'll be gone after one more wave. Hui led the candle dragon's consciousness and laughed loudly. Hui shook his head with a ferocious expression and got ready to withstand the next wave. In the tunnel, Fushi waved his hand. Buzz. The longevity array formed by the 100,008 trigrams immediately emitted a golden light. Master, you've completed the longevity array, but what's the use of it? Can it resist the candle dragon's consciousness? That's the heavenly path's consciousness, Hichu said in confusion. It's up to you whether it succeeds or not. Fushi suddenly looked at Hichu. Me. Hichu was stunned. You have the body of heaven, so you can draw the providence of the world and connect with all living beings, just like how Yuanshi Tianzuan used you. Do it again. Fushi said in a deep voice. Huh, do it again. Why? Hichu was confused. I want you to connect with the consciousness of all living beings and destroy the candle dragon's consciousness. Fushi said solemnly, Me? Connect with the consciousness of all living beings? No, Master, you can't do that. I can attract the consciousness of all living beings to help her, but the consciousness of all living beings still has to go through my body. When that happens, I'll have to go through a baptism of the consciousness of all living beings. There'll be so many of them that I'll go crazy. Hichu immediately trembled and exclaimed, It's too late. Hichu, enter the array. Draw the providence of the world and connect with the consciousness of all living beings. Fushi extended his hand and threw Hichu into the lifespan array. Wong. The lifespan array immediately shone brighter, and Hichu seemed to be tied into the lifespan array. With Fushi's help, he connected with the providence of the Dahan Heavenly Empire, Great Yen Heavenly Empire, and Heavenly Demon Holy Land. This time, he didn't need to use all his power to fight for providence. He only needed to connect with all living beings. He didn't need the power of all living beings. He only needed the consciousness of all living beings. This connection didn't affect all living beings much, and most living beings couldn't even feel what was happening. Only a small number of sensitive people would feel dizzy. The consciousness of all living beings moved, and it was instantly copied by the Sea of Providence. It followed the direction where it came from and rushed towards Hichu. Countless consciousnesses suddenly rushed into Hichu's body. Countless noises, chaos, cursing, and singing filled Hichu's body in an instant. Hichu's head was filled with countless consciousnesses, and he looked sad and angry. Why am I so unlucky? Two streams of tears flowed down from Hichu's eyes. He rolled his eyes and fainted from the countless consciousnesses. All living beings, enter my 8 trigrams array. Follow my array's guidance, and help the god of Hui. Fushi suddenly activated the array. Boom! Hichu's body shone with golden light. The surging consciousnesses of all living beings went through Hichu's node and entered the 8 trigrams in Hui's hand. They protected Hui's consciousness in the center and seemed to be waiting for Hui's command. Another wave of heavenly Tao's consciousness rushed down, and Hui was about to be completely crushed. Suddenly, Fushi attracted a will that was so huge that even Gue was shocked. Gue immediately revealed a look of joy and astonishment. All living beings' consciousnesses are at your command. Hui, crush the candle dragon. Fushi's voice sounded again. Okay. Hui was shocked and revealed a ferocious expression. The consciousnesses of all living beings were instantly mobilized by Hui. They rushed out through the green line on his head and rushed towards the candle dragon's consciousness. What? Hui, isn't your consciousness so weak that it's about to collapse? What is this? Hui shouted. Is this the heavenly Tao's consciousness? Do it again. Hui's face turned cold. The consciousnesses of all living beings rushed forward. The heavenly Tao's consciousness versus the consciousnesses of all living beings. 2 consciousnesses that were like oceans clashed. Hong. Chapter 1260. Fushi used Hichu's body to trigger the light from providence in the world, attracting the will of all living beings to attack Chi's, will of the heavenly Tao. The living beings did not sense it deeply. Only a few people suddenly felt their heads sink slightly, but they did not know why. However, the masters of the 3 C's of providence naturally sensed it when the light from providence was triggered. Gu Hai's main body shuttled through the underground tunnel and immediately sensed that his Sea of Providence seemed to have been triggered. Sea of Providence? Hichu? Something happened below? Gu Hai's face darkened, and he sped up. Aside from Gu Hai, only the river diagram could stir his Sea of Providence slightly. Gu Hai immediately guessed that there was danger below, so he rushed down. In the geocentric space, the 3 souls of the torch dragon had transformed into the 3,000 great Tao. At that moment, the torch dragon could also connect to the 3,000 great Tao. Although the torch dragon's will could not compare to the torch dragons back then, it still had the embryonic form of the torch dragon's will. At that moment, it connected to the 3,000 great Tao, and its will reached the will of the heavenly Tao. With Fushi's help, Qi attracted the will of all living beings to surge over. The will of the heavenly Tao versus the will of all living beings. Hum! There was a deafening sound, and the entire geocentric space immediately shook. This time, Qi's will was not crushed. Instead, it stubbornly blocked it. Even Qi's will trembled. What? Impossible. No one can reach such a will. Qi, what's wrong with your will? Qi roared. At that moment, Qi's 7th soul trembled and blocked Qi's will with difficulty. No one? Is there really no one who can reach my level? Didn't I do it? Qi sneered. Qi did not tell Qi the truth. Impossible. Unless it was 30 back then. Apart from 30, no one can collide with the will of the heavenly Tao. Qi said coldly. Rumble. Qi's will of all living beings kept jumping, colliding with the will of the heavenly Tao again and again. However, such a huge will of all living beings was only on par with the will of the heavenly Tao. I understand. Is this the will of all living beings? Is someone helping you? She suddenly said in shock. Help me? Regardless of whether you're helping me or not. Your will of the heavenly Tao is ineffective now. Qi sneered. The two wills were strangely balanced, but neither of them dared to leave. It was as if two people were in a stalemate. The will of the heavenly Tao was the sword of Ho, and the will of all living beings was the sword of Ho. Whoever withdrew their sword would be killed by the other's sword. No one dared to withdraw their power. Good, good, good. The will of all living beings. Ha 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 ha. It can actually mobilize the will of all living beings. It should be that Hichu, right? Such perfect cooperation means that Hichu is nearby? Yun said coldly. Humph. Qi snorted coldly. Naturally, he was unwilling to explain. Moth that leads the way. The candle dragon suddenly shouted. Here. The only living slave, the hunchbacked old man, said respectfully, find him, find Hichu, and kill him. The candle dragon shouted, yes, master. The hunchbacked old man replied. Boom. The hunchbacked old man instantly turned into countless moths that rushed into the tunnels around him. The moment they rushed into the tunnels, they suddenly saw Fuxi trying his best to activate the longevity array. Hichu, who was the node that connected the wills of all living beings, was unconscious in the longevity array. Found him. Ha 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 ha. A moth suddenly laughed out loud. Whoosh! The moths that had flown into the tunnels immediately gathered together. Master, I found him. It's Hichu and a longevity master. I'll kill them immediately. The hunchbacked old man shouted excitedly. The hunchbacked old man took a step forward and arrived near Fuxi. Fuxi's face fell because Fuxi was trying his best to activate the array and could not divert his attention to resist. If he let go, Yun would be finished. Fuxi could not do anything. Whoosh! Countless moths flew toward Hichu. Hichu seemed to have sensed danger. His hair stood on end, and he woke up. The moment he woke up, he saw countless moths flying toward him. Moths? What's going on? Hichu exclaimed. They're here to kill you. The hunchbacked old man sneered. Kill me? Hichu shivered. Master, help, help, put me down, put me down. Hichu screamed in horror. Sorry, I can't do anything. Fuxi smiled bitterly. Can't do anything? Hichu? No. Hichu cried in despair with tears in his eyes. Why am I so unlucky? Countless moths were about to drown Hichu. But at this moment, suddenly a suction force came. Boom. The rolling moths disappeared in an instant. They were sucked into a small space. What? The hunchbacked old man's face changed. He saw a man suddenly appear in front of Fuxi and Hichu. Fuxi, I hope I'm not too late. The man smiled faintly. Guhai? The hunchbacked old man exclaimed. His Holiness, you came just in time. That's great. Hichu was very excited. However, the will of all living things was too strong. After confirming that it was safe, Hichu rolled his eyes and fainted again. Just in time, that's enough. Fuxi laughed. The hunchbacked old man's face changed. When he saw Guhai coming, he turned around and fled back the way he came. I'm here, and you still want to leave? Guhai's original body showed a cold smile. He pointed his finger. A heaven-splitting axe intent rushed through the hunchbacked old man's body in an instant. No. Boom. The hunchbacked old man exploded in an instant and was split in half. Fuxi, are you okay? Guhai looked at Fuxi. I'm fine, but I can't help you. The situation here is... Fuxi briefly told Guhai what he had done. Whoosh! Right at that moment, a gust of cold wind rushed over. Suddenly, the hunchbacked old man screamed in agony and sensed that he was killed. Instantly, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. The entrance of the tunnel wasn't big, so the candle dragon naturally couldn't enter. However, his right eye was at the entrance of the tunnel. His right eye was like the moon, and cold air was shooting out of it. He looked into the depths of the tunnel, and suddenly a gust of cold air rushed towards Gu Hai and the other two. "It's here." Fushi's face changed. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he saw a huge eye that was emitting a silver light. "Break!" Gu Hai extended his hand, and another strand of Pangu's axe intent shot towards that eye. "Gu Hai!" The candle dragon shouted furiously. When the Pangu axe intent rushed over, the candle dragon knew that he was in danger and immediately closed his eyes. Boom! When his eyelids collided with the Pangu axe intent, they trembled and blocked it. However, even so, the candle dragon felt a sharp pain in his eyelids, and he took a few steps back. Gu Hai stepped out of the tunnel and stood in the space at the center of the earth while looking at the massive candle dragon in front of him. "Fushi, what's the candle dragon's condition now?" Gu Hai shouted. "The candle dragon's consciousness is restrained by the hunchbacked. Now, the hunchbacked will is controlling the candle dragon's body, and the hunchbacked won't be able to unleash all of its power. Take this opportunity and hit its glabella as soon as possible." Fushi shouted. "Glabella?" Gu Hai stared at the glabella of the candle dragon. "That's right. The hunchbacked will turn into the right eye of the candle dragon, and its consciousness will merge into the glabella, destroy the hunchbacked consciousness in the glabella space, and the hunchbacked will definitely die." Fushi shouted. "All right." A response was heard. Gu Hai reached out and took out the Pangu axe. When the Pangu axe intent rushed out just now, it couldn't cut the candle dragon's eyelids. Gu Hai knew how powerful it was. Sky-splitting axe? Humph! You're Gu Hai's original body. You can't use the power of the void. 3,000 great Tao, listen to my curse. I want Gu Hai to be corroded and turn into blood immediately. The candle dragon shouted. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon roar. The 3,000 great Tao on its back suddenly trembled and formed a vast power that surged towards Gu Hai. This time, the curse was extremely powerful, and it seemed to form a 7-colored light screen that shrouded Gu Hai, leaving him nowhere to run. Curse! Gu Hai's face darkened. He slashed with the Pangu axe in his hand. Whoosh! The Pangu axe went through the 7-colored light screen as if it didn't touch it at all. That is a curse, a gigantic light of curse formed by the 3,000 great Tao. Gu Hai, run! Fushi exclaimed, his expression changing. Run! Avoid the curse light? Even Fushi was shocked when he saw it. He knew that the power of the curse light could directly curse someone to death. No need. Gu Hai snorted. He waved his hand, and a world-illuminating lamp appeared in his palm. As soon as he activated it, the world-illuminating lamp immediately emitted rolling green flames that went towards the 7-colored light screen. Boom! Immediately, the 7-colored light was blocked and burned fiercely. World-illuminating lamp. Fushi's eyes lit up. What? The fire of the candle dragon? The candle dragon suddenly roared. There was also a candle in the candle dragon's mouth, and the candle was the flame of the world-illuminating lamp. The candle lit up the world. It was extremely powerful. Gu Hai had also used the world-illuminating lamp in the underground blood city. The flame of the world-illuminating lamp could block the curse chi. Since the curse chi could block it, the curse light would naturally be blocked as well. Again, the world-illuminating lamp floated on Gu Hai's shoulder. Gu Hai held the Pangu axe in his hand and slashed at the candle dragon again. Break! A massive axe aura charged towards the candle dragon. Roar! The candle dragon's face darkened, and it immediately used its dragon horns to attack. A large amount of thunderbolts immediately appeared and exploded towards Gu Hai. The thunderbolts turned into lightning dragons that seemed to be destroying the Panguax aura. The Panguax was extremely powerful, and it instantly shattered the thunderclouds and struck the candle dragon's head. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The candle dragon immediately retreated. Meanwhile, Guhai looked at the candle dragon in shock while holding the Panguax in his hand. Even though the Panguax was not at its peak, it had once cut through the eye of heaven of the deity of the six paths. However, it had only cut off a small scale on the candle dragon's head at this moment. That was the only effect it had. Roar! The candle dragon immediately roared. Guhai, you're courting death. I'm going to kill you. The candle dragon roared. 3,000 great Tao, listen to my command. Summon all the earth and earthly fire and drown Guhai with me. The candle dragon yelled again. The great Tao behind him shook. Boom! The surroundings of the cave were instantly drowned by the earthly fire. The rolling earthly fire created a huge amount of lava that poured towards Guhai as if the world was collapsing. The sea of blood that Guhai had seen along the way all turned into flames. The flames were as hot as the sun and as swift as lightning, as if they were going to drown Guhai completely in an instant. Be careful! Fushi shouted. Guhai looked cold, and he took out the sky-storing gourd. Collect! Guhai yelled. Boom! The sea of blood and the earthly fire that surged in was immediately collected by the sky-storing gourd. The sky-storing gourd absorbed everything, and everything was gone. What? The sky-storing gourd? Wasn't the candle dragon's sky-storing gourd broken by number 30? Ho exclaimed. Sky splitting. Guhai yelled again with the Panguax in his hand. This time, it wasn't as powerful as before. This time, 700 great Tao appeared behind Guhai. The power of the 700 great Tao surged into Guhai's body with a vast amount of power, helping Guhai activate the Panguax and release a destructive axe force. Boom! The huge impact caused the water in the South Sea of the Netherworld to surge into the sky. The expressions of the powerhouses of the Netherworld and the Netherworld changed. Many of them instantly focused on the South Sea of the Netherworld. Guhai's face was ferocious as he activated the axe with all his might. This time, it didn't cut open a scale. Instead, it hacked into the candle dragon's glabella. The axe force rushed towards the consciousness of Ho in the glabella space of the candle dragon. In the outside world, Fushi's eyes lit up. The unconscious Hichu woke up again and was dumbfounded when he saw everything in the scene. His Holiness Gu, that's too terrifying. Hichu was so shocked that his body trembled. Roar! The candle dragon let out a painful roar. Guhai, Guhai, I want you to die, roar. The candle dragon opened his mouth in pain and tried to swallow Guhai. However, Guhai pointed the Panguax at the glabella space of the candle dragon. A strong suction force appeared and tried to suck Guhai into the candle dragon's mouth. That was the only way the candle dragon could turn the tables. Ho, if you can control the candle dragon, so can I. Do you believe me? Freeze. Guhai pointed his finger. Buzz. A beam of golden light shot out from Guhai's finger and hit the candle dragon's mouth immediately. The candle dragon's body came to an abrupt halt, as if he had been struck by the body-fixing spell. What? How is that possible? Guhai, what did you do? Why can't I move? Ho's voice came from the glabella space. This is the secret skill that the candle dragon's body sent to Yuanshi Tianzuan through telepathy. I was hoping that Yuanshi Tianzuan would save him, but now I'm the only one left. Guhai said, What? A secret skill that can restrain me? That's impossible. I'm the candle dragon. How can I send a secret skill that can restrain me? Ho exclaimed. You're a part of the candle dragon, but the candle dragon is not you. Every piece of its flesh has the mark of the candle dragon. Are you trying to use the candle dragon to destroy the world? How can the mark of the candle dragon agree? Of course, it has to find a way to restrain you. Guhai said coldly. Impossible, impossible. Ho was furious. Nothing is impossible. Ho, your consciousness is in the space between the candle dragon's eyebrows. Ho's consciousness has blocked most of the candle dragon's power, and the small part of its power that you can use is also blocked by Yuanshi Tianzuan's secret skill. You can't use it, and my heaven-splitting axe has blocked you in the space between your eyebrows. You can't use it, and you can't run. Guhai yelled. Can't run? Ha, no, you're wrong. Although I can't do anything now, I'm very safe. I'll see if you dare to remove the heaven-splitting axe and Yuanshi Tianzuan's secret skill. I'll see if Ho dares to remove the power of all living beings. As long as you move an inch, I'll reverse everything and make you die a horrible death. You all can't move, but I'm very safe here. Ho laughed loudly. No, you're not safe. At least there's a consciousness that wants to kill you. Guhai sneered. What kind of consciousness can break in? Ho said in disbelief. Just as Ho was in disbelief, Chongming, who was inside the candle dragon's body, immediately sent a consciousness to Ho through the green line on his head. Boom! Chongming's consciousness attacked Ho's consciousness. What? That bat isn't dead. Humph! Stinky bat, you want to fight against my consciousness with your consciousness? You overestimate yourself. Ho sneered. Even without the help of the candle dragon's consciousness, Ho's consciousness was still extremely powerful, and it immediately attacked Chongming's consciousness. It's not a stinky bat, it's the consciousness of all living beings in the ancient celestial dome. Guhai shouted. As he spoke, Guhai mobilized the consciousness of all living beings in the ancient celestial dome, like Fushi. Guhai was the master of the ancient celestial dome, so it was easy for him to mobilize it. Guhai and Chongming used the Dahan's providence as a node, so they could naturally connect. Guhai immediately transmitted the consciousness of all living beings to Chongming through the Sea of Providence. Immediately, the consciousness that was like a river followed Chongming and attacked Ho's consciousness. No. Hung. The will of Clam exploded with a loud boom. It worked. His Holiness, Ho's consciousness has collapsed. Chongming said in joy. Guhai, who was next to Chongming, had a cold expression. No, it's not over yet. Guhai said coldly. Guhai activated the consciousness of Ho's Pangu along the wound made by the Pangu axe. Boom, boom. Sharp bone spikes suddenly emerged from the candle dragon's body and pierced all over his body. Of course, the bone spikes did not cause much damage to the candle dragon's body and merely pierced through the gaps in his skin. With a sudden spread, a blue light orb was forced to Guhai. Guhai flipped his hand. The light orb was absorbed into the void zone in his palm. Within the light orb was a silver toad with a horrified expression. Guhai, no, you bunch of bandits. The toad shrieked in horror. Consciousness collapsing, escaping with your remnant thoughts and your 3 souls? It's useless. With so many people watching, how can you escape? Oh, goodbye, Guhai said coldly. With that, the void zone in his palm emitted countless black gases and strangled. Ah! Ho's scream came from his palm. It was about to be depleted. Seeing that he was about to die, Ho revealed a regretful and desperate expression. Was the candle dragon that he had been busy with for millions of years going to be taken advantage of by these people? Was he making a wedding dress for others? No, even if I die, I won't let you get the candle dragon. Without me, no one can put the candle dragon together. Tai Chi Dao, candle dragon technique, break, 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 break. Ho finally let out a heart-wrenching roar. Boom, boom, boom. However, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the huge candle dragon in the outside world. It had been pieced together in the past, but now it was breaking apart. It looked like it was going to break into countless pieces in an instant. Die! Skeleton Guhai snorted coldly. Boom! Ho was completely destroyed by the power of nothingness. Chapter 1261. Geocentric Space. All of Huey's consciousness was completely consumed by the void zone in Guhai's palm. Boom! Crack! Crack! Before Hui died, he even destroyed the candle dragon. Even if he could not enjoy it, he would not let anyone else have it. The candle dragon was instantly destroyed. Boom! The will of all living beings and the will of the heavenly way clashed for the last time, and there was no longer a stalemate. Fushi waved his hand, and Hichu immediately fell from the longevity array, cutting off the connection with the various seas of destiny and completely cutting off the will of all living beings. Hichu shuddered and suddenly woke up. However, Hichu was so weak that he fell to the ground. "Master, it's finally over, right?" Hichu said with a lingering fear. Fushi ignored him and activated the longevity array again. The moment the longevity array lit up, Hichu shuddered out of reflex. "There's more?" "No," Hichu exclaimed. Hichu thought that he was going to be unlucky again. However, he was so shocked that he rolled his eyes and fainted again. However, Fushi did not torture Hichu this time. Instead, he waved his hand, and the huge longevity array rushed towards the candle dragon like a huge golden net. Fushi jumped and stepped on the longevity array's huge net and rushed towards the candle dragon. After the candle dragon's body shattered, various forces collided and instantly exploded. On his back, the 3,000 inverted great Daos shook, as if they were about to collapse. At the same time, 6 illusory figures of dragons of different colors appeared from his body. The 3,000 inverted great Daos are the 3 souls of the candle dragon. These 6 colorful dragons are the 6 souls of the candle dragon. Guhai's face darkened. Guhai, Hui, the candle dragon has collapsed, and its 3 souls and 7 souls are about to disappear. Use this opportunity to collect it quickly. Fushi shouted. Hui could finally control his body on his own. Boom! With a loud bang, the Ho immediately stepped out of the candle dragon's left eye socket. Golden light shone brightly, but it was still burning with anger. It turned its head to look at the candle dragon's right eye. Above the right eye was the eye formed by the Ho's physical body. One could see with the naked eye a giant ice-colored toad. Seeing Ho's body, Ho's face was full of anger. Ever since the establishment of the Celestial Empire, he had never been so angry. Roar! Opening its mouth, it sucked the ice toad into its mouth and swallowed the Huey's body. Buzz! The cheese ice toad body contained no less cold than the cheese fire will. Immediately, a layer of frost appeared on the surface of the cheese body. However, because of this coldness, Huey's anger was suppressed, and he instantly calmed down. The 2 of you, I want the 3 souls of the candle dragon to recover my strength. The 3 of you have already reached perfection, so you naturally don't need such nourishment. I won't hold back. Fushi shouted. Boom! The golden net formed by the longevity array instantly enveloped the 3,000 great Daos that were about to collapse. Whoosh! The great Daos that were about to collapse were immediately bound by the longevity array. At this moment, Fushi was the first to fight for the 3 souls. Guhai and Ho didn't stop him, although they knew that the 3 souls of the candle dragon would definitely be extremely powerful and would definitely be a great supplement for them. No one fought with Fushi. That was because Fushi contributed the most this time. If it weren't for Fushi, Ho would have died. If it weren't for Fushi, it would have been too late even if Guhai came. Once the candle dragon was formed, no one would be able to defeat it. Fushi's longevity array that enveloped the 3,000 great Daos suddenly shrank. Boom! The 3,000 great Daos enveloped Fushi and immediately condensed into a colorful cocoon. Fushi was inside and quickly absorbed the 3 souls of the candle dragon. Ho swallowed Ho's body and felt cold all over. He turned around and looked at the 6 colorful dragons. Those were the candle dragon's 6 spirits, and they contained the candle dragon's boundless power. The candle dragon's 6 spirits corresponded to the 6 paths of reincarnation, while the candle dragon's 6 spirits could at least connect to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Furthermore, they also had the embryonic form of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Ho wanted to get it, but he glanced at Guhai. We want the 7th soul, the body. Guhai looked at Ho. Guhai's words completely separated the candle dragon's body. Ho looked at Guhai and nodded. Roar! With a loud roar, we once again swallowed the 6 colorful dragons. Boom! Boom! One after another, the giant colorful dragons were swallowed by Ho. Countless rainbow-colored lights also emerged from Chi's body, and the aura around him instantly swept away countless rocks. Guhai didn't attack. The candle dragon's body shattered, and Guhai and Chongming were exposed. Chongming, hurry up and collect the 7th soul of the candle dragon. Guhai shouted. Huh? Me? Chongming widened his eyes in shock. How powerful was the 7th soul of the candle dragon? Not to mention the will of the heavenly path formed by the 3,000 great Daos. No one here could compare to it. That was the embryonic form of the candle dragon's 7th soul. In other words, it was the crystallization of the candle dragon's consciousness. Even though Ho had refined it, there must be some inheritance of the candle dragon inside. His holiness was going to give it to him. Hurry up once the 7th soul of the candle dragon collapses. It will be useless. Guhai instructed. Chongming looked at Guhai with gratitude in his eyes. Yes. Chongming immediately pounced on the candle dragon's glabella. Roar! A long white dragon phantom flew out from Zhu Jiuwen's glabella. It was his 7th soul. Chongming instantly fused with it and fused with the white dragon. Suddenly, countless bats appeared around him and surrounded him and the white dragon phantom. Hundreds of millions of bats helped Chongming to absorb the rolling divine power. The 7th soul of the candle dragon was a rare treasure in the world. Chongming swallowed the 7th soul of the candle dragon. However, skeleton Guhai waved his hand, and black smoke surged out. In the black gas, countless small skulls were gnawing on the candle dragon's broken body rapidly. Those broken body parts were all from the candle dragon in the past. In the underground blood city, the 9 cauldrons were formed from the candle dragon's bones. However, the 9 cauldrons that represented the candle dragon's bones were just scraps here. The 9 cauldrons were the useless bones that Ho gave out alms while the candle dragon was the majority of Ho's collection. How could it compare? Not only the bones, but also the flesh, dragon horns, and dragon claws were all left behind by the candle dragon. They couldn't be pieced together to form the candle dragon. There was no need for that. Instead, it would be a great help to skeleton Guhai. That way, it would be easier to absorb and split. Rumble! Guhai felt the rolling power surging into his body. Last time, his physique was able to make a breakthrough. So this time, he naturally had a breakthrough. Guhai felt that if he devoured these candle dragon fragments, his body would be able to store at least 100 times more void power. No, it would be more than 1,000 times more void power. The Feast of Tao Tai. Everyone took what they needed. In the blink of an eye, The cave was illuminated by the light emitted by everyone. Gu Hai's main body stood in the cave and protected everyone. Hichu, who had just fainted, slowly woke up. The moment he woke up, Hichu saw everything clearly. The candle dragon has been dismembered. His Holiness, did we win? Did we win? Hichu asked weakly with a tinge of excitement. Gu Hai's main body turned his head and looked at Hichu before nodding. Yes, we won. Qi has already fallen, and the candle dragon's 3 souls are being refined and absorbed by Fushi. The candle dragon's right eye and 6 souls are being refined and absorbed by Qi. His body is being refined by my clone, and the 7th soul is being refined by Changming. And then Hichu stared at Gu Hai. What do you mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. And then Hichu's eyes were covered with a layer of grievance. Gu Hai still didn't understand. You guys have divided the candle dragon? Has it all been divided? He too burst into tears. Yes, we've divided it. What's wrong? What do you mean by, and then? Gu Hai asked curiously. And then what about me? Where is mine? He too cried in grief and indignation. Mine. I was almost blinded by the will of all living beings just now. I contributed to the destruction of Qi, and I died for all living beings. Even if I didn't contribute, I still worked hard. Why didn't you share some with me? Why didn't you share some with me? What about me? What about me? Hichu roared angrily. You fainted just now, Gu Hai said honestly. Hichu, I fainted, so you forgot about me and cast me aside? Hichu was even more upset. You guys are too much. I fainted, and you guys forgot about me. What about me? Why am I so unlucky? Wah! Hichu burst into tears. At this moment, all the grievances in Hichu's heart burst out. Why am I always the unluckiest? Why am I always the unluckiest? Hichu cried in grief. His cries were so heart-wrenching that even heaven and earth moved. All right, stop crying. There's still some left, Gu Hai said. What? Hichu said with tears in his eyes. This hunchbacked old man seems to be some kind of moth demon. I killed him, but his corpse is still here. Look, it's turned into a moth corpse. It's so huge and glowing with a silver light. It must be a great tonic. Why don't you give it a try? Gu Hai pointed at the huge moth corpse and said, I can't share with the candle dragon, but only get a moth. Hichu's grievances burst out again. You don't want it? If you don't, then forget it. My clone will eat it too. Gu Hai shook his head. No, I want it. I want it. No one can steal it from me. I exchanged it with my life. He too opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 halves of the moth's body in one gulp. He ate with tears in his eyes. He felt so wronged and unlucky. After doing so much, he only got a moth to eat. The more he ate, the sadder he felt. Why am I so unlucky? Rumble! Suddenly, the geocentric space trembled slightly, and some stones fell from the sky above them. Gu Hai looked up at the sky. Oh no, the geocentric space is going to collapse. Let's get out, Gu Hai shouted with a sullen face. Inside, Fushi, Qi, and Changming had reached the most critical moment of refining. The little skeleton in the black fog that Gu Hai released had only eaten less than 1/10,000th of the candle dragon's stones. The cave was about to collapse completely. Gu Hai made a prompt decision and waved his hand. Whoosh! The ancient celestial dome opened and instantly put everyone inside. Swoosh! Gu Hai took everyone and quickly shuttled through the tunnel that they came from. Just as Gu Hai was about to lead everyone away, boom! Crack! The rocks and magma that fell from above instantly buried the cave. Chapter 1262. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 years in the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai shuttled through the underground tunnels quickly. Even though many tunnels collapsed along the way, Gu-hai was still able to pass through them safely. After all, Gu-hai was now too powerful. When they rushed to the surface from the Earth's core, the people in the immortal dome of the ancients underwent various changes. The earliest was Hichu. After eating the moth's corpse, he did not improve at all. He could only watch the experts in front of him break through continuously with resentment. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated from the bat swarm. All of a sudden, countless bats vanished into thin air. Chongming's body emitted white light, and he transformed into a gigantic bat. The bat was no longer black, but completely white, and emitted a gentle white light. Chongming looked much more sacred. Chongming's body shuddered, and he transformed into his human form. He opened his eyes. Not far away, Gu-hai looked at Chongming and asked, "How is it?" His Holiness, the Torch Dragon's god, should be the fusion of the gods that Qi collected after killing a large number of demons over the years. They are the Torch Dragon's god, and I am the head god. They confuse with me. Listen to my orders. I feel like my entire body is filled with power. Chongming shouted excitedly. Fused? Have you refined it? Gu-hai asked. Not yet. However, I can feel that I will become stronger and stronger. Furthermore, there seems to be some of the Torch Dragon's memories in here. However, I can't read them for the time being. Perhaps I can extract those memories in a few days. Chongming said after some thought. That's for the best. Gu-hai nodded. Just as Gu-hai was speaking, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from afar. Boom! A storm-like aura suddenly appeared on the surface of Qi's body. As the aura blew past, the surrounding sand and stones were blown away. Gu-hai, Chongming, and Hichu turned to look. There seemed to be 6 dragon-shaped tails behind Ho. They swayed slightly in the void, causing the void to tremble. 5 of them trembled, and some of the laws of the immortal firmament were affected. The image of the 5 paths of reincarnation appeared. These 6 tails can connect to the 6 paths of reincarnation, absorbing the power of reincarnation from the 6 paths of reincarnation, asked Chongming in surprise. Gu-hai looked at Qi's body. Qi's body was extremely strange at this moment. Half of his body was burning with fire, while the other half was emitting cold air. His left eye was gold, while his right eye was silver. It didn't seem to be as simple as just cultivating fire. Hui, you inherited Hui's power? Gu-hai asked in surprise. When Qi devoured the candle dragon's right eye, he thought that Qi was venting its anger on Qi, but now it seemed that Qi had refined Qi's power. Yes, what? His strength is indeed tremendous, comparable to mine. It's just a pity that this ice power is too loose, Ho said with a gloomy expression. Loose? That's right. The fire in my body is commanded by the fire elemental zombie progenitor seed. However, the ice in my body is running around, and it doesn't listen to me. I have to find the water elemental zombie progenitor seed to command it. Otherwise, it's useless even if it stays in my body. You want the water elemental zombie progenitor seed to control this power? Gu-hai was stunned. Why? Do you know where Ingo is? Ho asked in confusion. You'll know when you return. Gu-hai shook his head and didn't explain. Ho looked at Gu-hai in confusion and didn't ask further. Although Fushi's revival was helpful to Ho, Gu-hai's breach of the agreement made Ho feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Fushi broke out of the 7-colored light cocoon. The huge 7-colored light cocoon instantly flowed into Fushi's body like water. Fushi stepped on the ground. Buzz! With his feet as the center, rings of golden light appeared on the ground. The first ring was an innate 8 trigram. The second ring was an acquired 8 trigram. The outer 8 rings were 864 trigrams. 2 of them were the Lian Shanii and Zhou-yi, which Gu Hai recognized. As for the other 6, even Gu Hai didn't recognize them. The 10 trigram symbols formed a circle and spun slowly. It made Fuxi look like he was standing on the wheel of fate, looking otherworldly. Although Xiao Qin did not give off a strong aura, everyone felt an incomparable danger. Buzz! Fuxi pushed off the ground, and the 10 trigram symbols suddenly disappeared, returning to Fuxi's body. Master, you recovered? Hichu called out. Fuxi withdrew his aura and looked at everyone. Then he nodded with a faint smile. I improved slightly. Many thanks for your help. Improved slightly? Congratulations. Gu Hai nodded. 800,000 years ago, Fuxi was already on par with Jiang Chun. Now, not only did he recover, but he even improved slightly. With Fuxi's humble personality, this slight improvement would definitely not be small. The slowest was Gu Hai. After all, there were too many fragments of the torch dragon. It was not something that could be devoured in a short period of time. Countless skeletons made of black gas only devoured a third of it. My main body has arrived at the entrance of the South Sea. Are you all going out? Gu Hai looked at everyone. Fuxi and Cheng nodded. In the South Sea of the underworld, following the previous explosion, the gazes of countless powerhouses were already focused on the South Sea. However, the South Sea was too big, and they couldn't see what was going on. Suddenly, the surging waves of the sea exploded again. Boom! Endless waves soared into the sky. In an instant, 5 figures stepped out of the sea. Cheng's aura was the strongest. The 6 dragon tails behind him were extremely flamboyant. As he swayed slightly, the void trembled violently. In a secluded mountain forest, Immortal 6 Paths, Eye of Heaven, was also staring at the South Sea. Although the Eye of Heaven was crushed by Long Zhanghua, as long as Sun Yuan was not destroyed, Immortal 6 Paths' remnant consciousness could be recovered. However, at this moment, it was even weaker. 5 figures: Gu Hai's main body, Changming, Hichu, Fuxi, and Cheng. Cheng's aura was the strongest, so strong that everyone was shocked. The tail behind Cheng? How can it connect to the 6 paths of reincarnation? Why? The Eye of Heaven was furious. At the entrance of the Yinshan Temple, Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang stared at the South Sea. At this moment, their faces were extremely ugly. My lord, they have improved again, especially that Cheng. She's so terrifying. Why do I feel like I'm looking at Long Zhanghua? She's already comparable to Long Zhanghua. Black Impermanence said in shock. Bai Zizai's eyelids twitched, and he finally smiled bitterly. Bai Zizai knew that apart from Long Zhanghua, Jiang Chen, Immortal 6 Paths, and Yuanshi Tianzuan, he was definitely inferior to Cheng. Cheng captured everyone's attention. They were all amazed by her aura. Even Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Humph, you've improved again? She's stronger than Di Jiang back then. But in the next moment, Jiang Chen looked at Fuxi with narrowed eyes. Fuxi has recovered so quickly? Jiang Chen said solemnly. Others couldn't see Fuxi's state, but Jiang Chen could. Fuxi's restrained aura was the most terrifying. Mr. Fuxi, farewell. Cheng looked at Fuxi. Fuxi nodded. Rip. Cheng tore open the void and instantly stepped into the world of the living. Let's go too. Gu Hai looked at Fuxi and said, whoosh. In an instant, everyone rushed to the eternal Yin capital and arrived in front of Long Zhanghua in the blink of an eye. Bang! Everyone landed at the entrance of the ground suppression hall. Long Zhanghua, Chun Xian, and the others were waiting. Greetings to His Holiness. The officials immediately bowed respectfully. Gu Hai nodded and looked at Long Zhanghua. Since Long Zhanghua was exposed, it meant that he must have encountered a great danger earlier. This time, I'll have to trouble you again. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I've already chased away a few ignorant people. If it weren't for me, you could have gone to Laozi and the others." Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Kong Xian and the others were surprised. What did he mean by Laozi and the others? Who was Laozi? Such a big commotion. It seems that you had a breakthrough in your underground trip. Long Zhanghua asked curiously. I didn't. They all had their own gains. This is Fushi. Gu Hai pointed at Fushi. Fushi looked at Long Zhanghua in surprise. The unborn man knew Long Zhan back then. Furthermore, he knew that Long Zhan had died. However, Long Zhan was standing before him, alive and well. Furthermore, Long Zhan's strength seemed to have increased again. Fushi from 800,000 years ago. I didn't expect the unborn man to be Fushi and Fushi to be the unborn man. Long Zhanghua looked at Fushi seriously. Fushi also looked at Long Zhanghua seriously. After a while, he frowned and said, Jade Emperor? Jade Emperor? The surrounding people were confused. When did Long Zhanghua become a great emperor? Only Long Zhanghua and Gu Hai understood that Fushi was talking about the 30th Celestial Dome, the master of the heavenly court, who was once Long Zhanggua's counterpart. Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. I didn't mention it. However, Fushi has to fuse with the other Fushi. Gu Hai shook his head. The other Fushi was naturally the Fushi of the 30th Celestial Dome. Long Zhanghua understood. When he heard that, although I am now the master of the Lingxiao King Palace, the Jade Emperor is the Jade Emperor, and I am me. Long Zhanghua explained. Fushi looked at Long Zhanghua and Gu Hai in surprise. You can go over? Come back. Fushi said in surprise. Others didn't understand, but Gu Hai and Long Zhanghua understood. Fushi had already guessed that Gu Hai had the passageway, and was naturally surprised. One had to know that 30th couldn't come back, which was why so many things were done. However, Gu Hai and Long Zhanghua did something that even 30th couldn't do. Mr. Fushi, if you have time, why don't you come to my son's residence and have a chat? Long Zhanghua invited. After all, there were too many people here. Long Zhanghua didn't want to mention it here. Okay. Fushi naturally agreed. Fushi's cultivation had recovered and was naturally in a good mood. With such good news, there was no reason to be reserved. Master, what about me? Hichu asked blankly. Wanyu is my daughter. You stay by Wanyu's side and protect her. Fushi said, Ah. Hichu's expression stiffened. Fushi was his master, so Long Wanyu was his little master. There was no excuse to refuse. Hichu, didn't you look down on my side earlier? Long Wanyu glared at him and started to settle scores. Hichu wanted to cry, but had no tears. He knew that this little devil girl was going to find trouble with him again. Why am I so unlucky?